Chapter 1. The Awakening of Martial Spirits. As autumn's chill begins to settle in, a refreshing breeze stirs, and when the plump, glistening dew subtly gathers upon the fragrant petals of the flowers and leaves, the fruits hanging from the branches gradually ripen. In the early morning, before the sky has fully brightened, the city of Notting, shrouded in white mist, has already come alive with activity, for today marks the day of the children's martial spirit awakening. Only by unveiling the veil of white mist and welcoming the dawn filled with promise can one embark on the journey toward a life at its pinnacle. Whether one soars to great heights or remains grounded, whether one embodies the spirit of a dragon or a worm, whether sorrow or joy prevails, whether one experiences growth or reaps rewards, this remains a question worth pondering. The entrance of the Martial Spirit Hall is already teeming with people. Most of the 6-year-old children, eager for their awakening ceremony, are accompanied by their parents. However, a few children, lacking parental accompaniment, have come with familiar companions. Led by Master Newfound, a group of 8 soul masters, including the steward Gu Yechen, are prepared to conduct the awakening of the children one by one. Observing the long line of children before him, Master Newfound nods slightly. Among the thousands of children participating in the awakening ceremony, at least 100 will emerge as potential soul masters endowed with soul power. Turning to the steward Gu Yechen beside him, Newfound inquires, "Yechen, did you discover any promising candidates while assisting with awakenings in the nearby villages yesterday?" Gu Yechen shakes his head with a wry smile. There was one, a child with innate full soul power, but alas, their martial spirit is merely blue silvergrass, a rather useless spirit. Newfound expresses mild surprise. Incredible, innate full soul power. What a pity, there seems to be no future for such a spirit. I have never heard of blue silvergrass developing into a powerful soul master. Nodding, Gu Yechen proudly states, "Indeed, blue silvergrass lacks offensive capability, defensive strength, and any supportive abilities. That is the epitome of a wasteful martial spirit. Even if they were to cultivate it, they would still be deemed a failure among soul masters. An innate full soul power blue silvergrass is inferior to my innate second-level beast martial spirit, the lone wolf." Newfound retorts with irritation. "While your awakened beast martial spirit is commendable, your recklessness in your duties gives me little confidence in entrusting you with such responsibilities. You must learn to act with more composure in the future." Gu Yechen nods in acknowledgement. Understood. Before long, the awakening ceremony commences, with thousands of children gradually entering the Martial Spirit Hall for their awakenings. Li Dazhuang, Martial Spirit, Hammer, innate second level. Gu Yechen assesses this rather robust boy before saying, "Not bad, you qualify to become a soul master." Step to the left. Li Dazhuang responds respectfully, "Thank you, steward." Next, Wang Taizhu, Martial Spirit, Iron Rod, innate first level. Next, Zhang Shufan, Martial Spirit, Rose, no soul power. Next, Li Ergu, Martial Spirit, Ho, no soul power. Alas, Gu Yechen lets out a slow sigh, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, and records their martial spirits and soul power in his portable notebook. So far, not a single child has exhibited soul power exceeding level 3, and there are no awakened beast martial spirits, only weapon martial spirits. Weapon martial spirits would be acceptable enough, but to find that they're all agricultural tools is disheartening. Among 10 agricultural tool martial spirits, one with first-level soul power would be a blessing. Most vexing is that 9 consecutive martial spirits appeared promising, yet none possess soul power. If Master Newfound were to learn of such poor results, it would surely eliminate any chance of being recognized as an outstanding soul master this year. Gu Yechen's demeanor is clouded by personal emotions, his face betraying a perpetual scowl, as if the entire world owed him a debt. Next, Yao Niming, Martial Spirit, Scythe, no soul power. Next, Gu Yechen, Martial Spirit, Scythe, no need for testing. Internally cursing, Gu Yechen laments the presence of nothing but worthless martial spirits, devoid of innate soul power, thus wasting his precious time. Gu Yechen, puzzled, protests, "Uncle, I haven't undergone the soul power test yet." Gu Yechen coldly replies, "No need for testing. The scythe is a wasteful martial spirit. You cannot become a soul master." Next, today's workload is substantial, with the 9 stewards in the Martial Spirit Hall responsible for the awakening of over 1,000 children, averaging over 100 each. While it is permissible for the stewards to take brief respites to alleviate the strain of both physical and mental exertion, Gu Yechen's relaxation comes at a grave cost to Gu Yechen, who aspires to become a soul master not for himself, but to secure a livelihood for his ailing mother through the gold subsidies from the Martial Spirit Hall. His mother works tirelessly, leaving home at dawn and returning late, with scarcely any time to tend to her young son. Understanding his circumstances, Gu Yechen arrives alone for the awakening ceremony, vowing to himself that he will become a soul master. Uncle, the scythe does possess offensive capabilities. I have heard that a minority of those awakening scythe martial spirits may indeed possess some soul power. Please let me try. However, Su Yuntao's personal sentiments swiftly dismiss Gu Yechen's plea. I said there is none who is the steward here, you or I. You know that only a select few awaken first-level soul power, and, unfortunately, you belong to the majority. Gu Yechen persists. Uncle, just let me test it on the crystal ball. I beg you. Refusing to relinquish even the slightest hope, Gu Yechen is determined to continue pursuing the path of a soul master, even if it means only acquiring a white soul ring with half-level soul power from scythe martial spirit. Begging me will do you no good. I have encountered many who cling stubbornly to their dreams like you. Now move aside and do not hinder the other gifted children. Seeing Gu Yechen remain steadfastly in place, Su Yuntao shakes his head, his expression icy as he states, "Fine, I will give you a chance." Upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, Gu Yechen's spirits lift, and he follows the master's instructions, placing his palm near the crystal ball in his hand. Yet, once more, no glimmer of light emerges. Su Yuntao proclaims, "I warned you that you lack potential. Do you now believe me?" Gu Yechen refuses to concede. It must be a flaw in the crystal ball. I possess strength beyond the ordinary. I must have soul power. Allow me to try once more. Su Yuntao shakes his head dismissively. A wild chicken will forever remain a wild chicken. It will never become a phoenix. I am well aware of the probabilities surrounding agricultural tool, scythes, awakening soul power. It is not as simple as you think. Gu Yechen inquires anew, "Can I join the martial spirit hall then?" I truly admire the hall. I would even be willing to do menial tasks. Convinced that he possesses soul power, Gu Yechen believes that this ordinary awakening is but a hindrance if he can remain within the martial spirit hall. He is certain he will find a way. Humph! Su Yintao scoffs, "Begone. The martial spirit hall is not a charity without soul power. You lack even the qualification to guard the entrance. Leave at once." Yesterday, I encountered an innate, full soul power blue silvergrass in Saint Spirit Village. What a shame such potential wasted. You are far inferior to that, Boitang-san. Su Yuntao's words shatter Gu Yechen's dreams. A single awakening ceremony can determine the course of one's future, a brutal reality. Without uttering another word, Gu Yechen lowers his head and departs the martial spirit hall, unable to resist glancing back one last time at the hall he once revered as the most sacred place. His admiration for the martial spirit hall and soul masters is unfounded and even blind, yet the profession of a soul master will forever elude him. The martial spirit hall, Su Yuntao. Gu Yechen will forever remember these two names not as blind idols, but as profound reflections. Children from single-parent households often mature swiftly, and one such child, determined to become a soul master and willing to pledge allegiance to the martial spirit hall, stands before fate. However, from this moment forth, he will no longer harbor affection for the self-important master Su Yuntao, nor will he regard the martial spirit hall, said to be the cradle of soul masters across the continent, with the same reverence. The awakening ceremony merely serves as a means to explore a child's potential. It does not guarantee that potential remains accurate indefinitely. Years later, the name Gu Yechen will resonate throughout the realm of soul masters, even attracting the attention of Pope Bibi Dong of the Martial Spirit Hall, who will personally seek to recruit him. Yet by then, circumstances will have changed. The Martial Spirit Hall will have paid a significant price to coax him from his seclusion. His title will be spoken of in reverence among soul masters, known as the sole Douluo of life and death, a being who wields dominion over life and death, granting life when he wills it and extinguishing it at his command. Thus, a legendary title of Douluo is born. Chapter 2. Lover's unspoken time flies swiftly in the blink of an eye. 6.5 years have passed like a fleeting shadow. Gu Yechen has gradually matured, and at the age of 13, his visage bears no trace of childhood innocence, but instead, a resolute expression. Ever since Gu Yechen was deemed to lack potential, he lost his eligibility to attend the Junior Soul Master Academy and was relegated to a mundane school. There, he encountered no teachings related to soul masters, only language, literature, and some basic knowledge. In nearly 7 years, Gu Yechen has completed his studies. Now, he follows his mother into the world of work, albeit without the burden of early mornings and late nights. His mother serves as a housekeeper and chef in a noble's private villa, while he fulfills the role of the gardener, primarily tending to the flowers and plants. Of course, he also undertakes various odd jobs, such as delivering messages and transporting goods. Ah, this life is truly tedious, he sighed, having just finished mowing the lawn, and lay back on the ground, gazing up at the sky. Raising his palm, he let the dazzling sunlight filter through his fingers, feeling both yearning and resignation. Indeed, the noble profession of a soul master is such that, without talent, one is condemned to a life at the very bottom. Those of noble birth invariably possess formidable martial souls and absolute strength. Once a certain level is attained, they are at least qualified to be bestowed the title of Baron by the Empire. Gu Yechen muttered to himself, "If I were a soul master, I would strive to become the mightiest of them all, and I would purchase a villa like this one to gift to my mother." However, such aspirations were mere fantasies he had envisioned countless times. With your capabilities, the profession of soul master is not something that just anyone can achieve. First, your martial soul must possess soul power, and secondly, you must have soul rings. He heard a sweet voice interrupt his thoughts. Turning his gaze, he beheld a young woman with a strikingly beautiful face, her lovely lashes framing enchanting eyes that seemed to possess an electric charm. Coupled with her delicately sculpted nose and cherry-red lips, she resembled an exquisite piece of art, evoking an irresistible desire to draw near. It was the daughter of the villa's owner. Gu Yechen hastily rose from the lawn and respectfully said, "Miss, you have returned." "Have I caught you slacking off?" she teased, her eyes sparkling as she searched for any sign of guilt or fear in his expression. Unfortunately, in Gu Yechen's lexicon, the word fear was entirely foreign, likely due to his lack of education, as he had never attended the Junior Soulmaster Academy. His countenance remained stoic, devoid of any emotional response. His earlier words were merely polite formalities. "I apologize, I have completed my tasks for today and have not been slacking off. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," he replied. "Hey, what kind of attitude is that?" she retorted, hands on her hips. As the villa's only daughter and future heiress, she held a significant position in this household. With her beauty and figure, she had no shortage of suitors vying for her attention. Yet, here she was, ignored by a mere gardener, which felt utterly absurd. This had not been the first instance, and it infuriated her. "Miss, you are a noble soul master, while I am but a commoner. I have no right to be your friend, so this is not an affront, but merely a recognition of my own limitations," he stated plainly, devoid of any ulterior motives. The young woman pouted. "I say you are worthy of being my friend, and thus you are." Gu Yechen shook his head and replied calmly, "I am not deserving of such an honor. Your future lies in the pursuit of becoming a more powerful soul master, while I am destined to lead a life of mediocrity. Even if we were friends, how often could we truly meet? Is a nominal friendship truly so significant?" She countered, "Do you not harbor any affection for me? If that were the case, why did you save me?" After a moment's contemplation, Gu Yechen responded, "I did not want my mother to lose her job because of you, so my act of saving you was purely coincidental." The young woman furrowed her brows. "I don't believe you." Gu Yechen fell silent, his gaze evasive, for he had indeed deceived her. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he had been captivated by her beauty, feeling an overwhelming urge to protect her from any harm. However, societal norms dictated that compatibility in status was paramount. Even if their interactions were pleasant now, circumstances would inevitably drive them apart in the future. Her name was Yi Lingling, possessing the martial soul of 9 heart sea pearls and an innate soul power of level 9. Just months prior, she had been accepted into the Tiando Royal Academy with the highest honors from the Nodding City Junior Soulmaster Academy, receiving a full scholarship and permission to return home. The divide between nobility and commoners, soul masters and ordinary people, was stark and unmistakable. As Gu Yechen turned to leave, the stunning young woman suddenly embraced him from behind. Yi Lingling declared, "I know you like me, and I like you too. But why must you treat me this way? Does it matter if one is a soul master or a commoner? I simply wish to follow my heart. Once I graduate, we could be together. I promise I won't keep you waiting too long." 3 months prior, Gu Yechen had accompanied his mother and arrived at this villa through the introduction of the housekeeper. At that time, Yi Lingling had just graduated from the Nodding City Junior Soulmaster Academy. On her way home, she encountered Gu Yechen at work and was drawn to his demeanor. Though she wanted to speak with him, her shyness held her back, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. Thus, she invited him to assist her with the clutter in the storage room, allowing her to converse with him while he moved larger items to another vacant space. Through their exchanges, they discovered they both came from single-parent families. Gu Yechen's father was also a soul master, but he had not returned home for many years and was presumed missing, likely perished at the hands of soul beasts or in battles. Yi Lingling's parents were divorced. Her father served the Tiando Empire, while her mother remained in the villa, living in comfort and detached from worldly affairs. Later, for reasons unknown, Yi Lingling suddenly fainted in the warehouse. With no one around to assist her, and Gu Yechen not being a soul master, he had no choice but to resort to the most primitive methods of resuscitation. He pressed on her philtrum, applied pressure to her heart, and attempted artificial respiration. Yi Lingling was a support-type soul master, possessing but one ability, healing over a broad area. However, this power was limited to external injuries and could not mend special internal afflictions. To others, it seemed improbable for anyone to perish with the presence of the nine-heart Scythe soul. Yet this formidable support spirit bore a significant flaw. It could save others but not herself. Should she sustain injuries, the road to recovery would be exceedingly protracted. It was evident that she must have been injured while acquiring a soul ring, seemingly afflicted by a chronic toxin, which explained her lingering condition. Upon regaining consciousness, the first sight that greeted Yi Lingling was the visage of the one she had fallen for at first glance, who was attempting to administer artificial respiration. Though she understood it was merely a method of revival, it felt like her first kiss. Noticing her awakening, Gu Yechen inquired about her condition and, finding no alternative, carried her to seek the owner of the villa, Yi Lingling's mother. Regrettably, her mother was absent from the premises. Upon gently touching her forehead, he realized she seemed to be running a fever. Thus, he selected a clean room, laid her upon the bed, and fetched a basin of cool water, along with some ice cubes. He took a dry towel, dampened it slightly, and tenderly wiped Yi Lingling's delicate face. This process repeated. He ultimately placed the entire towel gently on her forehead. His meticulous care stirred deep emotions within her. Typically, those who have lacked affection in their childhood, while maturing faster, yearn more fervently for love and to be loved. At her tender age, Yi Lingling found herself deeply enamored with Gu Yechen. From that moment on, she consistently sought him out, even when there was nothing pressing to discuss, simply desiring to create opportunities for interaction. Otherwise, witnessing his expression devoid of joy or sorrow would leave her heart heavy with discomfort. Chapter 3. Innate Level 20. Gu Yechen sighed helplessly and said, "My lady, you must be aware of the saying regarding social compatibility. I truly do not deserve such devotion from you. Please forget me." Yet, Yi Lingling continued to embrace him from behind, holding on tenaciously, and replied, "If I could find a way for you to become a soul master, would you choose to be with me? I confess I have feelings for you as well, but there is no need for you to deceive me with such falsehoods. As you mentioned earlier, becoming a soul master is no simple feat. My martial spirit is a scythe, though I possess some soul power. I have already resigned myself to the truth." Gu Yechen could only perceive the other party's feelings as a fleeting whim. A soul master in a relationship with an ordinary person could never attain true happiness. He himself had grown up in a single-parent family and was acutely aware of the influencing factors. "I am not deceiving you. This is the truth. Although our Yi family is not a prominent clan, we do possess some unique heritage from our ancestors. If you agree to my request, I will certainly implore my mother to make you a soul master," Yi Lingling fervently explained. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yechen hesitated momentarily. Heritage? Such a thing would only exist within powerful families and sections. Could the Yi family truly possess such relics? Could she really assist him? If that were the case, then being with her seemed entirely reasonable, especially since he harbored feelings for her. However, heritage, such a precious asset, how could one so readily bestow it upon an outsider? Gu Yechen turned around and said, "Even if you have not deceived me, even if you have consented, there is no way to pass the hurdle of your esteemed mother." Gu Yechen was well aware that Yi Lingling's mother was an exceptionally strong-willed individual. This was evident from the fact that Yi Lingling bore her mother's surname, a clear indication of her mother's status as a quintessential career woman who frequently found herself at odds with her father. Consequently, their disagreements ultimately led to the dissolution of her parents' marriage. At times, her mother would even unleash her frustrations upon her own mother, which rendered Gu Yechen somewhat disdainful of the mother-daughter duo. However, living under the same roof necessitated a degree of humility, for one still relied on others for the disbursement of wages. "Rest assured, my mother cherishes me dearly. I possess the means to help you attain the legacy. Entrust it to me." Yi Lingling gazed at Gu Yechen with profound affection, captivated by the very person who had captured her heart at first sight. Were it merely unrequited love, she might not have been so resolute, but knowing that he reciprocated her feelings compelled her to pursue love with unwavering dedication. Once he also became a soul master, they could be together forever, attending school, sharing meals, and hunting soul beasts side by side, no longer envious of Yu Tianhing and Du Guyan. Gu Yechen did not refuse this time, for he had long dreamed of becoming a soul master. If Yulingling could indeed assist him in realizing this aspiration, then she might very well be the person he wished to protect the most, aside from his mother. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Gu Yechen had already donned his work attire and was busy transplanting flowers and plants in a luxurious villa that resembled a grand estate. As some of the flora had withered, the new day brimmed with vitality. However, before he could complete his morning tasks, he was summoned by an elderly butler to a hall. The butler respectfully offered a courteous gesture to the beautiful matriarch within the hall before stating, "Madam Yi, as per your instructions, Gu Yechen has arrived." "Very well, you may leave now," the matriarch commanded, dismissing the butler and leaving Gu Yechen alone with her, presumably to discuss matters of secrecy. The butler, aware of the gravity of the situation, departed hastily. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the Yi matriarch, Gu Yechen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, his palms moist with sweat, a sense of nervousness enveloping him. The Yi matriarch was no gentle figure like Yulingling. She was a formidable woman, ruthless and domineering. After a prolonged moment of appraisal, the Yi matriarch finally spoke. "What means have you employed to make Lingling act in such a manner for your sake? Sai, come with me." She shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further, and beckoned him to follow as she strode ahead. Gu Yechen was momentarily taken aback, for he could not comprehend what Yulingling had done for him. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He hastily matched her pace. The head of the Yi family approached a cabinet designated for storage, then struck the blue and white porcelain vase with considerable force. Remarkably, the vase did not shatter. Subsequently, a resounding rumble echoed forth, and the cabinet gradually swung open like a grand door. It turned out to be a hidden compartment. Gu Yechen was taken aback. No wonder his mother was not permitted to clean here. Behind the hidden compartment in the cabinet lay a secret passage. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry over." The head of the Yu family had a rather volatile temper, which made her words sound as if she were reprimanding him. "Oh." Gu Yechen nodded eagerly and stepped forward. He found it puzzling that Yulingling had such a good temperament and appeared so endearing, yet her mother seemed so cold and distant. As they proceeded, they approached a dimly lit, narrow corridor, traversing nearly 100 steps before arriving at a spacious hall. This hall, while not ostentatious, exuded a sense of simplicity. The crimson carpet beneath their feet led directly to an altar ahead. The so-called altar was merely a circular platform, flanked by an array of exotic flowers, among which was the 9-heart begonia. Sit cross-legged at the center of the altar. The head of the Yi family gestured for Gu Yechen to approach the altar alone. Nodding, Gu Yechen did not hesitate. Although he recognized the head of the Yi family was somewhat fearsome, he believed she meant him no harm. Moreover, Lingling had assured him she would assist him. If he were to become a soul master, he could be with Lingling. Perhaps this very person might even become his future mother-in-law. Once Gu Yechen settled cross-legged on the altar, the head of the Yi family moved to the offering table on the opposite side. The table was adorned with various items used for worshipping deities, including fragrant oils, candles, meats, and fruits. However, the most significant item was the white divine flower at the center of the table, radiating 9 points of light, embodying nobility and sanctity. With a gentle stroke of her thumb, the head of the Yi family created a small wound on her fingertip. She squeezed out a drop of blood, using her soul power to suspend it in the air, then closed her eyes and began to chant an incomprehensible incantation. "Esteemed flower deity, you are a celestial being, and I am your servant. I offer my blood as a tribute and beseech you to grant that child the opportunity to awaken a martial soul." As her prayer commenced, her tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open. In an instant, the droplet of blood surged toward the white divine flower with remarkable speed, akin to a triple jump. Unexpectedly, the noble white flower transformed into a blood-red hue, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. With this act complete, Gu Yechen's illusion began to take shape, within which he would awaken another martial soul. However, at that moment, the head of the Yi family gazed in astonishment at the blood-stained red flower, noticing it was soaring toward Gu Yechen's direction. This revelation caused her to regard Gu Yechen with newfound respect, for the flower would not inexplicably drift toward the altar. The only explanation was that Gu Yechen's innate talent had captivated the divine flower. Yet, her daughter, Yulingling, possessed a congenital level 9 soul power, a talent that had failed to attract the divine flower. What was it about Gu Yechen that warranted such an attraction? Could he possibly possess full innate soul power? It seemed unlikely, as those with full innate soul power would emit a brilliant light when tested with the crystal ball, and Gu Yechen's martial soul showed no such glow. Could it be that his talent matched that of the flower deity? That was inconceivable. It was utterly impossible. He wielded a mere useless scythe martial soul. How could he possibly possess the same aptitude as the flower deity, who was endowed with innate level 20 soul power? Was it conceivable that Gu Yechen's scythe was also of innate level 20 soul power? If so, this would imply that he already possessed level 20 soul power. This was unfathomable. Chapter 4. The illusion of the martial soul. At that moment, Gu Yechen felt the scenery before him blur and grow increasingly indistinct, along with his consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, seemingly within a forest. Surrounding him were towering trees and cheerful birds, with vibrant flowers and fresh grass carpeting the ground. This place was lush and verdant, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, where petals cascaded like falling stars, and the kaleidoscopic beauty enveloped him, as if he were in a paradise beyond the mundane world. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from the heavens. "Ha ha! After all this time, I have finally encountered a truly gifted individual." Who is speaking? Gu Yechen first glanced around, then cast his gaze towards the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. He finally began to comprehend the situation. Moments ago, he had been seated upon the altar, and now he found himself in this unexpected place. Surely, it must be an illusion. The melodious voice resonated once more, playfully declaring, "Me? You may call me the flower god." The name suggested femininity, yet the voice unmistakably belonged to a man. Although Gu Yechen had heard the prayers of the head of the Yi family regarding the matter of inherited martial souls, he had yet to truly engage with the knowledge and cultivation of soul masters, leaving him uncertain of its authenticity and the significance of acquiring a new martial soul. All he knew was that the entity could assist him. "Oh, flower god, can you aid me in becoming a soul master?" Gu Yechen implored earnestly. The flower god replied with a hint of pride, "Of course. There is nothing beyond my capabilities when it comes to the affairs of mortals. After all, I was once a deity." However, Gu Yechen countered, "But, oh flower god, are not legendary gods supposed to be immortal and imperishable? Moreover, it is said they reside in the divine realm. Why then do you find yourself here?" Gu Yechen's retort immediately rendered the proud flower deity speechless. As if she were reminded of a sorrowful past, the flower deity, dissatisfied, remarked, "Hey, young man, you are the one seeking my assistance. Those who plead should display an appropriate demeanor, yet here you are interrogating me." Gu Yechen secretly chuckled, for the flower god appeared to be rather dim-witted. Moreover, he was unwilling to believe that the head of the Yi family would send him into this illusion without some form of special examination or trial. Thus, extracting useful information from the flower god, as much as possible, would undoubtedly aid him in the upcoming challenges or training. Although he was also quite curious about the origins of this invisible entity, he chose to speak disingenuously. "Esteemed flower god, I harbor no malice towards you. It is said that deities reside in the heavens. Perhaps you have encountered some troubles. If it pleases you, I am willing to serve you at your command." Upon hearing Gu Yechen's words, the voice lapsed into silence for a moment before finally responding, "If you are truly willing to assist me, I can bestow upon you one of the most exceptional martial souls among flowers, such as the wondrous Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum." Indeed, the flower god was beset by troubles. Otherwise, he would not have transformed into his current pitiable state. To put it plainly, he had descended from a celestial being to a fallen god, marooned in the mortal realm and lacking in power. Other deities typically left behind trials for succession. Those who succeeded would gain unparalleled strength, and if fortune favored them, ascension to divinity within 5 years was conceivable. However, the flower god had not established any such trials, having been rendered incapable of orchestrating them, let alone returning to the divine realm. If this young lad could assist him in reclaiming his former exalted status, he would not hesitate to make a substantial sacrifice. Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum? What is that? Is it powerful? At this moment, Gu Yechen fully embraced the role of an uninformed bystander, lacking in knowledge. The flower god, somewhat irked, replied, "Of course it is powerful. The Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum is the sovereign among flowers. Should you possess this martial soul, you will undoubtedly secure your place in the ranks of titled Douluo in the future." Gu Yechen inquired once more, "Can the extraordinary Rui heavenly chrysanthemum compare to Yi Lingling's nine-heart begonia?" Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, a soul-like figure clad in white within the forest found himself both amused and exasperated. How had he become entangled with this Na'vi individual? After all, it was this fellow's exceptional talent that had drawn him in. A natural aptitude of level 20 was not something to be compared with merely having full soul power. Perhaps only such extraordinary talent could attract the presence of a deity. Regrettably, it seemed he was oblivious to the true purpose of that scythe. He lacked even the most fundamental ability to wield soul power, akin to possessing a vast treasure trove, yet finding it securely locked away. It was precisely because this treasure remained unopened that Gu Yechen could still breathe. Should it suddenly be unlocked without assistance, his body would surely burst from the overwhelming power. Typically, those endowed with innate level 20 soul power would meet an untimely demise, yet there were exceptions, like the flower god, who also possessed a natural level 20 soul power and whose survival was nothing short of a miracle. This treasure was something the flower god coveted intensely, otherwise he would not have appeared in this place. However, with the flower god's capabilities, he could easily aid Gu Yechen in unlocking this treasure. But why should he? This enticing morsel was also within his sights. When it comes to profit, even deities can be driven to madness, yet at this moment, it was prudent to avoid alarming the unsuspecting. In the forest, the elegant figure in white patiently elucidated. Both the extraordinary Rui heavenly chrysanthemum and the nine-heart begonia reign as the kings of flowers. Upon awakening, one is bound to manifest soul power of level 7 or higher. With a stroke of luck, one might even attain full innate soul power. They dominate in distinct realms. The extraordinary Rui heavenly chrysanthemum is an offensive flower, while the nine-heart begonia serves a supportive role. Understanding dawned upon Gu Yechen as he nodded, then asked, "Is the extraordinary Rui heavenly chrysanthemum the most powerful among all flowers?" Gu Yechen is an ambitious individual. Since the other party has promised to bestow upon him a martial soul, it must be the most formidable one. "I desire the mightiest flower." "Why do you have so many questions? Given your seemingly genteel demeanor, I never anticipated your rudeness." "Humph, what a shameless wretch." The flower deity has finally conceded. If the walls do not bow, then let it be him. As for wanting it for oneself, perhaps in the next life. The most powerful martial soul is, after all, his own. The flower deity, suppressing the urge to strike him, declared, "The Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum is certainly not the mightiest martial soul. It is merely the king among flowers. Beyond kings, there are emperors, such as the Heartbreak Red. However, to obtain an emperor-level martial soul, you must pay an exorbitant price, which I am certain you would refuse. Is the emperor level the most powerful?" The adorably Na'vi Gu Yechen posed the same question again, which nearly cost the flower deity dearly. If Gu Yechen's flaw lies in his stubbornness and naivety, then the flower deity's fault is his excessive straightforwardness, to the point of being unable to lie, giving off an impression of lack of intelligence, an archetypal blunt man. The flower deity lamented, "Can we not always fixate on that most powerful flower? Would you accept a second strongest instead?" Gu Yechen pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow in slight hesitation, yet ultimately shook his head and declared, "No, I desire the strongest one." Indeed, Gu Yechen had sworn to become the most formidable soul master, and now that he had the opportunity to attain the utmost power, why settle for second best? A sigh escaped him, utterly speechless. Asking the flower god to relinquish his own martial soul was an impossibility. Indeed, it would never happen in this lifetime. In that instant, the flower god resolved to utter his very first lie. "Very well, since you seek the mightiest martial soul, I shall bestow it upon you shortly. However, be forewarned. You will pay a grievous price for this gift. I hope you grasp the weight of this reality. The royal grade flower martial soul is beyond the comparison of a king grade. Can you truly accept the notion of a mutated martial soul and diminished talents? The inheritance of a royal martial soul may subject you to inhumane torment every midnight. Will you endure the afflictions of such suffering? As long as it grants me strength and allows me to become a soul master, I am willing to accept any consequence." "Even death," Gu Yechen responded earnestly. Following this, Gu Yechen inquired with curiosity, "Is the royal flower the most powerful martial soul?" The flower god sighed and replied, "No. The most powerful is the imperial grade flower martial soul." "Oh, then I shall still pursue the imperial grade martial soul." Gu Yechen felt that the flower god spoke with an air of uncertainty, as if burdened by guilt. "I understand. You will provide me with the most powerful martial spirit. There is no need for you to constantly remind me, for I am not yet afflicted by senility." At this moment, the flower god was on the verge of a breakdown. Their conversation persisted for over half an hour, ultimately culminating in an agreement. The flower god bestowed upon Gu Yechen a martial spirit that was claimed to be the strongest, yet in reality, it merely reached the imperial level. In return, Gu Yechen's other martial spirit would henceforth become obsolete, as that scythe martial spirit would be absorbed by the flower god, greatly aiding in their potential return to heaven. The remaining ephemeral scythe served merely to safeguard Gu Yechen's life. If the scythe were entirely stripped away, his demise would be inevitable. However, The original function of the scythe would be exceedingly difficult to restore. On the surface, it seemed that Gu Yechen had struck a lucrative deal, yet in truth, he had suffered a monumental loss. It was evident that the scythe surpassed the newly granted martial spirit in strength, although his soul power would not diminish. His innate talent for cultivation had vanished. According to the flower god, he was now limited to the cultivation speed of a full innate soul power. Moreover, the granted spirit was of an auxiliary form, indicating that his path was now confined to support roles, while the previously potent martial spirit lay dormant for the time being. Furthermore, each night at the stroke of midnight, the new martial spirit would manifest defects, subjecting Gu Yechen to torment that would be 1,000,000 times more unbearable than death. Yet, there was no alternative. If he refused to compromise, he would remain an ordinary person for the rest of his life. Gu Yechen, however, was unwilling to accept mediocrity. A seemingly unprofitable transaction could very well serve as a stepping stone to success. Not every exceptional steed is recognized by a discerning master. At the very least, this divine martial spirit would not pass even the preliminary selection before the steward Su Yunhao of the Spirit Hall. As for soul power testing, the crystal ball could no longer measure it, as innate level 20 had surpassed the testing capabilities of the basic crystal ball. In this realm, full innate soul power represented the pinnacle of soul power classification. Unbeknownst to many, soul power is not necessarily correlated with luminosity or intensity of light. A measuring tape of merely 10 meters cannot be expected to gauge a 20-meter-long jump, regardless of the correctness of the takeoff posture. Similarly, a robust gorilla should not aspire to compete in strength with an elephant, as they do not belong to the same category. The inventor of the testing crystal ball likely established the rules based on his own standards. A lack of illumination ultimately concluded in a determination of non-existent soul power, which explains why innate level 20 is absent from educational texts. Chapter 5. The hellish demon lotus. The anticipated rigorous assessments and brutal trials did not materialize. Everything was surprisingly simple. At this moment, Gu Yechen was undergoing the flower goddess inheritance. He followed the flower god's instructions, closing his eyes and relaxing, allowing the external light and energy to surge within him. As he acquired the new martial spirit, his other side spirit rapidly withered, as if it had never awakened at all. The ease with which he obtained a martial spirit purported to be the strongest among flowers left Gu Yechen with a lingering sense of unease. It seemed that the flower god was inexplicably pleased. Throughout the entire process, the figure in white never appeared before Gu Yechen, instead communicating through a distant voice, which was, in reality, merely one of their most ordinary abilities. Under the guidance of the flower goddess, Gu Yechen opened his palm and summoned his martial soul with his will. Gazing at the enchanting red flower that floated in the center of his right palm, he was filled with anticipation. For the flower goddess had proclaimed it to be the emperor among flowers. It was said to surpass even the kingly and imperial martial souls in strength, yet it appeared so unremarkable, akin to a wildflower by the roadside. Was it truly as formidable as the flower goddess claimed? She had previously mentioned that this martial soul was called the Hell Red Lotus, and upon reaching the soul saint level, it could further evolve into its true form, becoming the most powerful hell demon lotus. Was this the epitome of imperial flowers? However, the soul saint level felt far beyond his reach at present. This seemingly ordinary little red flower, known as the Hell Red Lotus, was a martial soul equipped with its own soul ring. Hell Red Lotus. Martial soul characteristics, supportive. Martial soul ability, weakening. Martial soul development direction, supportive attack. This implies that it could serve as an attacking support, a notion that seemed almost ludicrous. Nevertheless, since it was deemed the strongest martial soul by the flower goddess, it must possess its own unique utility. In truth, this was not the most powerful martial soul within the flower goddess's legacy, but rather the second most powerful, for the first belonged to the flower goddess herself. Yet, it was indeed an imperial-grade martial soul. It simply had not yet undergone evolution, thus rendering its true power invisible, currently equivalent to that of an imperial martial soul. Despite Gu Yechen's somewhat naive demeanor, he is far from foolish. The reason he was able to be deceived lies entirely in the enchanting red flower, which harbors a soul ring of its own. A translucent white soul ring encircles this crimson blossom, proving that the most formidable of flowers is indeed extraordinary. It appears that this discovery has spared him the time and trouble typically associated with hunting soul beasts. Well then, since you have acquired the most powerful new martial soul, it is time for you to depart. The melodious voice resonated once more, and suddenly, the world before him blurred as his consciousness began to fade. When he regained awareness, he found himself still positioned at the center of the altar. Indeed, it was an illusion. He shook his slightly dazed head and then rose to leave the altar. Have you encountered the flower god? The head of the Yi family inquired eagerly, stepping forward. As a servant of the divine, she naturally held unwavering faith in the flower god. Notably, this was the first time the flower god had departed from the customary sacrificial table. To this day, the flower god had yet to return. Could it be that the deity truly favored this young man's talents? The head of the Yi family was originally an ordinary person who, by a stroke of fate, had encountered the flower god. After some communication, she agreed to serve as a devotee, thereby acquiring a royal-level martial soul, the Nine-Heart Begonia. The unique secret of the Yi family's Nine-Heart Begonia lineage lies in the fact that their martial souls are derived from the flower god, rendering them incapable of evolving into a grand family. Even if she bore 10 children, only one would ultimately inherit the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul. Over the years, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly, often using her own blood to nourish the flower god, even constructing this grand altar palace in its honor. Yet, all she received in return was a mere nod of acknowledgement, lacking the privilege of the flower god's admiration. Recognition and admiration are entirely distinct concepts. The former merely signifies passing the threshold of qualification, while the latter conveys a sense of envy and reverence. The head of the Yi family glanced at the vanishing figure of the flower god and then at the exquisitely featured Gu Yechen, unable to suppress a feeling of envy. Who would have thought this fellow could achieve such favor? Gu Yechen first nodded, then shook his head, saying, I conversed with him, but did not meet him. Perhaps the flower god is somewhat shy. The head of the Yi family expressed his incredulity, commenting that such demeanor was the mark of a distinguished individual, unrelated to shyness. Yechen, let us leave. The head of the Yi family suddenly adopted a more courteous tone, as if she were his superior, following her lead. They exited the secret passage, and upon reaching the hall, the head of the Yi family spoke solemnly, though I am unaware of the enchantment you have cast upon my daughter. I must inform you that your opportunity to be here was granted by her. Therefore, you ought to express your gratitude to Lingling. Understand that had my daughter not bestowed this chance upon you, she would today be the bearer of a twin martial soul. You may not grasp the significance of a twin martial soul, but let me be explicit. If Lingling possessed such a gift, her future would be boundless. Yet, because of you, she has chosen to relinquish this remarkable opportunity for transformation. The head of the Yi family recalled Lingling's visit to discuss this matter the previous night, and she could not help but cast a piercing glare at Gu Yechen, this scoundrel who had compelled Lingling to stake her life on him. Well, since this situation cannot be altered, I shall let it unfold naturally, hoping you do not betray Lingling's heartfelt intentions. Her tone grew cold as she warned, remember, never let my Lingling down. Otherwise, no matter where you may flee, I shall not spare you. Faced with the capricious temperament of the head of the Yi family, Gu Yechen felt helpless. Just moments ago, she had been respectful, and now her demeanor had turned ominous. Fortunately, his disposition remained unaffected by joy or sorrow. A stark contrast to the head of the Yi family. Even in moments of happiness, he seldom displayed it before others, for joy could reveal a vulnerability. A smile should not grace a countenance resigned to fate, as it would appear insincere. The weak have no need for such displays. Likewise, even in sorrow, he refrained from revealing it to others, as sadness would signify regret. Tears should not mar the visage of the strong, as they would betray fragility. The strong do not require such manifestations. Regardless of happiness or sorrow, Gu Yechen had always concealed his emotions, yet today, he broke this pattern. During the awakening of his new martial soul, he smiled joyfully, and when he heard the head of the Yi family speak of Lingling's silent sacrifices, his heart was stirred. Henceforth, apart from his mother, he had acquired another vulnerability, Yi Lingling, the person he most desired to protect. Thank you, Lingling. After leaving the hall, Gu Yechen sought out Yi Lingling to express his gratitude, spending 2/3 of his savings to purchase her a magnificent, exquisite dress that only nobility could afford. Subsequently, the head of the Yi family assisted Gu Yechen in contacting individuals from the Tiando Royal Academy. After all, her husband held considerable power within the empire. Even though they were divorced, his influence remained, and due to Lingling's presence, assistance in Gu Yechen's admission to the academy would not be insurmountable. Chapter 6. The consequences of deceit. After numerous inquiries from the head of the Yi family, it was revealed that Gu Yechen possessed an innate spirit ring, a fact she regarded with envy. For having spent many years with the flower god, she understood its implications. This indicated that Gu Yechen currently possessed at least a top-tier imperial martial soul, along with an innate spirit power of level 20. Should he acquire another spirit ring, he would ascend directly to the rank of Great Spirit Master. Such talent was far beyond what the Yi family could compare. Perhaps Lingling was not at a disadvantage being with him, but rather had stumbled upon a tremendous fortune, thereby indirectly acknowledging their connection. The head of the Yi family expressed great concern for this future son-in-law, recognizing that treating outsiders and family members is a different matter altogether, and her demeanor softened considerably. Moreover, she made efforts to mend their relationship, even reducing the workload of Gu Yechen's mother by half. Initially, she intended to relieve her of work entirely. But Gu Yechen's mother insisted on continuing, as idleness was not an option for one accustomed to hardship. After approximately a week in the villa, Gu Yechen received his admission letter from the Tiando Royal Academy, the reason being a noble referral. After bidding farewell to his mother, Gu Yechen and Yi Lingling were set to embark on their journey to the academy. Before they left, the head of the Yi family specifically instructed Gu Yechen on 3 matters, urging him to promise and fulfill them promptly. The first matter was to ensure that his innate level 20 status remained confidential, including from Lingling. Otherwise, troubles from the spirit hall would follow. And safety must always come first. The second matter was to swiftly register for his spirit master title at the spirit hall, allowing Gu Yechen to earn income without needing to rely on Lingling financially. The third matter was to acquire his own second spirit ring as soon as possible. As a man of integrity, he could not continue to rely on Lingling for protection. It was imperative that he safeguard her in the future. Lingchen, what did mother inquire about you? Yi Lingling asked curiously. Gu Yechen waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing. Aunt Yi simply urged me to promptly register for a soul master title at the soul division. This way, I can receive a gold subsidy each month. You know, I'm currently quite destitute, with not a single coin to my name. All the savings I've accumulated have gone towards buying you clothes, and the rest has been spent on skincare products for my mother." Yi Lingling chuckled, "Hee, I knew you were the best. Don't worry, for the time being. I will support you. Later, I'll accompany you to the soul division for your registration." Gu Yechen nodded in agreement. "By the way, Yechen, what level of soul power do you possess? I asked my mother, but she wouldn't tell me, so I can only sneakily ask you. You mustn't deceive me, otherwise." Yi Lingling raised her fist and said playfully, Gu Yechen was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Yi Lingling harbored a propensity for violence. "Huh? Speak quickly." Yi Lingling continued to glare, feigning anger, her delicate fist poised to strike. "Very well, I can see that I am intimidated by you." Gu Yechen inquired tentatively. "Level 10? Yi Lingling, with her delicate fist, struck Gu Yechen's chest and exclaimed, "You are deceiving me. If you were merely at level 10, why would mother show you such kindness? Moreover, you haven't stepped outside these past few days. Where did your first soul ring truly come from?" Gu Yechen inquired tentatively. "Level 15? Yi Lingling's fist immediately tightened, and she replied with displeasure, "Why are you so dishonest? You deceived me once again. How was I not aware of this before?" Gu Yechen furrowed his brows in confusion, pondering how the other party could be so certain that he was deceiving him. He tentatively inquired, "Level 18? Yi Lingling suddenly turned around, disregarding Gu Yechen for a moment before stating, "Very well, you have passed the assessment of my esteemed mother, and your lips remain relatively sealed." "Oh, so that is the case." Gu Yechen's taut heart finally eased as he realized that Yi Lingling had long been aware of his innate soul power at the 20th level. Surely, her mother must have informed her, for her mother adored her so deeply. It seems that Aunt Yi had sent Yi Lingling to assess him, fearing that he might inadvertently reveal the secret that even the spirit hall found terrifying. How foolish of him to invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. Moreover, he harbored no fondness for the spirit hall, let alone any inclination to pledge his loyalty to them. Yet, Aunt Yi had truly played him for a fool. Once his thoughts settled, Gu Yechen spoke, "Lingling, shall we dine out or at home? If we are to eat out, I must confess that I am rather short on funds and may need to trouble you." "Eat what? You only think of eating. You can register by yourself." "I have no desire to accompany you," Yi Lingling replied, her back turned to Gu Yechen. From her voice, he discerned that she seemed to be crying, and she appeared profoundly sorrowful, not once turning to face him as she walked on silently. She had sacrificed so much for him. How could he betray her trust? "Hey, what is wrong with you? Why are you crying? Did I upset you?" he implored. "I thought I performed well, having passed your mother's assessment. At the very least, you ought to tell me where I went awry." Gu Yechen expressed his frustration at the inscrutable thoughts of girls. Pondering what she truly felt and what mistakes he might have made, this seemed illogical. "You scoundrel! Although you have passed my mother's assessment, you have failed my own. You deceived me, and now I no longer wish to engage with you," he lamented. Observing the sorrowful Yi Lingling, Gu Yechen found himself at a loss, for this was his first encounter with a girl. If she claimed to not want to see him, it likely meant she was somewhat displeased with him. Therefore, it was prudent to avoid lingering in her presence. Further provoking her ire would be unwise. Thus, Gu Yechen resolved to depart, intending to return once her temper had cooled. After all, he had misled her with the very intention of bringing her joy daily, yet circumstances had not unfolded as he had hoped. Yi Lingling silently walked a distance ahead, her mind racing. Why hasn't he come after me to clarify things? Even a little coaxing would suffice. Where has he gone? After wiping away the crystalline tears at the corners of her eyes, she turned back only to find Gu Yechen had vanished. In less than a minute, he had fled faster than a rabbit. Fool. Big fool. You truly infuriate me, she exclaimed, stamping her foot. Women are indeed a remarkable species, endowed with the peculiar right to speak in contradictions. No often means yes, and you are bad translates to you are rather good. When someone is deemed a good person, it subtly suggests they are exceptional, yet still unloved. Go away, you need not concern yourself with me. If I say I don't want to engage with you, it is tantamount to daring you to leave. Chapter 7. In a haste at noon, Gu Yechen chose not to dine with the Yi family at the villa, opting instead to wait until Lingling's anger subsided, at least until the next day. Tomorrow, he would be heading to the Tiando Royal Academy. Thus, he needed to visit a place where he could earn gold subsidies, namely the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall, established in the central area of Notting City, was managed by Master Matthew Nua. Before long, Gu Yechen arrived alone at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, gazing at its resplendent and imposing façade and the heavy double doors. The memories flooded back. How long it had been since he had last visited the Spirit Hall. He could scarcely believe that he, once an ordinary individual, had become a soul master. Continuing forward, he soon sensed the soul power fluctuations from two guards ahead. While they were not particularly strong, they appeared to be seasoned fighters, possessing at least level 9 soul power. Perhaps they were men with innate soul rings. For Gu Yechen was able to gauge their approximate levels and whether they had obtained soul rings. According to the basic knowledge of soul masters imparted by Aunt Yi, both were classified as soul masters. Aunt Yi had once explained that on this continent, the cultivation of soul masters comprises 10 stages of titles and 100 levels. Each stage encompasses roughly 10 levels, with the criteria for evaluation based on the presence of soul rings. With a white soul ring of his own, he corresponded to the second title of soul master. Gu Yechen silently pondered. Soul warriors, soul masters, great soul masters, soul emperors, soul kings, soul emperors, soul saints, soul Douluo. Title Douluo. Sigh. When will I ever cultivate to become a title Douluo and possess my own title? At the very least, it would take 20 years, right? Soon. Gu Yechen approached a guard and said, Hello, I am here to register as a soul master and to undergo a soul power test. Certainly, please follow me. The guard nodded, well-versed in such welcoming duties, leading Gu Yechen without unnecessary chatter. Upon reaching the center of the grand hall, a sense of solemnity and divinity enveloped him. The hall stood over 20 meters tall, supported by redwood columns on either side. Looking towards the walls, numerous crystal glass windows reflected the sunlight that streamed in, casting light upon the adjacent spirit soul murals. Observing the magnificent hall, Gu Yechen nodded slightly, though that was all. As he walked a short distance, he spotted a familiar figure, Su Yuntao, who was engaged in conversation with his female companion. The companion remarked, Yuntao, how is it that you have yet to break through to level 30? Do you not remember what my family told you? If you cannot reach level 30 and attain the title of soul respect, perhaps we should not meet again. Su Yuntao replied, Cici, trust me. Give me a little more time. I will surely break through. Cici sighed, I have waited for 7 years. You have not yet advanced. We should part ways. My family has arranged a match for me with a level 38 battle soul respect, far superior to your level 29 great soul master. At that moment, an awkward voice interrupted their conversation, causing Su Yuntao to feel irritated. Master Su Yuntao, this young man needs to register his spirit soul. I kindly ask you to assist with the registration. The guard, being new and somewhat inept in social dynamics, was unaware of the proper decorum and should have directed Gu Yechen to wait. However, his diligent nature led him to directly interrupt Master Su Yuntao, which seemed quite reckless. Su Yuntao, with a dark expression, inquired, Who allowed you to intrude? Do you not see that I am busy? The guard scratched his head and replied, But he is here to register at the Spirit Hall. Cici intervened to quell Su Yuntao's anger, explaining, Understood, you may return now. As you command. The guard bowed and left, as he needed to continue his post. Since it was Cici who spoke, Su Yuntao decided to acquiesce. He then addressed Gu Yechen. Come with me. He turned to his companion, saying, Cici, wait for me here, the registration will be quick. Su Yuntao, in a flurry, hurriedly led Gu Yechen toward the laboratory. Observing Su Yuntao's frantic demeanor, Cece shook her head slightly, sighing, "Indeed, as Master Matthews said. He is a child intoxicated by love, never having matured. Perhaps someone else is suited for him, but I am not." They swiftly ascended to the second-floor corridor. Arriving at the laboratory, the site of spirit soul assessment. After opening the door marked with 3 swords, Su Yuntao urged, "Let us not waste time. Please release your spirit soul when soul rings. I will conduct your assessment and registration." "All right." Gu Yechen nodded. Although he was not particularly fond of this uncle, he was not one to harbor petty grievances. As long as the other did not harm those around him, he would not treat him as an enemy. However, should harm occur, it would forever preclude the possibility of friendship, for wounds are not easily forgotten. Neither friend nor foe, merely a passerby. Gu Yechen chose to conceal his emotions in their presence. Gu Yechen remained impassive, uttering no words as he gently closed his eyes and gradually released his martial spirit. A white soul ring, seemingly of a decade's age, illuminated beneath his feet. What kind of martial spirit is this? Su Yuntao gazed at the martial spirit in Gu Yechen's hand, unable to recall its name. It was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. Had he truly been so ignorant in the past? Nevertheless, Su Yuntao was a proud individual. Even in ignorance, he felt compelled to feign understanding, lest Cece discover his lack of knowledge and mock him. After adopting a haughty demeanor, Su Yuntao proclaimed, "I have gathered sufficient insight into your situation. There lies a high-grade crystal ball, incomparable to the low-grade testing spheres encountered during awakening. Please approach and sense it. I shall assess your soul power here." However, when Gu Yechen's palm grazed the crystal testing sphere, it surprisingly remained unresponsive. Su Yuntao was taken aback. How could this be? He presumed the testing sphere was malfunctioning and decided to test it himself, only to discover that it still emitted light, indicating it was functioning properly. This development left Su Yuntao in a state of distress, particularly as his companion awaited him downstairs. Reflecting on the inconspicuous little red flower in his hand and the solitary white soul ring, he began to speculate that Gu Yechen's martial spirit might indeed be a mutated one. Such mutated spirits could either gain strength or diminish in power, and the fact that he could not even illuminate the testing sphere suggested that he might possess a martial spirit utterly devoid of merit, possibly failing to reach even the first level. Possessing a white soul ring was hardly remarkable. It could very well indicate that he had been forcibly cultivated by another family. After all, he had heard of rare herbs that could enhance soul power levels. Viewed through this lens, the little red flower in Gu Yechen's possession likely represented a martial spirit lacking innate power, perhaps merely a wasteful spirit of half-level innate power. Such a spirit would never aspire to reach level 20. Even Su Yuntao's formidable beast martial spirit struggled to surpass level 30, leading him to conclude that Gu Yechen was undoubtedly devoid of potential. Individuals lacking potential would not attract the attention of the higher-ups at the spirit hall, and the statistics surrounding mutated martial spirits were often unreliable, as some might later surpass expectations. Thus, even if the data were flawed, it would not pose a significant issue, for the individual would still need to undergo subsequent registration as a Grand Soul Master or Soul Sovereign. With these thoughts dismissed, Su Yuntao hurriedly recorded Gu Yechen's information, issuing him a Soul Master badge. Name: Gu Yechen Martial Spirit, Little Red Flower Soul Power Level, 10th level. Gazing at the newly conferred Soul Master badge, Gu Yechen found himself both amused and exasperated. What on earth was this little red flower? Was it intended to commend him for his excellence? Never mind. He had promised Aunt Yu to maintain a low profile and protect those he cherished most from harm. Subsequently, Su Yu now hastily led Gu Yechen out of the laboratory. "Cece, I am coming." Chapter 8. The hostility. Having completed his Soul Master registration, Gu Yechen departed from the spirit hall. As he traversed the streets, the sight of food stalls tempted him, causing him to swallow hard. Reaching into his pocket, he found it devoid of coins, containing only loose threads. Although he had just registered as a Soul Master, he would not receive any gold until the following month. Feeling the emptiness in his stomach, he pondered his options. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could seek temporary work at a nearby shop, provided they would cover his dinner. Surely, by tomorrow, Lingling would be free. Thus, Gu Yechen quickened his pace toward the street, where the demand for temporary workers was high, despite its lack of the central city's vibrancy. After walking for about half an hour, he stumbled upon a blacksmith shop, where a crowd had gathered around a boy who appeared to be no older than 12 or 13. The boy was simply dressed, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a light blue outfit. Gu Yechen paused, intending to observe the scene and discern what had piqued their interest. As he drew closer, he realized they were captivated by the boy's blacksmithing technique. Though the boy was not particularly handsome, he exuded an unparalleled charisma, especially with a belt adorned with 24 exquisite gemstones around his waist, exuding an air of wealth. Gu Yechen observed that his hammering technique was remarkably skillful. With each descent of the hammer, he left a void that would facilitate the subsequent strike. His calves, his waist, and his arms converged in a harmonious explosion of force, exuding a sensation of leveraging strength. With every swing of the iron hammer, he meticulously prepared for the next, each blow amplifying the power of the one to follow. Before long, a substantial block of iron had been forged into the size of a fist, with the impurities nearly entirely expelled. Gu Yechen sighed inwardly, acknowledging the truth that exceptional talent resides among the common folk. Even a mere blacksmith possesses remarkable skills. Ah, but that is not entirely accurate. He must be a powerful two-ringed soul master, even stronger than myself. My Hellfire Lotus martial soul would not deceive me. With a gentle applause for him, Gu Yechen decided not to linger, for the art of blacksmithing was not suited to his talents. Just as he was about to depart, a lovely girl with long, flowing black hair styled into a scorpion braid appeared before the young blacksmith, tenderly wiping the sweat from his brow. Dressed in a delightful pink ensemble, she showcased a slender waist and captivating, doe-like eyes framed by a slightly round, rosy face, exuding an aura of playful charm. However, at that moment, Gu Yechen was not captivated by her appearance but rather intrigued by the unique fluctuations of soul power emanating from her, which felt distinctly different. As for how it was different, he could not articulate, for his knowledge of soul masters was merely superficial, gleaned from Yu. It is truly impressive how far your chaotic blades technique has come after 6.5 years. I believe it won't be long before you unleash the mightiest of your 81 strikes, remarked the blacksmith with evident admiration. The young lad waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am grateful for your guidance over the years, but tomorrow, I must depart with Xiao Wu to Shrek Academy for an assessment. Henceforth, I may not be able to return to forge here, and I hope you can understand. The blacksmith chuckled warmly. What are you saying? You have worked here without ever taking a salary, merely needing to be fed. Your output alone equals that of 3 workers. It is I who have profited immensely. So how could I hold any grievance against you? Go with peace of mind. Then, scratching his head, the blacksmith inquired, However, what is this Shrek Academy you speak of? I have never heard of it. The girl, known as Xiao Wu, chimed in with a hint of frustration. Indeed, Xiao-san, I wonder what the master is thinking. We have caught the attention of several prestigious academies, all of whom have promised us unconditional admission. The young man referred to as Xiao-san gently caressed the girl's cheek and replied, My dear sister, when has the master ever deceived us? If he claims it to be good, it must be so. I am his disciple. He is my teacher. The master treats me like a father, and I hold him in the highest regard and trust. Such matters should preferably not be mentioned in the presence of my teacher. Do not forget that my second soul ring originates from the ghost vine, and this parasitic ability significantly aids my blue-silver grass, all thanks to the master's guidance. Oh, Xiao Wu nodded obediently. Suddenly, Xiao San's eyes gleamed with a purple light as he fixated intently on Gu Yechen, who was observing them. Xiao San, what is it? Xiao Wu asked in confusion. Xiao San shook his head and replied, It's nothing. I just feel that person seems a bit unusual. For some reason, he gives me a rather dangerous impression. Feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the young man, Gu Yechen averted his gaze and prepared to leave. His nature inclined him towards solitude. He would never muster the audacity to approach and greet others. His stomach growled, and noticing a noodle shop nearby, he decided to help wash some dishes in exchange for a hearty meal. Meanwhile, within the villa, Yi Lingling stood at the door with a boxed meal, waiting for Gu Yechen to return from the spirit hall where he was registering for his title. However, as time passed, his absence raised her concerns. Surely he had not lost his way. Although he was a reserved individual, he did not seem lacking in intelligence. The only plausible explanation was that he might be working a temporary job. With a sigh, Yi Lingling muttered, What am I worried about? He's old enough to take care of himself. How could he possibly starve? Never mind, I shall return home. At that moment, a woman approached her, though not conventionally beautiful. She radiated a wholesome and serene aura. What troubles you, dear? She asked. I sensed someone nearby, and upon realizing it was you, I was quite startled, thinking an outsider had intruded. Recognizing her as Gu Yechen's mother, Yi Lingling embraced her, tears welling in her eyes as she lamented, He has been bullying me, and now he has learned to avoid me. If this continues, our relationship is bound to end. Yet, I truly like him and cannot bear to lose him. Auntie, what should I do? Wiping away her tears, Gu Yechen's mother consoled her. Oh dear, are you afraid of a mere setback? Fear not. I shall teach you 2 cunning strategies to ensnare my son tightly and irrevocably. Humph, tonight I shall help you reclaim your dignity. As night fell, Gu Yechen finally concluded a long afternoon of work and returned home from the street-side noodle shop. His residence was not far from the villa. A 20-minute walk would suffice. Upon pushing open the iron gate of his rented home and stepping inside, he found his mother seated on the worn-out sofa. Gu Yechen politely inquired, Mother, what brings you back so early today? Gu Yechen's mother is named Gu Yunxi. As for his father, his mother did not reveal his identity, and naturally, he did not inquire further. Gu Yunxi replied calmly, Yes, madam, he has permitted me to return early today. Have you had a disagreement with Lingling? Gu Yechen scratched his head before speaking. I wouldn't call it a contradiction. It's just that she expressed her desire to ignore me and not see me, which is why I refrained from seeking her out for a conversation today. Gu Yunxi exclaimed in exasperation, How can you be so foolish? When someone says they will ignore you, you simply follow suit. Meanwhile, that person has spent the entire afternoon thinking about you and waiting for you. Have you ever considered their feelings? Gu Yechen pondered for a moment and realized he had not thought of her at all. Instead, while washing the dishes, his mind wandered to a certain individual named Xiao San. He contemplated how the striking techniques he employed, when amplified by soul power, could prove to be immensely formidable in battle. If, hypothetically, his martial spirit were a hammer, such skills would undoubtedly enhance his prowess exponentially. Gu Yechen yearned to devise a technique, or perhaps a method, for his martial spirit, so that he would not find himself at a disadvantage in battle, especially considering he was merely an auxiliary spirit master. Observing Gu Yechen lost in thought, Gu Yunxi felt a surge of anger. He was just like his heartless father, utterly oblivious to the need to show concern for one another. Gu Yunxi seized the mop beside her, ready to deliver a swat to Gu Yechen's backside, hoping to instill some sense into him. Upon witnessing his mother resorting to such disciplinary measures once more, Gu Yechen found himself at a loss for words. Despite his age, he was still subjected to such childish reprimands. It seemed his mother had not changed one bit. Gu Yechen hurriedly brandished the Soul Master badge he had just registered that day and interjected, Mother, please do not approach. I am now a Soul Master. It is not that I cannot defeat you. Rather, I wish to avoid causing you harm. Do you understand? Oh, have you gained some prowess? Feeling quite bold, are we? Gu Yunxi responded with a light-hearted chuckle. Gu Yechen waved his hand and nodded, saying, Indeed, I am now a Soul Master. You cannot defeat me. As long as you do not strike me, everything can be negotiated. Please, do not let the neighbors find out. It would be truly humiliating. Gu Yunxi gently tapped her palm with the other end of the mop, allowing a moment of contemplation before her gaze turned icy. Do not presume that by gifting me some cosmetics, you can slip away unnoticed. Your father remains your father, and your mother remains your mother. How dare you imitate that heartless scoundrel and abandon me? And now you have the audacity to claim you are a Soul Master. Is being a Soul Master truly so remarkable? I shall demonstrate my prowess against one. Prepare yourself. With that, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, her first soul skill, Crimson Lotus, manifesting in a devastating display. Gu Yechen finally unleashed his martial soul technique, marking the inaugural use of his soul skill. Although he felt somewhat unaccustomed, the execution was deemed a success. As he activated his first soul skill, it became evident that a delicate layer of crimson light enveloped his body. Under the influence of this luminous membrane, Gu Yunxi's relentless assault proved utterly ineffective. Gu Yechen raised his hand slightly and remarked nonchalantly, It doesn't hurt at all, Mom. I have already told you that I am a Soul Master. Why do you still hit me? Look at how exhausted you are. You should hurry and wipe away your sweat. Upon witnessing Gu Yechen's arrogant demeanor, Gu Yunxi was instantly infuriated. I neglected to inform you that I had shown some mercy just now. Come at me again. Sighing, she thought, why bother? Hearing her mother's impending reprimand, Gu Yechen simply took a seat, poured himself a glass of water, and proceeded to sip it leisurely while enduring the punishment. He braved the harshest blows, uttered the most audacious words, and indulged in the most pleasurable activities. Mother, I have already finished washing my hair. Why have you yet to deliver your reprimand? I am not Douluo. Gu Yunxi huffed. I'll concede that you have tough skin. I cannot best you in a fight. I shall refrain from continuing, for my hand is utterly fatigued. Gu Yechen retracted his soul skill, astonished to find that his primary soul skill could persist in its release with minimal consumption of soul power. Nearly half an hour had passed, yet his soul power remained unexhausted. Indeed, this imperial-grade martial soul reigned supreme among auxiliary types. The attacks of ordinary individuals were rendered ineffective. He wondered how it would fare in a confrontation with soul masters. Channeling his mental energy, he withdrew his martial soul, causing the crimson light surrounding him to dissipate. Before him stood his mother, weathered by time yet retaining an undeniable grace. Gu Yechen approached her slowly and spoke. "Tomorrow, I shall embark on my studies at the Tiando Royal Academy. Mother, please take good care of yourself. I promise to return whenever I can." Such a poignant moment warranted words of parting and reluctance. Yet, Gu Yunqi's lips curled slightly upwards as she mischievously remarked, "I cannot be certain if you can take care of yourself, but you must ensure that you look after yourself well." Gu Yechen nodded and said, "Of course. I will certainly take good care of myself." "Alas, mother, what are you doing? Put down the broom, don't hit me." Amidst the chaotic flurry of blows, he exclaimed, "Ah, how satisfying. I just struck a soul master." Gu Yunqi cast the broom aside, her long black hair swirling as if stirred by an invisible wind. "How lonely it is to be invincible. Mother, are you a devil?" At this moment, Gu Yechen could barely stand, his legs numb, his face swollen, with one eye already darkened. Gu Yunqi spoke solemnly, "I am not a devil, but your mother. I merely wish for you to understand one crucial point. Never deceive others casually, especially those closest to you. The feeling I experienced when I deceived you mirrors the emotions you inflicted upon Yi Lingling. Although Lingling's body remains unharmed, her heart bears the scars. Tomorrow, seek an opportunity to apologize to her. I find that girl quite admirable. You may leave me to pursue your studies. It matters not whether you return to see me. What truly matters is that you must win her heart. Otherwise," as he beheld his mother brandishing a broom with eager anticipation, Gu Yechen felt a profound sense of dread. He sensed that no matter what he did, he could not escape the predicament. To lie was to offend Yi Lingling. Yet to refrain from deceit would incur the wrath of his mother-in-law. His mother's behavior was perplexingly unconventional. Other mothers would pose the question, "If both your wife and I fell into the water, whom would you save first?" Yet, mine seems to ally with others against me. Truly, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. At least Aunt Yi treats me kindly. The following morning, Gu Yechen set off with a bundle from his home, awaiting Yi Lingling's departure in front of the villa. Today, they were to journey together to the heavenly Douluo Royal Academy. He absent-mindedly rubbed his empty stomach, feeling quite speechless. His mother had not prepared breakfast, insisting he should be more mindful. Before long, Lingling emerged, looking exceptionally beautiful. She wore light makeup and donned the dress he had gifted her, adorned with a leaf-shaped hairpin that complemented her silvery hair splendidly. "What happened to your face?" Yi Lingling inquired with a hint of laughter. Noticing the dark circles under Gu Yechen's eyes, recalling his mother's promise to tidy him up the previous day, though she pretended to be unaware, Gu Yechen gently touched his bruised eye socket and murmured, "I wonder what came over my mother last night. She suddenly decided to beat me. Don't you know anything about it?" Yi Lingling shook her head indifferently. "How would I know? I'm not you. Let's get going." Turning away, she stifled a quiet giggle behind her hand. "Wait, do you have any food with you?" he asked. During their inaugural conversation, Gu Yechen's previously aloof demeanor crumbled entirely. "Oh, indeed. I have brought an abundance of provisions. What? Are you contemplating taking advantage of me again?" Yi Lingling replied with an icy tone, "From this day forth, I shall no longer support you. Since you possess such skills in labor, if you desire sustenance, you must earn it through your work." Gu Yechen was left utterly speechless. Indeed, women are remarkably vengeful. He initially believed that her anger would subside, yet it only intensified beyond measure. "Gu Yechen, speak. What is it that you wish for me to do?" Yi Lingling, "Carry me to the carriage." "Gu Yechen, come up." Chapter 10. The Royal Academy. Yi Lingling possesses a slender physique. Thus Gu Yechen carries her with ease, his steps steady and sure. However, he feels a sense of helplessness. After all, she is no longer a child and is perfectly capable of walking on her own. It is only because he indulged in her delicious pastries that he finds himself in this compromising position, which undermines his aloof demeanor. As they make their way towards the carriage rental area, where one can pay to hire a carriage and a skilled coachman to drive it, he reflects on the fact that although the speed of a soul master is comparable to that of a carriage, the comfort of arriving at the Heavendo Royal Academy in style is far more appealing than a tiresome run. He pauses momentarily, gently adjusting Yi Lingling on his back to ensure she remains secure. Continuing their journey, Gu Yechen carries Yi Lingling in silence, which leaves her feeling slightly discontented. While she is aware of his taciturn nature, this silence feels rather excessive. She recalls the time when he was a gardener, completely oblivious to her presence. And although Aunt Gu had already aided her by punishing him, it still requires him to initiate conversation with her. Reflecting on the 2 special techniques Aunt Gu taught her yesterday, Yi Lingling nods to herself, determined to put them into practice. Aunt Gu's secrets. A rivalry brews, Yi Lingling said. Yechen, allow me to share a secret with you. Would you like to know? Gu Yechen inquired. What secret? Yi Lingling's eyes twinkled as she replied. You are aware of my exceptional talent in noting city. 3 months ago, I was admitted to the elite class of the Tiando Royal Academy, making me your senior. Well, there is an incredibly handsome young man in the elite class named Yu Feng, who possesses the Windbell Bird Martial Soul and is a soul master of over level 30. He confessed his feelings to me, although he is considerably older than I. He is truly striking. What do you think I should do? Gu Yechen furrowed his brow, pondering her intentions. Was she contemplating a breakup? Yet, they had never even been together. How could there be a separation? Nevertheless, his mother had warned him the previous night that if he failed to win her over, he would not be welcomed back home to see her. Furthermore, he harbored genuine feelings for her. Thus, Gu Yechen resolutely declared, then you should simply reject him outright, stating that you already have a boyfriend. If necessary, I shall accompany you to ensure he relinquishes his pursuit. He chuckled, finding his own suggestion quite effective. Coughing lightly, Yi Lingling cleared her throat and replied, I'm afraid you are mistaken. It seems you are not yet my boyfriend, so accompanying me may not be appropriate. Gu Yechen halted his steps and inquired, how can he no longer be your boyfriend? Aunt Yu has already approved of our relationship. Is that not sufficient? Yi Lingling replied coolly, while her consent is indeed granted, you have yet to completely captivate me. If I were to develop feelings for another, my mother would not hold it against me. Would you not agree? Gu Yechen was momentarily taken aback, turning his head to gaze upon that exquisite visage adorned with delicate dimples, which could effortlessly intoxicate anyone. In this world, aside from strength, one must never overlook the allure of fine wine and captivating beauty. She possessed both in abundance. Gu Yechen is not devoid of emotions. Rather, he simply lacks eloquence. Since the awakening of his martial spirit, he has regarded Yi Lingling as the one he most desires to protect. While exceptional steeds are not uncommon, true connoisseurs are rare. Yi Lingling is the benefactor of his life and, moreover, the object of his affections. Thus, he finds himself utterly unable to part with her. Subsequently, Gu Yechen earnestly inquired, pray tell, what is your request this time? As long as you refrain from associating with him, I shall comply with your wishes. Yi Lingling replied with a smile. Very well, that is your promise, is it not? Let the heavens bear witness. From this moment forth, you must take the initiative to engage me in conversation every day. Even if I ignore you, you must muster the courage to approach me, understood? We cannot repeat yesterday's behavior. Otherwise, I might truly be taken away by someone else. Is this request perhaps a tad excessive? Gu Yechen, inherently shy and averse to socializing, found it utterly against his nature to put on a fade to appease others. No way. I cannot accept this. Please make another request, he retorted with evident annoyance. Indeed, such behavior was no different from kneeling on a washboard or keyboard. He resolutely refused to become a sycophant. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Lingling proposed, how about this? You need only to spend 1 hour with me each day. During that hour, you will belong solely to me, and the rest of your time is yours to manage as you wish. Surely, this is acceptable. She understood that once they entered the Royal Academy, they would not be in the same class. If he could dedicate just 1 hour to her each day, she would not be at risk of losing him to others, would she? Gu Yechen frowned slightly. The request did not seem overly unreasonable and was, in fact, quite acceptable. Very well, you must keep your word. I shall only need to accompany you for 1 hour each day, correct? As for that lunatic, do not pay him any heed. Yi Lingling chuckled softly. Well, it all depends on your performance. Within that hour, whatever I ask of you, you simply cannot refuse. Agreed. Gu Yechen nodded in affirmation. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the carriage house. With Gu Yechen engaging in conversation, Yi Lingling found the journey far from tedious, evidently. She had already put their agreement into practice. Though Gu Yechen's topics were rather mundane, today marked Yi Lingling's happiest day. No longer would she have to endure his frigid demeanor. He would have to smile at her behest. In her heart, she was elated. Finally, a sense of relief. Renting a long-distance carriage at the carriage house cost approximately 10 gold coins, with an additional 5 coins for the carriage driver. After settling the payment, the two settled into the carriage for some rest. With the driver at the helm, they set off toward the Tiando Royal Academy. Their provisions and water skins had already been prepared. Now, they merely needed to endure the tedium of travel. During the journey, Gu Yechen learned from Yi Lingling that the Tiando Royal Academy was not located within Tiando City, but rather established outside its confines. Surrounded by deep mountains, forests, and lakes, it offered an excellent environment for cultivation, akin to a simulated training setting. Most students at the Royal Academy hailed from noble families, while a few, like Gu Yechen, gained entry through connections. Their studies and cultivation were not age-restricted but rather categorized by innate talent. Yi Lingling mentioned that there were 3 distinct levels of student classes within the Royal Academy: the ordinary class, the advanced class, and the special class. Yi Lingling belonged to the special class, which was small in number but comprised individuals of exceptional talent. With Master Qin Ming at the helm, she had been admitted as a special recruit 3 months prior. The remaining 2 classes would officially commence in 3 days, requiring a qualifying test beforehand. Those with outstanding results could enter the advanced class, while those who did not meet the requirements would still be permitted to study in the ordinary class. 3 days later, Gu Yechen and Yi Lingling finally arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy. Gazing at the imposing white marble entrance adorned with intricately carved soul beast motifs and the swaying small leaf rosewood trees lining the path, Gu Yechen could not help but exclaim inwardly, "What immense wealth!" This was merely the exterior of the academy. He could only imagine how splendid the interior might be. Tiando Royal Academy, here I come. Chapter 11. Led by Qin Ming. Just as Gu Yechen was about to proceed, Yi Lingling stopped him, saying, "Let us wait here for a moment." Gu Yechen inquired with confusion, "Why?" Yi Lingling reminded him, "Have you forgotten? Today is the day of your assessment." Gu Yechen glanced around and remarked, "But there is no one else here, is there?" Yi Lingling explained, "The assessments are all scheduled for the afternoon. So we arrived in the morning, naturally finding the place rather empty." "Then where has everyone gone?" Gu Yechen felt quite vexed. Were there truly no other candidates who arrived early? Yi Lingling chuckled and replied, "They are surely still in their hotels in Heavendo City. Most of them possess noble identities and would not deign to arrive so early." Gu Yechen was rendered speechless, pondering whether his lack of status and background meant he had to arrive earlier. The answer was undoubtedly affirmative, as connections had always held considerable significance. After a brief moment, a striking young man with auburn hair, clad in a red ensemble, made his appearance. The man's features were quite pleasing, and he appeared to be around 30 years of age. In his hand, he held an enigmatic package. As he approached, Gu Yechen could sense the formidable fluctuations of soul power emanating from him, revealing the presence of 6 soul rings. This indicated that the individual before him was a soul emperor, approximately 30 years old. Such prowess was not considerably inferior to that of Aunt Yi. If Aunt Yi were of the same age, she might even possess less soul power than he. "Lung Long, I didn't expect you to arrive so early." The auburn-haired man addressed Yi Lung Long. In his mind, she was a solitary and aloof figure, rarely engaging in conversation with others. "Yes, I was concerned that Teacher Qin might have to wait too long, so I came ahead of time," Yi Lang Lang replied with a nod. Subsequently, she gestured towards Gu Yechen and said, "Teacher Qin, this is my distant relative. He has come to participate in the assessment today, and I would like to offer him my support. May I request an additional half-day off?" Gu Yechen found himself at a loss, bemused by the absurdity of it all. A distant relative? To his astonishment, she could lie. Why was it that he could not? Alas, such a situation seemed profoundly unjust. Teacher Qin Ming furrowed his brow and turned to Yi Lingling, saying, "Lingling, during the first phase of our soul beast hunting instruction, you sustained an injury. Due to the peculiarities of your constitution, I specifically permitted you to return home for a visit. Now, I shall be organizing the second phase of instruction, and your attendance is imperative. Do not forget, you are a member of the Tiando Royal Academy battle team. This evening, I will arrange your second phase of training." Practical experience is the optimal method for self-improvement and identifying shortcomings. Curiosity piqued, Yi Lingling inquired, "Teacher Qin, what does the second phase of training entail?" Qin Ming replied with utmost seriousness, "It is divided into 2 segments. The first is competitive combat, and the second is wagering combat. Engaging in competitive combat is essential for enhancing your skills in wagering combat. A number of prominent nobles have expended considerable resources to seek our academy's assistance in their wagering battles. Following deliberation by the school committee, our Tiando Royal Academy battle team is obligated to fight on behalf of these nobles. As a condition, for every victory in a wagering battle, Each of you will receive a reward of 1,000 gold soul coins, with the Academy earning an additional 10,000 gold soul coins. Initially, I declined, fearing for your safety, but every eagle must learn to soar. Otherwise, growth remains unattainable. Through my observations, I have noted that each of you possesses formidable individual strength. Yet your teamwork and coordination are lacking. Collaborative effort will be our focus in the upcoming trainings, especially as you are set to participate in the elite tournament for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Therefore, you cannot be absent this afternoon. We will need to acclimate ourselves at the Tiendo City Soul Arena tonight. What? But Gu Yechen is my relative, and moreover, my junior. I am concerned for his well-being. Lingling clearly felt reluctant to part with Gu Yechen. Observing this reticent Lingling, Qin Ming was taken aback by her evident concern for her classmate. Indeed, she was cherished by all. Very well, he is no child. Let him acclimate at his own pace. I, too, was once an ignorant youth during my studies. Yet I have since achieved considerable success. Teacher Qin cast a glance at Gu Yechen and nodded, then continued, I am Qin Ming. You may address me as Teacher Qin. This evening, I must take Lingling and the others for training, so I apologize, but she cannot cheer for you. You should feel pleased that her exceptional talent will allow her to grow stronger in her absence. I trust you will manage well on your own, yes? Should any students at the Academy trouble you, feel free to invoke my name, Qin Ming. Now, best of luck with your exam this afternoon. Thank you, Teacher Qin. Gu Yechen bowed respectfully, for he understood Lingling's intentions. She merely aimed to familiarize him with Teacher Qin Ming, ensuring that he would not be bullied in the Academy. Although Lingling was aware of her innate talent at level 20, the question remained whether she could truly develop it. Moreover, even a Soul Douluo level support Soul Master might find themselves at a disadvantage against the fierce assaults of a Soul Master at the Soul Sovereign level. Despite the Soul Douluo's ability to restore themselves, they would still struggle against combat Soul Masters several ranks below them, highlighting the stark disparity. Thus, having a solid backing was exceedingly vital for support-type Soul Masters. As for Lingling, whether she cheered for him or not was inconsequential. He merely wished for her to find joy each day. Teacher Qin Ming chuckled, observing the bundle on Gu Yechen's back, since I have no gifts to offer. Let me present you with a humble soul guide. He removed a protective R guard from his possession, stating, this is called the Xiantire guard. In addition to storing items, it possesses a degree of defensive capability. But, Teacher Qin, won't that leave you without a soul guide? Gu Yechen hesitated to accept it. Qin Ming responded with a smile. As I mentioned, it is merely an ordinary soul guide. I possess other advanced ones. Please accept it. Lingling leaned in and whispered to Gu Yechen. You should take it. Teacher Qin is quite affable, and the higher-ups at the Academy hold him in high regard. His talent is unparalleled within the institution. Reluctantly, Gu Yechen extended his hand to accept it, silently vowing to remember this kindness. All right, Lingling, let us proceed. Teacher Qin beckoned to Lingling, preparing to move forward. However, she insisted on a few more words with Gu Yechen, swiftly pulling him aside into a corner. Looking at Gu Yechen, she said, even when I am no longer at the Academy, do not forget our promise. An hour each day is yours to share with me. Here, take this leaf-shaped hairpin as a token. When I am absent, I hope that seeing this pin will remind you of me. Do you understand? Ensure you don't fall for any other beauties, or else, well, you know what will happen. Gu Yechen found himself at a loss for words. His fierce girlfriend was quite something else. Fortunately, she was merely an auxiliary soul master. Had she been a battle soul master, he could only imagine the extent of the beating he would have received. Nonetheless, it was a relief that her martial spirit possessed healing abilities, for any trace of injury on her face had long since vanished. Lingling took a few steps forward, unable to resist glancing back at Gu Yechen. She longed to embrace him, yet she refrained, mindful of Aunt Gu's cunning strategy of subtle seduction. The more one desires something, the less one should display eagerness, otherwise one risks becoming utterly valueless, leaving the other party unmoved. Lingling hurried to catch up with Teacher Qin Ming and inquired, Teacher, how long will we be training this time? Qin Ming replied nonchalantly, until you all acquire the Silver Soul Badge from the Grand Soul Arena. By the way, this gift is from Yufeng. He asked me to deliver it. He was rather shy about giving it himself, having spent a considerable sum to procure it. So do accept it. I cannot accept it, for I already have a boyfriend. Lingling shook her head resolutely. A boyfriend? Is he the one from earlier? Qin Ming mused, noting the fluctuations of his soul power, barely at level 20, with rather mediocre talent. It seemed implausible that she would overlook someone of over 30 levels for a mere 20, Perhaps he was overthinking it. Shaking his head, he chose not to press further. After all, he had merely agreed to deliver the gift. Whether it was accepted or not was beyond his concern. As the leader of the Tiando Royal Academy, his involvement was solely to foster better integration within the team, not to instill fear. Chapter 12. Evaluation content. After teacher Qin Ming and Yi Lingling departed, Gu Yechen sought a quiet spot to meditate. He gazed at the mysterious iron guards on his arms, the likes of which he had never encountered before. Though they were ordinary soul-guiding devices, their worth was undoubtedly significant, likely only found in the grandest of auction houses, nowhere to be seen in regular shops. As he opened his right hand, a delicate purple petal lay gently in his palm. This was the hairpin gifted to him by Lingling. For the first time, Gu Yechen learned the essence of longing for someone. He heard her team leader mention that she would be embarking on an extended training session at the Great Soul Arena, leaving him uncertain of when he might see her again. As he pondered these thoughts, the sound of hurried footsteps approached him. Raising his gaze, he discovered a little girl who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old. Gu Yechen quickly stood up, his demeanor alert as he regarded her with caution. "Do not approach. What are your intentions?" Observing his serious and unapproachable expression, the little girl paused and gently inquired, "I merely wish to ask. Today is the assessment at the Royal Academy. Why are you the only one here?" Realizing she was simply seeking directions, Gu Yechen relaxed somewhat. Having endured a thorough reprimand from his mother, his vigilance had been heightened. A moment's lapse could invite an unexpected attack, and who could withstand that? However, the girl before him appeared to be no older than 9. Could she truly be here for the assessment? That seemed rather improbable. Generally, only those who have successfully graduated from a Junior Soul Master Academy are eligible to further their studies at the Tiando Royal Academy, which would typically require a minimum age of 12. How could she be so young? Was it possible she had not even attended a basic school? Perhaps she was even less educated than he was. Shaking off these thoughts, he reminded himself that she was merely inquiring and he should not dampen her spirits. "Little sister, you have arrived rather early. The Academy's assessment is scheduled for the afternoon, so you will need to wait here for a while." Gu Yechen raised his hand in explanation. "All right. Thank you, big brother," she replied, nodding in acknowledgement. The little girl then seated herself beside Gu Yechen and took a piece of bread from her backpack to eat. In order to avoid any awkwardness, Gu Yechen retrieved 2 pancakes from his backpack and began to eat. However, there was one aspect that puzzled him immensely. Why was the opponent's soul power significantly stronger than his own, seemingly at least at level 29? This was utterly perplexing. One would not typically possess such formidable strength with innate full soul power. Could it be that he, like himself, was endowed with innate level 20? No. That could not be the case, for an innate level 20 martial soul would lack any luster and would never illuminate the testing crystal ball. The flower goddess had mentioned that an innate level 20 martial soul would inherently possess an initial soul ring, even if it were merely 10 years old, which would still qualify as an innate level 20 soul ring, thus meeting the requirements for a soul master's advancement. Moreover, he sensed that the opponent's martial soul did indeed radiate brilliance, indicating it could not possibly be innate level 20. Furthermore, her martial soul lacked complete luster, suggesting it was not innate full soul power either. After a considerable pause, he inquired, "Little sister, how have you managed to cultivate at such a young age? How is it that you possess 2 soul rings already?" This time, it was the little girl who was taken aback. How did he know she was a 2-ring Great Soul Master? Others had always assumed she was merely a 1-ring Soul Master. With a look of curiosity, the little girl asked, "Big brother, how did you know?" Gu Yechen whispered softly, "Let me share a secret with you. My martial soul has the ability to sense the martial souls of others, allowing me to discern their soul power information. Even if they do not activate their martial souls, I can ascertain the number of soul rings they possess and their approximate levels." "Wow, big brother is truly impressive." The little girl clapped her hands, expressing her envy for his martial soul. "Hey, you haven't told me how you cultivate yet." Gu Yechen was also curious about her methods, thinking that her insights might benefit his own training. "That's a secret, and I won't tell you." The little girl stuck out her tongue at Gu Yechen before resuming her enjoyment of the bread. With a slight shake of his head, Gu Yechen decided not to press further. After all, progress in cultivation is best achieved gradually. He was already born with a level 20 innate talent and possessed an imperial-grade martial soul. Thus, his future cultivation speed would far surpass that of someone with full innate soul power. Though the Hell Red Lotus martial soul's current cultivation speed was comparable to that of full innate soul power. Once he reached the Soul Sage level and his martial soul evolved into the Hell Demon Lotus, his cultivation speed would multiply exponentially. At 10 o'clock, under the blazing sun, the crowd around them began to swell. Their attire was opulent, adorned with gold and silver, clearly indicative of noble lineage. Some were accompanied by their parents, while others had even brought pets. As the throng grew denser, it was evident that there were several hundred present. Finally, at a certain moment, a middle-aged man clad in silver attire, with a face as bright as a silver plate, strode forth from the forest. In no time, he reached a large rock not far ahead. Standing atop the stone, his resonant voice rang out, "Welcome to the Tiando Royal Academy. The assessment is about to commence. Accompanying parents may ascend the mountain to observe the evaluation, while participating students should remain here in line. When the time comes, someone will come to register you. Please remember to fill in your referrer's name to prevent any opportunists from slipping through." After finishing his announcement, the middle-aged man gestured invitingly, indicating for the esteemed parents to proceed up the mountain to witness the assessment. Once the crowd dispersed, those who remained were primarily candidates. A quick estimation revealed approximately 120 candidates still present, though it was certain that some among them were merely trying to take advantage of the situation. The academy's educational quality was renowned. Many who attended, even for just a day, would find it immensely beneficial. A senior named Wang Li was currently registering information for Gu Yechen and the others. After expelling a few interlopers, they were left with precisely 120 candidates. Upon reviewing the registration information, the middle-aged man stated, "My name is Sun Buyu. You may address me as Teacher Sunday. I am the chief examiner responsible for this assessment. I trust you have all heard about our Tiando Royal Academy's class division rules prior to your arrival. Talent and strength are the prevailing themes in this world. If your talents are lacking, then prove yourselves through your strength." Sun Buyu was acutely aware that the individuals present lacked the requisite talent. Otherwise, they would have already been selected for the elite class. The elite class consisted of fewer than 15 individuals, and soon, there would be graduates, potentially leaving fewer than 10 remaining. However, each member of the elite class possessed exceptional talent, with innate soul power of at least level 8. Since they did not meet the talent criteria, they would be filtered based on their strength among the 100-plus candidates. Sun Buyu continued, "Next, your assessment will commence from my left side, and you will run a complete lap around the mountain. The running path has already been mapped out, with guiding lines on the side. According to the regulations set by the Education Committee, shortcuts are strictly prohibited. Any violators will be immediately expelled. The first 30 individuals to reach the finish line will gain entry into the advanced class, while the remaining candidates will be relegated to the ordinary class." Oh. And during the assessment, the use of soul power is permitted. However, considering that most of you possess less than level 30 soul power, it will be nearly impossible for you to complete the entire course using your abilities. Those with soul power in the 20s may manage to cover half the distance, while those in the teens may struggle to complete even a quarter. Thus, this is a comprehensive ability test, even if your strength is insufficient. As long as your willpower and stamina are adequate, you may still surpass those with higher soul power. A candidate with lips resembling sausages raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Sun, I have a question." "Please proceed," Teacher Sun gestured, encouraging him to voice his thoughts. The sausage-lipped candidate continued, "Since this assessment involves running, wouldn't it favor agile-type soul masters the most? If I am merely a support-type soul master, doesn't that put me at a disadvantage?" "Ah, that is an excellent question." Sun Buyu chuckled. "Indeed, agile-type soul masters possess an advantage in speed over support-type soul masters. However, I assure you that such a disparity will not occur in our Tiando Royal Academy's assessments. The running course was designed by 3 of our academy's heads, ensuring a fair setup. The course consists of 5 segments. The first is a regular mountain path, which undeniably favors agile types. However, in the second phase, as indicated by your seniors, you will be required to carry a basket filled with stones while running, which will benefit strong attack-type soul masters. The third phase will be advantageous to control-type soul masters, the fourth to defense-type, and the final stage will favor support-type soul masters. Keep in mind, these 3 heads are all soul Douluo level figures, and during the assessment, the margin of error has been minimized to 1%. Therefore, among peers of equal level, agile-type soul masters may not necessarily outpace support-type soul masters. The sausage-lipped candidate nodded in agreement, indicating that he had no objections. The assessment seemed fair enough. Are there any other questions? If not, please divide yourselves into 3 teams, as I am about to commence the assessment. Teacher Sun surveyed the crowd, seemingly satisfied with the lack of dissent. "Wait, I have a question." At that moment, a rather eye-catching young man interjected, "Will there be rewards for the top finishers?" Sun Buyu turned his gaze toward the young man, realizing he was Kong Long, the nephew of a parent who had just exchanged pleasantries with him. Indicating to take care of his son, Sun Buyu's tone softened slightly as he replied, "If that student has a question, please feel free to express it." Kong Long continued, "I would like to know if there are any rewards for the first-place finisher in the assessment." Although he was not in need of money, he craved recognition. Securing the first position in this new student assessment would enable him to impress everyone with his prowess, garnering support for his family in the future. Confident in his abilities, he naturally wanted to inquire about any additional incentives. It seemed Kong Long was determined to claim victory. In the midst of the crowd, a palpable excitement surged as many who were acquainted with him recognized that he was on the verge of becoming a 30-level soul master. It would not be long before he shattered that barrier and attained the esteemed title of Soul Sovereign, a certainty etched in stone. I had also heard of Kong Long's reputation. He seemed to be the prominent figure at a certain junior academy, and those who incurred his displeasure often faced dire consequences. Rumor had it that his martial soul was a fearsome Tyrannosaurus Rex, and any martial soul associated with dragons was generally exceedingly powerful. As a 29-level assault-type Grand Soul Master, he was not someone we could hope to contend with. Alas, it appeared that the first place in this assessment was undoubtedly destined for him. Some voiced their skepticism. Is that truly the case? While Kong Long's martial soul is formidable, he is considerably older than most of us. And perhaps his talent does not surpass mine. They gestured towards a nearby bald youth known as Gu Yechen, who, at merely 12 years of age, had somehow managed to cultivate his once thick hair into a bald pate. Truly astonishing. It was said that he performed 1,000 one-handed push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, and 1,000 squats daily. This was a conservative estimate. Furthermore, he insisted on running 10 kilometers each day without the aid of soul power. Though he possessed only 21 levels of soul power, if everyone refrained from using their soul power during the run, none would stand a chance against him. The whispered conversations around him piqued Gu Yechen's curiosity. It was astonishing to discover such individuals existed in this vast world. The renowned 29-level soul master, Kong Long, the bald youth who had trained his hair away, Gu Yechen, and the enigmatic little girl added to the intrigue. It seemed that these three were far from ordinary. As for other formidable presences, Gu Yechen could only proceed with cautious optimism. Meanwhile, standing atop the elevated platform, Sun Buyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. This assessment carries no tangible rewards. However, there exists an unspoken incentive. Due to a batch of advanced students graduating, the Royal Academy's second team has an opening. Thus, the individual who secures first place in this assessment will be selected as a member of the Royal Academy's second team. Originally, this secret was not meant to be divulged, yet he felt it was prudent to share this information, as it might inspire everyone to truly unleash their potential. Sun Buyu nodded towards Kong Long, indicating his favorable opinion of him. The position on the second team rightfully belonged to him. To alleviate any awkwardness among the others, Sun Buyu added, "I will personally provide 3 additional rewards to the second, third, and fourth place winners as encouragement. Therefore, those who achieve a top 4 position will receive a reward. Best of luck." Kong Long's family had considerable influence, making it unwise for Sun Buyu to offend them. Since he had raised the issue, it was only natural to respond and ease the tension by introducing a few rewards. Another student inquired, "Teacher son, what are the other rewards? We need motivation." Some individuals indeed possessed backgrounds that made it clear Sun Buyu could not afford to cross them. Understanding the principle of interconnected consequences, especially in such a prestigious academy, Sun Buyu elaborated, "All right, since everyone is so interested, I shall disclose the prizes to provide some anticipation. What does the first prize, a spot on the Royal Academy's second team, represent? I need not elaborate. It is a chance to fight for the honor of our Tiando Empire. The second prize is a rare herb capable of enhancing soul power, which can elevate your levels by 1 or 2 for individuals at your stage. The third prize is a low-level soul guiding device, and the fourth prize consists of 100 gold soul coins." As Sun Buyu revealed the prizes, he displayed them for all to see. However, most nobles scoffed at them, deeming the rewards, aside from the first place, rather unappealing. Yet, amidst the disdain, there were still a few who took special interest in the private rewards offered by Sun Buyu. Take, for instance, the herb that could enhance soul power. While it bore minimal effect for Sun Buyu himself, it could potentially elevate a 20-level soul power individual by 1 level, or even 2 levels for those around 10 levels of soul power. Gu Yechen, of course, had his own coveted rewards. He felt a modicum of confidence in competing for the prizes against these individuals, given their delicate nature. they likely had never engaged in any laborious tasks. Unlike them, he had held various jobs: gardener, porter, courier, and even his mother's emotional punching bag. He had become quite versatile and thus was indifferent to these so-called challenges. Chapter 14. Senior Wang Li Xue. After Senior Wang Li arranged the participants for the assessment, Sun Buyu reminded everyone to prepare themselves, stating that the evaluation would commence upon the landing of the golden soul coin in his hand. He tossed a golden soul coin high into the air, and at the moment it touched the ground, Sun Buyu's voice echoed, "The assessment begins." With a resounding cry, the crowd transformed into wild horses, racing forward. Although these noble youths largely dismissed the so-called rewards, they still needed to exert themselves to gain entry into the advanced class, as cultivating in the lower class would bring them little prestige. Observing the figures sprinting ahead, particularly his favored candidate, Kong Longstian, Sun Buyu nodded slightly, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The first place was all but assured to him. At this moment, Kong Long was in second place. While leading the pack was a girl with striking features and a spectral cat martial spirit, an agile attacker. The initial segment of the course favored her well, and she adeptly seized the opportunity to take the lead. As Sun Buyu's gaze shifted back to the trailing competitors, his expression morphed into one of astonishment. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape, as if he could fit a bun inside. This young man, he was startled to find Gu Yechen still meditating in place. "What are you still doing? Hurry up and run." Gu Yechen's indecisiveness vexed Sun Buyu. The lad's attitude was exceedingly apathetic. Was he contemplating foregoing enrollment? Although it was an elite academy, the committee could still expel students if the three overseers deemed it necessary. In truth, Gu Yechen was deliberating on how best to allocate his soul power. Based on his estimations, he possessed approximately level 20 soul power. According to Sun Buyu's earlier remarks, the assessment track spanned a total of 50 kilometers, divided into 5 segments, each segment affecting different types of soul masters uniquely. Each segment measured 10 kilometers, and utilizing one's strengths to deploy soul power was an intricate art. Completing the entire distance with level 20 soul power was improbable. However, he reasoned that he could afford to use soul power for a sprint in 2 of the 5 segments. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Gu Yechen pondered which 2 segments would be most advantageous for employing his soul power. The final auxiliary segment would undoubtedly necessitate its use, as it represented a prime opportunity to outpace his competitors. For the other segment, he had also arrived at a conclusion. The segment suitable for strong attackers would equally benefit him, as his martial spirit boasted both supportive and offensive capabilities. With his strategy crystallized, he suddenly opened his eyes and began to sprint forward without employing his soul power. Observing Gu Yechen lagging behind by several hundred meters, Examiner Sun Buyu turned to Wang Li and inquired, "What is that young man's name?" After consulting the roster, Wang Li replied, "His name is Gu Yechen." Sun Buyu further asked, "Who recommended him?" He was perplexed as to how such a lackadaisical individual had been introduced. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Yechen had been among the earliest arrivals at the examination venue. A misunderstanding indeed. Wang Li scrutinized the statistics sheet and remarked, "Yuhan. Her?" Sun Buyu fell into contemplative silence. This woman was no ordinary person, and it would be prudent to avoid provoking her. "Teacher, do you know this person?" Wang Li, being Sun Buyu's direct disciple, was curious about his mentor's evident apprehension. Throughout his time with Sun Buyu, he had merely skimmed through other courses at the Royal Academy, relying primarily on his own efforts for cultivation. Theoretical knowledge, no matter how profound, was ineffectual without practice. Thus, he seldom attended lectures, preferring to learn from Sun Buyu in real-world situations, reserving solitary training for necessity. Acquainted? Not quite, merely familiar. Sun Buyu mused for a moment before continuing, "Wang Li, you have been with me for 3 years now. I have imparted nearly all my knowledge regarding cultivation. However, some individuals possess influential backgrounds we cannot afford to offend. Without delving into who Yu Yuhan's husband is, her martial spirit, the 9-heart begonia, is well known among the nobility. The 9-heart begonia martial spirit is a singular lineage. Were it not for its uniqueness, had they belonged to a prominent family, they would be poised to supplant the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School as the strongest support entity. You must have heard of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Its reputation as one of the top 3 sects is well-deserved, and their 7 Treasures Glazed Tile martial spirit is unparalleled. However, it is essential to recognize that among support categories, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile is not the most formidable, that honor belongs to the 9-heart begonia martial spirit. Sun Buyu reflected wistfully, recalling a historical figure who once possessed the 9 treasures glazed tile martial spirit. That individual's emergence cemented the current standing of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Perhaps the only support-type martial spirit that could surpass the 9 heart begonia is the 9 treasures glazed tile. As the users of the 7 treasures glazed tile martial spirit are unable to attain the rank of soul Douluo, let alone the title Douluo. Thus, it is inevitable that the 9 heart begonia will eventually outstrip the 7 treasures glazed tile. Wang Li scratched his head. The 9 heart begonia? I believe there's a student with that martial spirit in teacher Qin Ming's class. Could she be Yu Yuhan's disciple? How could this be possible? Teacher, while I can believe you when you say the 9 heart begonia is on par with the 7 treasures glazed tile, claiming it is superior seems a bit exaggerated. The 9 heart begonia is merely a healing type martial spirit. Indeed, the 9 heart begonia's primary function is healing, whereas the 7 treasures glazed tile serves to amplify abilities, thereby holding a distinct advantage in team dynamics. A level 60 Soul Emperor, under the enhancement of the 7 treasures glazed tile, could contend with a level 70 Soul Sage. Sun Buyu explained, merely a healer, you say? Have you heard of the Undying Essence, an absolute healing technique that one can control at will? Absolute healing? Wang Li queried. What does that mean, teacher? I'm still not quite clear. Sun Buyu smiled. It means that all her soul rings and abilities pertain to healing. With each added soul ring, her healing capacity multiplies. If your opponent is a level 40 soul master with the 9 heart begonia, your level 44 soul power output would be insufficient to harm them, as all the soul rings of the 9 heart begonia can activate simultaneously, resulting in an overwhelming healing effect. To defeat a wielder of the 9 heart begonia, one must engage in a war of attrition, waiting until their soul power is exhausted before striking. Thus, as long as their soul power remains, she is effectively immortal. Immortal, you say? Wang Li nodded in agreement. Appearing deeply enlightened, Sun Buyu then turned to him with an approving gaze and remarked, however, you are not lacking either. Had you not been a year over the age limit, you would undoubtedly have secured a spot in this year's Heaven Do Imperial Academy team. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, Wang Li humbly dismissed the praise, acknowledging his own inadequacies. I am still far from strong enough. Those trained by the Spirit Hall are simply monstrous. During the previous Continental Spirit Master Elite Tournament, he had participated as a substitute for the Heaven Do Imperial Academy team. The individuals groomed by the Spirit Hall were nothing short of extraordinary. Not only had he witnessed their prowess from the sidelines, but he had also personally experienced the humbling sensation of being utterly outmatched. Gazing down at his own fists, clenched like formidable sandbags, he recognized that his current strength, whether in explosive power or spirit rank, was insufficient. If things continued this way, he would inevitably be surpassed by the newer generation of students. The relentless tide of progress would leave him stranded on the shore, and the thought filled him with unwillingness. Having spent several years at the Imperial Academy, Wang Li might have already chosen to graduate and depart were it not for his duties assisting instructor Sun Buyu. Chapter 15. The weakening of the Crimson Lotus. The conversation between the two did not disturb the examinees, all of whom were brimming with determination, poised to overtake those ahead of them. In the initial stretch of the trial, agility-type spirit masters held every advantage, timing, terrain, and even camaraderie. While offering aid in times of need was impossible, adding to another's success was still within reach. Some, eager to curry favor with Kong Long and Yu Shiyao, deliberately obstructed others' paths. The moment someone attempted to overtake, they would accelerate, maintaining their blockade. At the forefront remained Yu Shiyao, an agility-type spirit master, while Kong Long, the most formidable contender for victory, held second place. Though not an agility type himself, Kong Long's spirit power had reached the 29th rank, far surpassing Yu Shiyao's 27th rank. Thus, expending a bit of spirit energy at the start mattered little. After all, he could not afford to appear too sluggish, especially with his father observing from the mountain's peak. As for third place, it was neither the notoriously bald Gu Yechen nor the enigmatic little girl, but rather a young man named Kai Xiang. His spirit, a swift hummingbird, naturally aligning him with the agility type. These three had already left the main group far behind, while those who had volunteered to hinder others remained anonymous and irrelevant. Bringing up the rear, as always, was Gu Yechen, who had yet to expend even a trace of spirit energy. He firmly believed that prudent management of one's strength outweighed the fleeting satisfaction of a flashy performance. Unexpectedly, however, the bald Gu Yechen and the mysterious little girl had also fallen to the back of the pack, second to last and third to last, respectively. "Big brother," the little girl called out, deliberately slowing her pace to match Gu Yechen's. Why aren't you using your spirit power? And why aren't you using yours? He countered. Gu Yechen was acutely aware of the girl's reticent nature. Prior to the assessment, when he posed questions to her, she remained unresponsive. Thus, Gu Yechen felt no inclination to divulge his reasons. The truth was that he was a pure support-type soul master, and his physical capabilities were naturally inferior to theirs. Given that he had yet to fully mature, the enchanting little girl fervently attempted to justify why she lagged behind, as if she were fabricating excuses. Subsequently, she turned to Gu Yechen and inquired, I have shared my reasons with you. Now, would you kindly enlighten me as to why you chose to fall behind? Gu Yechen wiped his forehead, utterly speechless, yet he still forced out a few words. Is a reason really necessary for falling to the back of the line? The little girl, perplexed, inquired, Isn't it? Gu Yechen widened his eyes in astonishment. Is it really necessary? The little girl waved her hand dismissively. Oh, I'm merely conducting research. Why take it so seriously? I won't play with you any longer. You can take your time. I must accelerate. Originally, the last place should have been mine, but since you fancy it so much, I shall reluctantly concede it to you. As she spoke, there was a subtle ripple in the air around her, and soon a golden glow enveloped her form. She appeared vibrant and full of vitality, clearly having just tapped into her soul power. The little girl initially intended to secure the last position and then execute a stunning reversal to claim victory, which would undoubtedly astonish everyone. However, she soon realized that Gu Yechen's speed was exceedingly slow, making it quite difficult to attain last place. Thus, she decided to slow down and wait for Gu Yechen to catch up, allowing her to run alongside him, which would still fulfill her goal of being last before she accelerated. In a flurry, the little girl swiftly caught up with the main group, effortlessly weaving through them. Perhaps due to her petite stature, the others were unable to obstruct her. Whenever an opportunity arose, she utilized her soul power to surpass her competitors. Observing the little girl, reminiscent of a mouse who could even squeeze through tight spaces, the examiner Sun Buyu furrowed his brow. This was a noble academy. Such behavior was unbecoming. Yet, more than anything, he was astonished by the girl's performance. Time flew by, and the leading contestant, Yu Shiyao, had already reached the second segment, while the little girl had surged to fourth place. Curiously, Sun Buyu inquired, What is that little girl's name? Who introduced her? Wang Li retrieved the compiled statistics and replied, Her name is Jiao, and she was introduced by the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Scythe. Scythe? Quite an impressive background, Sun Buyu mused, stroking his chin. No wonder I sensed that this little girl was extraordinary. It turns out she has connections to the Spirit Hall. Wang Li, puzzled, asked, Doesn't the Spirit Hall have its own specialized schools? Why send students to our Tiando Royal Academy for training? Moreover, this girl appears to possess considerable talent. Why would they part with her? Is there some hidden agenda? Sun Buyu promptly cautioned, Do not speak carelessly about the Spirit Hall. All soul masters across the continent must register there. Even though their relations with the Tiando royal family are strained, it remains the origin for all soul masters. Understood. Wang Li nodded, aware of the tenuous relationship between the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall, thus sharing his lack of fondness for that faction. Shifting his focus back to the students racing on the examination grounds, he noted that even Gu Yechen, who had been in last place, had reached the second segment. This segment favored power-type soul masters significantly, providing them with an added advantage akin to a tiger gaining wings. Gu Yechen was not yet out of breath. He adeptly controlled his breathing rhythm, having only run 10 kilometers. For someone accustomed to delivering messages, this was a manageable distance. Not far ahead stood a makeshift shelter, manned by a senior. As Gu Yechen approached, the senior cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Choose one. Copper plate armor, iron sandbag, or stone backpack. Without the need for further elaboration, Gu Yechen instinctively understood what was required of him. Select one item and continue running. This segment of the course was a weighted run, particularly advantageous for strength-type soul masters. Logically speaking, as a support-type soul master, Gu Yechen was at a distinct disadvantage. However, as the senior observed Gu Yechen's pace slightly falter, he did not come to a halt. Instead, upon passing the checkpoint, Gu Yechen effortlessly seized the copper plate armor and surged forward with remarkable speed. The senior was left astounded. Was Gu Yechen a monster? The copper plate armor weighed at least 40 kilograms, and even the senior found it somewhat arduous to lift. Yet, for Gu Yechen, it seemed as light as a mere garment. It was evident that he was donning the armor while running, wasting no time in the process, which left the senior in utter disbelief. All the previous participants had stopped to properly equip themselves before continuing, but Gu Yechen, instead of pausing, seemed to accelerate. Clearly, Gu Yechen had activated his first soul skill, Red Lotus Weakening, a skill capable of continuous release, far more potent than the exertion of other soul power. The weight of the bronze armor in Gu Yechen's hands has been significantly diminished. What once weighed 40 kilograms now only bears a mere 10 kilograms. It is important to note that he is currently utilizing soul energy, thus this 10-kilogram weight, under the enhancement of soul power, effectively feels akin to a mere half a gene of a baton. Chapter 16, Mutual Destruction. The bronze plate armor appears no different from ordinary attire, save for the numerous tempered copper plates sewn into its inner layers. Gu Yechen sprinted along the mountain path with the grace of a gazelle, unfazed by any sense of pressure. Gradually, the figure ahead became increasingly distinct. As he beheld the individual ahead, whose legs formed an exaggerated X shape, he could not suppress a smile, although he stifled it with effort, like a gust of wind. The person running with their legs splayed outward felt a presence behind them and instinctively protected their posterior region, only to catch sight of Gu Yechen soaring past with remarkable speed. Such swiftness. The peculiar stance was complemented by iron sandbags strapped to their legs, a testament to their formidable strength in the lower body. Gu Yechen turned his head to glance back, astonished to find that he was singing. Had his ears been assaulted by his voice? Come, let us revel, for there is ample time ahead. Come, O love, for there is an abundance of folly. Come, O wanderlust, for there are countless paths to traverse. Come, O pretense, for there is no shortage of splendor. Ah, what an itch! Though Gu Yechen could not comprehend the lyrics being sung, he could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Do not let me see him again. I fear I might be compelled to strike him, for he is utterly insufferable. Ignoring the individual behind him, Gu Yechen quickened his pace, swiftly catching up with the main group. However, he did not spot the alluring young girl or the bald man among them. It was likely they had utilized their soul power on this stretch. Otherwise, he would have certainly caught up with them. Casting aside further thoughts, he continued to accelerate, setting a goal to maintain a position within the top 10 in the second leg of the journey, as this would afford him a chance to secure a spot among the top 4 in the final leg. As for first place, Gu Yechen held little confidence. After all, he was merely at the 20th level of soul power. From his observations, at least 4 individuals here possessed soul power exceeding the 27th level. Moreover, it was crucial to note that he was still only a first-ring soul master, as he had yet to hunt a soul beast to acquire his second soul ring. It is well understood that adding soul rings to a martial spirit enhances one's overall physical attributes. The physical prowess of a second-ring Great Soul Master significantly surpasses that of a first-ring Soul Master, enjoying unequivocal advantages in terms of attack, defense, strength, and speed. While it may be argued that such assessments are relatively fair, allowing those with soul power in the teens to compete alongside those nearing 30, true equity is elusive. The ages of these individuals vary greatly. Some are as young as 12 or 13, while others are at least 16 or 17, with a few exceptional cases. Evidently, innate soul power has influenced their training pace, rendering them ineligible for the Heavenly Dual Royal Academy until they acquire their soul rings. On the whole, the majority of these participants exhibited relatively poor talent, with over 100 holding the title of First-Ring Soul Master, while those with the title of Second-Ring Great Soul Master numbered no more than 20. Gu Yechen naturally did not regard individuals with soul power exceeding 10 levels as rivals. At the very least, he considered a formidable opponent to be a Second-Ring Soul Master, just as Gu Yechen accelerated in an attempt to surpass those ahead of him. The 2 individuals in front unexpectedly collaborated, using their bodies to obstruct his path. This obstruction significantly diminished Gu Yechen's speed, inciting a sense of irritation within him. Instead of contemplating how to enhance their own speed, they resorted to the underhanded tactic of impeding others, an utterly despicable act. Had Gu Yechen not reduced his speed, he might have sent them both flying, potentially causing them injury. Faced with such brazen obstruction, Gu Yechen felt helpless. The 2 individuals blocking his way possessed approximately 17 or 18 levels of soul power. Hey, brother, that person behind us is trying to overtake. Should we teach him a lesson? A thick-lipped fellow suggested to a nose-upturned companion. We are already at the bottom of the rankings. Why can't he be content to stay behind us? It's simply infuriating. I find him extremely displeasing and feel compelled to instruct him on proper conduct. Do you remember the old saying in the Soul Master community? Those who dare not provoke trouble are merely mediocrities. We are seasoned players. Who among us lacks a few tricks? Watch and learn how I deal with him. The fellow with the bulbous nose inquired, What clever plan do you have in mind? The thick-lipped man grinned. Since this is an assessment, we must adhere to the rules. While we cannot directly confront him, we can certainly set up some indirect obstacles. For instance, he took a handful of thumbtacks from his pocket and unhesitatingly tossed them behind him. He followed up with several more, then cheerfully remarked, "Brother, did you see that? Isn't this tactic clever? Brilliant, indeed." The bulbous-nosed man nodded in agreement from such a distance. "We appear merely as a small dot on the mountain. Those tacks will be completely invisible to them. You've effectively utilized the blind spots of perspective. Impressive." The thick-lipped man waved his hand dismissively. "You flatter me. This is merely the beginning. You haven't yet witnessed my other tricks. Allow me to broaden your horizons today." With that, he retrieved bags of banana peels from his soul guide and tossed them down. He even scattered a few small animal traps. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. My admiration for you flows like an unceasing river," the bulbous-nosed man exclaimed, offering insincere flattery. Whether the thick-lipped man was a true hero remained uncertain to the bulbous-nosed fellow. However, he was well aware that the thick-lipped man was decidedly cunning. Nonetheless, such petty tricks could hardly trouble Gu Yechen. Although he was momentarily forced into a precarious situation and nearly slipped on a banana peel, these small antics were inconsequential and lacked any substantial impact. How could this be? The thick-lipped man observed Gu Yechen, who moved with the grace of a swallow. Logically speaking, even with the burden of over 80 pounds, which his soul power could reduce by half, he still bore a weight of around 40 pounds. Under such conditions, how could he possibly avoid falling when stepping on a banana peel? This was simply scientific. "Brother, your method seems rather ineffective," the bulbous-nosed man remarked while picking his nose. Just as the thick-lipped man was at a loss for how to proceed, the bulbous-nosed man suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, look at his lip movements. It appears he is insulting you." How infuriating. Damn it, how outrageous. The thick-lipped man fumed. He could not believe that he was being insulted and that his strategy had failed. Where was his dignity? He thus handed over all his props to the bulbous-nosed man, saying, "Here, take this. Given that we are certainly in the lower ranks, I find that brat particularly irksome. Let us drag him down with us." After entrusting the soul guide containing the props to the bulbous-nosed man, the thick-lipped man's expression hardened, as though he was preparing to unleash his ultimate soul skill. After all, the rules of the assessment only prohibited taking shortcuts, yet nothing forbade direct confrontations. First soul skill, relentless pursuit. The thick-lipped man's martial spirit was a type of taffy, and the soul skill he activated was a control-type ability, leveraging his physical advantages to ensure the opponent could not shake him off, essentially, clinging to them like a limpet. This despicable tactic, akin to mutual destruction, was an act of utter cowardice. He was willing to resort to extremes, even if his actions were excessive, to buy time and ensure that this detestable Gu Yechen would occupy the last position. At the very least, they would be separated by the third checkpoint when the senior students from the academy intervened, by which time Gu Yechen would have fallen far behind. What kind of nonsense is this? Gu Yechen felt a sudden obstruction beneath his feet, nearly stumbling to the ground. Was that a person? Due to Gu Yechen's use of the Red Lotus skill to diminish his burdens, he did not sense any weight pressing down on him. It merely felt as though he had donned a spherical shoe cover. However, the absence of weight did not imply that his speed remained unhampered, evidently. His velocity had been reduced by half, akin to running through a swamp. The power of the chewing gum was indeed formidable. Gu Yechen's once formidable advantages had all dissipated, leaving him languishing in last place, his performance utterly dismal. In the second phase, the frontrunner was Kong Long, followed by Yu Xiao in second, Kai Xiang in third, Jiuying in fourth, and Zue Wuqing in fifth. Placed fourth from the bottom was Wei Bazi, followed by Suantu Bai in third from the bottom. Both Gu Yechen and Xiang Changzue found themselves tied for the last position. On the high platform, Wang Li noticed the peculiar situation surrounding Gu Yechen. What is going on? What is that thing dragging beneath his feet? Is it some kind of ornament? Teacher, isn't he cheating? Sun Buyu waved his hand dismissively. It is neither cheating nor an ornament. It is a person, one who wishes to be eliminated alongside him, seeking mutual destruction. Chapter 17. The strange Jiuying Wang Li, upon the conclusion of the assessment, contemplated expelling this individual from the ranks of the students. How could the Royal Academy of Tiando accept such a despicable character? However, Wang Li expressed his confusion. But, teacher son, that lad seems to have violated no regulations of the Academy's assessment. It was merely a minor conflict with a classmate. We cannot expel him. The 3 members of the committee would not look favorably upon it. You need not instruct me. I am well aware of his background. Amir Baron serves as the pillar of his family. The committee will not pose any challenges. Moreover, remember this. When encountering those without substantial backgrounds, you are free to harbor your independent thoughts. Otherwise, those devoid of ideas are no different from salted fish, Sun Buyu remarked with resignation. Understood. Wang Li nodded, then stated, once the assessment concludes, I shall ensure he is dismissed without delay. Gu Yechen glanced down at the large, gelatinous mass beneath his feet. This toffee truly was repulsive, hindering any semblance of speed. Gu Yechen inquired, why do you target me? To which the sausage-lipped one retorted, there is no particular reason. I simply find you exceptionally irritating. Moreover, you just called me a fool, so I am determined to eliminate you. Gu Yechen, I did not insult you. Sausage mouth, do you take me for a fool? Whether you insulted me or not, I am perfectly aware. Gu Yechen was utterly speechless. The world is vast, and all sorts of individuals exist within it, unshakable and unavoidable. He was left with no choice but to flee alongside this cumbersome figure. Ahead, the man with a garlic-shaped nose observed Gu Yechen's predicament and mocked him with derision. Humph, dare to call me a fool again? With just a slight exertion of influence, I can have others foolishly do my bidding. As Gu Yechen ran, he glared at the garlic-nosed man, who occasionally glanced back, inciting a surge of anger within him. He cursed under his breath, damn you. What? Is he calling me a fool again? The garlic-nosed man seemed to have heard the insult, turning back to glare at Gu Yechen. How dare you insult me at this juncture? You clearly have no sense of the gravity of your situation. Grasping the soul guide that belonged to the man with the sausage-like lips, he utilized his soul power to sense its contents, discovering an array of deceitful props. Ignoring the tacks and banana peels within, he extracted a medium-sized animal trap. Tossing it down carelessly. Let us see how you intend to evade this. In light of the garlic-nosed man's antics, a smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Gu Yechen's mouth. Since you find amusement in this, I shall indulge you. He halted, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a wicked grin, and, donning the protective gear of the cumbersome figure, he deliberately stepped toward the animal trap, only to be met with a piercing wail. I'll help. My darling is injured. Take me to the infirmary. Sighing, Gu Yechen shook his head. He had intended for the trap to snap at his rear. Yet in a moment of miscalculation, he had inadvertently twisted his body, resulting in a mishap. The agonizing cries drew the attention of the garlic-nosed man, who turned to see the sausage-lipped fellow clutching his backside, utterly humiliated. His anger dissipated at the sight, for the sticky figure had been cast aside by Gu Yechen. Realizing he had inadvertently aided his opponent, he muttered a silent curse as he noticed Gu Yechen barreling toward him. He hastened his pace, lest he face dire consequences. Do you think you can escape? Gu Yechen regarded the flustered garlic nose with the playful demeanor of a cat toying with a mouse. The roles between them having entirely reversed, with Gu Yechen now in the position of advantage. Just moments ago, he had managed to evade Sausage Mouth entirely by employing the Red Lotus weakening skill against his opponent rather than on himself. The Red Lotus weakening soul skill diminishes external damage inflicted upon oneself, while simultaneously reducing the opponent's defenses, intensifying the damage they receive, and allowing for a seamless transfer of effects. In that fleeting moment of skill transfer, Gu Yechen felt a significant increase in his burden, nearly succumbing to the weight of his bronze plate armor, yet he persevered. As the Red Lotus weakening skill took effect on his adversary, Sausage Mouth's defenses crumbled to an alarming fragility, now enveloped in the soft crimson glow of the weakening aura. Even a mere pebble striking him would amplify his agony manifold, let alone the intermediate animal trap that ensnared a small insect of 3 to 4 centimeters in length. Observing the agonizing Sausage Mouth, Garlic Nose began to regret his earlier intentions of reprimanding Gu Yechen, muttering to himself, what manner of monster is he? And what has he truly done? His brother's bullhide candy martial soul was notoriously unscrupulous, particularly the first soul skill, which could significantly enhance all his attributes. He could collide with a boulder without so much as a grunt, so why was he suffering so acutely? Moreover, it seemed he had effortlessly broken free from control. Indeed, had his soul power matched that of Gu Yechen, his defenses wouldn't have been so ruthlessly depleted. Alas, Sausage Mouth's soul power was far inferior, leaving his defenses nearly non-existent. This exemplified the true terror of the hellish Red Lotus auxiliary martial soul. Once stripped of defenses, Gu Yechen, even as an auxiliary soul master, was tantamount to a formidable assault-type soul master. Thus, it became evident that Gu Yechen's innate 10-year soul ring possessed a piercing effect, the degree of which was determined by the opponent's soul power. Naturally, those whose soul power fell below his found their defenses utterly shattered. rendering them mere ordinary individuals in his presence. How can he be so swift? Garlic Nose noted Gu Yechen's sudden acceleration, the weight of the bronze plate armor. Over 80 pounds did nothing to impede his speed. Rather, it augmented his momentum, ensuring that should he collide with someone, they would surely be sent flying. Garlic Nose, laden with his stone backpack, found it imperative to maintain his balance even while utilizing soul power. And with his dwindling reserves, being merely a soul master of over 10 levels, he felt the pressure mounting. Ahead lay a narrow fork in the path, and confronted with the wrathful Gu Yechen behind him, he panicked. Despite the rules, he could not afford to have his life extinguished. Thus, he dashed towards the small path without hesitation, convinced that his pursuer would not dare follow. Indeed, Gu Yechen refrained from pursuing Garlic Nose further, opting instead to continue his assessment. Observing the fleeing Garlic Nose, Gu Yechen scoffed. Aren't you fond of playing? Why the sudden fear? There were many who bullied the weak yet feared the strong. Gu Yechen had no interest in meddling in the affairs of others, but should someone dare to harass him, he would ensure they be met with a vivid response, preferably in crimson. With the obstruction of these two adversaries removed, Gu Yechen found his subsequent evaluations to proceed with far greater ease. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the third segment of the course. Casting aside the bronze plate armor to conserve some soul power for the final stretch, which was more suited for an auxiliary soul master, the third segment favored control-type soul masters, featuring a peculiar surface reminiscent of an icy lake, exceedingly smooth and lacking in traction. Without solid grip, running here proved challenging, evidently. Control-type soul masters excelled on such terrain. At this moment, the petite beauty known as Jiao Ying had firmly established herself in first place, her prowess evident to all, including the examiner Sun Buyu, who praised the young girl's remarkable abilities, deeming her a promising prospect. However, a peculiar detail caught attention. Although her registration indicated the name Jiao Ying, seemingly embodying a 9-year-old, her recorded age was 16, which raised eyebrows. Sun Buyu turned to Wang Li and remarked, "While we cannot act against the spirit hall, you must find an opportunity to keep a close watch on her." I sensed something amiss. Returning his gaze to the assessment track, the rankings were as follows. First place, Jiao Ying. Second place, Kong Long. Third place, Xiao. Fourth place, Wu Qing. Fifth place, Kai Xiang. Sixth place, Duo. Seventh place, Wang Ba. Last place, Gu Yechen. P.S. The multitude of characters is due to their future roles as companions to the protagonist, rendering each of them significant in their own right. While their talents may not rival the Shrek 7 Devils, given their slightly older age, talent alone does not determine one's potential. With the right opportunities akin to obtaining celestial herbs, even the most mundane talents can flourish remarkably. Naturally, the protagonist's talent remains extraordinarily exceptional. This narrative belongs to the supplementary tales of Douluo. What constitutes a supplement is well understood, a familiar story setting with different perspectives, worldviews, and protagonist experiences. Akin to a side story, most fan fiction falls into the category of system crossover genres. Yet this work is perhaps the first to adhere to the original story's essence in its supplementary nature. To speak candidly, Tang San is an outsider, while the protagonist here is an authentic local. A serious warning, the protagonist of this tale embodies the archetype of a dark series antagonist. Thus, one should not idolize Tang San and the Master, nor follow the original storyline blindly. Those who favor Tang San and the Master are advised to return to the original text for a more genuine experience. For those who appreciate this work, I encourage you to offer the author a token of encouragement with your recommendations. Just one suffices, though your valuable suggestions are also welcome. Chapter 18. Optimal Soul Ring Configuration. In the third segment, all control-type soul masters activated their soul power, closing the gap they had previously fallen behind. Yet, some control-type soul masters, foolishly expending their soul power in earlier segments, could only watch helplessly as others surged ahead, while they themselves were overtaken mercilessly. Leading the charge was Jiao Ying, the charming young girl, who had left the second-place Kong Long trailing hundreds of meters behind. The others had all but vanished, having fallen behind by over 1,000 meters. As a control-type soul master, one must not only learn to control others, but also to master self-control. The icy surface of the third segment was notoriously slippery. However, Jiao Ying adeptly utilized her soul power to ensure her body maintained excellent traction, akin to a gecko scurrying along a wall. She skillfully capitalized on grip, as if she had donned spiked running shoes, performing even more impressively on the mirror-like surface. Casting a glance over her shoulder, Gu Yechen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, muttering to herself, "The big brother seems formidable. Why can't even the clumsy oaf behind me catch up?" In the mouth of the little Nine, the term big brother naturally referred to Gu Yechen, whom she affectionately called. Perhaps he was the only person she found somewhat agreeable. As for others, Nine would immediately think of nicknames upon seeing them. Otherwise, she would not be the playful and innocent Nine. The foolish giant she referred to was, of course, Kong Long, a muscular man whose chest muscles were so pronounced that they seemed to move on their own. There is a saying that goes, "A large chest often accompanies a vacant mind," hence the moniker foolish giant bestowed upon him by Nine. As a frontrunner, Nine swiftly approached the fourth segment, which was ideally suited for defensive soul masters due to the numerous obstacles ahead, flanked by arrow traps on either side. This stage tested one's physical defenses. If those ahead exhausted their soul power, injuries were inevitable. Those who still possessed soul power would also be harmed, albeit to a lesser extent. The lethality of the arrows had been experimentally verified by the 3 examiners, and while they were not lethal to non-defensive soul masters, they were certainly capable of inflicting painful wounds. Once the candidates were injured, a decrease in speed was a foregone conclusion, allowing defensive soul masters to gradually emerge as the true contenders in this segment. Unsurprisingly, as Nine navigated through the obstacles, she was grazed on the calf by a chillingly sharp arrow, significantly diminishing her speed. "Damn it," she cursed under her breath. Those 3 wretched old men, the examiners, insisted on setting such traps. If not for my powers being considerably sealed, these petty tricks would hardly harm me. From a young age, Nine had always been competitive, striving for first place in everything. However, with her leg injured, even though her soul power remained intact, she could not unleash her full potential. Whether she could maintain her leading position was now uncertain. Glimpsing the growing number of figures behind her, Nine pouted. Her brows furrowed, and with a scoff declared, "Even injured, I am still superior to all of you, for I hail from the spirit hall." Ignoring those behind her, Nine, a person with an indomitable spirit, gritted her teeth to persevere despite her leg injury. Ahead lay the second and third obstacles, and to pass through swiftly, she would have to utilize her soul power. Meanwhile, Kong Long was being relentlessly pursued by others, encumbered by a multitude of small followers trailing closely behind him. Impossible to shake off. Eventually, he, along with these followers, entered the first obstacle zone, the very place where Nine had been injured. And it seemed they too were in for a rough time. It was evident that this area was fortified with impenetrable walls, marked by numerous small holes through which arrows would be shot. It was uncertain whether the arrows were fired manually or by automated mechanisms. But one thing was clear, traversing this area would be anything but pleasant. The air was filled with cries of anguish, fear served as a deterrent, and injury was the prevailing theme. A barrage of 8 arrows suddenly shot out from the walls, whistling through the air and into the crowd. Fortunately, with so many people present, some escaped unscathed, while others, too slow to react, suffered grievously. Some were left disfigured, while others were pierced by arrows in their backs like porcupines. A few even extracted arrows from places of shame, blood spilling everywhere. Some resorted to lying flat on the ground, crawling forward, though it was somewhat humiliating and slowed them down considerably. It was, nonetheless, a strategic maneuver. As long as they could avoid injury, it would be crucial for the final supportive segment. While some resorted to cunning tactics, others displayed unyielding courage. And thus the defensive soul masters embarked on their heroic journey, marching forward resolutely. For them, the arrows were mere trifles, barely scratching the surface. Indeed, defensive soul masters not only possessed the innate advantage of defensive spirit abilities, but their defensive spirit rings could also enhance their protective attributes. Should their defensive spirit rings be of 10-year quality, their defense would increase by 10. If a century old, the increase would be 100. Thus, unless the arrows exceeded their defensive power, they would not suffer significant harm, merely a reduction in speed. According to the original setting principles established by the 3 examiners, a defense attribute of 40 or above, equivalent to possessing 2 10-year white spirit rings, was sufficient to withstand such attacks. Among the candidates, a certain individual named Wang Ba casually strode past a succession of exhausted challengers. The arrows rained down upon him like meteors, creating a cacophony of metallic clinks against his attire. Yet, he remained unperturbed, humming a tune, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look! That person has 2 yellow 100-year spirit rings, which means his defensive attribute is at least 220. Was this the optimal configuration of spirit rings? Although most individuals here belong to noble families, few possess such an ideal ring configuration. Generally, they prioritized safety before enhancing their strength. Members of larger families had assistance in hunting soul beasts, making it easier to acquire yellow spirit rings, while those from smaller families could only hunt for white rings. The presence of dual yellow rings was a rare sight even in the prestigious Royal Academy of Tiando. Wang Ba's audacity ignited the ire of the injured crowd around him. They thought it wise to let him pave the way ahead, for no one believed that the copper walls concealed merely 8 arrows, more might surely follow. Thus, the crowd transformed into a flock of chickens, hiding behind the mother hen, Wang Ba, allowing him to absorb the brunt of the arrow rain while they reaped the benefits. Indeed, under his guidance, several non-defensive candidates finally made it through the first obstacle zone. The onlookers expressed their gratitude, wishing for Wang Ba to continue shielding them. However, as the adage goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Wang Ba paid them no mind, accelerating past Kong Long and pursuing Nining ahead. Having sustained an injury to her calf, Nining was naturally unable to run swiftly. As she glanced back at Wang Ba, who was speeding forward with his yellow spirit rings, she muttered a curse. Damn it. He has actually a dual yellow. Chapter 19. Ruthless. The figure of Wang Ba in the 4th segment seemed to be invincible, as if under some enchantment. No arrow could inflict harm upon him. A result he had likely anticipated long ago. He was the sole individual among them who could sprint while adorned with soul rings. The 2 resplendent yellow rings dancing around his waist, an ostentatious sight indeed. It appeared that someone had warned not to let him see, for if he did, he would surely retaliate. Such arrogance displayed by Wang Ba was most perilous, while the arrows could not harm him. It did not imply that he was impervious to all forms of attack. Any force surpassing his defensive capabilities could indeed injure him. And several powerful battle soul masters in the 4th segment were similarly undeterred. At that moment, he had become the focal point of those strength-type battle soul masters. Kong Long, a formidable strength-type battle soul master, manifested his battle spirit as the Tyrannosaurus Rex, a robust sub-dragon-type spirit. A dragon-like roar erupted from behind Wang Ba, heralding a fierce wind. Upon turning, Wang Ba was met by Kong Long, who charged at him with his battle spirit activated. A spectacle even more captivating than that of soul rings, albeit one that demanded significant soul power. It was not Gu Yechen, who had previously threatened him, that attacked Wang Ba, but the proud Kong Long's flamboyant nature could not abide by anyone showing off in his presence. To provoke him was to court disaster. The sturdy walls flanking the path obscured any distant view from the towering mountains, allowing for the use of underhanded tactics. With a thunderous crash, the 2 clashed violently. In a sprinting charge, Kong Long unleashed a powerful punch, while Wang Ba, unwilling to concede, bent slightly and raised his arms to defend. At the center of their collision, ripples of soul power surged forth, stirring dust from the ground. After the impact, both retreated. Kong Long moved back 3 meters, while Wang Ba was propelled 5 meters backwards. It was evident that Wang Ba's momentum had diminished slightly, given that one was on the offensive and the other on the defensive. The crux of the matter lay in Kong Long's soul power, which reached level 29, while Wang Ba stood at a mere 27. Despite his robust defensive attributes, he lacked an offensive capability, leaving him with only the means to block without any power to counterattack. Wang Ba momentarily closed his eyes, then opened them with resolve, exclaiming, "First soul skill, Xian Gui Guard." Kong Long's ferocity compelled Wang Ba to summon his battle spirit and utilize his soul skill for defense. The mention of Xian Gui sent a shiver down Kong Long's spine. Among the elite beast-type battle spirits, a few were exceptionally powerful, with Xian Wu Turtle being one of the advanced defensive spirits. To his astonishment, Wang Ba's battle spirit was indeed the Xian Gui. A verdant glow surged from Wang Ba's being, spines of varying sizes sprouting from his back, and his first 100-year soul ring shimmered, signaling the activation of his first soul skill. Yet, something appeared peculiar. The edges of his turtle shell exuded an abundance of collagen, seeming neither robust nor formidable, almost delectable. Kong Long burst into laughter, remarking, "What breed of Xian Gui is this? It scarcely resembles the Xianjia turtle. Have I stumbled upon a mutated aquatic creature?" Wang Ba's appearance did indeed evoke more of a water turtle than a true tortoise, particularly with that collagen-rich shell, which appeared to offer minimal defense aside from the spines. Fuming, Wang Ba retorted, "So what if I'm a mud turtle? My defense will render you powerless. You should first break through my first soul skill before boasting. This skill doubles my defensive attributes. Let us see how you fare." With a slight lift of his hands, 3 green defensive shields materialized and began to orbit around him. "Is that all?" Kong Long scoffed. While his battle spirit was of the sub-dragon variety, it was still a spirit associated with dragons. Among the continent's top 3 sects, Certain clans possessed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, a pinnacle among beast spirits, while Kong Long's spirit was merely a tier below, yet still formidable. As Kong Long summoned his Tyrannosaurus spirit, 2 soul rings manifested around him, showcasing an optimal soul ring configuration. The first 100-year soul ring suddenly gleamed, and Kong Long chanted. First soul skill, Tyrannosaurus Stampede. With that, the air warped as his legs thickened, dark and elongated, causing the ground beneath to sink slightly, leaving behind massive footprints. Kong Long propelled himself forward, leaping into the air to stomp down upon Wang Ba's spiked shell. As he descended, his body seemed to compress into the turtle shell. Infuriated, Kong Long realized that his first soul skill was currently ineffective against Wang Ba. The force of the collision, coupled with the recoil, sent both of them sprawling apart. Kong Long, fortified by his soul power, managed to maintain his stance, while Wang Ba's momentum waned significantly. Wang Ba quickly interjected, all right, let us cease hostilities. I concede. We are still in the assessment. If this continues, we might inadvertently assist others. If you wish to battle me again, choose another time. I have my sights set on the reward for second place. Kong Long finally tempered his aggressive demeanor, replying nonchalantly, consider yourself fortunate for recognizing my prowess. You seem capable enough. Join me, and you shall reap the benefits. Should you secure the first place in this assessment, perhaps I shall consider your proposition, Wang Ba replied, waving a dismissive hand. However, the enchanting young lady in the lead has already left us far behind. Catching up to her will pose quite the challenge. If she clinches the first prize, I might choose to follow her instead. My family is rather weak and requires the protection of a more powerful clan. My decision to ally with a family does not hinge upon their background, but rather on the potential of the person I choose to follow. I believe her potential far exceeds yours, hence, I cannot acquiesce to your request at this time. Kong Long snorted, It's South merely the first place in this assessment. What is so difficult about that? Have you not noticed that the little beauty is injured? Prepare yourself for the spectacle. Being my subordinate would be a privilege you ought to embrace. As the two continued their discussion, a brilliant light bulb floated past them, disregarding their astonished expressions. What a ruthless affair. The resplendent light bulb naturally refers to the merciless Gu Yechen, whose entangled struggle has caused the old fellow to be forgotten. He is the man reputed to have literally polished his head to a bald shine, and at this moment, he appears to be walking in midair. This existence, more formidable than Kai Xiong's flying martial soul, can soar through the skies, yet he runs through the air, an absurdity indeed. In Chapter 20, The Armed Soul Bone. This fellow seemingly disregards us entirely. Kong Long, if you seek to spar with me, you have surely mistaken your opponent. This man is truly our adversary. Wang Bi gazes at the glimmering bald head, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, akin to the taste of a braised egg he consumed. What are you standing there for? Go after him, Kong Long urged, unleashing his martial soul as he pursued Gu Yechen. Under normal circumstances, he would not dare to strike. But within the blind spot of the impenetrable wall, he could at least give him a taste of what is to come. After all, he must make it known who the true leader among this cohort of freshmen is, and that enchanting little girl poses no threat, particularly as she is injured. As the prominent figure of the Junior Soul Master Academy, Kong Long dared to confront sixth-year students in his first year, let alone peers of the same grade. He was unafraid. Even if he were to falter, he could always call upon his father, and if that failed, then his grandfather would suffice. At last, they all entered the second arrow obstacle zone, with Kong Long taking the lead and Wang Ba slightly trailing behind. As Gu Yechen sprinted, his instincts sharpened, warning him of impending danger. Consequently, he tilted his left shoulder, executing a side flip, and in an instant, he appeared 10.8 meters away. Kong Long's Tyrannosaurus leap failed to harm Gu Yechen, which left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. With his soul power nearly depleted, Kong Long could not afford to use any more soul energy, lest he be unable to surpass the final auxiliary segment. Consider yourself fortunate, he muttered under his breath, contemplating how he would overtake them in the auxiliary section. Kong Long's confidence stemmed from his prior knowledge of the assessment's content. He was well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of the 5 segments, and he was certain he would claim victory in the final leg. After all, he had backing. However, one must consider that every student at the Royal Academy possesses some form of support. Their parents are at least barons or hold higher titles within the empire. A baron is merely of lowly status. As for those of noble lineage, their fathers might be the Minister of Military Affairs of the Tiando Empire, or perhaps officials in charge of public safety, or even the reigning monarch, His Majesty the Snowy Knight of the Tiando Empire. Kong Long's father is a Minister of Military Affairs who has previously led troops to annihilate rebels, a hardened warrior. Just moments ago, he had exchanged pleasantries with teacher Sun Buyu, signaling him to take good care of his precious son. While Kong Long reveled in his fortunate lineage, he noticed Gu Yechen, who lacked any background, appearing not far behind him in his line of sight. Gu Yechen, born into a humble background without any connections, was fortunate enough to encounter a benefactor who granted him the opportunity to cultivate as a soul master. Otherwise, he would have lived a life of obscurity. At this moment, as Gu Yechen sprinted, he raised his hand to deflect the arrows raining down around him. Under the influence of his red lotus skill, the arrow's attack power, originally around 40 points, was diminished to a mere 20 points. Having just surpassed the 20th level of soul power, he remained unharmed by such attacks, though the impact of the arrows still elicited a sense of pain in his body. Thus, he endeavored to use the mysterious iron bracers gifted by his teacher, Qin Ming, to absorb the arrow's impact. The iron bracers, a defensive soul-guiding device, were not classified as high-grade artifacts. They merely possessed a storage capacity of 1 cubic unit, far inferior to the luxurious belts and jade rings that symbolized power. However, their practicality made them worthy of even Qin Ming's endorsement. Given the limited level of blacksmithing in this world, even this low-tier soul-guiding device commanded a considerable price, especially for one that combined storage and defense, a feat only achievable by master-level blacksmiths. Thank you, Teacher Qin Ming. Gu Yechen understood that this was a small favor granted to him by Teacher Qin Ming. With such a defensive soul-guiding device at his disposal, coupled with the inherent weakening characteristics of his martial soul, he too could embody the role of a defensive soul master. As he passed by one injured student after another, Gu Yechen shook his head. With their financial resources, they could easily afford such protective armaments. However, their arrogance and overconfidence had led them to suffer greatly. The items they had purchased were merely pure jade rings, which could only accommodate a storage space of 10 cubic meters, and also served as symbols of authority. Excessive self-assurance often breeds profound hubris. Gu Yechen temporarily occupies the 5th position, closely trailing behind Kong Long and Wang Ba, with only a short distance separating them. Ahead, Jiaoying and Wu Qing have already reached the 5th segment, a realm dominated by support-type soul masters, evidently not suited to either of them. As Jiaoying runs, she distinctly senses her right leg becoming numb. No matter how resolute her spirit, her body refuses to obey. Her strides appear uneven, a discordant rhythm in her pace. Gritting her teeth, she endures the pain. Though diminutive in stature, her determination is no less formidable than that of others. How infuriating. Casting a glance back at the ever-approaching Gu Yechen, she realizes the gap between them is narrowing with each passing moment. Jiaoying mutters under her breath, "You bald donkey. Keep your distance. If it weren't for my inability to exert my full strength, I could take on 10 of you single-handedly." Behind her, Gu Yechen moves with remarkable agility, seemingly gliding through the air, reminiscent of a master of lightness. One can surmise that this ability is linked to his martial spirit. Otherwise, he could not possibly traverse the air with such ease. The 5th segment is rather peculiar, as it houses numerous injured horses within a makeshift shelter. These horses will be pivotal for support-type soul masters to turn the tide. Once healed, they can be ridden into battle. Soul power manifests as a steed? Such speed would rival that of a level 30 soul master fully utilizing their martial spirit, albeit with a slight delay for healing. Regrettably, Gu Yechen is not a healing-type support soul master, but rather one who specializes in weakening foes. Though both belong to the support category, their functionalities diverge significantly. Thus Gu Yechen cannot capitalize on the advantages present here. It seems he has underestimated the situation. He initially believed he could surge forward in the final segment, only to be met with this unforeseen outcome. Truly, human calculations pale in comparison to the whims of fate. He is still too young and inexperienced. Indeed, a weakening-type support like Hell's Red Lotus has never appeared in history, and the 3 committee members likely did not account for this, illustrating that 1% of error. Conversely, amplification-type supports have been well documented throughout history, with the 7 treasures glazed tile martial spirit standing out as a representative, capable of enhancing all attributes. These supports are comprehensive in nature. Amplification-type supports can boost speed, defense, and even strength. Their advantage is not confined to the final segment, but applicable across various terrains. Thus, the 5th segment is truly suited only for healing-type support soul masters. Gu Yechen found himself unable to unleash the prowess he had envisioned in this moment. The assessment continued, and the sands of time slipped steadily through the hourglass, yet Gu Yechen remained entrenched in 5th place. Meanwhile, the formidable contender for the championship, the muscular powerhouse Kong Long, began his ascent. As he approached the stable, he paused his sprint, summoning the scant reserves of soul power within him, as if preparing to mount a steed. A green glimmer ignited in Kong Long's eyes, and soon his entire being radiated a verdant hue. He slapped his palm against the horse's flank, and instantly, a surge of ethereal green energy poured fervently into the creature's body. In an instant, the wounded horse was revitalized, its injuries visibly healing before the onlookers. And a smile crept upon Kong Long's lips. Upon the platform, Wang Li noticed Kong Long's actions and quickly turned to his companion, Sun Buyu, asking, "Teacher Sun, is it possible that Kong Long is cheating? He is not a support-type soul master." Sun Buyu pondered for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. It was no wonder Kong Long exuded such confidence and had inquired about rewards in advance. He must possess something extraordinary. Prior to the assessment, Sun Buyu had merely whispered to him the corresponding nature of the 5 segments. The true measure would rest upon his own capabilities. In response to Wang Li's query, Sun Buyu waved his hand dismissively, stating seriously, "He has not cheated, for that is a soul bone, specifically, a healing-type arm soul bone." Ali, remember that a soul master's strength is not solely determined by soul power levels and soul ring configurations, but also by soul bones. Therefore, he is not in violation of the rules. Wang Li gazed at Kong Long in awe and envy. He, a level 40 soul master, lacked a soul bone, while Kong Long, a mere 29-level great soul master, had one. It was no wonder he had freely expended soul power in the earlier segments. He had kept this ace up his sleeve. As the object of admiration, Kong Long felt the weight of others' envy, likely leaving spectators in stunned disbelief. At this moment, he rode confidently, casting his gaze towards the elevated platform where Sun Buyu stood, his neck held high with pride. In his mind, he reveled in the thought that this cohort of newcomers was merely mediocre. The championship seemed well within his grasp. He also glanced toward the mountain summit. Though it was a distance away and the crowd was substantial, he knew his father was among them. This soul bone, a gift from his father, though merely a healing type and not perfectly aligned with his Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, sufficed for Kong Long. It was important to recognize the rarity of soul bones. The chance of acquiring one was exceedingly low, and finding one that suited him was a daunting challenge. This supportive soul bone would enhance his endurance, which was quite commendable. Observing Kong Long ride with such vigor, Gu Yechen's eyes clouded with longing. He too desired the rewards meant for the top 4, but the final segment offered him no assistance. What should I do? At this moment, Gu Yechen began to question himself. Was his auxiliary martial soul truly of the imperial grade? The ability to weaken seemed less formidable than he had envisioned. Had he chosen the wondrous Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum or the heart-wrenching Xiangxi Duan Chong Red back then, perhaps he would not find himself in such a passive state now. Yet, this was an imperial martial soul. It ought not to be so feeble. Lingling's martial soul was the 9-heart begonia, with its royal martial soul's essence, immortality. His martial soul was purportedly superior to hers, but what was the true essence of the Hell-Red Lotus? Merely the ability to weaken? To weaken, by its very definition, implies a reduction of external impacts. Whether augmenting oneself or diminishing the opponent, his own attack, defense, and speed remained unchanged. In certain respects, his martial soul might even fall short of the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. For the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda could at least enhance his speed or strength, while the Hell-Red Lotus merely maintained his own state, diminishing the external forces. He remained eternally unaltered, while the world around him transformed. As Gu Yechen continued to run, he engaged in introspection. The diminishing opposition from the outside world signified that he had, relatively speaking, grown stronger. How could he harness this waning ability to enhance his speed further? The sweat clinging to his cheeks caused a slight warmth, while fresh beads of perspiration seeped out, cascading down his jawline in a vertical stream. Ignoring the heat and discomfort coursing through his body, Gu Yechen remained preoccupied with a singular question. What was the essence of his martial spirit? The beads of sweat on his forehead gradually expanded, eventually coalescing and trickling down, inadvertently stinging his eyes with a parched sensation that made them difficult to open. He wiped his eyes with an already dampened arm, only to intensify the irritation. The path ahead grew increasingly blurred, and his mind began to drift into a haze. Gu Yechen vigorously shook his head, striving to prevent the weariness from overwhelming his resolve. He longed for a moment of respite, yet he knew he could not afford to rest just yet. He aspired to become the mightiest soul master, to procure the most exquisite gift for Lingling, and to present his mother with a modest yet charming estate. The first step towards realizing these dreams was to attain self-affirmation, and the means to achieve that was undoubtedly to secure a position among the top 4. This was the objective he had set for himself. In a daze, Gu Yechen suddenly found himself in that peculiar forest once more. He surveyed his surroundings, lush and vibrant, and marveled at the surreal authenticity of it all, murmuring, "How did I end up here? Why is this happening? Was I participating in an assessment?" A barrage of questions left Gu Yechen utterly bewildered. He could not discern whether he was ensnared in an illusion or ensconced in reality. The line between truth and deception completely blurred. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from the heavens. After all this time, I have finally encountered a talent worth noting." Gu Yechen inquired, "Who is speaking?" The individual responded with a chuckle, "Ah, me? You may simply refer to me as the flower deity." "The flower deity?" This. Gu Yechen was taken aback. For this was the very scene he had witnessed a few days prior during the inheritance of the martial soul. Yet, this scene unfolded once more. And Gu Yechen found himself uncontrollably uttering the words he had spoken days earlier. "Gu Yechen, I desire the most formidable martial soul. Huashen, can we refrain from constantly yearning for the strongest? How about I grant you the second most powerful instead?" Gu Yechen, "No, I must possess the strongest. You seem to be in dire need of me. As long as you assist me, I am willing to pay any price." Flower deity, very well, very well. I shall grant you this. Do not keep reminding me, I am not afflicted with senility. Now, you should take your leave. With a gentle wave of her hand, the flower deity gestured towards Gu Yechen. This moment was etched into Gu Yechen's memory. So that's how it is. A few days prior, the scene of his inheritance of the martial soul replayed in a hazy illusion. As Gu Yechen dashed forward, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. And he murmured to himself, "I have comprehended the true essence of the Hellfire Red Lotus martial soul." A slight smile graced his lips as waves of crimson energy radiated from within him, enveloping the entire fifth segment. Gu Yechen unleashed all the soul power within him, holding nothing back. An inexplicable sense of exhaustion washed over him. In an instant, his steps became light and airy, as if he were floating on air. With each stride, he seemed to teleport 10 meters ahead, and his speed was nothing short of terrifying. One step covered 10 meters, and in 10 steps, he surpassed a bulky figure. Wang Ba, who gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "How has another formidable individual emerged? Is he even human with such speed?" Gu Yechen's lips curled into a faint smile as he remarked, "I have previously instructed you not to appear before me again. Since fate has brought us together, it is only fitting that I present you with a grand gift." With a gentle flick of his finger towards Wang Ba, he added with a smile, "From this moment forth, your speed shall be reduced by 30%, and your soul power will diminish by the same measure." With that subtle gesture from Gu Yechen, Wang Ba felt an overwhelming heaviness in his legs, rendering him incapable of accelerating. Instead, he found himself slowing down, and his already limited soul power began to swiftly dwindle. Wang Ba, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "How could this happen? What have you done to me? You wretched scoundrel, I will report you." With a light chuckle, Gu Yechen chose to disregard Wang Ba's tirade, recognizing it as merely an exhibition of martial spirit rather than an act of deception. He continued to flicker away, soon catching up to Kong Long, who was riding on horseback. Kong Long glanced sideways at the recently arrived Gu Yechen, who astonishingly seemed to tread upon air, not touching the ground at all. This resembled the relentless stride of someone devoid of remorse. Could it be a manifestation of a unique martial spirit? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a series of 3 swift flashes, Gu Yechen appeared before him, continuing to traverse the air, entirely ignoring Kong Long. It was utterly bewildering. What kind of martial spirit did they possess that allowed them to walk upon air, and this individual could even teleport instantaneously? Kong Long silently cursed under his breath. What sort of prestigious family was this brat born into? Did he save the universe in his past life to be granted such an extraordinary martial spirit in this one? He seethed inwardly, "I refuse to concede so easily." Horse. Onward. Pursue. Chapter 22. He is truly powerful. Gu Yechen swept past like a tempestuous gale, leaving swirling dust in his wake. Kong Long could only trail behind, choking on the billowing dirt, finding it nigh impossible to close the gap. Within minutes, Gu had vanished into the distance, leaving even the swiftest steeds far behind, deprived of even the dust they might have chased. Ahead, a particularly conspicuous figure gleamed under the sun, not for any grand reason, but for his bald head, shining like an incandescent bulb, an unwitting beacon of mockery. Before long, Gu Yechen accelerated, swiftly overtaking the second-ranked Gu Yechen. The two soared through the air in perfect synchrony, their strides matching, now sprinting, now vanishing in flashes of movement, their rhythm eerily aligned. Yet, within a given span, Gu Yechen could manage only a single teleportation, while Gu Yechen executed 3 in succession. This was the true essence of his advantage. Gu Yechen cast a sidelong glance at Gu and inquired with suspicion, "Hey, kid. What's your martial soul? Why does your ability resemble mine so closely?" Gu Yechen replied earnestly, "Your martial soul is what my martial soul embodies. However, there is one aspect that perplexes me, and I would appreciate your clarification. Why do you conceal your strength?" Concealing strength? Zui Wuqing was taken aback. For he had indeed reserved his power. His martial soul granted him the ability to defy gravity, walk upon air, and execute a series of rapid movements. The reason he had not fully revealed his martial soul's capabilities was to retain a measure of strength, ensuring that others remained unaware of his true trump card. Otherwise, in the face of life-threatening danger, he might find himself incapable of self-rescue. Thus, he preferred to use a single flash to preserve his strength rather than reveal the full extent of his abilities. Yet, to his astonishment, the other party seemed to possess a similar capability, which felt far from coincidental. Consequently, Zui Wuqing began to suspect that Gu Yechen's martial soul bore some resemblance to his own, albeit not identical. Some resemblance? In truth, this was not the case. Gu Yechen's martial soul was indeed that petite red flower, entirely unrelated to Zui Wuqing's martial soul. The reason he could wield Zui Wuqing's abilities lay in his comprehension of the essence of the Hell-Red Lotus. Weakening was merely a facet of its power, while the ultimate truth of the Hell-Red Lotus was mastery. Within the illusory realm of the flower goddess, he exercised dominion over all, compelling Gu Yechen to reiterate his words from days prior and dictating his departure from the illusion. Everything existed within the confines of the world he had constructed, epitomizing the highest form of control. Given Gu Yechen's current level of soul power, he could not yet create an illusory realm. However, he could extend his soul power, causing all within its range to experience a 30% decrease in their attributes. This explained why Zui Wuqing's speed had unexpectedly diminished. Of course, this was merely a passive form of control. He could actively seek out the strongest individuals within his range, imitating them to acquire much of their abilities, thus mastering both them and himself. All entities or phenomena affected by the soul power of the Red Lotus would fall under his influence. The degree of control hinged upon Gu Yechen's soul power level. The higher the level, the stronger the control. Evidently, Zui Wuqing was astounded by Gu Yechen's declaration. "What do you mean, your martial soul is what my martial soul is? Are you attempting to mislead me? This fellow is far from honest." Zui Wuqing harbored no belief that Gu Yechen's martial soul could mirror his own, for his was unique. Even during his registration at the Martial Soul Hall, the attendant's response had been uncertain, leading to a peculiar name being recorded. "You little rascal, cease your theatrics. Regardless of your martial soul, it could never surpass mine. The profundity of my martial soul is beyond your comprehension." Initially, he had no intention of revealing his true trump card, but given Gu Yechen's audacity, he was willing to showcase some of his own strength. "If you possess such a trump card, I believe your martial soul is akin to mine. If not, well, we shall meet again at the finish line." Upon Zui Wuqing's words, his expression suddenly stiffened, and his gleaming bald head radiated ever more brightly. Within his vicinity, one could distinctly sense a rise in temperature. As the light from his head intensified, moisture began to accumulate and descend, ultimately coalescing into a meter-wide rainbow cloud beneath his feet. Standing upon this colorful cloud, Zui Wuqing smiled at Gu Yechen and said, "If I am not mistaken, your martial soul's abilities pertain to weakening and imitation. Just now, my speed diminished by 30%. That must be your doing. I find this rather unsatisfactory, employing such underhanded tactics. Nevertheless, your martial soul's capability has indeed surprised me, but alas, my martial soul's essence can purify, rendering your weakening abilities utterly ineffective against me. I regret to inform you that I must take my leave. Should you manage to catch up to me through your genuine prowess, only then will I concede. Otherwise, I shall regard you with 1,000 scorns." With that, the rainbow cloud surged forward, accelerating like a whirlwind. This ability was something Gu Yechen could not replicate, as it belonged to the realm of martial soul profundities, a power he could not imitate. He was undeniably formidable. Watching Zui Wuqing fade into the distance, Gu Yechen sighed internally. What could his martial soul possibly be? Could it be the rainbow cloud? Yet, why did it feel as though this was not his ultimate trump card? If he was not mistaken, he had retained some strength in reserve. How much power was he truly concealing? Just when Gu Yechen believed Zui Wuqing's trump card was the 3 flashes, he had unleashed the purifying prowess of the rainbow cloud, directly countering Gu Yechen's martial soul's essence. Was his Hell-Red Lotus truly of imperial caliber, or had the flower goddess deceived him, revealing it merely as a royal martial soul? Surely, Zui Wuqing's martial soul must be of imperial quality. At this moment, Gu Yechen stood in 3rd place. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, securing a position among the top 4 was virtually assured. He had reached the goal he had set for himself without a hint of doubt. Yet, Just a second prior, he had established a new objective, to defeat him once. Since soul bones could be utilized, employing his martial soul's abilities would hardly be considered cheating. After concluding his thoughts, Gu Yechen mused, "Even if I cannot surpass you, it does not imply that others cannot." He murmured, "Little sister, it seems you will benefit this time." As Gu Yechen traversed the air, he refrained from utilizing his soul power, having released it entirely into the external world. He was merely imitating Gu Yechen's capabilities. With his eyes gently closed, he began to gradually manipulate the surrounding soul power, using it as a medium to communicate with the top-ranked Jiuying. "Little sister, I am Gu Yechen, the elder brother who just placed last. Your leg is injured, and you should be unable to maintain your position. Let us collaborate. I will aid you in securing first place, and you will help me diminish that fellow's arrogance." Jiuying glanced around, noting that aside from the bald man behind her, there was no one else present, and she queried, "Are you speaking to me?" Gu Yechen lamented, "Indeed. Little sister, time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to elaborate. If you assist me in defeating that bald-headed fellow, I shall alleviate the 30% deceleration you are experiencing and grant you the ability to traverse the air. What say you?" As Jiuying pondered this proposition, the bald head resembling a boiled egg glided past like a cloud, surpassing even the flight capabilities of avian martial spirits. How infuriating! That wretched bald brute! Watching him float by, she could only gaze longingly at the brilliance of others, her heart unwilling to accept her fate. Without further deliberation, she had made her decision. Jiuying huffed, "So it was you behind this? No wonder my speed has diminished by 30%. How detestable. However, since it was you, dear elder brother, I shall be willing to forgive you. Just this once, hee. Very well. As long as you help me triumph over that insufferable bald head, I shall reward you handsomely afterward. Hurry." Chapter 23. The assessment situation. As a member of the Spirit Hall, Jiuying's pride often clouded her judgment. As long as she could defeat that bald-headed fiend, cooperation was not out of the question. Upon reaching an agreement, Gu Yechen transferred his ability to traverse the air entirely to Jiuying. Within the confines of his Hell-Red Lotus's sensing range, he became the master of his domain, able to utilize and transfer any person or object at will. Although he had yet to construct a realm of illusions for a level 20 Gu Yechen, it was entirely sufficient. As Gu Yechen's mental will shifted, the soul power permeating the surroundings began to bubble, the scene gradually becoming obscure, as if shrouded in a misty haze. Was this an illusion? Or perhaps hell itself? Gu Yechen could not discern, lost in the ambiguity of reality and illusion. Yet, he was certain that he would wield dominion over this area. Due to the transfer of abilities, Gu Yechen now limped as he ran, presenting a rather comical sight. Though his speed was far from lacking, for it was Jiuying's prowess. Meanwhile, Jiuying felt invigorated, her legs seemingly unscathed, a smile gracing her lips. Bald brute. Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance. Hubris must pay its due. Follow closely behind me. It was her pride that had led her to underestimate the arrows, resulting in her injury. Thank you, elder brother. Jiuying was a level 29 Turing Soul Master, her explosive power far surpassing that of Gu Yechen, a mere level 21 Ring Soul Master. Naturally, even the level 20 Gu Yechen would be crushed by the prowess of the level 29 Jiuying. At this moment, Jiuying was unrestrained, her feet stirring the air, sweeping up blades of grass as she roared forth like a tempest. Face the gale. As if endowed with supernatural speed, she became a mere shadow, appearing beside Gu Yechen in an instant, disdainfully declaring, "Bald brute, your arrogance has reached its limit. Awaken to your reality." With a cold huff, Jiuying made a playful grimace before accelerating, leaving Gu Yechen in a state of utter dismay. How is this possible? Is she unaffected by that fellow's influence? Or perhaps he alleviated her 30% deceleration. If so, it suggests that his martial spirit is at least of the top-tier royal class, nearing my own martial spirit's caliber. If I do not unveil my true trump card, I shall never secure first place. Gu Yechen's martial spirit was also imperial grade, not a mere rainbow cloud, but rather a beast-type martial spirit. However, to reveal his entire strength for a trifling first place would be unwise and unprofitable. If those old-timers discerned any hint of his martial spirit's secrets, they might well bind him and subject him to rigorous study. Very well, second place shall suffice. It matters not, Gu Yechen continually reassured himself, recognizing that being defeated by a level 29 Soul Master did not bring shame. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the limping Gu Yechen, remarking, "Kid, I have taken note of you. This time, let us consider it a draw. Next time, you shall stand no chance against me." Although Gu Yechen ranked third, he was closely pursued by others, particularly Kong Long. who was reputed to be a strong contender for the championship, and the rather irritating Wang Ba. However, the subsequent scene left everyone at the Tiando Royal Academy utterly astonished. A soul master soared through the air like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a crackling sound. From a distance, he resembled a small purple lightning snake in motion. But upon closer inspection, he was neither a snake nor a bird, but rather a humanoid avian. Some of the candidates recognized him immediately, as he was none other than Kai Xiang, a formidable contender for the championship. "Look, that's my son," exclaimed a man clad in light armor from the mountaintop stands, pointing to the streak of lightning above. This lightning-like avian moved with astonishing speed, swiftly surpassing Wang Ba and Kong Long to secure fourth place, and he was still accelerating. If he maintained this pace, the championship would be as good as his. The other parents, observing the humanoid lightning, chimed in, "Indeed, like father, like son. General Kai has a remarkable son. It seems the championship will likely be claimed by young Master Kai." Naturally, some were skeptical. "I wouldn't be so certain. Kong Long's nephew has yet to unleash his full potential. I believe he will undoubtedly claim the championship," effortlessly entering the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. "Are you blind? Can't you see Kong Long has already been surpassed by Kai Xiang?" a woman remarked, casting a flirtatious glance at General Kai. "General, I wonder when you might visit my family. My daughter is quite charming and also participating in the assessment. Should your son and my daughter become a couple, it would be a tremendous delight." At this, some scoffed, perceiving it as a mere ploy to ingratiate herself, lacking any decorum. Nevertheless, the majority sided with General Kai. Being a favored figure close to His Majesty, the Snowy Night Emperor, and thus hesitant to offend him, only a small faction supported Kong Long's father. Seeing the accolades heaped upon General Kai, Kong Jun, a frequent rival, grew displeased. "General Kai, your son is not utilizing soul techniques, is he? If I am not mistaken. That must be the ability of a soul bone." General Kai chuckled. "Indeed. What, are you envious that my Kai Xiang possesses a compatible soul bone? Your precious son lacks such fortune, absorbing a support-type soul bone as a strong attack soul master, acquiring a rather mediocre healing skill. Huh, it's utterly laughable. Does your Kong family lack the funds to bid for soul bones?" Kong Jun retorted, his voice tinged with anger. You rely solely on a few soul bones from your ancestors. Are you only willing to grant your son one soul bone? You've absorbed at least 3 for yourself. While our Kong family may not be as affluent as yours, I am far more equitable in my dealings. We have 2 soul bones. One for me and one for my son. Your methods, are you sure he is even your biological child? General Kai sneered. "Equitable, my foot. You absorbed the strong attack soul bone and left a healing type for your son. You dare claim fairness? Perhaps he isn't even your real son." Kong Jun spat. "Bah. To hell with you. There are no ongoing battles. Do you seek a fight? I shall gladly oblige." An intermediary stepped in to quell the rising tension between the 2 imposing generals, one responsible for reconnaissance and logistics, the other a seasoned veteran forged in the fires of combat. Their stature within the empire was significant, and most present were of lesser standing, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Only the mediator dared to interject with a sensible remark. "Gentlemen, please do not lose your tempers. You should focus on that little girl approaching the finish line. Your sons may not even make it into the top 3. General Kai inquired. "What? That little girl's leg has healed? Why does she appear unscathed now?" Kong Jun added. "What is that beneath her feet, her martial soul?" Both men were so engrossed in their sons that they overlooked the evolving circumstances of the assessment. The battlefield's dynamics could shift rapidly, yet they failed to realize that the assessment situation was equally fluid. The mediator, however, remained astute, keeping a watchful eye on Gu Yechen. Who was the true architect of the unfolding events? He murmured to himself. Ling Ling truly did not misjudge him. Years later, he will become a prominent figure. I only hope he does not follow in my footsteps. Chapter 24. The Royal Reserve Team. This mediator was none other than Yu Lingling's father, who had introduced Gu Yechen to this academy. In Yi Yuhan's letters, she frequently mentioned Gu Yechen, emphasizing that he was to be her future son-in-law. Thus, this mediator had taken it upon himself to visit, uninvited, to observe this so-called son-in-law. Prior to the assessment, he had taken note of Gu Yechen's appearance and physique. Aside from his lackluster fashion sense, his demeanor and character seemed admirable. Although somewhat reserved, he ranked above the sycophants surrounding him. The mediator smiled slightly. The assessment was nearing its conclusion, and the results were becoming increasingly evident. As he prepared to depart, he had other official matters to attend to. Unlike General Kai and General Kong, who appeared almost lethargic, on the high platform, Sun Buyu failed to notice Gu Yechen's capabilities. Instead fixating on the little girl from the martial soul hall, speculating that she might possess a healing-type soul bone as well. Indeed, from such a distance. It was difficult to discern any hidden intricacies, and the mediator's insights were informed by the information leaked from Gu Yechen. A support soul master capable of area weakening was undoubtedly a prime asset on the battlefield, rivaling even food-type support soul masters. Such individuals, if enlisted, would surely become renowned generals. As time passed, the results of the competition gradually became clear, and unsurprisingly, Jiao Ying claimed the championship. Nearby, Wang Li observed from a distance, recording the rankings. Before long, these standings were compiled into a table. The table read, first, Jiao Ying, level 29 second, Zui Wuqing, level 23rd, Kai Xiang, level 29 fourth, Gu Yechen, level 25th, Kong Long, level 29 sixth, Wang Ba, level 27 seventh, Yu Shiyao, level 27 eighth, Duo, level 27 Sun Buyu did not examine the table but watched the live broadcast, astonished that Kong Long's nephew could only secure 5th place given his strength. The competitors ahead were formidable. Good heavens! I never expected this year's new students to be so exceptional, he mused. The Academy's 3 committee members will surely be elated. Sun Buyu thought to himself. Were it not for their slightly lower soul power levels, they could easily rival the second-team members of the Royal Academy. At that moment, a guard approached Sun Buyu on the high platform, whispering something in his ear. Haha. Wonderful. Excellent. Upon hearing this news, Sun Buyu chuckled inwardly and generously rewarded the doorman with 10 gold soul coins. The doorman was not originally scheduled to be on duty today. Yet he made the arduous journey down the mountain to deliver the message, clearly motivated by the prospect of a reward. Major announcements from the Academy are typically posted on the bulletin board, but some instructors, caught up in urgent matters, miss out on vital information, thus creating opportunities for the doorman to take on part-time work on his days off. Those connected to the bulletin board are selectively informed, allowing them to be aware of significant events even upon returning to the Academy. Time is indeed money. Being forewarned about important matters can lead to rewards if one's spirits are lifted. With a satisfied smile, Sun Buyu stroked his distinctive mustache and raised his hand, saying, You've done well. Should there be any further good news regarding me, be the first to inform me, and I will reward you similarly with 10 gold soul coins. The doorman nodded enthusiastically, responding, I understand. Teacher Sunday. I figured you would have no time to return to the Academy while assessing students, so I rushed over to convey the news. Sun Buyu nodded in agreement, saying, You may leave now. Certainly. The doorman, clutching the 10 gold soul coins, wore an ear-to-ear grin, marking the most rewarding occasion in his part-time endeavors. Once the doorman departed, Sun Buyu composed himself, allowing his expression to shift to one of seriousness. Tilting his head, he inquired of Wang Li, who was busy tallying the soul information nearby. Ollie, would you like to become a distinguished teacher at the Royal Academy? Just like team leader Qin Ming? The opportunity has arisen. Wang Li nodded earnestly, expressing, I do. He then curiously asked, Teacher Sun, do you have any connections? Sun Buyu chuckled. Becoming a distinguished teacher is not merely a matter of desire. You must substantiate your ambitions with action. I have already taken the liberty of applying for an internship position for you at the Education Committee, and soon you shall officially instruct students. Transitioning from an intern to a formal teacher and then to a distinguished teacher is indeed a lengthy process, yet there exists a singular method to expedite this progression. What method? Wang Li queried, perplexed. Sun Buyu feigned mystery, saying, Do you recall the royal preparatory team I mentioned to you? Years ago, I proposed this plan to the 3 members of the Education Committee, only to have it repeatedly rejected until now, when, inexplicably, they approved my earlier proposal and announced the significant decision on the bulletin board. Had this occurred years ago, I might have been more motivated, but alas, I am now middle-aged and lack the vigor to lead. However, you are different, you are young, and your talent is unparalleled. At only 21, you have already reached level 44 in soul cultivation. With your capabilities, leading the royal preparatory team is well within your grasp. You must understand, you are my soul prodigy, and I intend to cultivate your potential. This leadership role is meant for you. The Royal Preparatory Team effectively serves as a substitute for the first and second teams of the Royal Academy. Previously, substitutes were selected solely based on their soul power, without undergoing extensive team training, resulting in their performance often lagging behind those with lower soul power but superior synergy. Thus, the Royal Preparatory Team was established to ensure that substitutes foster a strong sense of teamwork and unique camaraderie. You may select members for the Royal Preparatory Team from this year's newcomers, preferably from the top 10 candidates in this assessment, as their performance reflects their potential for development. Wang Li scratched his head, asking, "Teacher, how many members does the royal preparatory team accommodate?" Sun Buyu contemplated. "I believe it is either 8 or 10 members. Since this proposal has been long in the making, I cannot recall the exact number. For now, select 8 members, and once you reach the academy and check the announcement, you can adjust your selections if it turns out to be 10. Wang Li nodded. "Understood. I will strive to lead this team well and ascend to the ranks of distinguished teacher promptly." Wang Li's confidence stemmed from his experience as a substitute team member. He had previously competed against the Spirit Hall team, and despite suffering defeat, he gained invaluable experience. Sun Buyu, however, shook his head and said earnestly, "Ali, I have merely opened a door for you, but you must not rush. Even if you choose a shortcut, take care not to leap too far ahead, lest you squander your efforts. Of course, if you aspire to become a distinguished teacher, you must achieve tangible results. Mere words will not suffice. I want you to learn from Qin Ming and lead the members of the Royal Preparatory Team to participate in the Great Soul Arena and secure at least 1 Silver Soul badge, while the other members should aim for Bronze Soul badges. Show the 3 members of the Education Committee that our Royal Preparatory Team members are not at all inferior to those in the first and second teams of the Royal Academy. If all goes well, by year-end, our Royal Preparatory Team will engage in a friendly competition with the second team of the Royal Academy. So make sure we do not suffer an embarrassing defeat." Wang Li nodded. "Rest assured, I will handle this." Chapter 25. A single move takes down 2. The endpoint of the assessment was not far from the platform where Wang Li stood. A short distance would lead him there. The assessment had concluded, and most students lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, a mild symptom compared to their near-death state. Some injured students received treatment from senior peers specializing in healing. Aside from internal injuries, external wounds visibly healed before their eyes. Many were taken aback by the unexpected sharp arrows in the 4th round of the assessment, deeming the Royal Academy excessively harsh. Had they known this challenge awaited them, they would have brought along sturdy protective gear. In truth, they failed to grasp the Academy's true intentions. The institution aimed to instill humility and caution. For in their future encounters with soul beasts or adversaries, no senior would be present to heal their wounds. After receiving treatment, Jiao Ying sat off to the side, gently massaging his recently healed calf. Meanwhile, some remained unscathed, most notably Gu Yechen and Gu Yechen, who were currently in a state where even their legs felt weak. Hardly able to catch their breath, their condition was extraordinarily intense. Gu Yechen fixed his gaze on Gu Yechen, inquiring, "Can you even mimic my physique?" Gu Yechen diligently trained daily, running 10 kilometers without utilizing his soul power, and over time, this distance became as easy as daily meals. His true limit without soul power was 40 kilometers before he would begin to feel winded. When using soul power, his speed and agility became even more formidable. Gu Yechen's speed was unparalleled, merely a glimpse of his capabilities. His strength and defenses were equally terrifying. Thus, his physique was unmatched among peers, leading others to refer to him as the relentless individual who could wear down his opponents to baldness, while Jiao Ying affectionately dubbed him Bald Donkey. Observing Gu Yechen's earnest inquiry, Gu Yechen smiled and replied, "Aside from your martial soul's unique abilities, I can replicate anything else. Were it not for my soul power being depleted, I could even imitate your bald head." The cold sneer of the heartless echoed, "Humph, such despicable tactics. Were it not for my soul power being merely at level 20, do you truly believe I would be bested by a mere child? Your assistance to her in defeating me does not equate to your victory over me. We are at an impasse. Only if you can vanquish me through genuine skill shall you earn my recognition. Otherwise, you shall remain a pitiful street jester, even with my aura to bolster you. Should you enter the hallowed halls, you would still be nothing more than a jester for others' amusement, forever incapable of attaining the status of a true master." Gu Yechen was on the verge of retorting that he did not require anyone's approval, for his own validation sufficed. Why should he concern himself with the perceptions of others? However, the enchanting young girl took the initiative. The words of Gu Yechen were overheard by the bystander, Jiao Ying, who rolled her eyes in exasperation. She stormed up to Gu Yechen and exclaimed, "You bald donkey, whom are you calling a little lowly? I am significantly older than you, and if I have not yet surpassed the age of 16, you may address me as Sister Jiao Ying. Do not be deceived by my petite stature. Do you truly believe that I could not bring you down in an instant? That elder brother just now showed you some courtesy, and yet you dare to act so arrogantly." Gu Yechen swallowed hard. This enchanting little girl acted rather peculiarly, although she promised a significant reward for her agreement. In the end, nothing materialized. Naturally, Gu Yechen would not shamelessly press for it. Whether she would comply depended solely on her mood. The most crucial factor, however, was her age. She appeared to be a young girl, and if she truly had surpassed the age of 16, why would she refer to him as big brother? It seemed illogical. You intend to take down whom? Zui Wuqing, unwilling to back down, clenched his fists, producing an unsettling cracking sound, reminiscent of severe osteoporosis. He then shook his head, followed by a stretch of his back, which echoed with cracking noises akin to a pronounced lumbar disc issue. Subsequently, Zui Wuqing extended one palm slowly, fingers slightly bent upwards, beckoning towards Jiuying. Zui Wuqing, martial spirit, 7-colored auspicious cloud, level 20 soul master. I seek your guidance. The imposing Zui Wuqing boldly declared his martial spirit and rank, signifying his intent to challenge. Very well, let us engage. The beautiful little girl was poised to act. But Zui Wuqing halted her, saying, wait a moment, why do you not announce your martial spirit and rank? It is disrespectful to act in such a manner. Although I am aware you are at level 29. Jiuying scoffed. If you understood the essence of respect, you would address me as Sister Jiuying, for I am your senior. Otherwise, you do not merit my respect. Spare me your prattle. Prepare yourself. With that, Jiuying lowered her stance slightly before sprinting forward. Upon her 7th step, she suddenly bent her knees and leaped into the air, adjusting her body mid-flight to execute a downward kick. Witnessing her offensive maneuver, Zui Wuqing dismissed it entirely. Devoid of soul power, he believed he would not be defeated by Jiuying based solely on physical strength. He regarded her with a cold smile. I will allow you to strike. Your efforts will be in vain. Since you choose not to respect me, I shall reciprocate. With a forceful kick, Jiuying struck him in the face. However, the impact was absorbed by his black stockings and sturdy shoes, resulting in a reverberation that left her calves momentarily numb. What a hard face you have, she exclaimed, utilizing the momentum from the hit. Jiuying performed a backflip and landed gracefully on the ground nearby. Your defenses are remarkably resilient. Jiuying muttered under her breath, cursing his impenetrable skin. Without soul power, her strikes were ineffectual, much to her dismay. What now? Weren't you going to bring me down? Zui Wuqing chuckled, knowing she could do nothing to him without her soul power. Don't celebrate too soon. I refuse to believe you lack any weaknesses. Jiuying's face flushed, not from shyness, but from indignation. Infuriated, she charged at Zui Wuqing once more. This time, rather than a frontal assault, she pretended to approach directly, planning to maneuver behind him and exploit a perceived weakness in his legs to bring him down. Yet, as she drew close, she discovered that his legs were anything but weak. They stood immovable like a mountain. A smirk curled Zui Wuqing's lips as he remarked, I allowed you 2 opportunities. Now it is my turn. With that, Zui Wuqing gently tugged at her collar, and Jiuying was lifted effortlessly into the air, resembling a small duck. Seizing her ankle, he spun her half a rotation before releasing her, sending her flying through the air like a discus, landing on the grass of the resting area. Sliding for a short distance, Jiuying stood up, brushing off the stray blades of grass tangled in her hair, her appearance somewhat tragic. Although she had not sustained serious injuries, her disheveled look was undeniably unappealing. Alas, I cannot bear to watch any longer. Gu Yechen expressed his intolerance towards Zui Wuqing's bullying of Jiuying, especially since Jiuying had just spoken up for him. With his eyes slightly closed, Gu Yechen opened his right hand to reveal a small red flower, from which a luminous white soul ring emerged from the ground. The soul ring flickered unexpectedly, reminiscent of a faulty electrical connection. After the rhythmic pulsation of the soul ring, the drained energy barely manifested a soul ring technique, Red Lotus weakening. In an instant, a crimson beam surged towards Zui Wuqing's body, and upon contact, his defenses were utterly obliterated. Seizing the opportunity, Jiuying struck with precision, delivering a kick to Zui Wuqing's most vulnerable point, the chin, sending him sprawling backward. With a resounding crash, Zui Wuqing fell to the ground, appearing to have lost consciousness. Thank you, big brother. Although Jiuying was unaware of how Gu Yechen had accomplished this feat, he still expressed his gratitude. However, Gu Yechen seemed to be in a precarious state as well, with his eyes tightly shut and his body swaying unsteadily. Finally, a soft chirp echoed. Gu Yechen also fell straight to the ground, and that handsome face would likely encounter some minor issues. The kick from Jiuying rendered both individuals unconscious, signaling a swift double demise. Before Gu Yechen fell into a coma, he pondered, this fellow possesses an impenetrable defense. It appears that dismantling this bald donkey's fortifications is far more arduous than engaging in a fierce battle. Chapter 26, Forced smile when Gu Yechen awoke from his unconscious state. The sky outside had already succumbed to darkness. Where am I? Gu Yechen slowly opened his bleary eyes, first sitting up to rub his aching temples, and then earnestly surveying his surroundings. The air was permeated with the scent of medicinal concoctions, and the bed and linens around him were pristine white. On the wall directly in front of him hung a crimson banner adorned with commendatory phrases such as exquisite medical skills and miraculous hands that restore life. It was evident that this place was a recuperation room. The medical facility primarily catered to internal injuries that auxiliary soul masters could not resolve. While they could directly treat and heal external wounds, internal ailments necessitated medicinal intervention, especially in cases of unconsciousness, which auxiliary soul masters were powerless to remedy. "Big brother, you're awake," exclaimed a petite girl, perched at the edge of the bed, startled by Gu Yechen's movement. "Little sister, did you bring me here?" Gu Yechen surveyed his surroundings and noticed that only Jiaoying was present. He assumed she was the one who had carried him here, given her petite stature. How could she have possibly borne him? Jiaoying pouted and shook her head, saying, "No, it was the Dark Lord who brought you here. Earlier, my soul energy was completely depleted, so I was unable to carry you." Gu Yechen inquired with confusion, "Who is this great demon king? I have never heard of him." Jiaoying elucidated, "He is the senior who registered us. He is now our captain. We are all under his command from now on. He directs us eastward while we must not venture westward, hence I refer to him as the Great Demon King. Wang Li is our captain? And who exactly do we refer to as we? Should this young lady have been placed in the second team of the Tiando Royal Battle Team?" Gu Yechen was utterly bewildered and inquired, "Little sister, what on earth is happening?" Upon witnessing Gu Yechen, the elder brother, in a state of confusion, Jiaoying chuckled softly and replied, "Do you know, big brother, that when I vanquished the ruthless Sin, Captain Wang Li happened to witness my triumph over that bald wretch? He insisted on having me accompany him. I initially presumed he was there to bestow a reward, but to my astonishment, he was selecting members for a battle team. The great demon lord has established a royal reserve team, requiring 8 members, and that very demon lord has directly recruited the top 8 from this assessment, myself included. How infuriating. According to Old Man's son, his intelligence was flawed. The royal second team had just completed their roster half an hour prior. Even if I secured first place, I would still have no opportunity to advance to the royal second team. Old Man's son's words sound so convincing, yet he is merely a fickle opportunist. He assumes I am unaware, but they had already reserved that spot for the Avalanche Prince. Presenting it as a reward was merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by the 3 committee members. Otherwise, do you think Old Man's son would have relinquished the other 3 rewards? Although they later compensated me with a mid-grade medicinal herb, far more precious than the low-grade herb awarded for second place, I shall not forgive them." The more Jiaoying spoke, the more incensed she became. Moreover, they harbored another ulterior motive, to monitor me. If that demon lord were to oversee my actions, I would be rendered incapable of achieving anything at the Royal Academy. So that is how it is. Gu Yechen nodded. Since Senior Wang Lishua had selected the top 8 for the assessment, both he and his younger sister were consequently under his guidance. Of course, Zui Wuqing, Kong Long, and Wang Ba were all members of the Royal Reserve Team. By the way, big brother, here is your reward. With that, Jiaoying retrieved a bag filled with gold soul coins from her exquisite bracelet, lifting her delicate, fair arm to present the gold coins to Gu Yechen. "Thank you." Gu Yechen was indeed in dire need of funds. 100 gold soul coins held immense significance for him, for with them, he would no longer have to endure hunger. As he prepared to extend his hand to grasp the bag filled with gold coins, he inadvertently froze upon glimpsing Jiaoying's exquisitely delicate face, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Had she truly surpassed the age of 16? Seizing the opportunity while Gu was momentarily distracted, Jiaoying subtly moved her petite wrist, causing Gu Yechen to grasp at nothingness. With a playful smile, Jiaoying remarked, "I have yet to employ my soul skills, yet you are already in this state. If I were to activate my soul ring abilities, you would have no chance to retaliate." One of Jiaoying's soul ring skills, enchantment, could render any male opponent devoid of rationality, provided their level did not exceed 1 major realm above hers. Otherwise, the effects of the enchantment skill would diminish, or even vanish entirely. Gu Yechen awkwardly wiped his forehead and said, "Little sister, it is not as you perceive. I have been perplexed by a question for quite some time, and I kindly ask for your insight. Why is it that you enjoy giving nicknames to others, yet you exclusively refer to me as Big Brother? Moreover, you seem to be 3 years my senior. Would it not be inappropriate for me to call you Little Sister? Perhaps I should address you as Big Sister instead?" Jiaoying irritably shook her head and replied, "No, I only wish to be a little sister, not an elder sister." "Why?" Gu Yechen expressed his bewilderment at the peculiar behavior of this unusual little girl. Jiaoying smiled and explained, It is because you bear a slight resemblance to my brother. Hence I can only be the little sister. This explanation seems rather tenuous. Nevertheless, who among us does not harbor certain personal quirks? Perhaps she is simply a little sister with an affinity for older brothers. Little sister it is, then. Gu Yechen inquired further. Has team leader Wang Li mentioned when classes will commence? There remains much I do not comprehend regarding the knowledge of soul masters. I am even oblivious to the types of soul beasts and how to ascertain their ages. Jiaoying pouted and replied. Hasn't my elder brother attended a junior soul master academy? Such foundational knowledge is typically imparted there. For instance, the Tiando Royal Academy is a joint institution of intermediate and advanced levels, where theoretical instruction is rather scant. The emphasis lies predominantly on self-cultivation, and those students under the guidance of an instructor focus even more on practical combat. Therefore, tomorrow, we are set to engage in practical lessons at the Grand Soul Arena in Tiando City. Are you not prepared yet? If that is the case, I can assist in securing your absence. When the Demon King recruited me, I established 3 conditions with him. If he desires me to compete on his behalf and earn glory, he must agree to these reasonable terms. Should you require assistance, I can utilize one condition to request a leave for you. You may remain in the Royal Academy's library for a few days. It houses a wealth of theoretical texts. Gu Yechen exclaimed in astonishment. If that is the case, I am immensely grateful. I am indeed not yet prepared for practical combat. Once I complete my self-study, I shall seek you out for our reunion. Please assist me in applying for a month. Consider it a favor that I owe you, and I promise to repay it doubly when the opportunity arises. Very well, I shall assist you with the application. Remember, you owe me a favor, came the reply. It is getting late. I must return to my dormitory. You should rest for now, dear brother. By the way, tomorrow I will help you request accommodation from the formidable overlord. I shall see you in the morning. Indeed, he nodded affirmatively. Gu Yechen found this little sister quite agreeable, considering her a suitable companion. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow tightly, for he felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his heart, and a heart-wrenching pain began to spread. Gritting his teeth, he discovered that the torment offered no respite. Instead, it intensified rapidly, soon permeating every corner of his being, as if he were ensnared in the depths of hell. His eyes, throat, vital organs, marrow, and fingertips were all engulfed in excruciating agony. Gu Yechen forced a smile and said, Little sister, please leave this place quickly. I wish to rest for a while. If you hear any strange noises, do not look back. Jiaoying, pondering over his words, nodded thoughtfully before turning to depart, her heart speculating. Did the elder brother just try to send me away? Does he truly find me bothersome? Chapter 27. The flaw in the martial soul. Without dwelling further on her thoughts, Jiaoying reached the door and glanced back at Gu Yechen. Noticing nothing amiss, she cautiously closed the door behind her. Once Jiaoying had left, Gu Yechen could no longer contain himself. His visage contorted in agony, and at one point, he let out a primal scream. The torment he endured was akin to a fate worse than death. His body began to thrash uncontrollably, shattering the nearby furniture into splinters and even splitting his bed in two with a single strike of his hand. At this point, it seemed as though he might dismantle the infirmary itself. At this moment, Gu Yechen found himself utterly incapable of maintaining his composure. He could only perceive 4 overwhelming sensations: an interminable agony, an unending frailty, an everlasting darkness, and an infinite dread. Do not attempt to control me. My body is mine to command. Gu Yechen bellowed in despair, struggling fiercely against the chains that bound him to that abyssal hell, a place where suffering would eclipse his current torment 1,000-fold. He could not yield. Drawing a dagger, he made a deep incision across his arm, blood gushing forth. The pain was his only solace, the sole remedy his mind could conjure in that dire moment. Though such an act may be futile, it allowed him to inhale the metallic scent of blood, rousing his foggy mind considerably. He dropped the dagger and collapsed onto the ground, curling into a corner and trembling uncontrollably. Aside from the earlier involuntary cry, he had been resolutely gritting his teeth, desperately enduring the agony. This was the consequence of possessing the hellish red lotus martial soul. Acquiring a martial soul of such caliber was no simple feat. The flower goddess had forewarned him during the initiation. Each night at the stroke of midnight, these symptoms would manifest without distinction between friend and foe. During his journey with Lingling, he often fabricated excuses to slip away, only to return to her in a disheveled state. Therefore, before each episode, he would ensure to isolate himself and bind himself tightly to avoid causing harm. Yet this time, he had succumbed to unconsciousness and lost track of time. Cursed be this fate. What manner of curse is this? At this moment, Gu Yechen found himself rendered speechless, only able to curse inwardly, devoid of sight and sound. Even his sense of taste and smell gradually faded away. Apart from touch, he had nearly lost all sensory perception, yet the pain of touch was magnified manifold. Life was a futile struggle, and death eluded him. Curled up in a corner with disheveled hair, he remained silent, lacking even the courage to rise. For his will was being insidiously eroded. At one point, his slightly bowed neck stirred, a mere swallowing motion. Suddenly, Gu Yechen lifted his head. His black pupils suffused with crimson light, which in the next instant transformed into blood-red orbs. His vision returned, his hearing restored. Everything was revitalized, save for his will. Thus, he sat there in a daze, paralyzed, akin to a thoughtless marionette. Meanwhile, Gu Yechen, walking along the corridor, seemed still concerned for Gu Yechen, big brother. He must be hiding something from me. Driven by curiosity, Gu Yechen retraced her steps to the infirmary, eager to uncover the truth of Gu Yechen's condition. With a gentle grip, Gu Yechen pushed open the infirmary door and peered through the narrow crack. Inside, the room was in disarray, broken furniture, a dagger on the floor, and a pool of blood. The acrid scent of iron saturating the air. Alarmed, Gu Yechen exclaimed, "Could it be that this big brother is contemplating suicide over a broken heart?" Hastily, she pushed the door wider and advanced. However, midway through her approach, she sensed something amiss and halted her steps. What a terrifying gaze! At this moment, Gu Yechen had regained much of her spiritual power, enabling her to sense the dangers lurking around, and Gu Yechen emanated a palpable aura of death. There was a murderous intent. Gu Yechen regarded him warily, slowly retreating while muttering, "He is becoming increasingly inscrutable." Gu Yechen exuded an aura of legend in the eyes of Gu Yechen, particularly with his unique and formidable martial soul that could weaken others. Furthermore, he possessed the extraordinary ability not only to mimic the powers of others, but also to transfer their abilities. This martial soul was far from the mere auxiliary classification described in Captain Wang Li's roster. It was, in truth, a weapon of immense destructive potential. Apart from Wu Qing and Gu Yechen, it was likely that the other team members perceived Gu Yechen as a mere minor player, fortunate enough to secure a place among the top four. During the selection of the team leader, even Captain Wang Li personally remarked that Gu Yechen was merely an auxiliary soul master. While his weakening abilities had some merit, he was deemed ultimately unfit for significant future contributions. Thus, the choices for captain and vice-captain would not involve Gu Yechen at all, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The leadership would be determined among Gu Yechen, Kai Xiang, and Kong Long, all of whom had already reached the 29th level. Wu Qing, though commendable, suffered a significant blow to his reputation in Wang Li's eyes after being knocked unconscious by Gu Yechen. Nonetheless, having secured second place in the assessment, he would be accepted as is, with the hope that he would not become a liability, as his level 20 soul power was still rather insufficient. As for Gu Yechen, Wang Li perceived him as having merely stumbled upon luck, inadvertently utilizing his peculiar martial soul to hinder others' speed, a rather contemptible tactic. However, given his role as an auxiliary soul master, he begrudgingly allowed him a spot, recognizing that his abilities could serve to vex opponents. Otherwise, Gu Yechen would barely qualify even for the reserve team. Yet, it was precisely this auxiliary soul master who instilled fear in the hearts of powerful control-type soul masters. As the unknown terror compelled Gu Yechen to retreat, suddenly, Gu Yechen felt a peculiar halt in her delicate legs. Her body seemed immobilized. What was happening? A frown creased her brow as she internally lamented her predicament. "Oh no, my body is paralyzed. What should I do? What kind of power is this?" In that moment, Gu Yechen resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Without the embodiment of her beast martial soul, her defenses were alarmingly feeble, even inferior to her condition during the assessment. Her strengths lay in control and speed, yet now she found herself unable to employ either. Even a mundane blade could inflict harm upon her. With a sharp glint in her eyes, a realization struck her. Could this be the realm often spoken of by Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo? However, he was merely at level 20. How could he wield such power? The strength of a realm was typically reserved for soul saints. Indeed, it was the power of a realm. But with Gu Yechen's level 20 soul power, its coverage spanned only 10 meters, precisely the distance of this small infirmary. Unfortunately, Jiuying had inadvertently trespassed into this space. At that moment, Gu Yechen was devoid of conscious thought, perhaps only possessing a sense of instinct. He would eliminate any life within his 10-meter radius, including mosquitoes and ants. For this realm was known as the Death Realm. As Jiuying beheld the crimson light filling Gu Yechen's eyes, she understood that he was not truly himself at this moment. He was undoubtedly under the control of another. Gu Yechen picked up the dagger from the ground, advancing slowly, poised to strike at her. Jiuying cried out, "Big brother, please don't." Chapter 28. A whisper of truth in this moment of crisis. Gu Yechen, dagger in hand, hesitated for a brief instant. The crimson glow in his eyes dimmed slightly, as if his corrupted thoughts were momentarily restored to their original state. Within an endless expanse of darkness, Gu Yechen's luminous form was ensnared by chains woven from twisting vines. This was the Soul Sea, a realm of torment far surpassing that of the outside world, where his will was imprisoned, forced to endure the relentless terror of eternal night. The searing agony of unquenchable flames, the excruciating torment of unyielding frost, and the ceaseless onslaught of mental anguish. The most palpable sensations here were those of pressure, fear, suffering, and the chilling breath of death. In this place, the concepts of time and space ceased to exist. Gu Yechen, his body ensnared by tendrils, stirred slightly and lifted his head, gazing into the boundless night, where the sole, twinkling star shimmered. "Lingling, is that you?" Gu Yechen's lips twitched slightly as he silently resolved, "No, I absolutely cannot harm Lingling, even if it means remaining in this wretched place forever, enduring inhuman torment. I cannot allow you to be in danger." In the outside world, Gu Yechen, after a few flickers of crimson light in his pupils, suddenly directed the sharp dagger towards his own chest and plunged it down resolutely. At that moment, Jiuying was taken aback. Had the dagger pierced his arm, there would still be hope for salvation, but the location he chose was the heart. This indicated that he was destined to die. The instant the dagger pierced his flesh, the power of the domain within the room dissipated, and Jiuying's legs were freed from their constraints, allowing him to move once more. The light in Gu Yechen's eyes faded, replaced by a pallor on his face and the sight of a dagger embedded in his heart, blood oozing from the gaping wound. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a few words. "I'm sorry, I can no longer accompany you on this path of soul masters. Take care of yourself." Jiuying hurriedly stepped forward to support him, cradling him gently in her embrace. "You will be fine," she murmured. "Did my elder brother sacrifice himself to save me? In the spirit hall, aside from my teacher and brother, no one has ever treated me with such sincerity. You are the one who sought to kill me. Yet you are also the one who endeavored to save me. What manner of person are you?" The following morning, as the radiant sunlight bathed the earth, the Tiando Royal Academy was enveloped in a bewildering rumor. "Hey, brother, have you heard? A junior at our academy confessed to a female student and, upon failing, chose to take his own life. What a pity. No way. Is this junior out of his mind? There are countless flowers in the world. Why fixate on just one? To resort to such foolishness as suicide, how could he call himself a student of the Royal Academy?" Absolutely true. Last night, my roommate from the upper bunk sleepwalked and claimed he overheard their conversation. The boy asked, "Will you be my girlfriend?" She replied, "No." He insisted, "I love you." She countered, "You should find someone else. You can still be happy without me." In the wake of her rejection, the boy, in a fit of emotion, met a tragic end. "Oh, I see." A boy with small, bean-sized eyes nodded in understanding. He then turned to another student and said, "Have you heard? A junior at our Royal Academy had a chaotic personal life. After his girlfriend broke up with him, feeling humiliated and unable to bear the blow, he dashed headfirst into a wall and died." The boy with a rooster hairstyle adjusted his flamboyant hairdo, pondering, "This fellow must possess exceedingly poor emotional resilience, and his girlfriend seems rather troublesome. So what if his personal life is chaotic? I, for one, date multiple girls daily, and my girlfriend never complains. At most, she just asks me to return home early. Indeed, this lad lacks emotional fortitude. Despite being a notorious playboy, he deserves to be labeled as a wilted flower." Do you know the name of this junior who brought disgrace upon our Royal Academy? I'm not sure. I believe his surname is Gu. Oh, I see. The two parted ways shortly after their conversation. The boy with the rooster hairstyle lingered a moment on the bluestone pavement of the Royal Academy Square, feeling compelled to share this explosive secret with someone. As for his tales of dating multiple girls, those were mere fabrications. He hesitated for a moment, thinking, "No, I must find someone to share this. Keeping it to myself is unbearable." Just then, he spotted two figures ahead that looked like a young couple. He rushed forward and called out, "Wait, I have some incredibly sensational news to share with you. Please grant me 2 minutes to explain." The young man exuded an air of distinction, while the petite young woman appeared endearingly charming. The young man first frowned, then raised his hand and said, "Please, senior, do share." Clearing his throat, the rooster-haired boy began to narrate with great flair. "Surely, you two have not heard the news yet? A lovesick boy from our Royal Academy, surnamed Gu, fell for a stunning young lady. Last night, after a failed confession, he jumped into a river to prove his love. For the sake of a girl as beautiful as a celestial being, he held a grand confession ceremony and even sacrificed his most precious life for his goddess. Is this not a touching tale worthy of our admiration?" Beside him, the distinguished young man scoffed and turned to the petite figure at shoulder height, asking, "Jiuying, do you believe this nonsense?" Jiuying smiled sweetly and replied, "Of course I believe it. Why wouldn't I? I think they will have a perfect ending. Don't you think?" Gu Yechen shook his head in resignation, exclaiming that he was truly at a loss with her, stating that no matter her thoughts, there would be no outcome for them. He expressed gratitude for her assistance in securing a dormitory, then declared his intent to visit the library, suggesting that it was time to part ways, assuring her that there was no need for a send-off, and that he would reunite with them in a month. Jiuying pouted slightly, nodding obediently, her silence filled with unspoken emotions as she gazed at Gu Yechen. In unison, they turned away from each other, brushing past in a fleeting moment that felt as though time had come to a standstill. Both were transported back to the events of the previous night. Jiuying had held Gu Yechen, whose breath was slowly fading, and tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes. He was the second person with whom she could sense a martial soul connection, aside from her brother. Their martial souls were capable of merging, a rare occurrence in this realm where the probability of such an alignment was exceedingly low. Among countless individuals, encountering someone like him was a rarity, which explained her habitual reference to him as Big Brother. Yet, Gu Yechen, lacking sufficient knowledge, remained unaware that this sensation was indicative of a martial soul fusion. He mistakenly believed it to be the power of the Hellfire Lotus. He pondered why he could perceive the emotional fluctuations of another, yet she was not lingering. Jiuying's tears gradually awakened Gu Yechen from the abyss of darkness. He felt an overwhelming surge of vitality infusing his weary body, and his physical functions and wounds began to mend rapidly. However, when he finally opened his eyes, he was met with a scene of devastation and disorder, along with the pitiful sight of Jiuying. Momentarily dazed, Gu Yechen recognized that the voice he had heard within his heart belonged to her. Chapter 29. The Ocean of Knowledge. Gu Yechen gazed in astonishment at Jiuying, who reciprocated with a look of perplexity. Setting aside the mystery of how his life-threatening injuries had miraculously healed, the fact that he had repeatedly called out the name Ling Ling while in a state of unconsciousness left Jiuying feeling exceedingly awkward, initially believing it to be an expression of concern for himself. In truth, it was this Ling Ling who had stirred his consciousness, compelling him to abandon his assault, thereby inadvertently saving his life. It was not a deliberate act by Gu Yechen. One could surmise that this girl named Ling Ling must hold significant importance to the elder brother. Furthermore, at the very moment Gu Yechen was poised to strike down Jiuying, he felt an extraordinary connection with her, a profound resonance of their martial spirits. This bond enabled a profound understanding between them, allowing Gu Yechen to perceive Jiuying's innermost thoughts, a longing and affection reserved for kin. Gu Yechen was the first to shatter the silence, earnestly expressing, "I am truly sorry. Are you all right?" Jiuying initially rubbed his tear-stained eyes, then shook his head, replying, "I am fine." Gu Yechen reproached, "Did I not warn you earlier that regardless of the sounds you hear, you must not look back? Why did you return to seek me?" Gu Yechen's martial soul is flawed. He has yet to discover any means of counteracting it. The only course of action available to him is to evade living beings, lest he inadvertently slay any creature within a 10-meter radius. Upon hearing Gu Yechen's inquiry, Jiuying lowered his gaze, resembling a child who has erred. "I returned because I wished to present the vermilion lotus that Elder Sun rewarded me to my elder brother," he explained, producing a vermilion lotus from his soul guide bracelet, one that can enhance soul power. "Here, elder brother." Gu Yechen gazed into her pure, crystalline eyes, which held a hue untainted and devoid of any murkiness. It seemed as if she were the most innocent soul in the entire world. At this moment, Gu Yechen found himself at a loss. He harbored a deep aversion to being indebted to others, and he had already accrued a considerable debt of gratitude to Lingling. He did not wish to owe yet another young lady anything. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss as to how he might repay her. He waved his hand dismissively and, with a solemn expression, stated, "Little sister, you should take back this medicinal herb. You have already assisted me greatly, and there is no need for you to be so generous. We are mere acquaintances. If your kindness is solely because I bear a resemblance to your brother, then it suffices that you have helped me with my leave of absence. As for other gifts, they are truly unnecessary, for I fear I may not be able to repay your kindness in due time." Jiao Ying pouted silently, gradually retracting the Zhu Sha Lian into her soul guide device. "By the way, here is something for you," she said, gently opening her delicate white hand to reveal a purple leaf-shaped hairpin. "Ah, so this is what you took. What purpose did you have for it?" Gu Yechen inquired, somewhat irked. Jiao Ying replied softly, "I have a particular fondness for this hairpin, but I believe it must already belong to someone else. I apologize, I should not have taken it to play with." "Play? This is hardly a game. If Lingling were to find out that I had either lost it or given it away, she would surely have my skin. Thankfully, you have returned it to me. Had you hidden it away, I would have been at a complete loss." Gu Yechen seized the hairpin with determination and remarked, "Little sister, if you truly desire it, I shall ensure to procure a new adornment for you next time, as a token of gratitude for your assistance in securing my leave." "All right then. This is a promise made by my elder brother. You must not renege on it." "I shall eagerly await your gift," she replied. "Now, you should hasten back. I can manage the tidying up here alone. Tomorrow, I must personally visit the education committee regarding the application for compensation." Jiao Ying surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "But where will you sleep? There isn't a single bed available here. How about you spend the night in my dormitory?" Gu Yechen shook his head, expressing his discontent. "This is rather inappropriate. Although you may appear youthful, you are nonetheless a young lady. It is a convention that prohibits close interactions between the sexes. Furthermore, how can a male student possibly stay overnight in a female dormitory? This is not how it should be." Jiao Ying explained. "The Tiando Royal Academy accommodates over 500 students, who vary significantly in their abilities and are categorized into 3 levels. According to their soul power, they are divided into 3 tiers. Those with soul power below level 25 are classified as Tianwei level students, those with soul power between 25 and 30 as Tianjia level students, and those with soul power above 30 as Tiando level students. There are distinctions among the students, and naturally, the dormitories reflect this, with separate areas for superior and standard accommodations. Any student who attains a level of 25 or higher is granted a private 2-story, small villa dormitory. Thus, my dormitory does not house any other females, and you are entirely welcome to stay. The only issue at hand is the lack of an additional blanket." After a moment of hesitation, Gu Yechen nodded and said, "All right then, I shall sleep on the sofa." This encapsulates the events that transpired between Gu Yechen and Jiao Ying last night. Subsequently, everything unfolded in an orderly manner, devoid of any unexpected incidents. The two brushed past each other, exchanging no superfluous words, for they shared an unspoken understanding, each aware of the other's thoughts, a rather peculiar form of telepathy. Jiao Ying mused internally, "Today, we shall proceed to the Grand Soul Arena in Tiando City to participate in the soul battle. With your absence, we will perfectly form a team of 7. Team leader Wang Li has stated that in order for us to be arranged for guidance in simulated training upon our return to the academy, all 7 of us must secure the Silver Soul badge. As for your leave of absence, Team leader Wang Li has also mentioned that you may manage that at your discretion, provided you can obtain the Copper Soul badge. Since you will not be able to join our team, your participation will be limited to one-on-one battles. To put it plainly, you are merely a substitute for a substitute. If you wish to avoid being significantly left behind by us, I suggest you begin simulated training based on the knowledge from the library. After 3 months, you may rejoin us at the Grand Soul Arena in Tiando City. By then, your soul power level should rise to at least 25, greatly enhancing your chances of victory in battles of the same level. Currently, I, along with Kai Xiang and others, are nearing a soul power level of 30. Thus, we will not engage in simulated training just yet, but instead will prioritize practical combat lessons. Should you wish to minimize the gap between us, you might consider consuming herbs like the Zhu Sha Lian, which can enhance soul power. My dormitory is not locked. Upon reflection, you may retrieve the Zhu Sha Lian at your convenience." For the first time, Gu Yechen witnessed Jiao Ying speaking so earnestly. Just yesterday, she had incessantly referred to him as a bald donkey, followed by calling him the formidable demon king Wangli. Today, however, she seemed to have transformed entirely, adopting a demeanor that was markedly more refined and ladylike. Gu Yechen responded inwardly, "No problem, then we shall meet again in 3 months. As for the Vermilion Lotus, I appreciate your kind intentions." Thus, the two concluded their rather awkward conversation. Their relationship was quite amicable and tinged with ambiguity, yet they found themselves unable to advance any further. After Jiao Ying departed, Gu Yechen ascended to the library on the 2nd floor, a realm brimming with knowledge. Upon entering the library, he observed a few individuals standing by the shelves, selecting the books they wished to read. Some were rather boorish, carelessly picking titles merely to accompany their female companions. Others remained silent, their expressions engrossed, clearly lost in the depths of literary exploration. A few exuded an air of refinement, alternating between focus and relaxation, their demeanor unmistakably aristocratic. At the counter on the left side of the library sat an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, with noticeably graying temples. Gu Yechen, through the resonance of his martial soul, discerned that the elderly figure before him was a formidable soul king, possessing a level beyond 50. Chapter 30, Trouble Approaches. He politely approached to greet, and after registering his name, received a library card. Subsequently, Gu Yechen made his way to the shelves where the books were stored. The left shelf predominantly housed tomes concerning soul beasts, while the right was dedicated to the knowledge of soul masters. Regardless of whether it pertained to soul beasts or soul masters, Gu Yechen felt the need to enhance his understanding. Casting a cursory glance over the titles, he noted that most belonged to a similar genre. He first selected a book on mimicry training, followed by a catalog of martial souls, and finally, a compendium of soul beasts. The 3 volumes, Mimetic Training Environment, Martial Soul Catalog, and Soul Beast Classification Atlas, were clutched in his hands as he sought a secluded seat. Once settled, he gently unfurled the pages and began to savor the content with great interest. Time slipped away unnoticed, and he even forgot about lunch. The book on mimicry training remained elusive. It contained numerous profound concepts, such as the circulation of meridians and the body's adaptive mimicry. To fully comprehend the intricacies of this training environment, he would need to consult additional texts and seek guidance from an instructor. Otherwise, he would struggle to grasp it in his current state. In contrast, the Martial Soul Catalog and the Soul Beast Classification Atlas were considerably more straightforward. As they were designed as textbooks for beginner Soul Master academies, they posed no significant difficulty. In addition to textual explanations, they featured vivid illustrations. The depictions of martial souls and soul beasts were rendered with remarkable vivacity, almost as if they were alive. Beneath each image, a brief description elucidated the developmental paths of soul masters and the classifications of soul beasts. Through his exploration, Gu Yechen learned that soul beasts were categorized into 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year classifications. Upon death, their corresponding soul rings were represented by colors: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. He also came to understand that martial souls are not solely classified by type, but also by their relative strengths. Superior martial souls, from the outset, enjoyed a distinct advantage. According to the text, there were numerous low-tier martial souls, with the blue-silver grass martial soul being the most representative. Slightly better were object type and farming tool martial souls, which appeared to possess offensive capabilities. However, without awakened soul power, they were rendered nearly useless. Progressing further, the intermediate beast martial souls, such as the lone wolf martial soul of the esteemed soul master Su Yutao, had a high probability of awakening soul power, albeit starting with low initial soul power and a slow cultivation speed. High-level and top-tier martial souls were known for their rapid cultivation rates. However, top-tier martial souls were rare, not exceeding 30 types. In the present world, the most emblematic were the inherited martial souls from prominent families and major sects, all of which were exceedingly powerful. There were indeed many high-level martial souls. With diligence, one could achieve comparability to the top-tier ones. In the realm of soul masters, high-level martial souls, such as that of Kong Long, and intermediate martial souls, like Su Yuntao's, accounted for over 95% of the population. Due to the difficulty of awakening soul power in low-tier martial souls and the hereditary nature of top-tier martial souls, the prevailing theme on this continent remained the dominance of intermediate and high-level martial souls. The two great empires were particularly representative. Although their royal martial souls were not the pinnacle of excellence, they excelled in management and utilization. by uniting all individuals with intermediate and high-level martial souls. They could rival those families and sects blessed with top-tier martial souls. The quality of martial souls generally correlates with initial soul power. The higher the grade of the martial soul, the greater the initial soul power upon awakening, leading to accelerated cultivation speed, albeit with occasional anomalous exceptions. Gu Yechen possessed remarkable intelligence, contemplating deeply as he perused the pages of his book. While undeniable strength was formidable, the power of unity should not be underestimated. However, when he encountered a particular passage, he was momentarily taken aback, for the statement was not entirely accurate. Innate full soul power represented the pinnacle of martial soul awakening, a boundary that had never been surpassed. Yet here he was, an innate level 20. If the author of the book were to discover this, they would surely rise from their grave to witness this anomaly. Furrowing his brow, he gently closed the book and allowed his eyelids to flutter shut for a moment. No wonder Yi Lingling's mother had advised him to maintain a low profile. If he could guard the secret of his innate level 20, it would be wise to keep it hidden indefinitely, especially from those of the Spirit Hall, should they uncover that he had transcended the limits of innate full soul power. He would undoubtedly become an object of their research. To preserve this secret, it was imperative to avoid drawing attention to himself, for inevitably, the truth would be unearthed. Moreover, he must refrain from engaging with the testing crystal ball, as there lay a significant doubt. He simply could not illuminate it. As a student of the Tiando Royal Academy and a registered soul master with the Spirit Hall, the revelation that he could not activate the testing crystal ball would certainly arouse suspicion. Even if only one or two individuals overlooked it, with more witnesses, doubts would inevitably converge upon him. Hence, he resolved to avoid the crystal ball to avert unnecessary complications. Resolving to concentrate on his studies, he dismissed these thoughts. Today was dedicated to reading, and he would not squander his time. As dusk descended, a pang of hunger gnawed at him. He ceased his reading and prepared to depart, realizing he had yet to finish the book and would need to request permission to take it back to his dormitory. Just as he rose with the book in hand, a piercing, mocking laughter echoed nearby. Ha ha ha, look at that kid. What book is he holding? It's a pictorial guide to soul beasts. How ridiculous. A cartoon book. I've long since outgrown such childish reads back in the second year of the Junior Soul Master Academy. How can he still be indulging in such nonsense? Truly a country bumpkin. The speaker, named Qin Shou, was the boorish individual whom Gu Yechen had noticed upon entering the library. It was evident that his purpose for being there was not to read, but merely to accompany his female companion. His appearance was somewhat unsavory, with dark circles under his eyes and a lascivious gaze that was utterly detestable. To Gu Yechen, he appeared nothing more than a provincial simpleton. Familiar with most of the Academy's populace, it was clear that this unfamiliar face belonged to a junior. Qin Shou chuckled to his companion. Hey, Douluo, I told you I wasn't the worst in this library. You didn't believe me, but now I've caught a prime example. Haven't I? The girl named Douluo cast a disdainful glance at this bothersome insect, though she hesitated to dismiss him due to his evident strength and background. He shadowed Douluo nearly every day, and any woman he set his sights on was one he was determined to possess. Today, Qin Shou had also come to read, albeit he perused a more discreet selection of literature, an understanding that only seasoned individuals would grasp, always ready to embark on a new escapade. Gu Yechen cast a sidelong glance, but chose to ignore it, striding forward. He had grown accustomed to the derision of others, having endured it for 7 long years. However, Qin Shou was unwilling to let it slide. He bellowed, Hey, you there? Halt. You must be a new junior. Just in time, as I'm in need of someone to fetch me tea and carry my bowls. You seem rather dim-witted. Why not follow me and join my crew? Gu Yechen paused momentarily, choosing to disregard the commotion and continue onward. He had no desire to be a sycophant, ingratiating himself for personal gain, as such actions would lead to the loss of his true self. Hey brat, didn't you hear me calling you? Qin Shou's fury was palpable. For Gu Yechen, being accepted as a subordinate should have been a privilege. In the academy, cliques were the norm, and solitary figures like him were bound to face bullying. Unexpectedly, the other party not only failed to curry favor, but also adopted a haughty demeanor, as if to mock him. Seeing Qin Shou preparing to intimidate a newcomer, Douluo tugged at his sleeve, saying, Qin Shou, you shouldn't bully your classmates indiscriminately. This is a library, and the administrator is present. Qin Shou laughed heartily. Are you unaware that the administrator is on my side? Nothing that happens here will be disclosed. And do those reading here dare to report me for bullying a fellow student? With that, he proceeded to pursue Gu Yechen. Realizing the impending trouble, Douluo, unable to stop Qin Shou, shouted, "Classmate, run quickly, run quickly." Upon hearing those words, Gu Yechen halted. Evading trouble was one thing. Fleeing was entirely out of the question. In no time, Qin Shou reached Gu Yechen's front and blocked his path, saying, "Didn't you hear me calling? Try to walk away again and see what happens." Gu Yechen felt a deep-seated loathing for the lecherous man approaching him. Though typically mild-mannered, the moment he heard the term old man from Qin Shou's lips, he clenched his fists and replied coldly, "Did you just refer to yourself as my old man? Oh, what's this? Are you getting feisty now? I am indeed your elder. Accepting you as my subordinate is a privilege. Now tell me, what were you so proud about just now?" Qin Shou was accustomed to bullying, having numerous lackeys and considerable backing. Yet Gu Yechen was no pushover. He had endured great hardships to become a soul master. The torment he faced in hellish trials was beyond Qin Shou's comprehension. Each night brought its own suffering, yet he was compelled to rise each morning with a smile. However, at this moment, he chose not to remain low-key. His gaze turned frigid, sharp as a piercing icicle, causing Qin Shou to shudder involuntarily. Gu Yechen spoke calmly. "I grant you an opportunity to depart. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Although Qin Shou was taken aback by Gu Yechen's gaze, feeling somewhat weak in the knees, he was determined not to lose face in front of the woman he admired who stood behind him. Who was Qin Shou? He was the leader among the elite students of the Tianwei level, possessing the prowess of a second-ring battle soul master with a soul power level of 25. In contrast, Gu Yechen was merely a newcomer, and his soul power was likely insignificant. His intimidating gaze was perhaps his only advantage, suggesting his combat abilities were likely lacking. Qin Shou feigned composure and declared, "What if I stand in your way? If you possess the capability, come and strike me. Do you truly believe you can best me? Are you brave enough to lay a hand on me? To be frank, I am not someone you can provoke lightly. Dare to touch even a single hair on my body." Slap. Gu Yechen swiftly delivered a resounding slap, expressing his disdain. "Stop your incessant chatter. If you wish to strike, do so promptly. I have no time to indulge your prattle." Gu Yechen must meticulously manage the timing of his outburst this evening. Should he inadvertently damage the Academy's facilities once more, it would undoubtedly incur a considerable expense. Qin Shou widened his eyes, caressing his flushed cheeks. How dare he strike me? Does he not comprehend who I am? Infuriating. You are doomed. In the entire Academy, aside from the Avalanche Prince, no one's background could possibly rival that of Qin Shou. Qin Shou exclaimed in rage. Do you even know who I am? I refrained from striking you first, yet you had the audacity to slap me. You possess quite the nerve. Dare you reveal your name? If you lack the courage, then kneel before me. Such excessive prattle. Gu Yechen could hardly be bothered to cast a glance at him. How audacious to provoke him with a mere 25th level soul power. It was tantamount to courting death. Had he not promised Aunt Yi to avoid trouble, Gu Yechen might have considered dealing with him directly. Observing the other's belligerent demeanor, Gu Yechen lazily remarked, If you wish to fight, I am at your service. However, if you have no intention of engaging, I kindly ask you to refrain from wasting my time with idle chatter. With that, he brushed shoulders with him without flinching and departed with an air of nonchalance. Simple, clean, and decisive. Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson, I shall not bear the surname Qin, he thought, eager to showcase his prowess. Seeing the other's blatant disrespect, Qin Shou resolved to teach him a lesson, crossing his arms before suddenly bringing them down with a forceful shout. Lama, embody. Under the influence of Qin Shou's Lama martial spirit, his appearance grotesquely transformed, taking on a more lecherous visage. His neck elongated and emitted crackling sounds as he morphed. His arms expanding like enormous pig-esque trotters, muscles bulging rapidly. His body became increasingly hairy, even the small tuft of his stylish bangs standing erect. His fingers, now thick and unwieldy, resembled hooves, covered in layers of keratin. Beneath his feet, 2 yellow soul rings ascended, racing towards his head. Witnessing Gu Yechen's arrogant demeanor, unperturbed and without a backward glance, Qin Shou sprang into action, delivering a swift kick to Gu Yechen's back. Though treachery was ignoble, the other's arrogance was simply too much to bear. It's Qin Shou. He is about to bully a newcomer again. I can only hope that kid doesn't end up regretting it. Opposing Qin Shou is akin to courting death. Students engrossed in their studies nearby were disturbed by the surge of soul power and turned their attention to the two. They had heard the commotion but did not look up, as such disputes rarely escalated into actual fights, especially with the administrator present. However, the release of a martial spirit without the administrator intervening suggested a serious situation. Perhaps a true confrontation was imminent. Some hurried away, others stayed to watch, while a few fence-sitters debated whether to assist Qin Shou in confronting Gu Yechen. After all, Qin Shou held considerable sway in the academy, and it would be prudent to curry favor with him. As Gu Yechen sensed the impending hoof strike upon his back, a faint smile graced his lips. A white soul ring encircled him, seemingly of the 10th year. Qin Shou, taken aback, wondered, when did he boom? The impact of Qin Shou's llama hoof collided with Gu Yechen's back, producing a resounding crack as his appendage appeared to fracture. Yet, Gu Yechen stood unfazed, akin to an immovable iron mountain. The recoil sent Qin Shou staggering back, tripping and landing on the ground. How could this be? He pondered, astonished that without releasing his martial spirit, the other's physical strength was so formidable. In truth, Qin Shou remained oblivious that Gu Yechen had already unleashed his soul power the moment he slapped him. Beast martial spirits typically augmented their attack power by embodying, while weapon spirits often released their strength externally. Particularly, plant-type weapon spirits could unleash their powers from great distances, 10, 50, or even hundreds of meters away. Gu Yechen's Hellfire Red Lotus martial spirit was unique. It could be released silently, without any visible soul rings or motions, as long as he refrained from raising his hand to reveal his little red flower and soul rings. He appeared to others as a superhuman who had not even unleashed his martial spirit. The reason for Qin Shou's injury lay in Gu Yechen's application of the martial spirit's essence control, mimicking the physique of a 30-level defensive soul master present. As long as Qin Shou did not employ soul techniques against Gu Yechen, he could not breach such formidable defenses. Furthermore, Gu Yechen's Red Lotus debilitation technique also diminished Qin Shou's attack and defense capabilities. Though Gu Yechen was merely an auxiliary soul master, his ability to weaken and mimic rendered him comparable to a formidable offensive soul master. Throughout this altercation, the administrator remained a distant observer, showing no inclination to intervene, which irked Gu Yechen. As a soul king, Gu Yechen could only mimic those within a 10-level difference in soul power. Beyond that, he was at a loss. Clearly, the administrator covertly supported Qin Shou's actions. Should he choose to assist, it would spell trouble. Then, as if summoned by thought alone, a dark green light emanated from the elderly man with graying temples, infusing into Qin Shou's body. Remarkably, his arm was restored to perfect condition. Rising and shaking off the dust, Qin Shou laughed. Ha ha, I'm as good as new. With narrowed eyes, Gu Yechen inwardly cursed, what a biased administrator. Such favoritism would be delightful if he were on my side, but standing against me is utterly insufferable. Chapter 32. Xian Iron Arm Guard. Upon witnessing Qin Shou's misfortune, the elder stepped forward and declared sternly, young man, there are explicit regulations in the academy against fighting in public spaces. If you wish to resolve personal disputes, you may do so outside the academy. It is regrettable that you chose to cause a scene in the library. This student merely spoke to you, and you contemplated inflicting serious harm. Individuals as ruthless as you are not welcomed in this institution. As a teacher, I must advise you, do not act impulsively. To foster a conducive environment for learning and harmony among students, you must set an example. Therefore, let us resolve this issue amicably. I suggest you apologize to Qin Shou, and we shall consider the matter settled. As a teacher of the Royal Academy, the Soul King Elder was reluctant to intervene directly. Yet he held his own perspectives regarding justice. Gu Yechen cast a fleeting glance and spoke in a measured tone. Who instigated trouble first? I believe you are more aware than anyone else. I refuse to acquiesce to this unreasonable demand. The words of this ancient Soul King may sound just, yet it is clear to all where his true allegiance lies. Previously indifferent, he only chose to voice fairness after Qin Shou had suffered a setback, conveniently assisting Qin Shou in salvaging his reputation by demanding an apology from Gu Yechen. On what grounds? Gu Yechen coldly declared, I have committed no wrongdoing and owe no apologies to anyone. If he is willing to apologize to me, I may consider forgiving his recent actions. Humph, an ungrateful fool. The Soul King secretly berated Gu Yechen for his extreme foolishness. Although his own actions were indeed unjust, they were, in truth, a means of self-preservation. Should they find themselves at odds outside the academy once more, a mere apology would not suffice to resolve the conflict. Anyone who offends Qin Shou faces dire consequences. His family's influence is formidable. Those who have crossed Qin Shou often find themselves with no choice but to withdraw from the academy to avoid further torment. while others may suffer severe injuries and remain too fearful to report their assailants. Gu Yechen scoffed. Whether it is good or bad is beyond my concern. But you are unworthy to speak of justice. The old Soul King's facial muscles began to twitch with fury as he raised his hand and pointed at Gu Yechen, saying, "Young man, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" Gu Yechen shrugged nonchalantly, indicating that he had already extended the opportunity, which he felt was squandered by the other party. The Soul King nodded in agreement. "Students, you have all witnessed this. I have fulfilled my responsibilities. It is he who refuses to accept my guidance, thus it is necessary for me to offer him some direction." Upon witnessing Gu Yechen's audacity to defy his wishes and cast aspersions upon him, the elder's expression darkened noticeably. The age-old virtues of respecting one's elders and cherishing the young have been cherished traditions. Yet this individual not only disregards his seniors but also dismisses the words of his teacher. The academy has regulations in place for those students who are disobedient. Appropriate penalties may be administered. A teacher resorting to corporal punishment is typically an act reserved for junior soul master instructors. It is quite standard for teachers in advanced academies to engage students in practical combat lessons, as long as the approach is gentle. Even the 3 members of the academic committee would not object. Energy began to quietly coalesce within the elder's palm, as he prepared to impart a small lesson to Gu Yechen, teaching him the proper way to conduct oneself. While respecting elders and nurturing the young is indeed commendable, exploiting one's age and colluding in wrongdoing is rather detestable. Gu Yechen acutely sensed the fluctuations of the opponent's soul power. A Soul King-level administrator was, for the time being, beyond his capacity to contend with. In a moment of dire urgency, Gu Yechen had no choice but to resort to an alternative method. He raised his arm high and declared, "Old fellow, do you recognize whose arm guard this is? Is this the Xian Tai arm guard?" Instantly, the energy in the administrator's hand dissipated, replaced by a cold sweat, for he was familiar with the original owner of this arm guard, Qin Ming. The youngest Soul Emperor expert from the Royal Academy, was also the Academy's most distinguished special grade teacher, possessing extraordinary talent. In the future, he might even have the opportunity to attain the esteemed title of Douluo, as someone favored by all 3 members of the teaching committee. This mere administrator could not afford to offend him. The voice of the elderly Soul King grew somewhat subdued as he cautiously inquired, "Might I ask what your relationship is with teacher Qin Ming?" Gu Yechen gradually lowered his arm, pondering silently. Indeed, those with connections are treated distinctly differently from those without. The unconnected are merely pliable soft persimmons, while those with influence even garner the favoritism of their teachers. Gu Yechen refrained from specifying the nature of their relationship, for without Ling Ling acting as an intermediary, they truly had no connection whatsoever. Fortunately, Captain Qin Ming had mentioned before departing that should they encounter any difficulties, they could invoke his name. Although both Qin Shou and Qin Ming shared the same surname, their disparities were exceptionally pronounced. One presented an air of arrogance and a penchant for domineering others, while the other exuded a warm and approachable demeanor, inclined to care for those around him. This kindness was something he would not forget. Gu Yechen merely stated with indifference, "I see no necessity to divulge irrelevant matters to you. If there is nothing of importance, please proceed to register these 3 books for me." Upon hearing Gu Yechen's arrogant and commanding tone, the old Soul King felt utterly helpless. It was unexpected that this young man held such status, and it seemed prudent to visit the academic affairs office more frequently. Among the new students this year, there were indeed a few formidable individuals, thus, self-preservation took precedence. As for Qin Shou's affairs, it would be wise to refrain from meddling for the time being. The administrator's tone softened as he respectfully suggested, "Student, please follow me." Beside them, Qin Shou stood dumbfounded. Previously, the administrator had always favored him. Had he taken the wrong medicine today? Casting a glance at Gu Yechen's ordinary soul-guiding armament, which seemed far from the possessions of a prominent family, he wondered why the old man appeared so fearful. Could it be that this young man was acquainted with the 3 committee members of the academy? With the attached alpaca spirit withdrawn, he reverted to his normal state, watching in bewilderment as the old man registered the 3 books for Gu Yechen. This was Qin Shou's first experience of being humiliated, especially with so many onlookers, bringing him great embarrassment. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he barked at the surrounding crowd, "Get lost. What is so interesting?" Once the crowd dispersed and Gu Yechen departed, Qin Shou approached the old man to demand, "What have you done? You just let that kid go?" The old man shrugged helplessly. "What do you expect me to do? This young man is acquainted with Qin Ming. If Qin Ming reports me to the committee members, do you believe I can continue in this role?" Qin Shou's expression grew tense. "Even if this kid knows Qin Ming, what of it? Qin Ming is no one of significance either. You, a soul king, should not be intimidated by that boy. If it comes to a confrontation, I will bear the brunt of it. After all, my father is Qin Burue. The old man suddenly interjected, young Master Qin, precisely because your father is Qin Burue. I, as an administrator, have even less reason to involve myself in this matter. This statement left Qin Shou puzzled. The old man smirked slyly. Conflicts that can be resolved outside must never be addressed within the Royal Academy. Should Gu Yechen suffer any misfortune outside, it would bear no relation to our academy. Nor would it cast suspicion upon either of us. Realization dawned on Qin Shou, and he nodded in understanding. Then please assist in investigating his soul power level at the committee. I shall arrange for personnel accordingly. The old man stroked his beard, naturally. Chapter 33. The new generation pushes the previous one pleased. Qin Shou nodded, and then beckoned to his companion. Green Lily, you won't leak this information, will you? I have plans to step out tonight. I shall find time to accompany you another day. Green Lily inquired, what do you intend to do? You're not planning to involve your family, are you? This is a trivial matter. A mere young lad does not warrant the direct involvement of my family. I shall hire a specialized team to handle it. As for which team, I must regretfully keep that confidential for the moment. As you have yet to officially become my woman, this matter requires discretion. Unless you agree to be my woman, I am afraid I cannot reveal my plans just yet. With that, Qin Shou departed with a flourish. He had dealt with similar situations numerous times. As long as he executed it cleanly, the academy would be powerless to intervene. Moreover, he had the backing to remain untroubled by trouble. Qin Shou's countenance darkened as he bit down hard, the faint pain causing him to grimace, his cheek swelling ominously. How dare they lay a hand on me? They are woefully ignorant of the world's dangers. Gu Yechen, prepare to lose an arm as compensation. After leaving the library, Gu Yechen first indulged in a hearty meal at the Royal Academy's cafeteria before returning to the dormitory he had recently applied for. This dormitory was far inferior to the luxurious accommodations of 9 infants, being a shared student room with another roommate. To call him a roommate was somewhat misleading, as they were merely classmates, both around level 25. According to the Academy's regulations, they were categorized as Tianwei-level students. However, Gu Yechen was in an advanced class and thus exempt from standardized management, while his roommate attended a regular class and had to adhere to the daily schedule. Gu Yechen was aware that his roommate was named Tian Qiu. Perhaps due to their lack of familiarity, Gu Yechen refrained from initiating conversation, and they each busied themselves with their own tasks. Seated at his desk, he revisited the borrowed books, absorbing the material quickly, yet forgetting it just as swiftly. The knowledge he acquired today required gradual assimilation. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was nearly midnight, prompting him to seek a place to endure the shortcomings of his martial soul. Before departing, Gu Yechen addressed his seemingly languid roommate, saying, Tian Qiu, I have matters to attend to outside. Please ensure that the door remains unlocked. I shall return later tonight. This dormitory had been arranged for Gu Yechen by Jiuying, who had, rather forgetfully, neglected to provide him with a key. Consequently, Gu Yechen had to rely on his roommate to leave the door ajar, allowing him to return in the dead of night and still enjoy a restful sleep. Understood, came the reply. His roommate, possessing a rather pleasant appearance, exuded an air of laziness, speaking with a lack of vigor, and often lounging on his bed to rest, even choosing to eat dinner while sitting atop his mattress. Gu Yechen did not inquire further. Perhaps he preferred this leisurely manner. This monotonous life repeated itself daily. During the day, Gu Yechen immersed himself in books and cultivation, while at night he stealthily slipped out, causing his roommates to suspect he was involved with a woman, which was why he sneaked out every evening. However, Gu Yechen did not reveal to Tian Qiu the true reason, merely stating that he had urgent matters to attend to. During this period, Qin Shou indeed refrained from causing any trouble. Even their encounters were brief glances, devoid of any intent to engage in conflict. Nevertheless, Qin Shou harbored a wealth of malice within. 3 months passed swiftly. Gu Yechen not only fortified his previous knowledge of soul masters, but also frequently attended ordinary classes, delving into the intricacies of mimicry cultivation methods. Within the simulated cultivation environment provided by the Royal Academy, Gu Yechen's soul power surged from level 20 to level 25. A self-assessment of his progress, and astonishingly, his martial soul seemed capable of transcending the conventional limits of cultivation. This remarkable rate of advancement left his roommate, Tian Qiu, utterly astounded. In just 3 short months, he had elevated his soul power by 5 levels. Such a feat was indeed extraordinary. Today, however, Tian Qiu was no longer in his usual languid demeanor. Instead, he earnestly sought counsel from Gu Yechen. With a furrowed brow, Tianqiu inquired, Yechen, have you truly reached level 25? How on earth have you cultivated to such heights? Could it be that you possess an innate talent for full soul power? Gu Yechen waved his hand and replied nonchalantly, I am not innately endowed with full soul power. Perhaps it is simply good fortune. During this time, Gu Yechen had become quite familiar with his roommates. Tianqiu's parents were soul masters loyal to the empire, bestowed with the title of Viscount by the royal family. Unfortunately, both of Tianqiu's parents perished on the battlefield, leaving him utterly alone and uncertain of his path, which rendered him perpetually despondent, lacking any clear objective. However, upon witnessing Gu Yechen's astonishingly rapid cultivation speed, he could not help but seek to unravel the mystery behind it. Good fortune? I refuse to believe it. Tianqiu shook his head, stating, though I may be somewhat indolent, it took me an entire year to progress from 24 to 25 levels of soul power. You managed to catch up with me in merely 3 months. This hardly seems to be a matter of luck. Are you concealing some secret? With narrowed eyes, Tianqiu scrutinized Gu Yechen from head to toe, attempting to see through him, yet yielded no results. Tianqiu was perplexed. At 16, he had only reached 25 levels of soul power and had struggled to break through the 26th barrier, while his counterpart had achieved the same in a fraction of the time. Was he truly still a genius at the junior academy? After a pause, Tianqiu mustered an awkward inquiry. You go out every night. Do you harbor some hidden secret? Tianqiu suspected that Gu Yechen was recently practicing some forbidden arts, for there existed certain unconventional cultivation methods that deviated entirely from the contents of textbooks. In the Douluo continent, there was a titled Douluo who practiced a unique style, cultivating a mastery of poison that allowed for rapid early-stage advancement, only to slow down significantly later on. Perhaps Gu Yechen was engaging in some form of nefarious cultivation, which necessitated his nightly excursions. Under the scrutiny of his roommate's disapproving gaze, Gu Yechen felt quite helpless and resorted to a plausible fib. Indeed, I venture out each night to seek medicinal herbs that can enhance my soul power. As you know, our academy is situated in this remote area, and there are numerous plants and spiritual herbs down the mountain. Fortunately, I stumbled upon a Zhusha lotus, a herb that can significantly boost one's strength. It was my first time consuming such a herb, and the effects were remarkable, allowing me to level up several times. It is true that certain herbs can indeed enhance soul power, but one must exercise moderation. The initial consumption yields the best results, while subsequent uses diminish the effect. Yet, going out at such late hours in search of herbs seemed rather implausible. Nevertheless, Gu Yechen genuinely could not fathom any other reason for his rapid progress. Tianqiu was left speechless. No way. Are you saying you have never consumed any herbs and have already reached level 20? To possess level 20 soul power at merely 13 years of age, good heavens, your talent is truly terrifying. Gu Yechen's lack of explanation was indeed better than the moment he elucidated, for he was immediately branded a genius by Tianqiu. Sighing helplessly, Tianqiu remarked, no matter how I spin it, I am still a top student at the Junior Soul Master Academy, yet when compared to you, I find myself woefully inadequate. I have resolved that from this day forth, I shall devote myself to diligent training. It will not be long before I attain level 26. While I do not aspire to surpass you by a significant margin, I at the very least must not allow this prodigy to outpace me. Gu Yechen expressed his bewilderment at this maneuver, questioning what it meant to be unable to surpass oneself. Does it imply that the waves of the Yangtze River should refrain from pushing against those that came before? In truth, Tianqiu remains unaware that Gu Yechen has already forfeited an entire 7 years of cultivation time. He is even incapable of meeting the most basic entry requirements of Shrek Academy. The Academy's admission criteria stipulate that individuals over the age of 12 are not accepted, nor are those whose soul power does not reach a minimum of 21. 3 months ago, Gu Yechen celebrated his 12th birthday. Even if he were to participate in the Shrek assessment, he would undoubtedly be eliminated. Thus, he is not a monster. Merely an ordinary individual, or rather, a neglected genius. Chapter 34. Travel plans. Are you planning to go out to gather herbs again? Tianqiu asked, exasperated as he observed Gu Yechen busily packing his clothes and personal belongings, as if preparing for a long journey. Indeed, Gu Yechen nodded and smiled. You could interpret it that way. I need to venture into the soul-hunting forest to acquire my second soul ring while also searching for rare medicinal herbs. I must arrive by early morning tomorrow, so I shall spend the night on the road. Your second soul ring? Tianqiu scratched his head in confusion. Is it true? You are already at level 25, yet you still have not obtained your second soul ring? Is it possible to break convention in such a manner? And are you truly of noble descent? Gu Yechen exudes an aura of legend among his peers. Within the esteemed halls of the Tiando Royal Academy, the students are predominantly scions of nobility. To be precise, all of them are offspring of aristocratic lineage, with the exception of those in the elite class, whose soul rings are procured with the assistance of their instructors. The remaining students rely on their families to secure their soul rings, often engaging family members in the hunt for soul beasts. Even the most modest of soul rings, those of a white hue, are typically of a vintage nearing a century, boasting an age of no less than 90 years. Even for Tian Cho, his soul rings were acquired with the aid of his uncle, and he was fortunate enough to possess 2 yellow soul rings, each a century old. Thus, prior to enrollment, nearly all students whose soul power has reached the level of 20 have secured at least 2 soul rings, making Gu Yechen a remarkable exception in this regard. Gu Yechen smiled wryly and said, "Is there truly no exception? I am not a scion of nobility. Rather, I simply had the fortune of being introduced here to study. As for my first soul ring, it was acquired through a combination of purchase and gifting, not obtained in the soul-hunting forest." "Oh, I see." Tiancho nodded, surmising that Gu Yechen had likely found his first soul ring beside a dying soul beast. After all, there are indeed some lower-tier soul beasts that stray from their forest habitats, wounded by passing formidable soul masters. Such soul rings are often deemed undesirable, leading to their abandonment and thus benefiting the occasional wandering soul master. No wonder Gu Yechen's soul ring is merely a white, inferior one. It is indeed scavenged. Tiancho then inquired, "Do you intend to hunt soul beasts alone?" Gu Yechen responded, "I do not have a prominent family backing me, thus I must venture alone to hunt soul beasts. Is there an issue with that?" Hastily waving his hand, Tiancho interjected, "I do not intend to disparage you. Rather, I wish to convey that you are merely an auxiliary soul master, and it is impossible for one person to successfully hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Generally speaking, each soul beast possesses at least 2 innate survival abilities. Some excel in evasion, others in defense, some in offense, and a few even specialize in toxins. For ordinary soul masters to acquire soul rings through hunting, it is typically necessary to form a team, ideally composed of 5 individuals from different disciplines. The agile attack soul master is responsible for reconnaissance, the defensive soul master for protection, the auxiliary soul master for status replenishment, the control soul master for assistance and manipulation, and the assault soul master for combat annihilation. My uncle commands a specialized 5-person soul master team that has not only aided our family's offspring in acquiring soul rings on numerous occasions, but has also undertaken hunting missions to supplement our family's expenditures. If you intend to venture into the soul hunting forest to obtain a soul ring for your safety, I strongly advise you to hire a professional soul master team." Gu Yechen had never laid eyes on a soul beast, thus he remained oblivious to the underlying rules of the hunt. Was the pursuit of soul beasts truly such a complicated endeavor? However, to engage a team of soul masters of this caliber would undoubtedly require a substantial financial outlay. To be candid, Gu Yechen found himself unable to bear such an expense. After all, the last incident had left the infirmary in a state of chaos, costing him nearly all of the 100 gold soul coins he had just acquired. Presently, he relied solely on the meager monthly stipend of a single gold soul coin from the spirit hall to make ends meet. As he contemplated the 3 remaining gold soul coins in his possession, Gu Yechen shook his head and declared, "There is no need. I can hunt soul beasts on my own." Tiancho was taken aback. After all, he was merely a support-type soul master, so where did this confidence stem from? He cautiously inquired, "Do you possess a soul hunting order?" Gu Yechen nodded, retrieving the specialized command token from the spirit hall, and remarked, "Indeed, I possess one, gifted to me by a dear friend." Fixating on the token adorned with a blue dragon and a hammer, an image of a petite, rosy-cheeked little girl flitted through Gu Yechen's mind. Shaking off his reverie, he continued, "By the time I return, I hope you have transcended to the 26th level. Otherwise, do not blame me for surpassing you. You must diligently cultivate and refrain from indulging in slothful slumbers." Initially, Tiancho struck Gu Yechen as taciturn, yet through their interactions, he discovered that Tiancho was rather the slow-to-warm type. When in the company of familiar faces, he was far from silent, often becoming somewhat loquacious. Since Gu Yechen had grown closer to him, Tiancho had taken to seeking him out for chatter, even managing to influence Gu Yechen's aloof demeanor to a slight degree. Perhaps it was only during Tiancho's slumber that he became the most serene of handsome men. If his cultivation could mirror the fluidity of his speech, his future achievements would surely be remarkable. Observing the astonishment in Tiancho's eyes, Gu Yechen glanced at the token in his hand, pondering, could it be? Even if I am not of noble birth, is this mere command token truly worthy of such awe? Indeed, Tiancho was taken aback. for it was a first-class command token issued by the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope's decree, exclusive to members of the Spirit Hall. Could it be that Gu Yechen hailed from the Spirit Hall? Seeing Tianqiu lost in thought, Gu Yechen shook his head in exasperation while reminding him, by the way, this evening, you should lock the dormitory door. Even handsome young men must learn to protect themselves. Tianqiu, understanding the jest, regained his composure and replied, then I shall wish you good fortune in acquiring a century-old yellow spirit ring. Your first spirit ring was merely a 10-year white ring, which is rather unimpressive. Very well. I shall strive to attain a higher-age spirit ring. The hour is growing late. I must take my leave. Gu Yechen's travel itinerary begins with a journey to the soul-hunting forest to acquire his second soul ring, followed by a rendezvous in Heaven Do City with Captain Wang Li and his team. There is a possibility he may encounter Ling Ling and teacher Qin Ming as well. All essentials, including clothing, provisions, a water pouch, and toiletries, have been meticulously packed into a soul guide device, a remarkably convenient item. However, being a low-level soul guide, its storage capacity is somewhat limited, accommodating only 1 cubic meter. Should he require additional space, it would prove inadequate. It seems prudent to invest in a high-grade soul guide once financial resources permit, as the profession of a soul master is rather lucrative and offers numerous opportunities for earning. The most straightforward method involves accepting tasks to assist others in hunting soul beasts for a reward or participating in battles at the Grand Soul Arena, where each victory brings additional prizes. There are also other indirect means of earning, such as seeking spirit herbs or crafting protective gear for soul masters, as well as engaging in the commerce of various goods related to the soul master trade. Chapter 35, The 5 Ghosts of the Yellow Springs. After leaving his dormitory, Gu Yechen, under the cover of night, arrived at the foot of the Tiando Royal Academy. He lingered momentarily at a shop named CAC, where he spent a considerable sum of 3 gold soul coins to rent a black-brown steed. This particular horse was no ordinary creature. It could travel hundreds of miles effortlessly and was traditionally used by the Tiando Empire's military for delivering intelligence. The black-brown steed was only marginally inferior to the famed blood-sweat horses of the Empire's generals. Though he had depleted his 3 gold coins, Gu Yechen felt no regret, for he had gained immensely. After all, 3 coins could procure a soul ring. Unfettered by the constraints of a carriage, Gu Yechen rode swiftly, determined to reach the soul-hunting forest before the stroke of midnight. Within the Tiando Empire, there were several locations of the soul-hunting forest, including one on the outskirts of Tiando City, though it was quite a distance away, several dozen kilometers at least. Glancing at his rudimentary map, he hesitated not a moment longer and galloped forth. As Gu Yechen departed, a group of 6 emerged from the shadowy corner beside the shop. Among them was a young man clad in the Royal Academy's uniform, accompanied by 5 older individuals dressed in black attire and cloaks. The leader of this black-clad group, a man with prominent buck teeth, possessed a formidable soul power of 39 and wielded a 3-ring battle soul with 2 yellow and 1 purple rings. On the cusp of advancing to the soul master level, within his rank, he was a remarkably strong presence. The 4 accompanying him, while lacking the optimal soul ring configuration, equally possessed the strength of soul masters. It was evident they were targeting Gu Yechen. The buck-toothed man fixed his gaze on Gu Yechen's retreating figure and inquired, Gigi, are you sure this is the guy? The student named Gigi nodded earnestly, replying, Boss Su, it's definitely him. I followed him out, and I even have his portrait here. If you don't believe me, take a closer look. He then produced an image of Gu Yechen from his soul guide. Upon receiving the portrait, the buck-toothed man pondered briefly before nodding. I never expected that a mere great soul master could be worth so much. 3,000 gold soul coins, equivalent to nearly 2 years of my salary. Within the Spirit Hall, there exists an unwritten rule. Any soul master surpassing the rank of soul master or over the age of 20 cannot receive the monthly gold coin subsidy from the Spirit Hall. Consequently, some soul emperors and even soul saints, if they do not align themselves with a faction, can find themselves in dire poverty, having long surpassed the age of 20. The buck-toothed man was ineligible for the subsidies provided by the Empire and the Spirit Hall, thus compelled to join other organizations. The organization to which the buck-toothed man belonged was shrouded in mystery, known as Huangquan, specializing in assassination missions. They typically engaged in secret transactions with nobility. Severing an arm was merely a side job, while assassination constituted their main enterprise. Some assassins became wealthy, while others struggled to make ends meet, as they too required cultivation. After painstakingly saving up, they often found themselves no better than members of the Moonlight Clan. The buck-toothed man, known as Boss Su, was just another unfortunate member of the Moonlight Clan, where survival often took precedence over righteousness. He extracted a crumpled cigarette but from his pocket, ignited it, and asked, "The information you provided is accurate, right?" Gigi assured him, "Absolutely. 3 months ago, he was indeed at level 20. Now, at best, he might have reached level 21. It's impossible for him to break through to level 30. Boss Su, you all are soul masters. Are you truly afraid of a mere great soul master?" Boss Su nodded. "You're right. How could we, the 5 ghosts of Huang Quan, fear a lowly great soul master, especially one from the support class? I will just confirm this. It's merely a formality. If this kid does possess level 30 soul power, you will undoubtedly need to pay extra." At this, Gigi expressed slight dissatisfaction, frowning. "Even if he is a level 30 soul master, that shouldn't exceed your organization's regulations. I recall that your organization stipulates that if a soul master level team is engaged, even if the opponent is a soul master, the price remains the same as for a great soul master. Boss Su, you wouldn't have any ulterior motives, would you? If so, I advise you to retract them quickly." Boss Su chuckled. "The organization's stipulated price remains unchanged, but the labor we put in must warrant some form of compensation. You must understand that a level 30 soul master is not on par with a level 20 great soul master. Securing an arm from such a powerful soul master is no easy feat, as some formidable battle soul masters can rival those at the soul master level." Gigi countered. "He is merely a support soul master. What capabilities could he possibly possess, even if he boasts level 30 soul power? Being a support class means he cannot compete with other types at the same level. Why should there be an increase in payment? This is extortion, pure deception." Gigi could not guarantee that Gu Yechen lacked hidden strength, for he had heard from Qin Shou that this young man possessed an unusual physique. What if he truly did conceal his capabilities and was indeed a level 30 soul master? If that were the case, after their mission, the 5 ghosts of Huang Quan might come back demanding extra payment, and Gigi would find himself in a precarious position as the intermediary, with no profit and all the risks. Should things go awry, he would become a scapegoat for Qin Shou. Gigi was not foolish. He wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. Not being a student of the academy, Gigi had been arranged by Qin Shou to infiltrate the academy as a student to track Gu Yechen, solely for the purpose of monitoring his movements. Qin Shou had provided Gigi with 4,000 gold soul coins, ensuring that if he negotiated the terms and conditions effectively, Gigi could pocket 1,000 coins. If the intelligence proved erroneous, he might even incur losses, for some assassins, after the fact, would demand exorbitant fees under the pretext of an injured comrade, doubling their price. Thus, he was resolute in not yielding. Gigi threatened, "If you don't want me to report you to Huangquan Pavilion, then stick to the rules. You've been paid. So just get the job done. No need for all these questions. Kid, do you know who you're speaking to?" Boss Su's expression darkened. Gigi retorted with a scoff. "I call you Boss Su out of respect, but that doesn't mean I fear you. I'm merely a messenger. The master behind me is someone you cannot provoke." Boss Su's demeanor turned menacing as he stepped forward, seizing Gigi by the throat and angrily declaring, "Little Gigi, you're becoming increasingly arrogant. Were it not for our previous collaboration, I would have killed you on the spot. While others may fear your backing, we of Huangquan have no such trepidation. After years of bloodshed, you should count yourself fortunate to be the first to provoke me and still live. Do not entertain thoughts of retaliation against us." With a grip like that of a predator, Boss Su tossed Gigi aside and growled, "If your information is flawed, you can run to the ends of the earth. But the 5 ghosts of Huangquan will find you. Now, get lost." Leaning against the corner, Gigi rubbed his neck with both hands, clearing his throat twice at that moment. He found himself utterly speechless, only able to curse inwardly. One must pay their dues when mingling in such circles. We shall see. Gigi scurried towards the throng. Rolling and crawling, though the others seemed fearless, he was not. The thought that they might change their minds and seek his life sent a chill through him. Fortunately, in a crowded place, they dared not act recklessly, for this was the outskirts of the Royal Academy's village. "Aha," chuckled Su, observing Gigi's disheveled state. "Did you see that? When dealing with such individuals, if one has the opportunity to strike, they should never resort to words." Then, turning to his companions, he proclaimed, "Now, we must proceed with the mission assigned by the Huangquan Pavilion. Brothers, let us stir things up, but be cautious not to slip. A single misstep could cost him his life, and that would be unfortunate. Haha." Chapter 36, just a side note unbeknownst to him, as he galloped on horseback. Gu Yechen was entirely oblivious to these matters, only occasionally glancing back, sensing something amiss. While at the Royal Academy, he had always felt a presence shadowing him. Despite the assailant's clever disguise, his martial soul allowed him to sense the unseen. Were they plotting some significant scheme? Now that he had escaped, why did they remain silent? Were they truly prepared to relent? The situation was unusually eerie. The pursuers had not caught up. Perhaps his steed was simply too swift for them to follow. As the hour approached midnight, Gu Yechen finally arrived at the soul-hunting forest, where a cluster of buildings indicated a bustling settlement. Even at this late hour, various shops continued their operations, possibly reluctant to close due to high rents. Most of the proprietors were ordinary folk, thus working far harder than the soul masters. Under the bright lights of the night, vendors shouted, "Camping tents, sleep 5. Only 1 gold soul coin. Buy 2, get 1 free. Beast repellent powder, masks your scent and wards off snakes and pests, a travel essential. Only 10 silver soul coins per pound. Purchase 10 pounds or more for a 10% discount." The cacophony of calls created a rather irksome atmosphere for Gu Yechen. The simple shop stood in abundance, bustling with throngs of people, weapons, armor, food, everything imaginable was available. Indeed, they all sought to profit from the soul masters. This place resembled a vibrant night market, teeming with an array of goods that dazzled the eyes, scarcely inferior to the shops of Tiando City. Albeit the buildings bore an ancient charm. Besides the common folk, numerous soul masters were present, presumably those who had arrived early to establish camps within the forest. Yet, many appeared to have waited in vain for suitable partners. No hand order, 7 individuals awaiting hand order, 10 gold soul coins seeking a strong leader to collect soul rings. Possessing the 5th level hand order from the Spirit Hall, a group of 5 hunting tenure soul beasts, lacking 1 strong attack position. Possessing the 4th level hand order from the Spirit Hall, a group of 7 hunting 100-year soul beasts, 1 short of 6. Prioritizing control and support roles to aid in the hunt. Possessing the 3rd level hand order from the Spirit Hall, a full professional team of 7, accepting orders online. Any soul beast under 1,000 years can be chosen freely, 700 gold soul coins until a satisfactory soul beast is obtained. Regarding the professional team mentioned by Tian Cho, Gu Yechen shook his head in resignation. Not only was he currently penniless, but even if he had funds, he would refuse to hire such an expensive team. He found a shop to board his dark brown horse and proceeded towards the walls of the soul-hunting forest. Truthfully, this was Gu Yechen's first experience riding. The journey had been jarring, and now his bones felt as if they might crumble. As he walked, his pace was naturally slow. Oh no, he thought. I have about half an hour until midnight. I must enter the forest quickly. Gu Yechen quickened his pace. Approaching the imposing gate that resembled a fortress, flanked by walls soaring over 10 meters high. The fortifications here were significantly more robust than the iron barriers found in other desolate zones of the soul-hunting forest. For this was a town where any signs of soul beast escaping were utterly intolerable. Yet, even from behind the walls, one could still behold the towering trees, which must have stood for at least a millennium. In the soul-hunting forest, the majority of soul beasts were merely 10 or 100 years old. Those that had lived for a millennium were exceedingly rare, and even the most adept hunting teams would not dare to claim they might encounter one. Gu Yechen's ambition was undoubtedly to capture a soul beast that had existed for a century. As he entered through the main gate, he beheld numerous patrolling soldiers clad in armor, wielding long spears, their movements synchronized with precision. Their soul power emanations were not particularly pronounced, aside from the leader, who was a first-ring battle spirit master. The others bore no soul rings and were likely soul practitioners below level 10. At that moment, a resounding voice pierced the air, imbued with an air of severity and chill. Seize him. He dares to enter the soul-hunting forest without a hand. Does he not regard our spirit hall with any respect? A law enforcement officer, while patrolling the soul-hunting forest, had discovered an individual devoid of the necessary permit. Consequently, he had been injured and apprehended. This officer was not clad in armor, but rather dressed in a fitted uniform, emblazoned with the character for soul on the chest, clearly marking him as a member of the spirit hall. He appeared to be a second-ring battle spirit master. Addressing the surrounding soldiers, the officer chastised. What is the matter with you? How could you allow another unpermitted individual to enter today? The captain of the soldiers stepped forward to explain, esteemed battle spirit master. This is not entirely our fault. Some crafty individuals exploit loopholes in the regulations, leaving us at a loss. Indeed, as long as one person possessed a permit, they could escort others into the soul-hunting forest. Some would stealthily follow, feigning acquaintance to deceive the gatekeepers into believing they were part of the same group, while the person being approached remained utterly bewildered. Even without a permit issued by the spirit hall, one could pay to have another escort them inside. However, for the impoverished, a single gold soul coin equated to an entire year's worth of sustenance. They could afford to spend 10 gold soul coins merely to secure a chance to enter the soul-hunting forest. The law enforcement officer scolded. A mistake is a mistake. Do not attempt to evade responsibility. I shall report this to your superiors, and you will receive 20 strokes of the penalty rod. He then turned a dark gaze toward the intruder and declared, according to established protocol, anyone entering the soul beast forest who has yet to hunt a soul beast shall receive 100 strokes of the penalty rod. You should consider yourself fortunate that you have not yet hunted a soul beast. Otherwise, we would not spare a single arm as compensation for the dignity of the spirit hall. Bring forth the 100 strokes. 100 strokes. Though they would not prove fatal, they would certainly render him bedridden for over a month. Wait. Release him. At that moment, Gu Yechen stepped forward, earnestly addressing the law enforcement officer. The officer, his face contorted with rage, retorted, "Who do you think you are? These are the regulations of the spirit hall." Gu Yechen calmly remarked, "I am but a mere spectator, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. However, your actions are unjust. At the very least, fairness should prevail." The law enforcement officer retorted, "In what manner have we been unfair? The soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest are scarce. How can we allow such deceitful and cunning individuals to take advantage so easily?" Gu Yechen chuckled. Rules? Very well. If I escort him inside, does that align with your so-called regulations?" Producing the first-class command token from the spirit hall, he declared, "He is with me. Thus, there should be no issue, right? Can the punishment be waived?" The law enforcement officer was momentarily taken aback, recognizing this as a genuine loophole in the rules, as it permitted team entry. Furthermore, Gu Yechen's token was indeed a first-class one, typically reserved for the upper echelons of the spirit hall. Could it be that he was of noble lineage within the spirit hall? Abandoning further contemplation, the officer knelt on one knee and clasped his hands respectfully, stating, "I was unaware of your esteemed presence, and I sincerely apologize for any offense caused." Waving his hand dismissively, Gu Yechen replied with urgency, "All right, please rise. I am pressed for time. Hasten to release him. If he needs to enter the forest, grant him this opportunity." Gu Yechen is not a paragon of virtue, yet he is certainly not a malevolent fiend. He merely acts as circumstances dictate. Do not dismiss small acts of kindness, nor indulge in minor evils. Is a lesson imparted by his mother. "Wait, why are you helping me?" inquired the unassuming yet spirited youth as he untied the ropes binding him. Chapter 37. The Alarmed Li Yi. Gu Yechen halted his advance, turning to say, "You resemble me from the past." He added, "I must caution you not to follow behind and collect soul rings. It could prove perilous." With that, Gu Yechen infused his entire being with soul power, enhancing his speed, strength, and defense. The law enforcement officer, observing Gu Yechen's augmentation of soul power, anticipated that his soul rings would soon be revealed. He had heard tales of the exceptional offspring of the martial soul palace's elite, and thus, this young man must possess at least 2 yellow 100-year soul rings. Perhaps even 2 yellow and 1 purple. The officer's gaze brimmed with admiration, envisioning the royal soldiers witnessing the might of the martial soul palace. He sensed that Gu Yechen's soul power surpassed his own. Indeed, it was no surprise that one bearing a first-class command token possessed such depth. As Gu Yechen's form began to blur, signaling impending speed, the officer thought, "Now is the moment for an explosion of power, my lord." A tempest surged forth, and at his feet manifested a white 10-year soul ring, propelling him forward into the soul-hunting forest with a ghostly swiftness. "Oh dear, my lord. You will surely be the death of me," he muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. The officer speculated that this noble was rather too modest. Not even revealing his second soul ring, such concealment of strength seemed excessive. However, a nagging doubt crept into his mind. Furrowing his brow, he questioned, "Why is the first soul ring merely white? Is he truly the progeny of the martial soul palace's hierarchy? This configuration appears woefully inadequate." 30 seconds remaining, 29 seconds. 28 seconds. Gu Yechen mentally counted. At this moment, he transformed into a cheetah, sprinting deeper into the soul-hunting forest, pushing himself as far as he could go. His seemingly reckless actions stirred the surrounding soul beasts into agitation, though the soul beasts here were not as ferocious as those in the Stardew Great Forest. Their inherent instincts as soul beasts remained intact. With their territory being encroached upon, humans could endure, but beasts could not. Now, Gu Yechen was fixed upon by over 20 soul beasts, among which 4 had reached the 100-year level, as indicated by the faint yellow glow emanating from their bodies. Assessing the age of soul beasts can be done not only by their appearance and size, but also by inciting their wrath to observe the luster of their forms. Generally, those radiating a yellow hue are 100-year soul beasts, corresponding to yellow soul rings upon defeat. For 100-year soul beasts and over 2010 years, soul beasts form a formidable assembly. Who would dare confront such a contingent without a team of soul masters above level 30? Gu Yechen. Possessing only a soul power of 25 and being an auxiliary soul master, finds it exceedingly challenging not only to hunt but even to contend with formidable foes. This is especially true given the presence of 3 spectral wolves, renowned for their swiftness, that have been stealthily pursuing him ever since they detected his presence. Fortunately, the other, more docile soul beasts that initially trailed him eventually lost interest, as long as Gu Yechen remained outside their territorial domain. However, the more than 20 soul beasts that continue to follow him are all vicious and cold-blooded predators. Once they fixate on a target, they are unlikely to relinquish their pursuit. For the essence of certain soul masters is irresistibly delectable. Gu Yechen glanced back at the vibrant little cat and the shadowy wolf trailing behind him. A faint smile gracing his lips. Come forth, and soon you shall comprehend the essence of terror. He extended his soul force, making a concerted effort to steer clear of the nearby tents, as they were the encampments of others. 8 seconds remain, 7 seconds, 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Halt. The footsteps ceased abruptly, and Gu Yechen's body began to stiffen, while everything else remained unchanged, save for his eyes. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, yet if these windows are veiled by curtains, then the entirety of the outside world becomes obscured. Gu Yechen felt as if he were trapped in a small, dark room, devoid of hope and light, surrounded only by endless darkness and fear. As for the amplified pain, he had long since grown accustomed to it over the past 3 months. His body endured torment, his soul faced upheaval, and his willpower was worn down. These afflictions had rendered him almost immune. In fact, he could now move freely within this hellish predicament. In the past, even the slightest movement would have caused him excruciating agony, akin to being bound by vines and crushed beneath a mountain, while being tormented by the gnawing of countless ants. Now, such suffering merely felt like a tickle, a light drizzle, aside from the overwhelming pressure that still lingered. Although that pressure remained, without the constraints of the vines, Gu Yechen could walk freely. He could not see what transpired outside, confined to a shadowy corner. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light appeared above him. In the pitch-black sky, a lone star emerged, a solitary beacon of human vitality. It was said that each individual corresponds to a star in the heavens, the more noble the person, the brighter their star shines, signifying auspicious birth and fortune. Conversely, those of lowly status possess dim stars, often heralding a short life. Yet, such luminescence does not define one's destiny. Even the brightest star can dim, and the faintest star can shine brilliantly at times. When the night reigns over the vast cosmos, the brightness of the stars is subject to the dominion of darkness. Gazing at the pallid star above, which emitted a mere flicker of light, Gu Yechen pondered its identity, certainly not Lingling or Jiuying, for their brilliance was of the highest order. This star, with its meager glow, begged the question, who could it be? Regardless of its identity, the very presence of this star in Gu Yechen's celestial realm signified impending doom. A figure emerged approximately 10 meters away, a plainly dressed man who had just withdrawn his head, now leaning against a great tree, his legs trembling involuntarily. He had just vanquished a terrifying array of soul beasts, leaving them in gruesome states. Remarkably, he had not even deployed his soul skills. Gazing at the white and yellow soul rings floating above the corpses, he could do nothing but watch. To acquire a soul ring, it is not merely about who slays the beast, but rather about who delivers the final blow. As only the one who lands the coup de grâce can absorb the soul ring. To be candid, he had come with the intention of claiming a soul ring, hoping to deliver a finishing blow to a waning soul beast, even if it were a mere white ring. However, he had not anticipated that Gu Yechen would be so fearsome, a veritable embodiment of brutality. Panic surged through him as he realized Gu Yechen was approaching. This was the very man he had aided half an hour prior, now garbed in unremarkable attire that did not do justice to his striking features. The man was named Li Yi, an ordinary soul master with innate soul power of only level 1. His talent was dismally low. At 16 years old, he possessed only level 10 soul power. Should he fail to obtain a soul ring this time and become a soul master, he would abandon that ambition and perhaps become an ordinary soldier. After all, the path of a soul master is not one that everyone can tread. Many hopefuls eventually see their youthful fervor dulled by the realities of life. Presently, with only level 10, he lacked any soul rings, let alone soul skills. And escape was his only viable option. Yet, could he truly evade this fate? Chapter 38. An experiment. Li Yi was in a state of utter disarray, running while casting glances back at Gu Yechen, whose presence was nothing short of astonishing. In a twist of fate, as he sprinted, a stone tripped him. causing him to tumble head over heels and land on his back. What wretched luck! Hastily, he propped himself up with his hands, but as he lifted his gaze, he found Gu Yechen standing before him, as if he had teleported silently, a presence both eerie and terrifying. Despair washed over him, his body felt paralyzed. Gazing into Gu Yechen's crimson eyes, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty demon, he swallowed hard. Please, do not kill me. I bear no ill will. Li attempted to appeal for mercy through dialogue, reasoning that he was merely a passerby, with no deep-seated enmity between them. To his surprise, Gu Yechen, whose eyes once seemed devoid of thought, halted his downward strike, as if he could hear Li's plea. Seeing the sudden cessation of Gu Yechen's attack, Li dared to take a deep breath. His anxious heart had nearly lodged in his throat. He continued, Please, do not strike. I mean no harm. I apologize for my intrusion. Also, I am grateful for your earlier assistance. I shall take my leave now. Earlier, Gu Yechen had warned him vehemently not to follow him, as chasing after soul rings was fraught with peril. Yet, Li had no other option. With his meager level 10 soul power, hunting soul beasts was perilous, and he could easily lose his life. Following a formidable figure like Gu Yechen could potentially yield a yellow soul ring, provided fortune smiled upon him. However, he never expected that Gu Yechen would be so ruthless, leaving no soul beast alive and even targeting him, an unfathomable reality. No, you cannot leave. To Li's astonishment, Gu Yechen spoke, a feat he likely did not anticipate himself. In the endless night, Gu Yechen gazed upward at the somber stars and addressed the dim star. Though I cannot discern your precise location, I can sense your life force. Objectively, you are the only one capable of conversing with me. In the absence of direction, the night possesses the innate ability to sense and extinguish light. However, Li's star radiated a peculiar black light, suggesting that it could merge with the boundless darkness. Gu Yechen inquired, What is your name? Li responded, I am but a humble servant surnamed Li, with the given name E. How may I be of service to you, my lord? Gu Yechen, very well. I have a proposition to discuss with you, and I hope you will agree without hesitation. Li furrowed his brow. This was not a negotiation at all, but rather an intimidation. Were it not for his trepidation regarding Gu Yechen's formidable power, he would have fled without a second thought, not wishing to outright refuse. Li ultimately uttered words devoid of sincerity. My lord, please proceed. If there is anything I can assist you with, I certainly shall not decline. Gu Yechen, there is no need for such a resolute commitment, for this matter will only bring you benefits. Your life star possesses a peculiar nature, emanating a black luster that seamlessly merges with my night. This implies that you can engage in communication with me at this moment. Upon hearing these words, Li was taken aback, bewildered by the concepts of life stars and darkness, utterly unable to comprehend. As for communication, he was no mute. Was there truly a barrier to dialogue? What on earth did this individual intend? After a brief moment of confusion, Li respectfully replied, Esteemed one, I am but a simpleton, and I fail to grasp your words. Gu Yechen spoke with utmost seriousness. As you can see, my current state is quite peculiar, for my consciousness has become detached from my physical form. I am unable to perceive my surroundings, hear the ambient sounds, or touch anything. All sensations have vanished. Frankly, I find myself incapable of controlling this body, which is why I require an assistant to help me comprehend its condition. Your presence has augmented my auditory and communicative abilities, making you the sole individual with whom I can establish a connection. Most importantly, I harbor no intent to harm you. You are the second being to survive in my presence, and I sense that you have an influence over me. Li's eyelids twitched, and his lips quivered uncontrollably. What on earth was this individual saying? It was utterly incomprehensible. Please, speak plainly, he implored. Respected sir, if you have something to say, kindly be direct. What do you require of me? Li asked timidly. Gu Yechen spoke. I require your assistance. I must comprehend the entirety of my surroundings at this moment. I need a pair of eyes. Would you be willing to become my second pair of eyes? Do not hastily refuse. As my eyes, you will receive everything you desire. And henceforth, the soul rings required for your martial spirit will be entrusted to me. What do you say? Upon hearing these words, Li swallowed hard. This formidable individual was not only exceptionally powerful but also possessed a first-class command from the martial spirit hall. If he chose to follow him, securing the first soul ring would be within reach. Li cautiously inquired, Can you assist me in obtaining the optimal soul ring configuration? If I were to become a soul master in the future, would you help me acquire a purple soul ring? If you agree to my request, I shall willingly become your eyes and follow you forever. Gu Yechen's expression stiffened as he remarked, Do not mention the purple soul ring. As long as you reach the required level, even a black soul ring, I can assist you in acquiring it. Gu Yechen was acutely aware of his own prodigious talent. It was only a matter of time before he ascended to the rank of a titled Douluo. However, the current deficiencies in his martial soul remained a persistent source of vexation, compelling him to seek a remedy. And Li happened to be the one who could assist him. Li was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly a black soul ring? Such a notion had never crossed his mind. His innate talent was woefully low, possessing only a primordial level of soul power. Whether he could ever surpass the 30th level remained uncertain. The purple soul ring was his ultimate aspiration. Yet, the other party had proposed a condition involving a black soul ring, a proposition undeniably tempting. Moreover, he had just mentioned that he would cover all future soul rings. Was he essentially offering to sponsor me? With utmost respect, Li Yi replied, "My lord, please feel free to command me." "Indeed," Gu Yechen responded. "At present, I require a wealth of information. For instance, I need to ascertain the nature of my immediate surroundings. Additionally, I wish to know the current strength of my physique. Furthermore, to what level of soul master can this body contend?" Li Yi was utterly speechless. It seemed that this individual harbored some peculiar obsession with meticulousness. Was he about to request a comprehensive analysis of his physical data? Oh my goodness. Such a thought was overwhelming. Li Yi finally responded, "My lord, there is no issue whatsoever." Gu Yechen nodded and said, "Very well, let us commence." Li Yi timidly inquired, "Where shall we begin? How should we proceed with the data verification?" Gu Yechen fell into silence, truly at a loss regarding how to conduct the test. After much contemplation, he finally spoke, "Let us proceed with the test. Please position yourself at my left shoulder, maintaining a distance of 1 arm's length, and stand parallel to me." Li could not help but roll his eyes, questioning the absurdity of such a test, reminiscent of games played by children. Nevertheless, he respectfully replied, "This test is indeed peculiar, and I am curious as to your reasoning behind it. As for my reasoning, I shall reveal it to you in due time. For now, please assist me with this experiment." "Very well, I shall comply," Li responded. Chapter 39, The Descent of Snowflakes. As Li stood shoulder to shoulder with Gu Yechen, he unexpectedly observed a slight alteration in the luminosity and angle of a distant star amidst the night. His suspicions had proven correct. Under the refraction of light, the surface of the star exhibited subtle changes, etching a shadowy symbol against the backdrop of the darkened sky. Gu Yechen nodded slightly, perhaps already discerning some clues. He then spoke, "Position yourselves approximately a step away from me in each of the 4 cardinal directions. I must commit these positions to memory." Li scratched his head, puzzled by the intentions of this esteemed individual, and could only comply with his request. After fulfilling the instructions, Li finally remarked, "My lord, I have completed the task." Gu Yechen praised, "Excellent, let us repeat this several more times. I must fully memorize these 4 variations." Li, daunted by the formidable methods of this esteemed individual, dared not entertain idle thoughts and complied without hesitation. Although he mentioned a few repetitions, in reality, they had gone over it more than 30 times. During this process, Gu Yechen directed Li to assume the proper positions before attempting to discern his whereabouts. After expending half an hour, they finally memorized these 4 locations, an inefficiency that was quite disheartening. Each minute detail on the dark screen served as a unique marker, while the intricate transformations of the sun, moon, and stars concealed celestial secrets that few could comprehend. At this moment, Gu Yechen's ability to grasp even the most superficial aspects was remarkable. He could perceive the changes in the stars to navigate the course of life. "Very well, let us retain these 4 positions for today, and we shall endeavor to memorize the others tomorrow." Gu Yechen turned to Li Yi and said, "Take a look around and see if there are any living soul beasts. If there are, feel free to select one." Li curled his lip and replied, "My lord, are you jesting with me? Just a moment ago, you intended to kill me. How could there possibly be any survivors?" Gu Yechen awkwardly said, "Very well, you may proceed ahead. Should you encounter a soul beast that piques your interest, I shall assist you in its hunt. However, my lord, your methods are rather ruthless. You have dispatched the soul beast with such swiftness that I had no opportunity to deliver the final blow." Li expressed his helplessness. Gu Yechen nodded, saying, "This is quite manageable. I can pinpoint your life essence. The moment you see me about to vanquish the soul beast, you must flee immediately. It would be prudent for you to distance yourself by at least 20 meters. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will halt my actions." Li waved his hand before Gu Yechen's eyes, exclaiming, "My lord, you truly cannot see anything at all, yet you seemed perfectly fine just a moment ago." Gu Yechen coldly remarked, "I have already stated that I will inform you later. For now, you need only to follow my instructions. All right, Li nodded. Having decided to follow his master, he understood the importance of showing respect. Given Gu Yechen's current condition, he was unable to absorb the soul ring present here. So he resolved to assist Li in obtaining a soul ring first. Seizing the opportunity while he still had the strength, he knew that if time passed, he would revert to being an exhausted auxiliary soul master. At another camp within the soul-hunting forest, two perfectly proportioned women were engaged in conversation. We have been here for 3 days and nights. Not only have we not encountered a 3,000-year ice spike armadillo, but even the most ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts have eluded us, said a woman named Shuewu, addressing her stunning companion. Sister Bing-er, do you think all the 1,000-year soul beasts here have been hunted down by the soul masters? It's likely that even the ice spike armadillo is gone. The woman referred to as Bing-er, whose full name was Shui Bing-er, was Shuewu's closest friend. They were both the most talented students of the Heavenly Water Academy, particularly Shui Bing-er, who possessed the formidable beast martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. Recently, she had just advanced to the rank of Soul Master at level 40 and had come to the soul-hunting forest with her friend, Shuewu. Shuewu inquired, why don't we hunt soul beasts in the Stardow Forest? There are plenty of 1,000-year soul beasts there, and even finding 6,000-year soul beasts is not difficult. Why must we search here for a 3,000-year ice spike armadillo? Shui Bing-er replied, Shuewu, if you believe that a higher age signifies greater strength, then you are gravely mistaken. The age of a soul ring only enhances the overall attributes of the body. It does not necessarily mean that the acquired soul skills are stronger. A 90-year soul ring may not necessarily surpass a 30-year soul ring in power. It ultimately depends on the skills birthed from the fusion of the soul ring and martial soul. Do you remember what our team leader said? My first soul skill, although derived from a 300-year soul beast, possesses an ice-sealing skill that offers instant group control and locking capabilities, making it far superior to most 1,000-year soul rings. Shui Bing-er continued, I have a strong feeling that the skills obtained from this 3,000-year ice spike armadillo will be unparalleled, rivaling those produced by a 10,000-year soul beast. Shuewu frowned slightly, contending, but if I absorb a 5,000-year soul ring while you absorb a 3,000-year ring, your physical attributes will undoubtedly be inferior to mine. In some respects, your attack power will be reduced by 2,000 points, significantly lowering your damage output. Shui Bing-er's enchanting eyes sparkled as she smiled. That may not be the case. What if the skill is a wide-area group attack? Shuewu's eyes widened in disbelief. If it is indeed a wide-area group attack, then it would greatly benefit our martial soul fusion technique. Indeed, it would significantly enhance Ice and Snow's dance, Shui Bing-er affirmed. As for the deficiency in attributes, my top-tier beast martial soul has a high initial attribute, which can compensate for some of the gap. At worst, when we hunt a 10,000-year soul beast to obtain my 5th soul ring, I can aim for a higher age soul ring to make up for the shortcomings of my level 40 attributes. Shuewu was quite supportive of Shui Bing-er's plan, especially since the elite competition of high-level soul master academies across the continent was just a year away. If Shui Bing-er acquired a wide-ranging soul skill and integrated it into their martial soul fusion technique, it would undoubtedly become a significant trump card. Look, what is that? Shuewu casually glanced ahead and spotted a towering, hedgehog-like soul beast standing 3 meters tall. Shui Bing-er's beautiful eyes lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Wonderful! We finally have a catch. This is the ice spike armadillo, and it will be my 4th soul ring. Shuewu awkwardly remarked, No way, it's so ugly. It looks nothing like what is shown in textbooks. 3 days prior, they had laid out food favored by the ice spike armadillo. But given the scarcity of 1,000-year soul beasts, especially the specific kind, they had not expected to encounter their desired prey so soon. Shui Bing-er instructed Shuewu, You are only at level 39, so my 3rd soul skill will be the only one of assistance to you. I will first use my 1st soul skill to control it, and then you will use your 3rd soul skill to slow its movements. I will draw its attention, and you will interfere from the side. Once the timing is right, we will execute our martial soul fusion technique, Ice and Snow's dance. Understood. Shuewu nodded in agreement. Shui Bing-er's expression turned serious as she murmured, This time, we absolutely cannot let it escape. The two exchanged knowing glances, signaling the commencement of their plan as they charged towards the 1,000-year soul beast in perfect synchrony. Clad in a water blue, form-fitting outfit, Shui Bing-er's slender legs were accentuated, adding an air of intrigue to her appearance. As she sprinted, her footfalls halted abruptly, her water blue high heels firmly planted. Now's the moment. Shui Bing-er gazed at the ice spike armadillo, which was still about 20 meters away. She chanted, First soul skill, Ice Seal. With the resonance of Shui Bing-er's 1st soul ring, a layer of mist enveloped the 1,000-year soul beast. making it appear as though the ice spike armadillo was bathed in clouds. In the blink of an eye, the beast became rigid, resembling a spherical ice pop. The ice seal was an instant group control skill, ideally suited for initiating attacks, although its age was not high and its offensive power was modest. Its control effect was exceptional. Given the ice spike armadillo's strength, it would take approximately 3 seconds to break free from the ice seal. A duration ample for the two of them to take significant action, especially with Shui Wu's third soul skill capable of weakening the beast's capabilities. Of course, this was still inferior to Gu Yechen's weakening ability, as one was a skill inherent to the soul ring while the other stemmed from the auxiliary characteristics of a martial soul. Shui Wu, now is your chance, hurry. Upon witnessing Shui Bing successfully initiate the ice sealing skill to control the soul beast, Shui Wu unleashed her third soul skill. Third soul skill, Ice and Snow World. Snow Dance gently touched the ground with her toes, her body floating in the air, radiating ripples of soul power around her. This soul technique requires time to activate. And at this moment, Snow Dance was silently preparing her ability. As time passed, even the surrounding air seemed to tremble with a chilling sensation. This soul technique could manipulate the weather, releasing bone-chilling snowflakes to weaken the combat effectiveness of its target. It could be said that the soul ring she had absorbed was over 3,000 years old, indicating a profound synergy developed through frequent cooperation. Remarkably, her third purple soul ring approached 4,000 years, surpassing the fourth ring that water ice was about to absorb. As the snowflakes fell, a frigid aura enveloped the air within a radius of approximately 30 meters. Should anyone happen to be near Snow Dance, they would surely find themselves sniffling and shivering uncontrollably. Indeed, under the influence of the third soul technique, the movements of the ice-armored hedgehog slowed down. With its speed diminished, its strength gradually waned, rendering it incapable of breaking free from the ice. Snow Dance smiled lightly, surprised at how weak this 1,000-year soul beast was. She probably wouldn't even need to employ her martial soul fusion technique to defeat it. However, considering that the opponent was also an ice attribute soul beast, this 1,000-year soul technique could only delay it, not significantly diminishing its combat power. Snow Dance, be careful. Suddenly, Water Ice's expression changed. For another ice-armored hedgehog lurked behind Snow Dance. Clearly, these two soul beasts were allies, one male and one female, compared to the controlled ice spike armored hedgehog. This second one appeared larger and far more dangerous. Towering over 5 meters, it possessed at least 5,000 years of cultivation. This was troublesome indeed. Other soul masters had mentioned a 3,000-year ice spike armored hedgehog in the soul hunting forest. But no one had anticipated the presence of another, especially one that was a 5,000-year ice armored hedgehog king. It seemed that rumors were not always accurate. The optimal method for a controlling soul master to attack is to maintain control from start to finish, preventing the opponent from striking back. However, the emergence of this soul beast shattered the plans and rhythm they had established. They had envisioned a preemptive control, planning to execute a martial soul fusion before the opponent could charge in, followed by unleashing the martial soul fusion technique to secure victory. Yet now, Snow Dance found herself in a precarious situation. Once her third soul technique was initiated, it could not be easily interrupted, or she would sustain injuries. Not only was Snow Dance hindered by the drawbacks of her soul technique, but she also faced the threat posed by the ice-armored hedgehog king, which made matters worse. If the other ice-armored hedgehog broke free from the ice, both of them would be in dire straits, caught in a pincer attack from two soul beasts. Gazing at the larger ice-armored hedgehog king, covered in ice spikes, Water Ice realized there was no time to waste. She had to save Snow Dance first. Thus, she ceased her offensive. Third soul technique, Repel Light. With the rhythm of Water Ice's third soul ring, the ice-armored hedgehog king was instantly sent flying, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Repel Light, a 1,000-year soul technique, was not to be underestimated. The 5,000-year ice-armored hedgehog king was momentarily repelled by the energy shock. However, the ice-armored hedgehog king was not a mere pushover. Otherwise, it would not have survived in this realm for over 5,000 years. Stabilizing itself, it unleashed its innate talent. With a fierce roar, the ice spikes covering its body swayed violently, suddenly detaching and seemingly preparing to attack. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the ice spikes, each as thick as an arm, began to shake violently, accelerating rapidly as they hurtled towards Water Ice and Snow Dance with a piercing sound. The ice spikes seemed to have a mind of their own, launching a nearly omnidirectional assault that restricted their movements. If struck by such massive ice spikes, the chances of survival would be slim, as these ice projectiles were not only gigantic but also carried a chilling poison. Although Water Ice and Snow Dance excelled in offense and control, their lack of defensive capability was their fatal weakness. Their only option now was to evade the ice-armored Hedgehog King's attacks, and, if the opportunity arose, to counterattack appropriately. Seeing the ice-armored Hedgehog King launch its all-encompassing Ice Spike assault, Water Ice had no choice but to expend all her soul power, completely abandoning her previous strategy. Second soul technique, Ice Ring Armor. Water Ice raised her right hand abruptly, gesturing a pulling motion towards Snow Dance. Gradually, Snow Dance's attire morphed, layer upon layer resembling fish scales. At that moment, both of them were enveloped in frost armor, exuding an imposing aura. However, they were still facing the assault of a 5,000-year soul beast. The ice-armored Hedgehog King charged towards them, its sharp ice spikes glinting menacingly. With ice spikes threatening from the outside and the ice-armored Hedgehog King lurking ominously, along with the imminent escape of the other ice spike-armored hedgehog, they were indeed in a precarious predicament. Clang, clang. The sound of shattering ice echoed as the frost armor of Water Ice and Snow Dance began to crack. Sensing the effectiveness of the ice spikes, the ice-armored Hedgehog King seized the opportunity and charged forward. Even without the spikes, its skin was as resilient as iron, providing formidable defense. Bang, bang. Two deafening crashes reverberated as the ice-armored Hedgehog King brutally shattered their frost armor. Water Ice and Snow Dance were sent sprawling backward, feeling as if they had been struck by a heavy cart, their bodies weighed down. Water Ice tasted blood in her throat. A sweet, yet salty liquid surged forth, and bloodstains were faintly visible at the corner of her mouth. She was clearly injured. Fortunately, the frost armor had absorbed some of the impact. Water Ice swiftly moved to Snow Dance's side, supporting her with both hands. Are you all right? You were far too reckless just now. Water Ice, a soul master of considerable strength, had a second soul ring derived from a defensive soul beast, endowing her with superior defense. However, Snow Dance was in a dire situation. Her defensive capabilities were already limited, and being interrupted while casting her soul technique had left her gravely wounded. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Snow Dance hastily waved her hand. I'm fine, thank you, Sister Ice. Otherwise, I would have been pierced by this wretched beast a dozen times. Regrettably, they could no longer execute the martial soul fusion technique. What should they do now? Chapter 41. Unpredictable intentions. Water Ice surveyed their surroundings. The other ice-armored hedgehog had also broken free from its icy confinement. There was no choice but to make a desperate gamble. Water Ice thought to herself, as long as they could restrict the movements of these two soul beasts, even if they could not kill them, escaping would still be feasible. The two ice-armored hedgehogs howled simultaneously, as if communicating or issuing commands to each other. Still trying to ambush us? Not so easily. Water Ice brought her hands together, pushing forward with all her might, exclaiming, First soul technique. Ice Seal. Indeed, it was yet another instant freezing skill, which promptly encased both soul beasts in ice. Only by seizing the initiative could one hope to break the passive stalemate. The earlier ambush had been a result of carelessness. For a control-type soul master, the optimal strategy is to maintain dominance over the opponent from the very beginning until their demise. Unfortunately, Shui Binger and Shui Wu, born into prominent families, were overly confident. What on earth is happening? The sound of shattering glass resonated as the colossal ice block fragmented into hundreds of pieces. Remarkably, the freezing skill was dispelled so swiftly. Ordinarily, it would take at least 2 to 3 seconds to break free, yet it appeared these two soul beasts could mount a joint assault, akin to a human martial soul fusion. Shui Binger's soul skill could not be unleashed continuously, requiring a considerable amount of downtime. Yet the opposing soul beast showed no intention of granting her that respite. This was dire. A control-type soul master unable to subdue the adversary would likely face defeat and death. How infuriating. Had she known, she would have brought her family's hunting team, preventing such a passive predicament. The larger and smaller ice-armored hedgehogs gaped with their gaping maws, revealing glistening fangs, and unleashed a frigid breath towards Shui Binger and Shui Wu. This cold air was extraordinary. Anything it touched became remarkably translucent. Several trees, unfortunate enough to be tainted by this icy breath, transformed into stunning glass-like crystal trees, only to shatter into shards moments later. Such terrifying power. At this moment, Shui Wu clutched her chest, her expression grave and her complexion alarmingly pale, gazing at Shui Binger with concern. Sister Binger, are we going to die here? Without a powerful offensive soul master present, they lacked any offensive capability, and with their low defense, injury was inevitable upon being attacked. A few injuries might be manageable, but continuous harm would lead them to a certain demise. Shui Binger shook her head. My second soul skill is nearly ready. The ice ring armor can provide temporary protection. I will find a way. They understood that the martial soul fusion technique was no longer an option, and ordinary attacks were futile against these thousand-year soul beasts. At this moment, their only recourse was to protect themselves and control the enemy. As a control-type soul master, Shui Binger's soul self-preservation skill stemmed from the defensive soul beast's second soul skill, ice ring armor. A chilling aura suddenly enveloped them. Shui Binger calculated that the time was ripe and activated the frost armor once more, just as the terrifying freezing aura pierced through the water blue armor. Such formidable penetration power. Despite the barrier of ice ring armor, her body remained frozen. Shui Binger furrowed her brow, realizing they were both numbed and devoid of sensation. The dreadful freezing aura continued to seep into their bodies. If this persisted, even their blood would freeze, a truly lethal skill. Shui Wu self-deprecatingly remarked. I never imagined we would one day be hunted by soul beasts. What a cruel world of survival of the fittest. I am far too weak. Sister Binger, are you afraid? Shui Bingo quickly admonished Shui Wu. Do not think of anything else. Focus on maintaining your spirit. If the cold air reaches your heart, it will be disastrous. Ignoring Shui Binger, Shui Wu continued, I do not fear death. From the moment I chose the path of a soul master, I knew I could not turn back. It is unfortunate that I have yet to encounter a man as perfect as my father. Sister Binger, you know that Tianshui Academy consists entirely of girls, and the academy forbids romantic relationships, yet we are nearing 18. How I long to live a mundane life, withered vines. Old trees, crows at dusk, with fish and shrimp for dinner while he earns a living and I squander it. Sighing, she added, never mind, Sister Binger, you should escape. I know you possess a phantom soul bone that can save your life. Do not worry about me. Just use it and flee. Shui Binger replied solemnly. Do not speak nonsense. There must be a way. I am the eldest sister of Tianshui Academy and will never abandon you to escape. Besides, you came to assist me in hunting soul beasts. It is I who have implicated you in this predicament. All of this is my fault. If it were not for my pride and stubbornness, the Academy's teachers would have surely helped us. Coughing. Shui Wu felt as though she had been trapped in an ice cellar all day. Already injured internally, she had lost her focus, and her body began to stiffen. Hang in there. You will be all right. As long as there was no energy form impact, Shui Binger's frost armor could still hold. But the corrosive energy form rendered the armor nearly useless. Although over half of the energy had diminished, a small portion still seeped through. Just as Shui Wu was on the verge of giving up, a tremendous noise suddenly erupted. Bang! A hazy figure descended like a meteor, directly slamming the most powerful 5,000-year soul beast into the ground, rendering it immovable. With the cold air's assault ceased, Shui Binger withdrew the frost armor from her body. Gazing at the strikingly handsome man with a noble demeanor, Shui Binger was instantly captivated. He did not even release his martial soul. One could only imagine his immense strength. My lord, there is another. Li acted as a translator, informing Gu Yechen of their surroundings. Change positions. Gu Yechen's sensing range extended merely over 20 meters. While another creature lay just beyond this threshold, not to mention the positions of Shui Binger and the others. Li Yi, with nimble little steps, hurriedly veered to the side, eager to ascertain the precise limits of Gu Yechen's sensing ability. However, the ice-spiked porcupine on the other end was not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing the provocation from Gu Yechen and Li Yi, its icy quills bristled ominously, as if preparing to unleash a barrage of ice spikes. Noticing the impending danger, Shui Wu promptly cautioned Li Yi, urging him to be wary of the ice spike assault. The precise strength of Gu Yechen eludes both Shui Wu and Shui Binger. Yet Li Yi possesses a solid level of 10 in soul power. Li glanced at the beautiful young lady, unable to suppress a subtle smile, feeling an unexpected shyness. Little Li, where do you intend to flee? Gu Yechen was utterly speechless. He could sense the presence of Li Yi in 4 positions around him, approximately 1 step away. Coincidentally, there stood a large tree ahead. Thud. Indeed, Li Yi collided headfirst into the tree, truly a teammate akin to a pig. How foolish. Shui Wu covered her face in laughter, yet the severity of their injuries soon furrowed her brow once more. Shui Bingo approached to support her, exclaiming, we are saved. That person is remarkably strong. As for Li Yi, even the ice spike hedgehog seemed to ponder, is this fellow here merely to amuse me? Consequently, it retracted its ranged ice spear attack and opted for a close-range charge instead. Alas, it still made the wrong choice. For any living entity within the 4 cardinal directions surrounding Li Yi would fall victim to Gu Yechen's merciless assault, arriving in an instant. Bang! The ice spike hedgehog was crushed beneath a heavy stomp, its relatively weak defense rendered pitifully flattened, an utterly tragic sight. Fortunately, the ice spike hedgehog was both offensive and defensive. It did not perish, but found itself ensnared in the earth, unable to extricate itself, especially with those barbed spikes complicating its escape. Was it truly possible to resolve this with just one strike? Shui Binger and her companion had fought so hard, nearly losing their lives. Yet their adversary merely stepped upon them. This young man appeared remarkably youthful, almost resembling a boy in strict terms. Impossible. He must be someone who takes good care of himself. Perhaps he was already in his 20s. Shui Binger pondered his identity, considering the renowned talents from Tiando City. However, she shook her head, unable to fathom which family he belonged to. Chapter 42. Let me have a try. Shui Binger looked at Gu Yechen, pleading, esteemed senior. Could you assist my companion? Perhaps due to Gu Yechen's mature appearance, Shui Bingo addressed him as senior, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, apart from Li Yi, he could not hear the words of others. Noticing Gu Yechen's apparent indifference, Shui Binger shook her head in resignation. Indeed, without strength, others would disregard her. However, she was unaware that Gu Yechen was merely a level 25 novice. Given his unique physical condition, his soul power fluctuations were imperceptible to others, even to a titled Douluo. This was the reason Gu Yechen had been unable to activate the testing crystal ball. In the future, he would also refrain from registering for a Great Soul Master title at the Spirit Hall, as it would make it easy for his secret to be discovered. Although a gold soul coin subsidy was not a substantial amount, it was not insignificant either, considering that a meal only cost a little over 10 copper soul coins. Sir, this soul beast has such tough skin. My dagger cannot pierce it, Li exclaimed, his small knife nearly bent without making any impact. Li Yi was uncertain of the age of this beast, but given its earlier display of power, it was likely not a 10-year soul beast. Encountering a 1,000-year soul beast was rare, so it must be a 100-year soul beast. However, if he couldn't even land a finishing blow, it seemed the village chief had been deceiving them, claiming that acquiring soul rings was an easy task. Gu Yechen coldly remarked, "What a nuisance. I intended to recruit a subordinate to assist me, yet I find myself being commanded instead. Truly absurd." Bang bang bang, Gu Yechen delivered another fierce blow, causing the 5,000-year-old ice-armored hedgehog to finally succumb. It was at this moment that Li stepped forward and swiftly ended its life, only to witness a circle of purple soul rings emerging. To his astonishment, it was a purple soul ring. His ultimate aspiration was a purple soul ring. Yet he never anticipated that the first ring would be of such caliber. Truth be told, he could hardly contain his eagerness. Wait a moment. Are you truly intending to absorb a 5,000-year soul ring? Shui Binger could not help but attempt to dissuade him. For the absorption age of the first soul ring was approximately 423 years and would not exceed 500 at most. Yet here was Li Yi, seemingly courting disaster by aiming for a soul ring of such an advanced age. Regaining his composure, Li Yi remarked, "I apologize, but I have set my sights on this soul beast as well, hence I cannot return it to you. Moreover, it was I who hunted it down. The smaller one. However, you may keep." While Shui Binger and Shui Wu were indeed strikingly beautiful, safety remained paramount in the soul-hunting forest. Li could not ascertain whether they harbored any ill intentions. After all, it was not uncommon for individuals to resort to violence in their quest for superior soul rings. Faced with their unwavering stance, Shui Bingo found herself at a loss for words. "Could you perhaps assist my companion in distress? If you save her, I assure you a satisfactory reward." Realizing that negotiating with Gu Yechen would be futile, she turned to Li Yi for assistance. Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Li halted his intention to absorb the soul ring and hurriedly inquired of Gu Yechen, "My lord, there are individuals nearby who are injured, presumably from the chilling breath of a soul beast. They are currently seeking our aid and have promised a reward. What do you suggest we do?" Gu Yechen spoke casually. "Compensation, you say? Very well. If it involves poisoning, I truly have no means to assist. As for injuries, they are not overly challenging for someone of my supportive nature. My time is limited. You must swiftly absorb the soul ring, or else there will be no one to safeguard you. Although I am unaware of the nature of that soul beast, it surely possesses considerable age, given that I have attempted to defeat it several times without success. This opportunity far surpasses the quality of solitary soul ring collection. By following me, you will reap boundless benefits." Li expressed his gratitude, saying, "My lord, you are incredibly generous. Following you is undoubtedly the wisest choice I have made." Gu Yechen said with irritation, "Stop with that nonsense. If you truly wish to repay me, Then accompany me for training every night. Li Yi, however, expressed his reluctance, finding the experimental content rather tedious. Those unaware of the circumstances might mistakenly assume there was something more between the two of them. Gu Yechen continued, as for those who are injured, once I regain my composure, I shall negotiate with them. In my current state, I fear I would only obliterate them. Li nodded in understanding. Fully aware of Gu Yechen's peculiar condition at this moment, after all, he had nearly lost his sanity during the recent experiment, yet it had yielded considerable results. Subsequently, Li addressed Shui Binger and the others. Our esteemed leader has instructed that we shall assist you shortly. For now, please wait patiently. He rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, The 1,000-year soul ring is upon me. Time passed swiftly as Li ventured further down the perilous path. The first ring being 1,000 years, an absolute taboo among soul masters. Meanwhile, Gu Yechen's peculiar state dissipated, the crimson glow in his eyes faded, and the surrounding domain power vanished, reverting him to his original, frail form as a support soul master. Now restored to his senses, Gu Yechen appeared somewhat weakened. Yet due to his long-standing habits, he did not reveal any signs of it. He approached Shui Binger and gazed at the pallid-faced Shui Wu, pondering for a moment before inquiring, Did you truly mean what you said earlier? Gu Yechen yearned to rescue her unconditionally, for his mother had instilled in him the virtues of compassion and integrity. However, even the most skilled artisan cannot craft a meal without ingredients. To be candid, Gu Yechen had exhausted the last 3 gold soul coins he possessed, rendering even his ability to procure sustenance precarious. He had no desire to return to the menial task of washing others' dishes. Gu Yechen spoke softly, saving lives is the duty of a physician, however. I am merely an ordinary individual. Let us settle on a consultation fee of 10 gold soul coins. Shui Binger furrowed her brow. At that moment, Gu Yechen's imposing demeanor had completely dissipated, leaving behind only the aura of an unremarkable person. Were it not for her inability to sense the specifics of Gu Yechen's soul power, she might have doubted whether he was even a wasteful soul master, one who had yet to attain the status of a true soul master. However, over 20 minutes had elapsed before Gu Yechen arrived, and the chilling cold had long since begun to erode Shui Wu's heart. Previously, Shui Wu would cling to Shui Binger for warmth, yet now, her eyes were tightly shut, and the coldness emanating from her heart had spread throughout her entire body. Shui Binger gently peeled away the ice layer from Shui Wu's cheek, tenderly caressing her face. Shui Binger shook her head. It is futile. She has already departed. Though I ought to express my gratitude for your timely intervention, at this moment, I find myself at a loss for words of thanks. Even if I risk offending you, I must voice my true feelings. Those of you with formidable powers often carry yourselves with an air of superiority. Had you arrived sooner, perhaps Shui Wu could have been saved. Alas. At this moment, Shui Binger felt an inexplicable sorrow, perhaps due to the departure of her partner in the martial soul fusion technique. She truly did not know what to do next. Gu Yechen hastily waved his hand and said, I am neither a sage nor a formidable warrior. I am merely a 25th level great soul master. Moreover, I can save her. She has not perished. Her will still lingers. She has merely entered a state of false death, or rather, a deep coma. If her heart were to be pierced directly, I would indeed be powerless. But if it is merely exhaustion, I can heal her. If you wish to see her recover swiftly, allow me to try. Chapter 43. The Path of Nirvana. What? You claim to be only at level 25. Shui Binger could hardly believe her ears. A 25th level great soul master capable of defeating a 5,000-year-old soul beast with a single punch. Could such a feat truly be achieved by human strength? Just moments ago, Shui Binger had assumed him to be in his 20s, at least a soul king or above, yet she was taken aback to discover he was merely at level 25. Gu Yechen shrugged. Could he possibly be much younger than herself? How could that be? At first, Shui Binger thought she had misheard. But Gu Yechen's subsequent assertion that he could save Shui Wu compelled her to believe in his words. She would not hesitate to part with 10 gold coins, or even 10,000 gold soul coins, without batting an eye. If you truly possess the means to save Shui Wu, I am willing to offer you 3,000 gold soul coins and unconditionally agree to assist you with one matter. Shui Binger's family wealth amounted to only a few thousand gold soul coins, but she could procure additional gold coins from her family to gather a total of 10,000 gold soul coins. Nevertheless, she preferred to repay the debt herself, as it was her pursuit of hunting soul beasts that had led to Shui Wu's current plight. As the eldest sister of the Tianshui Academy, she felt a deep sense of responsibility. Now, she could only hope for a miracle. Gu Yechen nodded slightly, his gaze drifting toward the collar of Shui Binger's attire, a hint of embarrassment coloring his voice as he spoke. However, For the time being, I may have to impose upon you a little. Shui Bingo regarded him with caution, her eyes narrowing. What do you intend to do? Surely you do not mean to engage in such indecent acts with me. I am not a woman of loose morals. Furthermore, I am the senior sister of Tianshui Academy. What would others think of me if they were to find out? Although I did indeed offer to assist you with a task free of charge, I must firmly state that it does not encompass such matters. Gu Yechen, rendered speechless, remarked, I have yet to say anything, yet you have conjured up so many assumptions. Your imagination is rather remarkable, I must say. And do I strike you as such a person? Shui Bingo silently nodded in agreement, though Gu Yechen possessed an appealing visage and commendable demeanor. His gaze remained fixated upon her bosom, which could hardly be deemed anything but an infringement, as his flirtatious eyes were blatantly evident. Gu Yechen helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, Very well, I shall reveal my method of treatment to you, lest you ponder aimlessly and jeopardize your companion's recovery. It is quite simple. I have devised a unique soul technique, which, although devoid of lethal force, possesses remarkable supportive capabilities. I require your body to initiate it. Need me? You dare claim that you are not coveting my form. Shui Bingo retorted indignantly. How outrageous. If you intend to use Shui Wu as a means to acquire me, you are sorely mistaken. I will never yield. However, suddenly, she became remarkably composed, biting her lip as she stated, Nevertheless, if you can truly save her, I shall acquiesce. All right, consider me intimidated, he conceded. Gu Yechen candidly articulated his entire plan, lest the lady's imagination run wild once more. Upon concluding his words, he summoned his hell-red lotus martial spirit, accompanied by a white soul ring. What manner of martial spirit was this? Shui Bingo was astonished to find herself unfamiliar with the little red flower in Gu Yechen's grasp. Furthermore, why did his first soul ring merely span a decade? This starkly contrasted with her prior imaginings of formidable power, suggesting that Gu Yechen was merely a soul master of the first ring, lacking a second soul ring. It was hard to fathom that she, on the verge of reaching the 40th level as a soul sect, would seek assistance from a mere 20-something first-ring soul master. Yet, what transpired moments ago was perplexing. He had indeed injured a 5,000-year-old soul beast with a single punch. Preliminary assessments indicated that his physical strength was not inferior to that of a soul sage. Lost in her thoughts, Shui Bingo remained unaware of Gu Yechen's intentions as he seated himself on the ground, his white soul ring glowing, for he needed to attend to the half-reclined Shui Wu. He gently rolled up the sleeves of Shui Wu's pure white arms and grasped her wrist delicately. Ignoring Shui Bingo's predatory expression, he took hold of her slender, delicate hand, simply holding it in silence. He gazed at Shui Bingo's azure hair, her rosy lips, and her serene, beautiful eyes. Gu Yechen was momentarily taken aback. It was truly unexpected that she had blushed with shyness. Surely, she had never experienced love before, for she was remarkably pure and graceful. Shui Bingo, fuming with indignation, exclaimed, What exactly are your intentions? If it weren't for Shui Wu, I would never allow you to manipulate me. You had better not resort to any tricks. Gu Yechen hurriedly clarified, Elder sister, do not misunderstand. During this therapeutic process, I am the one in command. Thus, physical contact is imperative. Without it, I cannot activate the soul technique I have devised. Shui Bingo gazed at Gu Yechen in silence. The creation of a unique soul technique is a feat only attainable by those of exceptional talent. How has he accomplished this? Transitioning from a formidable warrior to the weakest ordinary soul master, and then emerging as a prodigious cultivator, what secrets does he harbor? Could you please share the name of your self-created soul technique and the inspiration behind it? Shui Bingo surprisingly expressed interest in Gu Yechen's unique soul technique, for she could distinctly feel a warm and comforting flow of energy emanating from her palm, undoubtedly confirming the authenticity of this technique. My self-created healing soul technique is called Nirvana Path of the Heart. It is a passive form of healing that can yield transformative results, akin to finding light in the darkest of times. I conceived it after enduring prolonged contemplation in a place devoid of light. For I firmly believe that even in the direst circumstances, dawn will inevitably break. In that place, my will was shackled by the darkness and my body tormented. Yet, with each dawn, my injuries would mend completely. This passive healing resembles the generation of antibodies. I have almost begun to develop immunity to that realm. The inspiration for this technique arose from a blacksmith whose hammering technique was remarkably unique. Each strike prepared for the next, amplifying the impact of the previous blow. In contrast, my self-created soul technique is designed so that every invocation of my martial soul prepares for the subsequent moment when it may remain dormant, essentially utilizing the essence of life to diminish the specter of death. I spread open my palm, revealing a small red flower, urging it to grow rapidly, blossoming into a resplendent bloom before swiftly wilting away. This process, though it seems to traverse the vastness of time, holds true significance only in the moment of flowering. Gu Yechen elucidated, each time my martial soul blossoms, I am confronted with an untimely death, an unforeseen demise, fleeting as a momentary bloom. The pinnacle of this death is rebirth through nirvana. The principle is rather simple. To put it plainly, it employs a method of leveraging one's strength. In order to revive your companion's heart, your own heart must serve as the source of vitality. You will soon experience a brush with death, so I must ask you to endure this. Do not be afraid, I shall be with you. Now, close your eyes and immerse yourself in the soul technique I have devised, and listen to the lament of fate. Gu Yechen commanded, proceed. In a world devoid of light, gazing at the stars, one believes that dawn will eventually break. As the withered tree encounters spring across 30,000 miles, it flourishes, reaching towards the heavens. Chapter 44. Call me Kitchen. As Gu Yechen unleashed his soul technique, Shui Binger felt the warm current vanish, replaced by a chilling cold, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. It was evident that Gu Yechen served as a conduit, linking Shui Binger's life essence to that of Shui Wu. At that moment, Shui Binger perceived the state of Shui Wu's existence. Accompanied by the encroaching chill, she began to tremble, her delicate brows dusted with frost, and her lips exhaled frosty vapors like mist. The cold enveloping Shui Binger intensified, while the frost surrounding Shui Wu began to dissipate. Soon, Shui Wu's cheeks gradually flushed, clearly infused with vitality. The blood that had congealed within her began to thaw and flow towards her vital organs. Her dormant heart slowly awakened, pulsating with strength and vigor. Shui Wu gradually opened her eyes, as if emerging from an everlasting dream. Upon seeing Gu Yechen beside her, she understood he was her savior. Just as she intended to express her gratitude, Gu Yechen's firm hand motion silenced her. Abruptly interrupting the soul technique was fraught with peril. Should the path of nirvana be disrupted, injury was inevitable. Even the loss of 3 lives could result. With just a gesture, Shui Wu comprehended Gu Yechen's intent and fell silent. Meanwhile, Shui Binger's condition was less favorable. As the source of this energy, she succumbed to a profound coma. However, due to the nature of the soul technique, her physical state remained stable. It was her spirit that was ensnared, destined to traverse the endless darkness simulated by Gu Yechen. In this interminable night, enveloped in absolute darkness, devoid of direction and sight, she resembled a lost lamb or a blind wanderer. In this void, Gu Yechen appeared, and upon glimpsing the ethereal silhouette of Shui Binger, he found himself momentarily entranced. For this figure bore a striking resemblance to Yi Lingling, both possessing exquisite forms. Gu Yechen stepped forward and remarked, "Welcome to my world. It is an honor to have you as the first to attempt my self-created soul technique." Upon hearing Gu Yechen's voice, Shui Binger turned around, yet she remained unable to perceive anything. As she reached out to touch the surrounding darkness, she found nothing but an overwhelming sense of dread. "Where are you?" Shui Binger inquired. Gu Yechen replied, "I reside within your heart." Shui Binger, not in the mood for jest, retorted, "Please, spare me the jokes. Come forth and tell me what I should do." Gu Yechen's voice resonated once more. "I am not jesting. Your essence indeed resides deep within your soul. You have succumbed to unconsciousness, and at this moment, you are merely a fragment of your soul's will. To liberate yourself from this place, you must utterly vanquish me. Otherwise, your soul's essence cannot return to your corporeal form." Shui Binger furrowed her brow and replied, "Yet I cannot perceive you. How am I to defeat you?" Gu Yechen smiled and said, "Who asserts that vanquishing an adversary necessitates combat? One can equally triumph over a goal through sheer willpower. The dark realm in which you find yourself is merely a simulation of my design. Here, I reign supreme. I am the night, and the night embodies me. I possess the ability to manipulate every breath of life within this space at will. Thus, the method to conquer me lies in overcoming this endless night and the boundless fear it harbors." Shui Binger stood in astonishment, pondering how one could possibly triumph over such darkness. Could it be that he was deliberately deceiving her? Yet, reason whispered to her that this seemed unlikely. Gu Yechen continued, "Let me share with you some news, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Shui Binger replied nonchalantly, "I would rather hear the bad news." Gu Yechen remarked, "The unfortunate news is that not only can I not assist you in your departure, but I must also exert pressure upon you, akin to the oppressive force wielded by a soul master. Do not underestimate the difficulty of withstanding such pressure. It could render your existence a torment. There are only 2 outcomes. First, you may succeed. Second, you may fail. Success is undoubtedly commendable, yet the cost of failure is dire. Your souls may forever be unable to return to your body, which, in simpler terms, equates to death. Objectively speaking, while you have saved Shuewu, you have simultaneously ensnared yourself in a perilous threat to your life. And what are the good news? At this moment, Shui Binger finds herself inexplicably intimidated by Gu Yechen. Who exactly is this formidable individual? The authenticity of his soul technique is simply astonishing. Gu Yechen chuckled and remarked, "Well, if that's the case, the spatial pressure I have simulated is but a mere fraction of the pressure I endure each night at the stroke of midnight. You need not undergo the tormenting process. All you must do is unveil the veil of darkness and let the brilliance flood this place. Hurry, defeat me, for your time is limited. In an hour, the pressure here will multiply exponentially, and by then, escaping will be beyond your reach. Forge ahead, in the outside world." Gu Yechen had ceased the application of his self-created soul technique, while Shui Wu had completely healed from her injuries. As for Shui Binger's awakening, that depended solely on her own fate. Gu Yechen harbored hope for her revival, as the reward of 3,000 gold soul coins was not insignificant. Though he remained indifferent to the matter of the complimentary item, Gu Yechen blinked forcefully, clearly fatigued. For he had recently endured the torment brought on by the flaws in his martial soul, dragging his weary body towards the location of Li. He couldn't help but feel exasperated by this fellow's recklessness. Absorbing a millennium soul ring was a perilous endeavor indeed. Observing the perspiration-drenched Li, Gu Yechen shook his head in resignation, uncertain whether to deem him foolish or to commend his relentless pursuit of strength at any cost. Li's talent seemed to have plateaued, and it appeared that achieving the rank of a 30-level soul master might be his ultimate destiny. Yet at this moment, he found himself ensnared in a perilous situation. Fortunately, he had encountered Gu Yechen, much like Gu Yechen had once encountered Yilingling. Gu Yechen smiled softly and said, "You claim that following me is your wisest choice. Thus, I hope that assisting you will prove to be my most judicious decision." With a gentle touch, he placed his arm over Li Yi's, preparing to enter Li Yi's mental realm and help him withstand the impact of the soul ring. Gradually, the sky brightened completely, and Li Yi successfully absorbed his first soul ring, a purple, 5,000-year-old one, achieving his ultimate goal right from the outset, which undoubtedly thrilled him. Shui Binger emerged from the endless night, and upon returning to her body, she felt her soul power significantly enhanced. If she extended her soul force, she could sense objects within a radius of over 100 meters. The group patiently awaited Gu Yechen's awakening, for he had exerted himself tremendously. After a night of arduous effort, he had not only failed to acquire his own soul ring but had also exhausted himself in the process. Fortunately, with Shui Binger's promise of 3,000 gold soul coins, he would soon be a wealthy man, finally able to purchase a suitable gift for Yilingling. By the time Gu Yechen awoke, it was already noon of the following day. Shui Binger had long since hunted down the severely injured 3,000-year-old soul beast and completed her fourth soul ring. "Thank you." Shui Binger generously handed over the 3,000 gold coins to Gu Yechen, without a hint of hesitation. For exchanging 3,000 coins for a life was a highly profitable transaction. "May I inquire your name?" Shui Binger asked, her head bowed, unable to meet Gu Yechen's gaze. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, completely shedding the demeanor one would expect from the elder sister of the Tianshui Academy. Gu Yechen remarked indifferently, "Call me Kitchen." Chapter 45, Su Laoda's Provocation. Gu Yechen was acutely aware that his recent act of heroism had unveiled his abilities. Although the other party bore no ill intentions, secrets are rarely kept, and it was prudent to refrain from using his true name. "Chi-chan? What an unusual name." Shui Binger mused, having never encountered such a surname before. It was evident that the individual sought to conceal their identity. "I am Shui Binger. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." She extended her delicate, boneless hand, suspended in midair, awaiting Gu Yechen's handshake. Gu Yechen nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further explanation, and returned the gesture with polite decorum. At that moment, not far from where Gu Yechen and Shui Binger stood, another group emerged from the soul-hunting forest. This band comprised 5 individuals, each exuding a menacing aura, akin to ruthless demons skilled in the art of murder. They were the 5 ghosts of Huangguan, orchestrated by Qin Shou and dispatched by the Huangguan organization to track Gu Yechen. The leader scrutinized the image in his hand, cursing. "Where on earth has that little brat hidden? It has been a tiresome search." Beside him, a portly man expressed his dissatisfaction, pouting as he remarked, "Sua Lauda. Isn't it because you were too stingy to spend on horse rentals? You insisted on saving those 3 gold soul coins, and now look, that brat has slipped away." In the eyes of his companions, Sua Laodao was somewhat miserly, even reluctant to spend his own money on mission expenses. Knowing well that the organization would reimburse such additional costs, Sua Laodao furrowed his brow, admonishing, Lao San, be quiet. Aren't you the one who owes me 30 gold soul coins? If you have the money, pay me back. If not, refrain from calling me stingy. Upon hearing this, the stout man awkwardly scratched his head, choosing not to respond further, for indeed, he had no funds to settle his debt. The profession of a soul master is lucrative yet often leads to financial depletion, especially when indulging in extravagant vices like fine spirits and costly training materials, leaving them often destitute. Another seemingly frail man interjected, Sua Laodao, do not be angry. This predicament cannot be blamed on Lao San, nor on you. The fault lies with the Huangquan organization for their delayed gold coin disbursement. Surely, in a few days, we will receive our subsidies. Then we can revel once more. And I might even visit the Lichuan courtyard for some leisure. Sua Laodao retorted, somewhat irked, Laosi, your mind is solely occupied with women. It would be wise to avoid such establishments. Take care of your health. Spend more time learning culinary skills from Lair. We, the 5 ghosts of Huangquan, must maintain some decorum and not descend into vulgarity. Indeed, Sua Laodao speaks wisely. The others concurred. As they traversed their path, the 5 ghosts of Huangquan scoured the surroundings for Gu Yechen while discussing the self-cultivation of soul masters. Suddenly, the 5th member, who was clearing the way, turned toward the camp not far off and exclaimed loudly, Sua Laodao, there he is. Rushing forward, he parted the waist-high underbrush, and Sua Laodao, indeed, discerned Gu Yechen's presence. No wonder they had failed to locate him after a night of searching. He had been hiding within another's encampment. Sua Laodao, leading his brethren from the thicket, shouted, You brat, we finally have you. Let us see where you think you can run now. Gu Yechen, engaged in conversation with Shui Binger, was utterly unprepared for the sudden appearance of 5 imposing figures emerging from the undergrowth. Gu Yechen stepped forward a few paces and inquired of Su the Elder, Who are you? Your tone suggests you are here for me. Su the Elder scoffed, Huh? Do you know the 5 ghosts of Huangquan? The 5 ghosts of Huangquan? Shui Binger and Shui Wu were taken aback. It was rumored that each member of the 5 ghosts was a soul master of considerable prowess, and should they act in unison, they could even hunt down experts of the soul sect level. After all, assassins trained to perfection were far more formidable than ordinary soul masters. Their strikes were never tentative, but rather, they were lethal from the outset. Moreover, their mission success rate exceeded 90%, allowing them to contend even with teams of soul sect caliber. Shui Binger pondered who could have summoned the people from Huangquan Pavilion to target her newly acquainted friend. This was indeed a precarious situation, for the members of Huangquan Pavilion were known for their ruthless efficiency. Revealing one's family affiliation would be of no consequence, as they would eliminate their targets without hesitation. Furthermore, Gu Yechen had just mentioned that his combat strength during the day would be significantly diminished, requiring the protection of both herself and Shui Wu to ensure safety within the soul-hunting forest. It was imperative that he not be handed over. Su the Elder taunted, Kid, you're quite adept at hiding, aren't you? You've even scurried into someone else's camp. Do you truly believe that following in another's wake will shield you from danger? How navi? Gu Yechen narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, Are you here to kill me? No, came the reply. I merely seek to take something, a mere arm, nothing too painful. Su Laodao's eyes darted towards Shui Binger and Shui Wu, advising, It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling and simply observe. Otherwise, given your remarkable talents, it would be a pity if you were to perish at our hands. To be frank, we have slain numerous prodigies in the past. Should you choose to intervene, you would be opposing the members of the Huangquan Pavilion. I'm sure you understand the consequences. Although Su Laodao was unfamiliar with Shui Binger, his years of assassination experience suggested that the woman possessed considerable backing, thus it was prudent to avoid provoking her. Lao Si licked his crimson tongue, his lecherous gaze fixated on the 2 women. Su Laodao, these 2 girls are quite beautiful. Why not leave them to me? I assure you, I will leave no survivors. Hearing Lao Si's whispered suggestion, Su Laodao scolded, Fool, do you even know what level they are? Do you comprehend the power of their families? If a level 40 soul master escapes, we will face significant troubles ahead, and Huangquan may consider us expendable to settle this matter. Disregarding his dim-witted companion, Su Laodao continued, Ladies, I kindly ask you to step aside. It would be unfortunate to have blood splattered on you. However, Gu Yechen was unfamiliar with the Huangquan 5 ghosts. He suspected that this matter was closely tied to Qin Shou. To avoid misjudging the situation, he cautiously asked, Could you tell me who sent you? Su Laoda arrogantly replied. You have no right to know their identity. However, I can offer you a hint. Consider whom you have recently offended. That person is the one who paid for your arm. You need not be told. I am certain you can guess who it is. If you are wise, sever your own arm quickly, or else, should we, the Huangquan Five Ghosts, take action, you may not survive this encounter. It was clear that Su Laoda's words were a blatant provocation. Who would willingly sever their own limb? Chapter 46. Retreating without a fight. Seeing the aggressiveness from the other side, Shui Binger could not bear to see Gu Yechen mutilate himself. She stepped forward and declared, Huangquan Five Ghosts, though your reputation is fearsome, you are merely at the soul master level. If Xuewu and I were to intervene, you would gain nothing. With that, Shui Bingo unleashed her 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, and upon witnessing this, Xuewu also revealed her 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Only 1 level 4 soul master? Su Laoda's expression grew serious. The presence of a soul master confirmed his suspicions, especially with 2,000-year-old soul beast corpses nearby. It was clear that a soul master was involved in their downfall. Yet, why was there only 1 soul master? The larger beast had been at least 4,000 years old. How could a single soul master accomplish such a feat? Clearly, the situation diverged from his expectations. However, this outcome favored the Huangquan Five Ghosts. Moments ago, they had been somewhat reckless. Now, that was no longer necessary. With the combined strength of 5, even a single soul master would find themselves at a disadvantage. Su Laoda scoffed. If both of you were soul masters, the outcome of this battle would be uncertain. But with only 1 soul master, how can you hope to withstand us? Are you still intent on protecting this young man? Shui Binger retorted coldly, Qiqing is my friend. I absolutely will not allow you to harm him. Shui Binger had confirmed that Gu Yechen indeed lacked the 30-level soul power, possessing only a single white soul ring, indicating he was at most in his 20s, preparing to obtain his second ring, while Li Yi had a meager 10-level soul power. Luckily, Gu Yechen's self-created soul skills were rather peculiar. Otherwise, Li Yi would have been long dead. Of course, Gu Yechen was well aware of the promise he had made to Shui Binger the previous night, which meant that she and Xuewu would protect them for a day. After all, that evening, they still intended to hunt soul beasts, for Gu Yechen had yet to acquire his second soul ring, and he could not leave without it. However, during the day, Gu Yechen was exceedingly weak. He could hardly handle even a 100-year soul beast, being merely a support soul master. Shui Binger and Xuewu readily agreed to their request, yet they did not anticipate the arrival of the Huangquan Five Ghosts. But once a promise was made, it was not in their nature to easily renege. Qiqing, Su Laoda mused. Isn't this brat named Gu Yechen? When did he change his name? The stout man turned to Su Laoda with a question. Ignoring Lao San, Su Laoda laughed heartily. You don't even know this kid's background. Yet you are willing to protect him? It seems you have been deceived by him. His true name is Gu Yechen, a student of the Tiando Royal Academy. Is it worth risking your lives to oppose us, the Huangquan Five Ghosts, for a stranger? Shui Binger glanced back at Gu Yechen, realizing he was indeed from the Tiando Royal Academy. Without further pondering, she resolutely stated, though your coordination is impressive and rumors claim you can slay soul masters, can you withstand the spirit fusion techniques of a soul master? Shui Binger and Xuewu could unleash the spirit fusion technique ice snow drifting, with Shui Binger as the lead, producing a force comparable to that of a soul king. Should Xuewu also be a soul master, the resulting might would rival that of a soul emperor's attack. Upon hearing this, Su Laoda was momentarily taken aback. The spirit fusion technique unleashed by a soul master and a soul respect had reached the level of a soul king. This posed a significant threat. Observing the corpses of the 1,000-year soul beasts nearby, it was evident they believed Shui Binger's claims, for this was certainly not the doing of Gu Yechen. The task had become formidable. However, what Su Laoda and his companions did not know was that Xuewu was still recovering from her injuries and could not perform the spirit fusion technique. Shui Binger and her companions had revealed their soul rings to intimidate the opposition into retreat. Su Laoda, what should we do? This is troublesome, interjected the frail man known as Lao Si. The expressions of the other brothers also turned grim. Failing to complete this mission would result in unique penalties from Huangquan. But the real concern was the potential deduction from their wages. As the leader of the team, Su Laoda remained composed. He retrieved a half-burned cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, struck a match, and ignited the cigarette, inhaling deeply to calm his nerves. After extinguishing the cigarette with some water from his soul guide, he stored it back in his pocket. This cigar was quite expensive, and he was reluctant to finish it. Whenever tension arose, He needed a puff to alleviate the stress. Su Laoda spoke solemnly. I understand that you two are not to be trifled with. But have you considered the cost of opposing us, the Huangquan Pavilion? Undeterred, Shui Binger resolutely replied. Regardless of your Huangquan 5 ghosts or the entire Huangquan Pavilion, feel free to bring it on. I speak solely for myself and not on behalf of my family. Very well, we shall see. Su Laodao realized that this operation would end in failure. They had no means to counter a spirit fusion technique led by a soul master. Humph. Su Laodao scoffed and gestured for his companions. Let us depart. The rules of engagement at the Yellow Springs Pavilion are indeed peculiar. If one fails to complete their task upon their initial encounter, they are afforded no second chance. Consequently, more formidable individuals will be dispatched, and those who have failed will face exceedingly grim repercussions. However, despite their ruthless nature, these individuals would prefer to cling to life rather than perish by the lethal fusion techniques of martial souls. After all, life affords them the opportunity to revel in the splendor of this vibrant world. Frankly speaking, the decision made by the esteemed Su after savoring his cigar was astutely prudent. For even if Shui Binger and Shui Wu were unable to employ martial soul fusion techniques, Shui Binger, as a soul master, with Gu Yechen's assistance, could still vanquish all 5 of the Yellow Springs phantoms. At that juncture, they would indeed become true specters of the Yellow Springs. Without any clash of combat, merely through a few pivotal words, the notorious Yellow Springs phantoms retreated in disarray. Naturally, the phantoms are not devoid of intelligence. Possessing merely the strength of a soul respect yet achieving such infamy indicates the considerable influence of Su. Recognizing the futility of confrontation, why venture forth to meet death? Accepting failure is far more rational than foolishly pursuing a doomed task. Otherwise, they would have met their demise long ago. Once the Yellow Springs phantoms departed, Shui Binger turned to the figure behind her, Gu Yechen, and inquired, Are you unharmed? So your name is Gu Yechen. You deceived me into believing you were called Chichen. I feel quite foolish for having trusted you so readily. Gu Yechen scratched his head, remarking, It's merely a name. There's no need to be upset. Clearly feeling a touch of embarrassment, Gu Yechen, who had been shielded by Shui Binger, was acutely aware of the irony, having rescued Shui Wu for a fee, yet Shui Binger had not uttered a word about the cost after defending him. Thank you. It seems I've inconvenienced you this time. Gu Yechen expressed his gratitude at first, then inquired, What kind of force is the Huangquan Pavilion? If the employer can purchase the limbs of others, might it be possible to purchase the very life of the employer? If so, I would not hesitate to spend money to procure Qin Shou's life. Otherwise, keeping him alive may lead to endless troubles. Shui Bingo elaborated. The Huangquan Pavilion is an organization dedicated to assassination. It appears to have been severely suppressed by the Tiando royal family, resulting in a significant decrease in their operational tasks over recent years, to the extent that they have even begun accepting mundane assignments. Apart from the direct descendants of the Tiando royal family, the Spirit Hall, and the major sects and families, they will accept nearly all contracts. The Huangquan 5 ghosts are merely minor players within the Huangquan Pavilion. It is likely that others may be dispatched to target you, so you must exercise caution. Gu Yechen retorted, Will the Yellow Spring Pavilion send someone to target you? As for me, you need not worry. My family's influence is formidable, and they will not act recklessly. Only profit can drive them to madness. They will not engage in ventures devoid of benefit. Chapter 47, Strange Creatures. Upon hearing these words, Gu Yechen nodded in agreement. As long as he did not implicate others, there would be no issue. Nightfall arrived as anticipated. When the hour of Z discreetly approached, Gu Yechen activated his Dark Night mode. It was evident that he was about to acquire his second soul ring. Utilizing the moonlight while Shui Binger and Shui Wu scouted ahead for soul beasts, with Li Yi assisting in navigation beside them, they encountered numerous soul beasts along the way. Yet most were mere 10 or 100-year-old creatures, which Gu Yechen naturally dismissed. However, this night proved particularly peculiar, as not a single 1,000-year soul beast was encountered. As the darkness began to wane, Gu Yechen reluctantly resolved to abandon the hunt for a 1,000-year soul beast. When he lowered his target to a 100-year soul beast, the options became significantly more abundant. Speed-oriented soul beasts like the netherwolf and the striped cat were evidently unsuitable. Generally, soul beasts that would enhance auxiliary martial souls were of the more aggressive variety, such as baboons and ferocious lions. Of course, certain plant-type soul beasts could also serve this purpose. Gu Yechen's martial soul belongs to the category of plant-type martial souls, which theoretically can only absorb the soul rings of plant spirit beasts. However, not long ago, a revised edition of a book mentioned an individual named Yu Shaojiang, who proposed that there are no boundaries to martial soul absorption, as long as one's martial soul does not conflict with the soul ring to be absorbed. It is possible to transcend these boundaries. In other words, a plant martial soul can absorb the soul rings of animal spirit beasts. This theory has been validated through the experiences of his disciple and, after several years of dissemination, has been incorporated into literature. He is hailed by the world as theoretically invincible, and he has also established the maximum years for absorbing the first soul ring. Gu Yechen was merely a novice, possessing a superficial understanding of these theoretical concepts. Perhaps it was his audacity born from exceptional skill that led him to harbor skepticism towards established theories, particularly the notion that a soul ring of the first grade should not exceed 500 years of age. Yet, Li Yi, that audacious fellow, had absorbed a soul ring aged 5,000 years, defying convention. This implied that while the standard limit was indeed 500 years, under extraordinary external influences, the reality contradicted theoretical expectations. At that moment, Shui Binger, who was scouting ahead, seemed to have caught sight of a dark green triangular serpent head rising amidst the underbrush, its small eyes gleaming with a chilling ruby-like light. She turned back to Li Yi, stating, "Inquire with your master if he desires a mandala serpent of 700 years. The mandala serpent, with its toxic properties and resilience, was a commendable choice for support-type soul masters. The toxicity it possessed would certainly bestow skills characterized by excitement and fervor, while its resilient nature would enhance defensive abilities. However, was 700 years not rather insufficient?" Li awkwardly scratched his nose. For the soul rings he had absorbed were several thousand years in age. How could he propose to his master the absorption of a mere few hundred years? Taking the liberty, he waved his hand dismissively. "My master declines. Please continue your exploration." Shui Bingo shook her head in exasperation, for Gu Yechen was somewhat extraordinary. His self-created soul skills had transcended the conventional limits of soul ring absorption. For an ordinary individual, it was nearly impossible to absorb a soul ring of greater age, as the force of the soul ring would exert tremendous impact upon both the body and consciousness of the absorber. In comparison to the torment Gu Yechen endured in the darkness, these impacts were but a mere drizzle. To put it bluntly, whoever possessed Gu Yechen would conquer the world, for his abilities had surpassed the collective understanding of soul masters regarding martial souls and soul rings. Of course, this was largely thanks to Li Yi's initial audacious endeavor. Throughout the continent, there has never been a shortage of pioneers. Yet Li Yi was the first among those who dared to be the first and lived to tell the tale. In gratitude towards his master, he naturally hoped that his master would also acquire a purple soul ring. "Li Yi, be cautious of the left," Gu Yechen suddenly cautioned. "There is a remarkably swift life form approaching you." "What? Could it be a soul beast?" Li Yi glanced to his left, yet found nothing. He hurriedly inquired, "My lord, is it still there?" "Indeed, I can sense its presence. Within my realm of night, two celestial bodies exist. One is you, and the other is it, without a doubt. In the dark realm of Gu Yechen, any trace of life materializes as stars, whether it be a soul beast or a human." Li Yi's life force has already been locked onto by Gu Yechen, yet another unfamiliar presence remains, leaving one to ponder whether it is a soul beast or some other creature. Suddenly, that peculiar entity begins to dart away, prompting Gu Yechen to declare, "Remain still. I shall vanquish it." The strange life force moves with remarkable speed, charging directly towards Li Yi. Clearly, the creature seeks the path of least resistance, for Gu Yechen exudes an aura that is far from inviting, making Li Yi a more suitable target. Despite the creature's swiftness, Gu Yechen proves to be even quicker. Just as Li Yi teeters on the brink of death at the claws of this beast, Gu Yechen has already pinned it beneath his foot. What has transpired? Hearing the sound of impact, Shui Binger and Shui Wu both turn to inquire, "What happened? Were you attacked by a soul beast?" Gazing at the peculiar creature under Gu Yechen's foot, Li Yi hastily gestures. It is not a soul beast, merely an oddly shaped animal. This creature measures approximately 60 centimeters, with a tubular body, flattened sides, a triangular head, and bulging eyes that can rotate independently, its tail curled in a figure eight. The assertion that it is not a soul beast stems from the absence of any soul power emanating from this creature. Shui Binger further asks, "Do you require our assistance?" Li shakes his head, replying, "No need. With the esteemed individual here, it is certain to meet its demise." Gu Yechen was unconcerned about whether this creature possessed any spiritual energy fluctuations. As long as it fell within his sensing range, it was destined to forfeit its life. After a relentless onslaught of stomps, the creature appeared to be utterly lifeless, its very essence of existence evaporating into oblivion. Well then, let us proceed further into the unknown. Gu Yechen shifted his foot and instructed Li, "My lord, are you certain it is dead?" Li glanced at the lifeless creature on the ground, unable to suppress a frown. Despite my lord's brutal strike, the small animal remained intact. Its defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. Yes, I am certain. Its life force has indeed ceased. This was the first time Gu Yechen had dispatched a foe that left behind a complete corpse, which was even more pristine and peculiar than the ice-armored hedgehog king he had hunted last night. As the two moved approximately 10 meters away, the creature unexpectedly poked its head out, reviving. Suddenly, Gu Yechen halted. Li, wait a moment, the life force has re-emerged. What is happening? He then turned to pursue the entity, clearly realizing it had been feigning death, managing to deceive even Gu Yechen. After a strenuous effort akin to moving mountains, he finally succeeded in slaying it. This little fellow's offensive power was modest. However, its ability to feign death and conceal its aura was unparalleled. It was only when its life force vanished once more that Gu Yechen finally relented and prepared to depart. Shui Binger and her companions had been out for some time, and tomorrow they would part ways with Gu Yechen, as they needed to return to the Tianshui Academy to reunite with their team. Thus, they were determined to assist Gu Yechen in acquiring the second spirit ring that very night. However, contrary to their intentions, they did not encounter any thousand-year soul beasts. Even after Gu Yechen's strongest state had dissipated, looking weary and somewhat lethargic, Gu Yechen stretched and remarked, "Well, you may help me capture a century-old soul beast." "I shall not be particular." "That is what you said." Shui Binger replied earnestly. "Even if it is merely a 100-year soul beast, you must not allow Li to refuse. Some soul beasts are high-level variants. Age does not dictate strength. Soul ring abilities are paramount. Even at the title Douluo level, yellow first soul ring abilities are frequently utilized. Soul beasts are adept at disguise, particularly high-level ones. Thus, one cannot judge their potency solely by age. The ice spike hedgehog is an example of a high-level soul beast." Gu Yechen intended to agree, but the words caught in his throat. Disguise indeed, Gu Yechen murmured to himself, for that peculiar creature he had just encountered was undoubtedly a highly advanced extraterrestrial being. Chapter 48, The Eternal Soul Ring. Upon the mere thought of that peculiar creature, Gu Yechen immediately associated it with soul beasts. Just as human martial spirits can mutate, so too can soul beasts undergo transformation. Certain less aggressive soul beasts have learned to disguise themselves to adapt to their surroundings. If Gu Yechen's conjecture holds true, that creature he encountered was likely a mutated soul beast of approximately 5,000 years in age, as evidenced by its remarkable vitality. Wait a moment. I believe I've just found a lead on my second soul ring. Gu Yechen promptly informed Shui Binger and the others, sparing them the need for further search. Shui Binger glanced around, perplexed, and inquired, "Where is the soul beast you seek?" "I don't see it." Waving his hand dismissively, Gu Yechen feigned an air of mystery and replied, "If my deductions are accurate, my soul ring should have manifested half an hour ago." The reason he had only just recalled this matter was due to Li Yi's earlier remark about feeling an inexplicable pressure during the creature's defeat. This kind of pressure only occurs when a soul beast generates a soul ring. However, since it was not a soul beast, how could there be such pressure? Li had assumed it to be an illusion of his own making. Yet, with Shui Binger's gentle reminder, Gu Yechen suddenly realized that this was indeed a manifestation of a soul beast's innate talent. "Li Yi, quickly lead us back to the spot where you were ambushed by that strange creature." "Senior Binger, Senior Shuewu, follow me." Gu Yechen had spent an entire day with Shui Binger and her companion, discovering that both were students of the Tianshui Academy. Given their seniority, Gu Yechen respectfully addressed them as seniors. They both nodded in unison, exchanging glances. Although uncertain of Gu Yechen's intentions, an inexplicable sense of admiration began to well up within them. As Gu Yechen engaged in the arduous task of vanquishing that peculiar creature, he expended a full half-hour to ensure its complete demise. Throughout this ordeal, the beast feigned death thrice, until the fourth attempt, when Gu finally shattered its defenses. Despite the creature not unleashing particularly ferocious attacks, its bizarre speed and exceptional defensive capabilities left Gu Yechen in a precarious position. The most exasperating aspect was its ability to feign death, a skill of remarkable finesse, which not only concealed its soul power fluctuations but also masked its very life force. Fortunately, Gu Yechen found himself in a unique state at that moment. Otherwise, he might have fallen prey to the creature's deception. For reasons unknown, this creature appeared to harbor a peculiar fascination with Li Yi, seemingly undeterred by danger as it sought to assault him, suggesting that Li Yi possessed something of significant allure. Under Li Yi's guidance, the group retreated, gradually navigating from the periphery of the soul-hunting forest back towards its core. Indeed, they had surpassed the central area and returned to the outskirts. If the soul-hunting forest were to be imagined as a circle, they had exceeded the radius considerably. The number of soul beasts within the forest was already sparse, and those of a millennium in age were exceedingly rare. Thus, encountering one without thoroughly exploring the entire forest was quite unlikely. During the day, they had already gathered information regarding the soul beast on the forest periphery and were now awaiting Gu Yechen's activation of his most potent state to explore the central region by night. Yet, they still had not encountered any millennium-level soul beasts, leading them to conclude that the 2 millennium soul beasts encountered by Shui Binger and her companions were merely coincidental. Hastening their pace, they jogged onward, for the soul rings would not wait. If they missed the opportunity, they would dissipate on their own. After approximately 20 more minutes, Gu Yechen and his companions arrived at a familiar location, but at that moment, all eyes, including Gu Yechen's, widened in astonishment as they gazed ahead, utterly incredulous. The sight before them was indeed shocking. A dark, resplendent soul ring hovered above a mysterious corpse, heralding the presence of a 10,000-year soul beast. To think they had slain a 10,000-year soul beast without initially realizing it. Had they not returned to this spot, they would have remained oblivious to the beast's identity. Gu Yechen's suspicions proved accurate. It had exerted every effort to conceal its aura and state, even in death. At the time of its demise, the dark soul ring had not manifested. It only appeared after Gu Yechen and his companions departed, revealing its dazzling brilliance once its will had completely dissipated. As for the precise age of this creature or its name, Gu Yechen remained in the dark, for no records existed in the tomes concerning such an anomalous being. However, preliminary estimates suggested it was no less than 30,000 years old, as Gu Yechen's most powerful state rivaled that of a soul sage, a result personally verified by Shui Binger. A soul beast that even soul sage-level experts struggled against could only be of 30,000 years or more. Even though night still enveloped the land, it could not diminish the soul ring's radiant glow. Gazing at the brilliant black light emanating from the 10,000-year soul ring, Gu Yechen felt a wave of elation. Yet apprehension began to creep in. Were it merely a 1,000-year purple soul ring, he would not hesitate to absorb it. However, absorbing a soul ring of 30,000 years or more posed a considerable risk. Gu Yechen initially believed it to be a millennium soul beast. Yet he was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, a 10,000-year soul beast. It remains uncertain whether it had traversed from another realm into the soul-hunting forest or if, from the very inception of the forest, it had evaded the grasp of hunters. Although Gu Yechen's self-created soul technique can achieve the purpose of indirect healing and even enhance the absorption years of soul rings, this duration is limited. Based on Gu Yechen's own estimations, the impact force of a soul ring of 9,000 years is the maximum threshold that his simulated soul technique can withstand. Thus he did not exhibit excessive concern when Li absorbed a 5,000-year soul ring. However, the prospect of absorbing a soul ring exceeding 30,000 years seems tantamount to courting disaster. Under normal circumstances, the absorption limit for the first soul ring is approximately 423 years. With the aid of Gu Yechen's self-created soul technique, this absorption period could extend to around 9,423 years. Even for the most robust power-type soul masters, it would not surpass 9,500 years. As for the second soul ring, the absorption duration hovers around 900 years, which, with Gu Yechen's technique, could extend to 9,900 years. Yet would similarly not exceed 10,000 years. The challenge of absorbing a soul ring of 10,000 years is already formidable. Thus, how could one possibly absorb a ring of 30,000 years or more? While Gu Yechen pondered the limits of physical endurance, Shui Binger suddenly interjected, "Gu Yechen, I believe you can absorb this soul ring." Shui Binger regarded Gu Yechen's talent as unparalleled, despite him being merely an auxiliary soul master, even struggling for self-defense. She held him in high esteem and even harbored a certain blind admiration. By virtue of the limitations on soul ring absorption, Gu Yechen defied convention, especially considering that each night he had the equivalent of an hour with a powerhouse at the soul sage level. Shui Binger also attempted to persuade Gu Yechen to join her family. However, Gu Yechen stated that he already belonged to another family and requested that Shui Binger and Xue Wu keep his secret. After all, it was his unique abilities that he employed to rescue the two of them. Gu Yechen turned his head to inquire, "Sister Binger, do you have any good ideas?" Although addressed as sister by Gu Yechen, Shui Binger still felt somewhat restrained, as her initial impression of him was that of a cold and ruthless expert. First impressions are indeed significant and influence future interactions. She still found it difficult to meet Gu Yechen's gaze directly, opting instead to speak while averting her face. Feigning calmness as she remarked, apart from your soul skill that can enhance absorption longevity, there is also a particularly special item that can extend it. Upon hearing this, Gu Yechen could not help but lean in with keen interest and promptly asked, "What is it?" Shui Binga replied with utmost seriousness, "Soul bones." Soul bones? The term did ring a bell for Gu Yechen. He had encountered it in literature, albeit described rather vaguely. The text merely indicated that soul bones could possess additional abilities akin to soul rings, which might include offensive, control, defensive, or supportive capabilities. To be frank, Gu Yechen was unfamiliar with the appearance of soul bones or their specific functions. Driven by curiosity, he earnestly requested, "Could you share more details about soul bones? The more comprehensive, the better." Shui Binga smiled and remarked, "It appears you are not a scion of a prestigious family or noble lineage." Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she continued, "Generally speaking, soul bones originate from soul beasts and are far more precious than soul rings. Unfortunately, the odds of obtaining a soul bone through the hunting of soul beasts are less than 1 in 10,000. Within the territories of the two great empires, there are approximately tens of thousands of soul masters. However, less than 3 soul bones are produced annually through the hunting of soul beasts. This illustrates just how rare soul bones truly are. Each soul bone commands a high value. Even a lower-grade 1,000-year soul bone can fetch astronomical prices at auction, often exceeding several 100,000 gold soul coins. As for the more coveted 10,000-year soul bones, they are seldom put up for auction. Most are either absorbed by the owners themselves or passed down to their families as heirlooms. Of course, should one be fortunate, there remains a possibility of encountering a 10,000-year soul bone at an auction. Moreover, it is crucial to note that in a hastily formed collaborative team, if a soul bone unexpectedly emerges during the hunting of a soul beast, the immediate concern is not how to divide the soul bone, but rather how to deal with one's teammates. For even if you kindly propose to share the soul bone, the insatiable greed of others may lead them to devise ways to eliminate you. Individuals of our younger generation should refrain from readily displaying any soul bones they possess. For if they catch the eye of someone with ulterior motives, tragic incidents of murder and bone theft may frequently occur. Gu Yechen silently nodded. It dawned on him that the value of soul bones was exceedingly high. No wonder Aunt Yi had mentioned that if he were ever fortunate enough to possess a soul bone, it would be an opportunity that was both rare and invaluable. Moreover, Yilingling's mother had once stated that during future confrontations, possessing numerous soul rings and bones would lead to an advantageous position, while lacking them would necessitate a hasty retreat. The term ring undoubtedly referred to soul rings, while bone pertained to soul bones. Noticing Gu Yechen's serious demeanor, Shui Binga chuckled softly and continued, "Typically, soul bones are categorized into 3 grades and 6 ranks based on their completeness and quality. The higher the rank, the greater the value. The so-called 3-grade soul bones are classified according to their age, first grade being the Millennium low-grade soul bones, followed by second grade, the 10,000-year high-grade soul bones, and finally, third grade, the rare 10,000-year soul bones. The 6 ranks of soul bones correspond to 6 key locations on the human body, representing in order: first rank for the torso bone, second rank for the skull bone, third rank for the left arm bone, fourth rank for the right arm bone, fifth rank for the left leg bone, and sixth rank for the right leg bone. Even the lowest grade, the Millennium right leg bone, if incomplete, is still priceless in the market. This is because there are no grade restrictions on the absorption of soul bones. Even soul masters below level 10 can absorb them without experiencing any adverse effects. In addition to providing extra soul skills, soul bones also enhance all attributes of the body. Particularly, when the absorbed soul ring is of a significantly higher age, the soul bone can mitigate the impact of the soul ring's power. Gu Yechen interjected, "Are you suggesting that I use the soul bone to mitigate the impact of the soul rings?" Shui Binga nodded in affirmation. "Precisely." Gu Yechen, with a sense of resignation, spread his hands and shook his head, saying, "Unfortunately, I do not possess a soul bone." Shui Binga replied with a smile, "That soul beast's body contains a soul bone. Had I not already absorbed one, I would not have even noticed its presence." "Are you suggesting that this little lizard harbors a soul bone?" Gu Yechen inquired, uncertain of what soul beast it was, though it appeared to resemble a small lizard. Shui Binga confirmed with unwavering certainty, "Indeed, and it is a trunk bone." Under normal circumstances, when a soul beast produces a soul bone, a specific part of its body emits a brilliant light. For instance, if it were a head bone, the beast's head would glow. However, this particular soul bone emitted no such radiance. Fortunately, Possessing a right leg soul bone enabled me to sense the essence of the soul bone. It is likely related to its innate abilities. If it were merely an ordinary soul bone, it would be incapable of withstanding the impact of a 10,000-year soul ring, but this one is indeed a 10,000-year soul bone, generated from the same source as the soul ring, thus ensuring no rejection would occur. If you were to absorb this trunk soul bone and subsequently the black 10,000-year soul ring, there should be no issues whatsoever. Sister Binger, is that truly a soul bone? Shuewu, standing nearby, swallowed hard. Her family had not possessed a single soul bone for generations, and it seemed Gu Yechen was exceptionally fortunate to have so easily discovered a soul bone, particularly one of such high caliber. It is absolutely true. Shui Binger did not attempt to conceal her knowledge in the slightest. She could have easily taken this opportunity to divert Gu Yechen's attention and secretly sought to absorb the soul bone herself. However, given that he had saved her and Shui Wu the previous night, she found herself unable to act in such a manner. Gu Yechen furrowed his brows. Realizing the peculiar nature of the Hell Red Lotus martial soul, it had concealed a soul bone. How exceedingly discreet. Did you not mention that in a hastily assembled team, the first instinct upon encountering a soul bone would be to eliminate the opponent, with the matter of the soul bone's ownership considered only thereafter? Do you intend to let me go? At this moment, I am no match for you. Shui Binger smiled and replied, had you not saved us last night? It may have indeed transpired that way. In the face of a soul bone over 30,000 years old, I cannot assure you that I would remain composed. It is worth noting that my family possesses merely one ancestral soul bone of 10,000 years. Although I do desire that fragment of the torso's soul bone, I must admit it is not particularly suited for me. It is an auxiliary soul bone, and I believe it would serve you far more effectively. Gu Yechen nodded slightly. Very well, it seems I must graciously accept this. Consider it a favor I owe you. Without your reminder, I would have been eternally estranged from this soul bone. Indeed, Shui Binger replied, then continued, hurry and extract this soul bone to absorb it. The Millennium Soul Ring is on the verge of vanishing, and we must not let it go to waste. If I am not mistaken, the skills of this soul bone and the soul ring complement each other, and when combined, their resulting abilities will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Gu Yechen was not one to feign modesty. He genuinely desired this soul bone and would not insincerely decline the opportunity. He resolved to repay this favor when the time came. Approaching the peculiar creature, he utilized his soul power to forcibly extract the torso soul bone, then sat down to silently absorb it. Indeed, throughout the absorption process, he experienced no discomfort, but rather an indescribable sense of bliss, akin to the soothing warmth of a hot spring. Had it been anyone else attempting to absorb this soul bone, it would have taken no less than half a day to complete the process. However, Gu Yechen's formidable mental strength enabled him to finish in under 10 minutes. This was somewhat attributable to the nightly trials he endured, besieged by dark soul shocks and torment. Gradually, Gu Yechen's soul power began to surge dramatically. With the enhancement provided by the torso soul bone, the absorption of the black 10,000-year second ring became significantly easier. Chapter 50. Please call me young master. As Gu Yechen completed the absorption of the black soul ring, the sky gradually brightened. After a brief respite, the blazing sun ascended, causing the surrounding air to grow increasingly oppressive. Gu Yechen had just acquired his second spirit ring, and it was time for him to bid farewell to Shui Binger and Shui Wu. Approaching Shui Binger, before he could utter a word, she spoke first. Aren't you going to rest a little longer? You seem to have had a restless night. It's nothing. Gu Yechen waved his hand and expressed his gratitude. These past few days, thanks to your care, not only have I obtained my second spirit ring, but I have also secured the invaluable body-spirit bone. I will remember this kindness, and should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. With a playful arch of her brows, Shui Binger smiled. Really? Would you be willing to join my family? She was aware that Gu Yechen had no family to speak of, otherwise he would not be so oblivious about spirit bones. His previous claim of having a family was clearly a polite refusal of her invitation. That might not be feasible. Although Gu Yechen currently had no family, it did not preclude the possibility of one in the future. The name of a future title Douluo would undoubtedly bear his mark. If he could not be the second generation of a family, then he would strive to be the first. Noticing Gu Yechen's hesitation, Shui Binger gently tapped his forehead and smiled. I was only jesting. No need to take it so seriously. To be honest, I initially thought your personality was rather rebellious. But after spending these past 2 days together, I've realized you are quite easygoing, as well as particularly considerate and gentle. I truly appreciate that. Oh, Gu Yechen nodded. somewhat oblivious to the deeper meaning of her words. Shui Binger furrowed her brows and inquired, "Do you not have anything to say to me?" "I do." Gu Yechen, not particularly skilled in conversation, especially with girls, stammered, "Sister Binger, rest assured. I will strive diligently in my training and ensure that I am worthy of that body-spirit bone." Shui Binger's expression shifted slightly, and with a hint of reluctance. She replied, "Though I am a few years your senior, your abilities are remarkable. Strength is the true essence of this world. And by the way, you were quite handsome the other night. If possible, please just call me Binger from now on." Feeling flustered by her praise, Gu Yechen's ears reddened, his bashfulness evident as he scratched his head awkwardly. "It's just average. Even if you cannot visit my family. If you could come to Tianshui Academy to see me, that would be just as delightful. I would be truly happy then." Gu Yechen hastily waved his hand and replied, "The Tianshui Academy is quite distant, and it is exclusively comprised of female students. It would be rather inconvenient for me to go there. When shall we meet again?" Shui Binga finally gazed directly into Gu Yechen's eyes, eager to uncover the answer to her question. Gu Yechen shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. "I don't know. I suppose I must wait until I once again possess a soul bone. Only then can I repay you a favor." Beside him, Shui Wu was on the verge of exasperation, nearly ready to spit blood. Could it be that Gu Yechen was truly oblivious? Did he require a more forthright approach to grasp the underlying implication? Who decreed that meetings must be confined to the academy? The outside world held equal significance. Shui Wu wished to step forward and clarify the meaning of Shui Binger's earlier remarks to Gu Yechen, but her hand was raised in gentle protest. Shui Binger subtly shook her head, as if she had come to a realization. Perhaps his heart was already claimed by another. The sweet smile that had adorned Shui Binger's lips gradually faded, restoring her usual icy demeanor. "By the way," she inquired, "I heard you mention yesterday that you intend to participate in the Great Soul Arena in Tiando City for the betting match. Is that correct?" Gu Yechen nodded, affirming, "Indeed. We are members of the reserve team for the Tiando Royal Academy. Henceforth, we shall participate in the elite competition for advanced soul master academies across the continent in a substitute capacity. Consequently, our upcoming training will revolve around strategic combat. Furthermore, I have requested a 3-month grace period from my team leader, as I cannot afford any delays. It is imperative that I reunite with my teammates promptly, otherwise, I risk being expelled from the academy. Our team leader has mandated that each member secure a bronze soul badge, and if anyone manages to obtain a silver soul badge, that would be even better. 3 months have elapsed, and I presume my teammates have likely already acquired their bronze badges and are currently striving for silver." Shui Binger nodded in understanding. "Very well. I believe I now comprehend our meeting schedule. Given your relatively low soul power level, it seems unlikely that you will have the opportunity to join the Royal First Team. However, I am confident that your presence will be felt among the substitutes of the Royal Second Team, as I am the captain of the Tianshui Academy team. Both Shui Wu and I will also compete in the elite tournament for advanced soul master academies across the continent. Thus, it is quite possible that we may encounter each other during the preliminary rounds. So let us part ways for now, with the hope of reuniting in a year. I trust you will bring me more surprises, although I must admit, your performance at night is rather extraordinary." While Shui Binger admired Gu Yechen, he was equally astonished by her prowess. She was indeed the captain of the Tianshui Academy team? Gu Yechen found himself momentarily stunned. She was a formidable soul master, comparable in strength to team leader Wang Li. Moreover, according to Ling Ling, Tianshui Academy ranked lower among the 5 element academies, with even stronger institutions like the Blazing Fire Academy, Thunder Academy, and Divine Wind Academy surpassing them, being only marginally superior to the Elephant Armor Academy. Is it truly necessary for teams like the Royal Reserve Team to participate in this elite academy competition? Most of the newly formed members are still only around level 20. And in a year, they may reach a maximum of level 35, while Tianshui Academy will have likely advanced by at least 4 to 5 levels, leading to a potential overwhelming defeat. Nevertheless, Gu Yechen remained undaunted, for he possessed a 10,000-year black soul ring and a soul bone. "Well then, I too hope to witness Tianshui Academy excel in the preliminary rounds." After a brief conversation between Gu Yechen and Shui Binger, Li Yi had also finished packing his belongings. With the convenience of the soul guidance device, organizing his items was a breeze. "My lord, shall we depart?" Li Yi handed the dark iron armguard to Gu Yechen and then addressed Shui Wu, saying, "You truly put me in a predicament last night. If I had been able to overpower you, I would have." Shui Wu retorted, "What of it? You were eavesdropping on our private conversation." Li shot her a disdainful gesture before turning back to Gu Yechen and inquired, "My lord, am I to accompany you to the great soul arena?" "Indeed. Since you are in my service, you shall follow me. However, your conspicuous purple first soul ring is rather ostentatious. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from displaying it to others." "Understood. My lord, I shall adhere to your wishes." Li had resolved to pledge his loyalty to Gu Yechen, harboring no ulterior motives, including regarding the soul bone from the previous night. He firmly believed that what was destined for him would eventually be his, and what did not belong to him was futile to covet. A few minutes later, Gu Yechen and Shui Binger departed the soul-hunting forest together, bidding farewell amidst the bustling streets, knowing that all gatherings must eventually come to an end. Even though they had formed a fleeting camaraderie over the past couple of days, no one could guarantee that such a bond would endure. "My lord, I wish to share a secret with you, one I have held for quite some time. It is somewhat burdensome to keep it to myself." Li, still without his own soul guidance device and carrying his tattered backpack, continued. "Based on my 16 years of singlehood, I believe you may have felt a flicker of emotion just now." Gu Yechen furrowed his brow and said, "Do not speak nonsense. It is certainly not as you imagine. My relationship with her is merely that of friends. One may indulge in a chaotic meal, but words must be chosen wisely." Li Yi remarked, "Your lack of such intentions does not imply that others share the same sentiment. You may not harbor feelings for someone, but does that mean you should prevent others from holding affections for you? I overheard the whispers they exchanged last night, and I believe adults should contemplate this matter." Gu Yechen halted his advance, coldly declaring, "Since you have chosen to follow me, I trust you will manage your words. Refrain from speaking what should not be said." Glancing at Li Yi's tattered garments, he continued, "I have stated before that as long as you assist me, what is mine will also be yours. Come, let us procure you a proper outfit." He added, "Furthermore, do not address me as Lord. I am still a minor. Instead, call me young master." Chapter 51. Encountering a rival in the city of Tiando, at the Grand Spirit Arena, a robust man with slightly darkened skin leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed upon the competition stage below, which measured approximately 40 meters in diameter. A fierce team battle was unfolding, with both sides evenly matched and the outcome uncertain. This was not an ordinary spectator area. It was reserved for internal personnel of the Spirit Arena. The man was Wang Li, the captain of the Royal Reserve Team. Given the esteemed reputation of the Tiando Royal Academy, the arena had allocated a VIP room for them. Wang Li had brought his team for specialized training, having received the explicit approval of 3 committee members. However, at this moment, his expression was grave, burdened with the realization that his imitation of Qin Ming's training regimen had significant flaws. Qin Ming led a team of exceptionally gifted spirit masters, capable of triumph even when facing teams of a higher level. In contrast, Wang Li's team was merely above average. They held no advantage when pitted against higher-ranked spirit master teams. The registered name of Wang Li's team was Kuanglan, symbolizing their aspiration to withstand the turbulent waves. Kuanglan was an alternative designation for the Royal Reserve Team. On the stage, the formation of Kuanglan was positioned as 3-1-3, comprising front, middle, and back rows. Kong Long, with his spirit being a Tyrannosaurus Rex, served as the primary damage dealer in the front row. Flanking him were Kai Xiang, whose spirit was a hummingbird, and Shi Yao, with the spirit of a phantom cat. Both were tasked with disruption. The middle row was occupied by Jiu Ying, a control-type spirit master who served as the team's core, responsible for directing the team and restraining opponents at critical moments. The back row consisted of the weakest spirit master, Zui Wuqing, an auxiliary spirit master named Duo, and a defensive spirit master named Wang Ba, who provided protection. From the onset, their 3-1-3 formation had remained unchanged, yielding an impressive record of 20 consecutive victories. Should they secure victory in this battle, every member of Kuanglan would earn a silver spirit badge, marking them as the second team at approximately level 30. Following the Royal Combat Team. Regrettably, their opponents today comprised only spirit masters of the Soul Ancestor rank, all equipped with optimal spirit ring configurations. On the Kuanglan side, only 2 members, Kong Long and Kai Xiang, had reached the Soul Ancestor level over the past 3 months, aided by Wang Li in acquiring their 3rd spirit ring. However, Jiu Ying, who had already achieved level 29 upon enrollment, had made no progress in these 3 months, remaining stagnant at the same level. Facing Kuanglan was a team known as the Plant Squad, reputed for their ability to conquer all challengers. Composed entirely of control-type soul ancestors, their skills were exasperatingly effective, maintaining control throughout the match and denying Kuanglan any opportunity to strike back. Each time Kong Long attempted to attack, he was either interrupted by an ability or ensnared, rendering them mere puppets in the face of their opponents. Fortunately, the plant squad's offensive capabilities were not overwhelming, resulting in a stalemate. At this moment, both teams had expended nearly all their soul power, standing on the arena in a tense standoff. Despite the disparity in soul power levels, Quanlon managed to maintain their ground, which was quite a feat in itself. The silent standoff on the stage persisted for over a minute, the atmosphere thick with tension. On the stage, a host dressed in a black tailcoat combed back his hair, slicked with gel, and cleared his throat. To alleviate the awkwardness, he grasped a black microphone and spoke. It appears that our Quanlon team, after achieving 20 consecutive victories, has finally encountered a worthy opponent. The plant squad is not a registered team here at the Spirit Arena but has come to participate in this competition, having also secured 20 consecutive victories in their own city. According to the information, they all hail from the Plant Academy, meaning they, like Quanlon, are current students, with the oldest among them merely 19 years old and possessing a remarkable soul power of 38 levels. The plant squad lacks flashy spirit abilities or aggressive attacks, yet their strength lies in their ability to control their opponents. This poses a significant threat to our Quanlon team. Will Quanlon rise to the occasion, or will they face defeat? I believe everyone is as eager as I am to discover the outcome. If you support a team, feel free to cheer for them. Perhaps the answer will soon be revealed. Go Quanlon! With the host's encouragement, the once silent arena erupted into fervor. Quanlon, Quanlon, withstand the tempest. Plant Academy beauties, cheer them on. Quanlon, tear them apart. Plant Academy, strike them fiercely and avenge our team. Various shouts echoed from the audience, some having spent golden soul coins to witness the battle, not to observe a stalemate. Cheers, catcalls, and curses filled the air, unsettling both Spirit Master teams, who were now preparing to unleash their true capabilities. A strikingly beautiful woman remarked coolly, "You are Joeying, correct? I have seen your prior matches. Aside from you, none of your teammates pose a threat. Let us duel. Winner takes all." Joeying shook her head. "Your soul power exceeds mine by 9 levels. I have other contenders in mind." She turned to Zue Wuching and chastised, "You, bald wretch, trying to slack off in the arena. Show your true strength, or else." Wuching smirked. "Is it a crime to keep a low profile?" Nevertheless, he stepped forward. For his abilities were something Joeying had experienced firsthand. They were a unique power simulated and shared by Gu Yechen. Reluctantly, Wuching declared, "I shall be your opponent. Or rather, I will be the opponent for all of you." The explosive power of the Quanlon team is undeniably formidable. After all, the top 8 in the entrance examination were not merely scavengers from the refuse. However, their advantages were precisely countered by their opponents. Had there been a soul master with fire abilities within the Quanlon team, breaking free from the opponent's control would not have posed a significant challenge. Previously, Kong Long and his companions had encountered teams composed entirely of soul masters at the soul respect level, yet none were as distressing, with the right tactics. They could be systematically dismantled. However, this botanical team seems particularly cohesive, as if they operate as a single entity, supporting one another. The members of the botanical team hail from the Plant Academy and are participants in the elite competition for advanced soul masters. Their arrival in Tiando City is a test of the collaborative capabilities of the city's soul master teams. The Plant Academy adopts an extremist approach, focusing on the pinnacle of a single system. A control-type soul master would never possess defensive soul ring skills. They firmly believe that the best defense is achieved through offense. If they can prevent their opponents from even making a move, they deem themselves proficient control-type soul masters. Otherwise, they risk failing to graduate, and their martial souls would be classified as incongruous. However, coming to Tiando City has opened their eyes. Most soul master teams here pursue a balanced approach, striving for individual extremity while ensuring team equilibrium. The botanical team has previously suffered defeat due to being completely countered by a team of fire attribute soul masters, leaving them with no chance to exert control. Before them stands Zue Wuching, the weakest link of the opposing team. What prowess could he possibly possess? Is he merely a diversion, allowing Joeying to seize the opportunity? Zue Wuching arrogantly declared, "Bring forth your abilities. I shall take them all on myself." How audacious. The captain of the botanical team scoffed at him, noting that his previous efforts were merely mediocre attempts at support, failing to embody the ferocity expected of an offensive soul master. "Prepare to be challenged." The captain retorted with a cold snort, raising her hand and commanding. Second soul skill, Thorn Binding. The Thorn Binding soul skill is an instantaneous technique, allowing for the covert accumulation of soul power, culminating in a sudden binding of the opponent. Gu Yechen had barely advanced a few steps when he was ensnared by the captain of the botanical team, unable to proceed, forced into a passive struggle against the restraints. The captain, named Rose, wields the martial soul of Crimson Flame Thorns, the only soul master in the team with immunity to fire attributes. She has led her team to an impressive 20 consecutive victories, making her abilities and contributions indispensable. Though they have faced defeat before, it was due to the inherent countering of their martial souls rather than a lack of personal prowess. They lost to the Blaze team, a formidable assembly of fire attribute warriors. Yet, Gu Yechen, as a forceful attacker, possesses no fire abilities to counter them. Rose disdainfully remarked, "Do not waste your efforts. My Crimson Flame Thorns induce paralysis. Given your already low level, once ensnared by my toxic thorns, your capabilities will diminish significantly, leaving you with no opportunity to escape my binding." "Oh, is that so?" Gu Yechen replied with a smirk, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. "Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be outclassed, to show that there are realms beyond your comprehension." With that, he invoked his second soul skill, Soul Power Enhancement. As he activated the second soul ring, his soul power surged dramatically, ascending from level 25 to 26, and continuing to rise, 27, 28, 29, 30. "I think that should suffice." Revealing too much would draw attention from that fellow Wangli. It was only when his soul power reached level 30 that the ascent finally ceased. What is this ability? A control-type soul master who knows nothing of his opponent's capabilities cannot hope to dominate the battlefield. Throughout previous matches, Gu Yechen had played the role of a defender, largely overshadowed by his exceptional teammates. Kong Long's Tyrannosaurus Rampage skill could obliterate vast areas and featured a built-in targeting function if the opponent's soul power was insufficient. They could only defend passively, unable to evade, merely parrying without retaliation. Kai Xiang's Hummingbird Martial Soul was extraordinarily swift and possessed flight capabilities, ensuring that any opportunity for a surprise attack would be successful. Shi Yao's Martial Soul, the Nether Cat, lacked flight but excelled on the ground, allowing her to provide swift support to her comrades. Jiuying, an unusual Fox Martial Soul, possessed the enchanting trait, captivating audiences through visual and auditory allure, earning her the moniker Heavenly Fox. Wang Ba's Martial Soul was originally a turtle, but due to mutation, it boasted defenses even thicker than the Xian Gue, prompting him to proudly refer to himself as the exotic Xian Gue. Duo's abilities were average, primarily focused on restoring her teammate status. Ironically, such ordinariness allowed her to assist with confidence. Had she been a soul master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she would have undoubtedly been the first target for elimination. With teammates so formidable, Gu Yechen found no need to steal the spotlight. Due to his low soul power, team leader Wang Li had not assigned him a primary offensive role. He served as a versatile support, ready to assist wherever necessary. Until now, he had only utilized his first soul skill, the 7-color diamond transformation, which doubled all his attributes, rendering him nearly omnipotent in conjunction with his physique. In that moment, Gu Yechen could embody a defensive type, an offensive type, or even a speed type soul master. However, the situation had changed dramatically. He now stood as a soul master at the 30-level threshold, and under this newfound foundation of soul power, how would he wield the 7-color diamond transformation once more? First soul skill, 7-color diamond transformation. With a mighty shout, Gu Yechen's first soul ring pulsed, and 7 beams of vividly colored light shot forth from his back. As the beams converged, his muscles rapidly expanded, rendering him even more robust than the offensive powerhouse Kong Long. Even more astonishing, the 7 beams fused into a pair of resplendent, multicolored wings. These exquisite wings adorned his back, merging seamlessly with him. What? A weapon martial soul can possess such an embodiment? Gasps arose from the audience, recognizing the strangeness of his martial soul as a potential variant of the extraordinary. If muscles signify strength and defense, then those wings symbolize speed and control. The 7-color diamond transformation bestows an enhancement across all attributes. While he may not be able to exert control over others, he would not be controlled himself, for his martial soul possesses purifying qualities that render him immune to manipulation. In truth, the purifying attribute alone suffices to liberate him from the thorn binding, yet he sought to obliterate his opponent with sheer force. "Break for me," Gu Yechen bellowed, and the crimson vines shattered instantaneously, accompanied by a resounding crash. Indeed, it was a thunderous sound, akin to an explosion. What? Has he freed himself from my thorny restraints so swiftly? Captain Rose staggered back a few steps, gazing incredulously at the merciless figure before her. Captain, are you all right? Her teammates rushed forward to inquire. Captain Rose waved her hand dismissively. I am fine. However, she felt something peculiar about the ruthless spirit. This ability to enhance soul power was unprecedented. It certainly did not resemble a mere soul skill and must be intricately linked to his bizarre martial spirit. Yet, this seven-colored auspicious cloud spirit had never been heard of before. Could it truly be just a mutated spirit? Captain, let us join forces. Upon hearing her teammate's eager plea, Captain Rose interjected, stand back. Your soul power is nearly depleted. It is unwise to continue fighting. If you are injured, it will only delay our journey. Allow me to confront him alone. Captain Rose held her own confidence. Even if the opponent forcibly escalated to a level 30 soul power, it was merely a trivial feat. In the face of absolute strength, all flashy techniques would be reduced to mere tricks. Captain Rose coldly declared, I have stated that this battle will determine the victor. I refuse to believe that a mere 25-level soul master can maintain such a state against my 38-level soul power. Stand down. Do not be hasty. Let us take turns. The merciless one scoffed at the notion of a group assault, showing disdain even for the formidable leader Wang Li at level 45. Perhaps, thus far, only Gu Yechen among peers could warrant his attention. Captain Rose was incensed by the disdainful words. As a prodigy of the Botanical Academy and the spiritual leader of the plant team, she had never before been treated with such contempt. How infuriating! With her eyes slightly narrowed, she clasped her hands together and then suddenly spread them apart, unleashing an invisible net of soul power towards the merciless one. Third soul skill. Thorn City. Another one of those? Wang Li, observing from the viewing platform, bore a grave expression as he forcefully patted the railing, wiping the sweat from his palms. Previously, it was Captain Rose's tactic that had restrained the Control-Type 9 infants, preventing the Quanlan team from fully exerting their advantages. As the net of soul power approached, the merciless one maintained his arrogant demeanor. Once the net was fully deployed, he found himself ensnared within a city of walls. The space above his head was also enveloped, resembling a bird's nest from afar. This control did not directly bind him, but prevented him from leaving the area. After deploying this final soul skill, Captain Rose collapsed. Her soul power entirely expended, leaving her incapable of further combat. She solemnly stated, if you can break through my Thorn City, we shall concede defeat. However, given the soul skill I have deployed with my 38-level soul power, you have no chance of breaking through. The merciless one sneered, is that so? Then your plans may come to naught, for I need not dismantle this wall. It ends here. As he closed his eyes momentarily and reopened them, they shone with a brilliant white light, and the seven-colored wings on his back began to flicker wildly. Subsequently, his form became ethereal, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he gradually traversed through the spiked Thorn City. With a slight smile on his lips, he remarked, why would I bother to assault such a sturdy wall? Now do you yield? On the platform, Wang Li regarded the merciless one as if he were a creature of myth, astonished that he was indeed the strongest within the Quanlan team. Chapter 53, The Great Soul Arena. Wang Li, whose brows had been furrowed deeply, finally relaxed, chuckling as he chided. This lad has been so well concealed that even I was deceived. As the team leader, he had inquired about the merciless one's second skill, a passive ability that could amplify the first soul skill. Wang Li had assumed it a trivial skill, unaware of its formidable potential to enhance soul power. Moreover, under the second skill's amplification, his first soul skill, the seven-colored diamond transformation, proved terrifyingly potent. Initially, his attributes had been quite balanced, neither outstanding nor unremarkable. However, with this soul power enhancement, all his metrics and indicators became exceptional. He would undoubtedly be invincible among peers. Yet, where did that ethereal ability originate? Was it a soulbone's power? Wang Li, as the mentor of the Quanlan team, had failed to grasp the true capabilities of his own team member. This was a dereliction of duty, and he needed to find an opportunity to discuss this with the merciless one. In the arena, the host was rendered speechless by astonishment. The merciless one had managed to counter a level 38 control-type soul master's skill through an entirely different approach. What a clever method. 9 infants turned to the now-seated Captain Rose and inquired, so, how do you find my arrangement? If you are dissatisfied, we can battle again outside the arena. This match should count as our victory, yes? With the aid of her teammates, Captain Rose rose to her feet and nodded, stating, we, the botanical team, concede. Addressing the stunned referee, 9 infants asked, Can the results be announced now? The referee nodded vigorously, declaring, I announce that the victors of this soul battle are the Quanlan team. Congratulations on achieving a 21-match winning streak, successfully advancing to the Silver Soul Arena, and becoming the second Soul Master team of Tianshu City to attain the Silver Soul Badge. The audience erupted into cheers. The atmosphere electric as they celebrated not only their beloved Quanlan team, but also the fortune they had gained from the bets placed at the Great Soul Arena, a double delight indeed. Initially, the fledgling Quanlan team had not garnered such popularity, but as they continuously aided gamblers and nobles in winning, they gradually became a hot commodity, often seen with banners in the audience. At long last, they had achieved the status of a Silver Soul team. Wonderful. We have finally accomplished the task assigned to us by our leader. In the back row, Duo beamed joyfully, her demeanor serene. Wang Ba, with a bold face, stepped forward, declaring, This is all thanks to me watching over you. The composed Duo retorted, What does that have to do with you? This victory was due to the merciless one. Wang Ba grumbled, What's so special about that bald head? It was merely luck that he wasn't countered by anyone else's martial spirit. Yet, one must admit that without his intervention, the outcome would have been uncertain, given that their foes were all soul masters while they had only 2 on their side. Can you tell me what ability you employed earlier? Captain Rose, for the first time, sought guidance from someone of a lower soul power level. When you traversed the Thorn City, the fluctuations of your soul power were hardly perceptible. It was clearly not a skill bestowed by soul rings or soul bones. Do you wish to know? I shan't reveal it. Zui Wuqing possessed a remarkable ability that could infuriate anyone, and it was no wonder he remained single. Song Wei pointed an accusing finger at Zui Wuqing and glared at him in anger, declaring, Humph, we shall see. Kai Xiang and Kong Long were equally curious about the nature of Wuqing's recent transformation and inquired, Wuqing, how did your body become transparent just now? Want to know? Become my disciple. Wuqing retorted, maintaining his proud demeanor, which aptly illustrated his disdain for others. It's nothing but a supportive ability, devoid of any offensive power. Nearby, Jiao Ying looked at Zui Wuqing with derision, saying, Compared to my elder brother's supportive abilities, you are far from impressive. What is there to boast about? Jiao Ying was well aware of the nature of Wuqing's power, which was a self-created soul skill derived from the characteristics of his martial soul. The essence of Zui Wuqing's martial soul was purification, rendering him impervious to total control or restraint by any skill. His unique soul skill, named Phantom Body, achieved a state of true voidness, making him the nemesis of all control-type soul masters. However, upon hearing Jiao Ying refer to his elder brother, Zui Wuqing was incensed. After all, he was a genius in creating soul skills. How could he be inferior to a mere support soul master? Clenching his fists, he chose to disregard Jiao Ying. His haughty demeanor faded, replaced by a grimace of frustration, as he recalled how he had been outwitted by Gu Yechen last time, leaving his defenses utterly compromised. It was not just Jiao Ying. Even an ordinary person could overpower him. This supportive ability was indeed terrifying, prompting even him, a battle soul master, to be on guard. Nevertheless, since both had fainted simultaneously during their last encounter, Zui Wuqing silently convinced himself that it had been an even match. Yet, with his pride, he could never accept a draw. A distinction of victory was essential. Among his peers, he had never faced defeat. A tie would be an affront to his honor. He resolved to challenge Gu Yechen personally, for he could not be the man who was rumored to have polished his head to a shine. Gu Yechen, he murmured. I now possess a soul power of level 25, and have even created my own soul skill. Let us see how you can match me now. As an afternoon slipped away, Gu Yechen finally arrived at the Grand Soul Arena in Tiando City, accompanied by Li Yi. Gazing upon the magnificent elliptical structure, Gu Yechen felt profoundly awed. In the right foreground of the building stood a majestic statue of a divine figure wielding a colossal sword, exuding an atmosphere that was both exhilarating and solemn. How impressive! Li Yi exclaimed, filled with envy. Having lived in a small village, he would not have ventured into the soul-hunting forest had he not needed to attain level 10 soul power. Thus, he had never set foot in a grand city, especially not the imperial capital, which was indeed awe-inspiring. After donning a more respectable outfit, Li Yi appeared somewhat dashing, shedding his rustic demeanor for an air of nobility. He exemplified the notion that innate disadvantages could be compensated for through effort. With a little time to acclimate, he would undoubtedly become part of the city's elite. According to Jiao Ying, to reunite with the team led by Wang Li, one must come to the Grand Soul Arena. Young master, I have heard that the Grand Soul Arena is where all soul masters engage in combat with their soul skills and powers. There must be many formidable fighters within. Li Yi remarked. Nodding in agreement, Gu Yechen replied, indeed. Not only will there be battles at the level of three-ring soul masters, but also experts at the soul sect and soul king levels. Observing their combat styles will undoubtedly benefit us in the future. However, young master, if you participate in the soul battles, wouldn't it be too easy for you given your level of capability? Li inquired. Aware of Gu Yechen's prowess and his soul rings and bones, Gu Yechen smiled and remarked, at worst, I shall refrain from utilizing the abilities of my soul bone. Relying solely on my second skill, my support capabilities are not extraordinarily formidable. Very well. Li nodded in agreement. Chapter 54. The enchanting duo. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, after inquiring with the beautiful receptionist within, they finally located the person in charge. Subsequently, through this individual, they found the lounge where Captain Wang Li was stationed. At that moment, the match between the Kuanglan team and the Plant team had just concluded, and the staff were in the process of tallying their scores. The team members were taking a brief respite in the lounge, awaiting the recovery of their soul power before they would return to their rented hotel. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, followed by an inquiry from the attendant outside. Captain Wang Li, you mentioned there was another team member. Is it Gu Yechen? Indeed. Please come in. Wang acknowledged the front desk and instructed that any visitors should be brought directly to this exclusive lounge. Big brother, you have finally arrived. Jiao Ying was the first to rise, greeting him with a smile. Your timing is impeccable. We were just about to leave. The others, not being well acquainted with Gu Yechen, refrained from approaching him, merely observing from a distance. Captain Wang Li glanced at Li Yi, who stood behind Gu Yechen, his expression reflecting a hint of anger. In a low voice, he queried, and who might this be? Wang felt that Gu Yechen was rather dismissive of his authority, bringing someone along without prior consent. Did he not possess any sense of respect? Gu Yechen elucidated, he is under my tutelage, accompanying me to acquire knowledge of soul masters. Thus he may be regarded as my semi-apprentice. Although Li addressed Gu Yechen as young master, Gu Yechen did not perceive him as a mere servant, but rather treated him as a disciple. Your person? Wang Li furrowed his brow, refraining from directly naming anyone, merely cautioning, I shall not comment on your personal preferences. However, I hope you can be more forthright in the future. If you were to stray from the norm, it could tarnish the reputation of our Royal Reserve team. He is his own? Beside them, Jiao Ying's expression grew peculiar. Could it be that the older brother harbored some unusual inclinations? No. A plan must be devised to steer him back on course. Wang Li continued, by the way, Gu Yechen, it would be best if you come here alone when our team deliberates on significant matters. Furthermore, aside from you, everyone else has already attained the Silver Soul Master rank. I shall grant you a month to procure a Copper Soul badge. Afterward, we shall return to the academy together, where I will instruct you on the art of mimicry cultivation. Given that you are an auxiliary soul master, I permit you to select one individual from among the 7 as your combat partner to participate in a 2-on-2 soul battle. Gu Yechen was taken aback and inquired, Captain, did you not mention that they have all acquired the Silver Soul Emblem? Is it truly possible to obtain a Copper Soul Emblem once more? Wang Li nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is possible. The 7-member team registration does not require the use of real names, and participants may don masks while competing. Therefore, the names on the registration forms can be aliases or pseudonyms. The arena for soul battles is solely concerned with profit and shows little regard for one's identity or the number of emblems one has acquired. In this chaotic environment, no one knows who you are, and theoretically, it is feasible to earn a second emblem. Thus, you may choose to use your real names or aliases, but I would recommend opting for the latter. Gu Yechen nodded thoughtfully, then glanced at his teammates. Except for Jiao Ying, the others seemed reluctant. Indeed, they had already obtained the Silver Soul Emblem and naturally looked down upon the Copper Soul Emblem. Moreover, the training they had endured recently had been quite arduous, so there was no need for them to appear overly eager. Big brother, I. Jiao Ying pointed at herself insistently, indicating her willingness to assist Gu Yechen. Well, it seems I have no choice. Gu Yechen shook his head helplessly and smiled at Jiao Ying, asking, aren't you afraid I might hold you back? What if we lose? Won't that be a blow to your spirits? Jiao Ying shook her head, replying, of course not. Wang Li chuckled, reassuring him, rest assured, with Jiao Ying around, defeat is not an option. After all, she is a level 29 control system soul master, specializing in mass control, and has no rivals in the 20-level rank. Just prepare to bask in victory, and I don't expect you to bring me much surprise. To be frank, in our last encounter, we faced a team of soul masters all above level 30. The performance of the team members left Wang Li quite satisfied. They had established the reputation of the Quanglan team, nearly rivaling even the Imperial Duel team. Furthermore, some noble gamblers had come seeking the Quanglan team for a feast, indirectly satisfying Wang Li's vanity. However, in terms of overall levels, the Quanglan team could not compare to the Imperial Duel team. After all, the lowest-ranked member of the Imperial team, Yi Lingling, was already at level 35, not to mention their captain, Yu Tianheng, at level 39. The Quanglan team, having just advanced to Silver Soul rank, was already struggling, and the battles beyond Silver would only become more arduous. Thus, Wang Li decided to temper his ambitions. Maintaining a perfect winning record was commendable. If they were to participate in soul duels again, it would be prudent to wait until all team members reached level 30 or above, lest they risk losing half their matches. Very well, Gu Yechen nodded quietly. Wang Li instructed, Jiuying, take Gu Yechen to the registration point for soul duels and help him register for an Iron Soul badge. Choose any combination name you like. Understood, Great Demon King, Jiuying teased. Wang Li felt a sense of despair. He perceived that he had lost all authority before this young girl. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, hurry along now, we'll wait for you at the entrance. Just then, Wang Li noticed Li Yi following them again, and he felt exasperated. What did Li Yi's registration for a 2-on-2 duel have to do with him? To be frank, Wang Li detested such antics. Once they were out of earshot, he quietly instructed Kai Xiang, as captain, you need to look after the team members. Come here, I have some tasks for you. Wang Li whispered in Kai Xiang's ear. When we return to the hotel, you should do this, and then that. Do you understand? Kai Xiang nodded knowingly, grinning as he replied, Captain, don't worry, I'll handle everything. I won't let my teammates sink deeper into trouble. After leaving the lounge, Gu Yechen, Jiuying, and Li Yi made their way to the registration point together. Li Yi was on the left, Jiuying on the right. Typical arrangement, male left, female right. However, at that moment, Jiuying sported a specially designed mask. Hello. We need to register for an Iron Soul badge and sign up for the 2-on-2 soul duel, Jiuying stated. She was quite familiar with the registration process and stepped forward to take the application form that was nearby, ready to fill in the necessary information. The attendant at the counter glanced at the two and said flatly, the registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Just as Jiuying reached into her pocket to retrieve the coins, Gu Yechen stopped her. Now that he had funds, he would not let others bear the cost. He placed 10 gold soul coins on the counter. The attendant continued, for the 2-on-2 soul duel, a combination name is required for documentation. Jiuying tapped her finger on her lips, pondering for a moment before declaring, let us call ourselves the Enchanting Duo. Such a peculiar combination name. The attendant promptly entered the information and printed another form for them to fill out, which was necessary for record keeping. Once Gu Yechen completed the form, Jiuying swiftly snatched it from him to see what he had written. Gu Yechen? Jiuying glanced at him, realizing that the captain had advised them to avoid using their real names. Yet here was Gu Yechen, using his true name without hesitation. She was truly astonished. Gu Yechen also glanced at the name filled in by Jiuying. Hulaina? What a peculiar name. Chapter 55, The Tyrant's Restaurant. Wait, is she altering my name? Gu Yechen discovered, to his astonishment, that Jiuying had altered the registration form he had just filled out, transforming his name into Xiaoyu. Under Gu Yechen's scrutinizing gaze, Jiuying stuck out her tongue and chuckled mischievously, saying, Hulaina was my former name, while Xiaoyu belongs to my elder brother. I believe this name suits you far better. Gu Yechen fell silent, shrugging it off as merely a name. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. You mentioned that I resemble your brother, so why not care for me? Is it possible that your brother is no longer present? Jiuying's spirit seemed to be stirred, her body stiffening as her previous smile vanished, replaced by an expression of icy detachment. Perhaps this was the concealed emotion lurking deep within her heart. Gu Yechen refrained from further inquiries and swiftly shifted the topic, fearing that it might evoke painful memories for her. By the way, Jiuying, why has your soul power shown no improvement over the past 3 months? Have you encountered some sort of bottleneck in your cultivation? Gu Yechen's inquiry drew Jiuying's thoughts back from the depths of sorrow. No, this matter is quite intricate and I cannot divulge it to you at this time, Jiuying replied, shaking her head. Hailing from the spirit hall, she had embarked on this mission with much of her original soul power sealed by her mentor, resulting in a significant alteration of her physique. Even if her soul power were to increase, it would not be readily apparent. Initially, her teacher had intended to utilize a soul bone to transform her martial soul into that of a swan. However, Jiuying insisted on using her own martial soul. asserting that a slight deficiency in soul power was of no consequence, for it was imperative that she remain true to her roots. Gradually, the melancholy that had enveloped her began to dissipate, and she suddenly lifted her gaze to inquire, "Elder brother, aside from possessing the ability to mimic, can your martial soul also alter its form to imitate another type of martial soul?" Gu Yechen's auxiliary abilities, as experienced by Jiao, encompass the power of imitation. Should his martial soul possess the capacity for mimicry, it would indeed be nothing short of perfection. Indeed, Gu Yechen nodded silently. By unleashing his homely and martial soul, he could replicate any martial soul within a certain range. Furthermore, his second soul ring derives from a peculiar soul beast, akin to a chameleon. The resulting soul skill, known as Honglian transformation, further enhances the martial soul's capacity for imitation. Although the soul ring is of 10,000 years, it remains a non-offensive auxiliary skill. Hee. Jiao resumed her charming demeanor, subsequently altering the small red flower martial soul that Gu Yechen had inscribed to become the Moonblade martial soul. Gu Yechen understood that this seemingly cheerful girl must be bearing an immense burden within, which compelled her to engage in certain peculiar behaviors. Just as some are infatuated with younger sisters, there are naturally those who are captivated by older brothers. Moonblade? What kind of martial spirit is that? Gu Yechen was utterly oblivious to any pertinent information regarding this martial soul, so how could he possibly emulate it? I shall inform you at a later time. For now, let us submit the registration forms. Indeed, Gu Yechen nodded in agreement. After the two submitted their enrollment forms, the young lady at the counter, upon entering the details into the registration computer, issued them 2 iron soul badges along with a metallic plate inscribed with the words Demonic Ensemble. Today, the matches for the iron soul level, specifically the 2-on-2 battles, are fully booked. Please return tomorrow to compete. The iron soul level contests are rather elementary, attracting primarily commoners, thus offering little in terms of profit. Naturally, the number of scheduled matches is limited. Only events reaching the copper soul level garner the attention of the nobility, yielding considerable profits. Thank you. Gu Yechen graciously expressed his gratitude before proceeding with Jiao and Li Yi towards the exit of the Grand Soul Arena. Shortly thereafter, they encountered Captain Wang Li, who was waiting outside at a tea house. Have you completed the registration? Wang Li inquired, directing his gaze at Jiao. I presume there are no soul battles scheduled for tonight? Indeed, Jiao nodded affirmatively. Splendid. This evening, we shall celebrate outside. To commend the entire Quanglan team for successfully accomplishing the task of obtaining the Silver Soul Badge, it was evident that Captain Wang was in high spirits. Returning to the Tiando Royal Academy with such an achievement would allow him to secure a permanent teaching position. Once he nurtured this batch of royal preparatory students, he could ascend to the prestigious rank of a special class teacher, akin to Qin Ming. In truth, Captain Wang's tactical arrangements were rather unremarkable. It was primarily the capabilities of the team members that shone through. As for Gu Yechen, Wang Li hardly considered him a priority. As long as he secured a copper soul badge, he had no expectations for him to attain a silver one. Kaixiang, please reserve a table at the finest restaurant available, Wang Li declared, tossing a purple gold card onto the tea house table, signaling that money was no object. Kaixiang picked up the card, glancing at the value inscribed upon it, 500 gold soul coins. Shaking his head, Kaixiang cautioned, Captain, this purple gold card may not suffice to book a table at the most expensive restaurant in Tiando City. What? Is 500 gold soul coins insufficient for a meal? What establishment is so audacious? Wang Li's eyes widened in disbelief, for apart from the few copper soul coins in his soul guiding device, this purple gold card represented all his savings. Kaixiang replied, the restaurant in question is the Overlord Restaurant. Being from a noble family, Kaixiang had dined at the highest-rated establishments in Tiando City on 2 occasions. However, Captain Wang had not been so fortunate. Despite being the captain, he had never set foot in such elite venues, and this would be an embarrassment in front of his team. Overlord Restaurant? Wang Li mused. I recall that Overlord is associated with a brand of anti-hair loss shampoo. Is it truly a place for dining, and at such exorbitant prices? Kaixiang explained, indeed. The restaurant was not originally named thus. It was formerly called something like Mickey's. However, after numerous patrons failed to pay their bills, it was renamed Overlord Restaurant. It became commonplace for diners to neglect the prices, only to discover their inability to settle the bill, resulting in them being beaten. There are even rumors that some soul masters, in an effort to avoid punishment, willingly worked as waitstaff to repay their debts. Captain Wang's palms slammed onto the table as he exclaimed, this establishment is exceedingly arrogant. What kind of dishes could possibly justify such prices? 500 gold soul coins could sustain an ordinary person for 500 years, and yet it barely covers a single meal. Is there no law in this world? Kai Xiang interjected. Captain, one cannot dismiss it so easily. I have dined there twice, and the dishes are indeed exquisite, unparalleled in flavor. I am confident that it is the only one of its kind in the entire Tiando Empire. Wang Li retorted, no matter how delicious, does it warrant such a price? A bowl of spring noodles from a street vendor only costs 2 copper soul coins. What makes them deserving of this? Kai Xiang, lead the way, tonight. I shall witness the audacity of this restaurant firsthand. Just because soul masters refrain from provoking trouble does not mean I must do the same. I am a soul sect. Always remember a time-honored adage in the soul master community. Those who shy away from conflict are mere mediocrities. The team members observed as Captain Wang rolled up his sleeves, brandishing his weapons as if ready to engage in battle. They could not help but admire his ferocity. The captain was indeed formidable, prepared to fight at the slightest provocation. Kai Xiang quickly intervened. Captain, please do not act impulsively. When I mention soul masters, I refer not solely to those of the soul master rank, but also include title Douluos. Title Douluo. What does that imply? Wang Li's expression shifted, his steps halting abruptly as he regained his composure. The notion that those who avoid trouble are weak applies only to the less powerful. Confronting the strong is tantamount to courting death. Kai Xiang spoke gravely. That restaurant is a legacy establishment, said to have been founded by an ancestor who was a deity, reportedly known as the god of food. This restaurant is shrouded in mystery. It is said that a soul Douluo once attempted to wreak havoc there, and not only did he fail, but he also perished within its walls. According to the intelligence gathered by my father, at least one title Douluo is stationed there, along with several soul kings. Though it may not be a sect, it is certainly not a place to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Wang Li's legs felt weak. If a soul Douluo had met his demise there, was he not inviting suffering upon himself? Very well, let us postpone the gathering for now. It would be prudent for us to return and rest. Chapter 56. A misunderstanding. Witnessing their captain suddenly become timid, the team members exchanged perplexed glances. What happened to the promised celebration? If they could not afford the most extravagant restaurant, a meal of more modest fare would suffice. Wang Li contemplated that saving money was no easy task, and thus he would need to be frugal. Most of his team members hailed from noble backgrounds, each far wealthier than he. Upon returning to the hotel, Kai Xiang arranged for Gu Yechen and Li to have 2 comfortable rooms. Time passed swiftly, and nightfall descended quietly. Even without venturing out for a grand feast, the hotel's meal package appeared quite satisfactory, far superior to the coarse rations Gu Yechen typically consumed. The main course consisted of corn and potatoes, accompanied by chicken legs, codfish, and even a small portion of roasted beef. The side dishes included rice porridge and bread, garnished with berries, sour fruit, and a petite pastry. Gu Yechen and Li Yi were indeed quite satisfied with their meal. After enjoying the set menu prepared by the hotel, Gu Yechen first sat cross-legged to meditate for a while and then took a soothing hot shower. Upon checking the time, he realized it was nearly time to head out. However, just as he had changed into a fresh set of clothes, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Who is it? Gu Yechen inquired. Yet, the person outside remained silent, continuing to rap on the door. Gu Yechen furrowed his brow, wondering if Li Yi had arrived, though he doubted such awareness from him. Shaking his head, he slipped on his slippers and made his way to the door. As he opened it, he was greeted by a graceful and alluring woman. Before Gu Yechen could react, she suddenly threw herself into his embrace. Gu Yechen was suddenly taken aback, hastily pushing her away. He inquired, "What are you doing?" The enchanting woman, momentarily stunned by the push, then replied, "This is the service requested for room 510. I believe I have not mistaken the room." Gu Yechen glanced at the room number. Indeed, it was 510. However, he had not requested any special services. Could it be a prank by someone? Upon seeing Gu Yechen acknowledge the correctness of the room number, the alluring woman inquired, "Shall we begin?" Gu Yechen wiped the lingering warmth from his neck and hurriedly raised his hand to interject. "Wait a moment, I certainly did not request such a service." The flamboyantly dressed, enchanting woman replied, "Oh, does it matter who placed the order? Isn't a complimentary service delightful?" Gu Yechen quickly took 2 steps back. "Since you offer such services, you must have received gold coins. I would like to know who placed the order." The enchanting woman suddenly shifted her tone, lighting a slender cigarette, and coldly replied, "Young Master Kai has already settled the bill. So, will you proceed or not? If not, I shall take my leave." Gu Yechen glanced at the bed behind him and inquired, "Is it true that you can fulfill any desire?" The enchanting woman replied with a smile, "Of course. Anything you can imagine can be satisfied." Gu Yechen's face suddenly broke into a smile, exclaiming joyfully, "Good, good, good. Come in quickly." Beneath the starry night sky, illuminated by the enchanting moonlight, Jiao Ying, confined within room 520, found herself unable to sleep. Dressed in her nightwear, she opened the window, leaned against the sill, and gazed at the crescent moon, inhaling the fresh air while listening to the gentle whisper of the breeze and the soft patter of rain. "Brother, are you well up there in heaven? I have a secret to share. While embarking on a task assigned by my teacher, I encountered someone strikingly similar to you. In both appearance and character, as well as in martial spirit abilities. I sense that we can both unleash our original martial spirit fusion technique, demonic charm." Lost in thought, Jiao Ying was suddenly drawn to the voice of old Wang next door. "So, is everything arranged?" Kai Xiang replied with a smile, "Rest assured, as the leader. You need not worry, I will not disappoint you. This is the all-capable ace, quite an expensive one. Gu Yechen will surely have a splendid evening." Team leader Wang Li nodded, saying, "Seeing that all the members are normal, I can relax." Kai Xiang suddenly remarked, "Leader, it seems your window isn't properly closed. If any noise comes through, it could indeed become a sleepless night." Upon hearing this, Jiao Ying, who was on the other side of the window, was instantly incensed. How can they behave this way? She quickly changed her clothes and dashed towards Gu Yechen's room. Knocking vigorously, she called out, "Bang, bang, bang." Inside, Gu Yechen furrowed his brow. What on earth is happening tonight? Is someone else coming? Reluctantly, he opened the door, only to find Jiao Ying standing before him. "What do you want, little sister?" he asked, somewhat annoyed. Jiao Ying pouted, remaining silent, yet her gaze was fixated on Gu Yechen's neck, where a lipstick mark resembling lips was clearly visible, evidence of a kiss from a charming woman when he had opened the door earlier. Rolling her eyes, Jiao Ying strode into the room, immediately beginning to rummage through everything. She searched under the bed, in the wardrobe, and even rifled through the drawers. Staring at her inexplicable behavior, Gu Yechen found himself at a loss for words and inquired, "Little sister, what on earth are you looking for?" "A person." Jiao Ying retorted angrily, "Where could she have gone?" Gu Yechen scratched his head in confusion. "Which she are you referring to?" Jiao Ying replied with a hint of displeasure. Who else could it be but the headlining service girl? At that moment, a captivating and alluring woman emerged from the restroom, casting a puzzled glance at Gu Yechen. She then directed her attention to Jiao Ying, asking, "Little girl, are you looking for me?" "Yes, and I insist you leave immediately." Jiao Ying pointed towards the door. Her demeanor transformed, her face now etched with fury that starkly contrasted with her previous charming appearance. "She told me to leave, so farewell." The enchanting woman shot a piercing glare at Gu Yechen, clearly taken aback by his uniqueness. "No, I must never see you again." After uttering a harsh retort, the woman hurried away, cursing as she left, "I've never encountered someone as bizarre as you." Once the enchanting woman had departed, Jiao Ying turned to Gu Yechen and inquired, "Didn't you say you already have a girlfriend? Why is she still here?" Faced with his younger sister's probing question, Gu Yechen awkwardly swallowed hard. He replied in a low voice, "It's free. Why not take advantage of it?" Jiao Ying's expression remained frosty as she responded with a challenging tone. "What about your future wife?" Previously, when Jiao Ying had stayed over at Gu Yechen's place, she had overheard him mention having a girlfriend, with plans to marry after graduation. Consequently, that night, their interaction had been strictly platonic, maintaining the boundaries of siblinghood. Yi Lingling, his first love and future wife, was something Jiao Ying was fully aware of. However, the sight of Gu Yechen with another girl that evening infuriated her, compelling her to seek justice for her future sister-in-law. Gu Yechen touched his nose, perplexed, and weakly inquired, "Little sister, what troubles you?" "I merely asked her to assist me with washing some clothes." "What does that have to do with Lingling?" As he spoke, he retrieved the half-washed garments from the bathroom to show Jiao Ying. "Washing clothes?" Upon hearing this, Jiao Ying instantly realized she had misjudged her older brother. No wonder that Headliner had labeled him a pervert. It turned out he was merely employing her as free labor. In an instant, Jiao Ying felt as if struck by lightning. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, not from shyness, but from the overwhelming awkwardness of the situation. To alleviate the tension, she slapped her forehead, her palm descending to cover her eyes. Peering through her fingers, she glanced at Gu Yechen's expression and hastily shifted the topic, murmuring to herself, "Oh, how did I end up here? How marvelous. Is this my brother's room?" Chapter 57. The first soul duel. Seeing Jiao Ying in such a state, Gu Yechen ran his fingers through his hair and calmly remarked, all right, I harbor no resentment. You should return to your rest." With Gu Yechen forgiving her for her impulsiveness, Zhu Ying regained her composure, beaming as she said, "Ha, then I shall take my leave. Don't forget about tomorrow's soul duel." Gu Yechen nodded, watching her depart. In the corridor, Zhu Ying bounced along like a joyful little rabbit, when suddenly an idea struck her, and she turned back to ask, "Brother, you won't be smashing things again tonight, will you?" Gu Yechen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I have already found a way to overcome it." "Oh." Zhu Ying nodded, puffing out her cheeks and added, "From now on, can you call me Nana, big brother? I prefer that form of address." All right. Gu Yechen helplessly spread his hands. Just then, another figure appeared in the corridor, and it was Li Yi. "Young master, we must depart," he said. "Indeed." Gu Yechen nodded, then locked the door, disregarding whether the laundry inside was finished. "Where are you going?" "It's still raining outside," Zhu Ying said, somewhat flustered. Having just sent one woman away, another man had now arrived. This situation was quite perplexing. Gu Yechen, fearing that Zhu Ying might misunderstand again, hurriedly explained, "It is not as you imagine. As you are aware, every night at the stroke of midnight, I must endure an interminable darkness. This peculiar state is beyond my control. However, through my research, I have concluded that this condition is not entirely a deficiency of my martial spirit. Rather, it is an extraordinary ability. Provided I can master this power, I will possess the strength of a battle soul master." Gu Yechen is an auxiliary spirit master, which is his greatest regret. Despite possessing the ability to nullify others' defenses, he cannot guarantee his own safety during a genuine confrontation, especially if ambushed by a battle spirit master. However, what relevance does his elder brother's training hold for him? Zhu Ying expressed some dissatisfaction. "Ahem." Gu Yechen cleared his throat and elucidated, "He can assist me in comprehending that particular state. In other words, he can aid me in my training to become a soul master. Although I shall only be a soul master for about 1 hour each day, I find immense satisfaction in that." Zhu Ying nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, Zhu Ying transformed, adopting a grave demeanor. She detested such pretense and preferred to be her true self. In a low voice, she inquired, "Gu Yechen, your talent is remarkable, and your abilities are quite unique. Have you considered joining our spirit hall? Do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to elucidate the implications. A gifted genius, without the guidance of a renowned mentor and relying solely on self-exploration, can never attain the status of a formidable soul master. If you are willing, I can arrange for you to have a teacher of title Douluo rank." Zhu Ying, whose birth name was Hulayina, as the saintess of the spirit hall, possessed the authority to manipulate personnel arrangements. Should Gu Yechen join the spirit hall, Hulayina could facilitate his access to guidance. Faced with Zhu Ying's sudden shift in tone, Gu Yechen responded cautiously, "I appreciate your goodwill. However, I prefer to cultivate in my own manner. Additionally, I have never inquired about your true identity, your origins, or your intentions. I trust you will likewise refrain from divulging my secrets. Otherwise, our bond as siblings shall come to an abrupt end." Gu Yechen had promised Aunt Yi that he would never allow his extraordinary talents to be discovered by the spirit hall. However, Zhu Ying was an exception. Had her martial spirit failed to resonate with his, and had he not shown her mercy, she would likely have met her demise. Perhaps fate had intertwined their fates in some inexplicable manner. Zhu Ying, donning a playful facade, chuckled and said, "Big brother, I was just teasing you. Go on, go on. I won't mind at all." Gu Yechen replied calmly, "I harbor no ill feelings towards you. I merely made promises to others, and more importantly, to myself, that I shall not join the spirit hall, which is unrelated to you." He gestured towards Li Yi, saying, "Let us proceed to training. This evening, I must memorize 10 positions." "All right." Li Yi glanced at Zhu Ying, then shifted his gaze back to Gu Yechen, shaking his head as if he had deduced something. Upon arriving at an unoccupied square, Li Yi inquired, "Young master, are you not affiliated with the spirit hall?" He was indeed aware that Gu Yechen possessed a first-class token from the spirit hall. Gu Yechen spoke with evident irritation. "Do not presume that just because I do not treat you as a servant, you can assume control. Enough with the idle chatter, let us commence." Li nodded, suppressing his myriad of doubts. The warmth of the night was washed away by a gentle rain, leaving the morning in Heaven-Do City refreshingly cool. Glancing at the pristine white shirt on the balcony, Gu Yechen realized that during their training, Zhu Ying had stealthily entered to wash and hang it out to dry. He shook his head in exasperation, feeling at a loss with this peculiar younger sister. After a simple breakfast, Wang Li devised a strategy for Gu Yechen and Zhu Ying that involved an effortless victory. Indeed, The majority of opponents at the Iron Fighting Soul level were relatively weak, and Gu Ying's charm skills could trigger in groups, rendering her foes mere passive targets once hit. Heavendo City, the Grand Arena. The referee, holding a microphone, boomed, excitement, thrill, fairness, and passion. Everything you seek is here. Welcome to the Grand Arena. The audience erupted in cheers. How? In the 11th Fighting Soul District. The first match was set for a 2-on-2 battle. Gu Yechen and Gu Ying emerged from behind the screen onto the arena. Observers noted their masks and some spectators stood, exclaiming, "Look at those two, they are masked." One remarked that the girl on the left seemed underdeveloped. On the fighting platform, two burly men crossed their arms and laughed. "You should leave. This is not a place for children like you." The participants in the 2-on-2 battle were oblivious to Gu Ying's true prowess within team battles. The Guanglan team faced little competition at the level 20 rank and could still hold their own at level 30. Most opponents at the Iron Fighting Soul level were merely in their 20s, offering no real challenge. Thus, to help Gu Yechen secure a Copper Fighting Soul badge, they had no choice but to compete in a low-tier match. Gu Ying playfully challenged, "Are you overly confident? Without a fight, how will you know your own weaknesses?" The pair scowled in unison. "When you lose, don't come crying." The audience began to worry for the two children, fearing they might be beaten to the point of not being recognized by their mothers. The referee glanced at a note in his hand and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, on my left is the Silver Sword Duo, known for their remarkable achievement of 3 consecutive victories at the Iron Fighting Soul level. Notably, their swords are not ordinary. They are exquisite, heavy swords without edges, a rarity indeed." He then introduced the duo on his right, and here we have our newcomers, the Charm Duo. With no prior record and a rather unremarkable name, let us hope they do not suffer too devastating a defeat. Now, please unleash your fighting souls. Meanwhile, in another corner of the arena, Wang Li placed a hefty bet of 500 gold soul coins on Gu Yechen and Gu Ying, clearly in pursuit of easy profit. A little gamble for fun, a medium bet for wealth, and a grand wager for fortune after this match. They would seek out Ling Ling and engage in a duel with Tang San, urging everyone to cast their votes. Chapter 58. The allure of Hu Laina, while some were betting. Others simply came to watch the match, seasoned spectators at that. In the audience, an elderly man with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles, appearing to be around 80, scrutinized Gu Yechen. He nodded, then shook his head, murmuring, "What a pity, he is a genius." However, when his gaze shifted to the masked Gu Ying, he paused for a moment, having recognized her. "Ah, another genius." After some contemplation, the elderly man had discerned the strengths and weaknesses of both teams. He turned to a young girl beside him. "Linger, you have trained under me for years and witnessed numerous Iron Fighting Soul matches. Can you predict the outcome of this battle?" The girl named Lingo shook her head, earnestly replying, "I cannot determine the result. Both sides seem formidable." "Please enlighten me, master." The elder remained composed as he stroked his long beard and pointed at Gu Ying. "Did you not realize that the masked girl is actually the vice-captain of the Guanglan team? What? Could she be the one who single-handedly controlled 7 opponents, leading her team to victory within a minute?" Within the Guanglan team, each member bore a nickname, most derived from their fighting souls. Gu Ying was known as the Heavenly Fox. Lingo widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Gu Ying, for she was her inspiration. Her master had stated that once Lingo surpassed Gu Ying in strength, she would have few rivals among the younger generation. Previously, both master and disciple had observed the 7-person team battle, with Gu Ying's performance standing out as exceptional. Although others were commendable, those who could dominate the field were more easily remembered by the masses. But master, Lingo pointed to the large screen displaying the name Hu Laina, with a fox spirit as her fighting soul, not the heavenly fox. The elder chuckled, "Ah, Linger, you are so naive. Who says that a fighting soul must always remain unchanged? When absorbing new soul rings, a fighting soul may indeed alter its form. Could it be that Hu Laina possesses a soul bone?" Lingo gasped in surprise. "Indeed," the elder affirmed. His unique ability allowed him to perceive the essence of all things. Even without the activation of a fighting soul, he could discern an individual's strength and potential. This world is never lacking in geniuses, but true talent is scarce. He devoted himself to identifying such individuals, with Linger being his most cherished disciple. A so-called genius is one with inherent advantages, such as possessing a top-tier fighting soul from a prominent sect or innate full soul power. To nurture such a disciple is a rare honor, especially if they hail from a prestigious family or sect. This is the advantage of innate gifts. They start at the finish line. In contrast, Talent lacks these advantages and must rely on cultivation alone, making it nearly impossible to reach the rank of title Douluo. Perhaps for a talent, reaching the level of Soul Sage at 70 is the pinnacle of their potential. Observing Linger's astonished expression, the elder smiled. Soul bones are precious precisely because they come without the constraints of absorption levels. Even a soul power of 1 can absorb a soul bone of 10,000 years. Master, when will I obtain my first soul bone? Lingo inquired, her eyes filled with longing. The elder shook his head. Regarding soul bones, there is no need to rush. The human body has only 7 positions available for absorption. One must be cautious. If a position is wasted, I will not be able to craft the strongest 10,000-year set for you. As long as you possess such a set, I assure you that in the future, at over 70 levels, you will be able to contend with a 95-level Super Douluo. Furthermore, you will be the strongest soul sage I have ever trained, without exception. Rest assured, as your master, I shall go to great lengths, even sacrificing everything, to help you acquire the soul bone set. Linger, with a bright smile, clutched the old man's hand and said, Master treats Linger the best. However, she soon noticed that the master's expression had turned quite grim and inquired, Master, what is troubling you? The old man waved his hand in frustration, lamenting, I could predict the outcome of every match, yet I failed to place my bets. Feeling as if I've lost a fortune. In the 11th Battle Spirit Arena, the 2-on-2 battle had commenced. The contestant known as Gu Yechen was representing the 9 infants, while Gu Yechen was competing under the name of Scythe. There was no need for the small fry opposite to utilize their martial soul fusion techniques. Gu Yechen gracefully leaped into the air, akin to a spring, and executed a side kick that sent her opponent staggering back. What a powerful kick! Witnessing 9 infants hold their own against 2 opponents, even the referee was taken aback, exclaiming, It appears that Miss Gu Yechen's enchanting fox martial soul possesses considerable strength. These seemingly ordinary exchanges were merely meant to gauge one another and seek opportunities to unleash soul techniques, with the right timing. Overcoming the strong with the weak was indeed possible. One could only wonder if she possessed the ultimate secret of the fox martial soul charm. Not willing to concede, the Silver Sword duo strategized. How infuriating. This little girl is quite fierce. Let us not attack the same spot. Let us distract her first. With their signature weapons, the Xian silver heavy swords, they charged forward, employing the inertia of their swords and bodies to block Gu Yechen's escape. However, Gu Yechen regarded their antics with indifference, smiling as she awaited their approach. Truth be told, she was least fearful of close combat. During a previous team battle, her opponents mistakenly believed they had her encircled, only to find themselves ensnared by her control. As the two rushed towards her, Gu Yechen's second soul ring shimmered with energy. Second soul skill, Fox Charm, she intoned, her delicate fingers brushing her lips, producing a melodious sound, while she blew a kiss towards the two. Suddenly, the approaching duo halted as if entranced by something of extraordinary value. Their eyes closed, they appeared to be in a slumber, and within their dream, a breathtaking beauty emerged. Veiled and adorned in ethereal garments, leaning against a fluffy celestial fox. As she unveiled her face, her stunning beauty etched itself into the brothers' hearts, reminiscent of an otherworldly fairy. Do you wish to be with me? She inquired, her voice a celestial melody that seemed capable of ensnaring their very souls. Such a beautiful woman, too enchanting, they thought. In the presence of such beauty, I would gladly risk everything. O goddess, choose me. The Silver Sword duo remained completely ensnared, lost in the dream conjured by the soul technique, rendered utterly immobile. It was the charm skill. Observing the duo's stillness, some spectators discerned the truth. Indeed, the referee had accurately predicted that Gu Yechen possessed the ability to charm. It was noteworthy that the Silver Sword duo had recently achieved 3 consecutive victories. Yet they were now utterly overpowered by a mere girl. The referee exclaimed, what a powerful group control skill. It almost resembles that of the Sky Fox from the Quanlon team. Could they be from the same lineage? Gu Yechen assessed her opponents, who were of the power-type soul masters, proficient in both offense and defense. Yet, they were vulnerable to the issue of martial soul restraint. And now, that moment had arrived. With the release of Gu Yechen's martial soul technique, the brothers would be forcibly controlled for over 5 seconds, granting Gu Yechen his opportunity to strike. He slowly raised his palm, and the martial soul that manifested was not the small red flower, but a crescent moon, which Gu Yechen referred to as the Moonblade. A remarkably sharp martial soul with the ability to pierce armor. This stemmed from Gu Yechen's mimicry ability, originally requiring the projection of soul power to imitate. He could now achieve silent imitation under the influence of his second 10,000-year soul ring. Moreover, others remained oblivious to any anomalies. Indeed, during his hunt for that peculiar creature, Gu Yechen had nearly fallen for its disguise. Fortunately, he had discerned the clues just in time, acquiring a remarkable skill. Initially, his soul ring configuration was one white and one black. Now, he possessed 2 yellow soul rings. Clearly, this second soul skill granted him the capabilities of mimicry and disguise. He could even transform the colors of both soul rings into the illustrious red of 10,000-year rings. However, since the disguise was merely an imitation, it could not match the true power of a 10,000-year soul ring, making it prudent to maintain a low profile. The yellow rings appeared more approachable. Though it was an auxiliary skill, Gu Yechen's martial soul was of the support attack type, which retained offensive potential. His imitation of the moon blade possessed 90% of its authentic capabilities. Prior to the match, Gu Yechen had disclosed the characteristics of the moon blade martial soul, enabling Gu Yechen to replicate its traits. Since this new martial soul was not a genuine one, he had no soul ring skills to deploy. Gu Yechen, grasping the crescent blade, approached the 2 individuals under control and gently made a shallow incision on each of their arms, causing blood to flow profusely. The piercing effect of the lunar blade proved formidable. Even at merely 90% of its true potency, its sharpness remained terrifying. Had the strike targeted their necks instead of their arms, one could fear they would have lost their heads instantaneously. As the control exerted by Gu Yechen dissipated, the 2 awakened from their slumber. However, a wave of pain coursed through their arms, and upon witnessing the ghastly wounds, their expressions shifted to one of distress. They immediately turned their gaze towards Gu Yechen, who held the lunar blade, panic overtaking their features. Their defensive capabilities were not mere boasts, even while under control. Their robust physical defenses were substantial, yet they had been so easily breached. It was evident that Gu Yechen had struck while they were incapacitated by Gu Yechen. Had he intended to slay them at that moment, they would surely have met their demise. This individual, known as the Evil Moon, was not a mere soul master sheltered by teammates, but rather a formidable battle soul master with lethal capabilities. The silver sword combination had evidently achieved a trifecta of victories, showcasing their combat experience and teamwork, yet they found themselves powerless against such a potent martial spirit. This exemplified the absolute disparity in martial prowess. With blood streaming from their wounded arms, their first thought was not of revenge, but rather the urgency to seek treatment. Delay could lead to irreversible damage. "Thank you for your mercy, esteemed sir. We concede." Upon hearing their surrender, Gu Yechen finally exhaled in relief, resting the lunar blade upon his shoulder, and then turned his attention to Gu Yechen. Gu Yechen's actions left Gu Yechen momentarily stunned, as she murmured to herself, "It is truly uncanny. Could this be the heavens bestowing upon me, in addition to my teacher, another form of familial affection?" Gu Yechen gazed at the dazed Gu Yechen and curiously inquired, "Nana, are you all right?" Gu Yechen, a girl of contradictory sentiments, had declared her disinterest in assisting Gu Yechen. Yet, she nonetheless procured a spare key from the hotel staff and proceeded to wash his unclean garments. Gu Yechen was naturally aware of the situation, but one chose silence while the other refrained from inquiry, maintaining an unspoken understanding. During breakfast, Gu Yechen extended his apologies to Gu Yechen, recognizing her good intentions and inviting him to join the spirit hall, especially after his ungracious demeanor the previous night. This morning, he altered his usual demeanor and affectionately referred to the 9-headed serpent as Nana. Gu Yechen relished this newfound endearment, perhaps savoring the sweetness of being cherished. Even the strongest of women possess a tender side, and Gu Yechen longed for care and protection. Orphaned and solitary since childhood, having lost her beloved brother in the Death Canyon, she was later taken in by her teacher, losing her own thoughts and ideals, struggling to discern right from wrong. She yearned for someone to guide her. Unfortunately, she had yet to encounter such a person, making the carefree 9-headed serpent a fitting companion for her. Upon meeting Gu Yechen, she discovered that his presence brought her unparalleled joy, allowing her to cast aside her worries. It turned out that being one's true self was a source of immense happiness. One could easily wear a mask before others, but with those they held dear, there was no need for pretense. With misty eyes, Gu Yechen suddenly threw herself into Gu Yechen's embrace, sobbing softly. Was she finally shedding her facade? Observing the ever-smiling 9-headed serpent, who enjoyed playfully nicknaming others, she recognized the genuine essence of Gu Yechen, a captivating woman. Gently stroking Nana's hair, Gu Yechen chuckled, "Nana, that's enough. We are still in the arena, and there are so many spectators watching. I don't care. Once you marry and have a sister-in-law, you'll forget me. So I must hold you a little longer, Gu Yechen insisted, refusing to let go. All right then. Gu Yechen shrugged, acknowledging his lack of resistance against this little sister. Most importantly, she could merge her spirit with his, creating powerful spirit fusion techniques, ensuring she would be a significant ally in the future. He hoped Lingling wouldn't feel jealous. Otherwise, he might face his mother's wrath. Once Gu Yechen had sufficiently vented her emotions, Gu Yechen led her down from the arena, as they could not delay the next match. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner of the audience, for figures lurked another group of assassins from the underworld pavilion. Far more formidable than the 5 ghosts of the underworld. These 4 were all soul sect level, specializing in agile attacks, making them particularly suited for assassination missions, indicating their serious intent. Following the failure of the 5 ghosts mission, these 4 had taken on this task. However, this time, it was not merely a matter of severing an arm. It was a life-or-death mission to eliminate Gu Yechen, thereby fulfilling their assignment. Qin Shou was pressing for results, and the underworld pavilion could not afford further disgrace. A reputable assassin organization could not tolerate repeated failures. Furthermore, Qin Shou had increased the bounty by 4,000 gold coins, intended as a reward for the assassins' refreshments, urging them not to emulate the cowardice of the 5 ghosts. Brother, is the intel mistaken? Is he truly that Gu Yechen? One asked. Moreover, wasn't he his martial spirit a little red flower? When did it become a moonblade? In response to his subordinates' inquiries, the leader replied solemnly. It makes no sense. The image is accurate, names can change, but how could a martial spirit transform? Could it be a soul bone? The leader's eyes lit up with excitement. Brothers, our chance to rise is at hand. As long as we present Gu Yechen's corpse to the organization, we can privately keep the soul bone. The other 3 chimed in. Indeed, the elder brother speaks wisely. When shall we strike? The leader feigned profundity. Patience, my friends. The Grand Soul Arena is bustling with onlookers. It is not the right time. We shall wait until Gu Yechen exits, and then we will seize our fortune. At the betting table, Wang Li, leading his team, held a pristine gold card, his expression brimming with delight, for this outcome had long been part of his plan. The duel between Gu Yechen and Jiuying, a thrilling 2-on-2 battle, boasted odds of 3-1, which could be deemed quite favorable, particularly for those fortunate enough to emerge victorious. Meanwhile, a multitude lamented their decisions, pounding their chests in regret for not wagering on Gu Yechen's team. Now, even their leggings had been stripped away by the patrons of the Grand Arena, revealing that the pursuit of easy gains is indeed a challenging endeavor. A wager of 500 gold soul coins had rewarded Wang Li with a handsome return of 1,500 coins, instantly transforming his previously empty pockets into a veritable treasure. Thus, he hastily instructed Kai Xiang to reserve a table at a restaurant for their gathering, confident that this time, his funds would suffice for an extravagant meal. Tonight, they would indulge at what is heralded as the most expensive restaurant in the entire Do city. Eager to savor its offerings, Gu Yechen and Jiuying did not accompany Kai Xiang and the others, but instead took a brief respite in the designated lounge. Feeling that their strength had sufficiently restored, the 2 prepared to return to the hotel. The combat skills of the Iron Fighting Soul did not seem to benefit Gu Yechen significantly, thus leaving Li Yi alone to study here. On their way back, they passed through a tranquil park, where Gu Yechen suddenly sensed a surge of killing intent. No, it was 4 distinct presences. Come forth, after trailing me for so long. Have you finally revealed your intentions? If the adversaries had not released their soul power, Gu Yechen could not ascertain whether they were foes or allies. However, once they subtly unleashed their soul power, he acutely noticed the abnormality among the passers-by. It was evident that he had become the target. Pondering the recent events, he recalled having offended Qin Shou. Thus, the assailants must be either members of the Qin family or from the Huangquan Pavilion. There were no other suspects. Ah, well done, lad. Your vigilance is commendable. The leader, no longer concealing himself, beckoned toward the distance, and 4 figures materialized simultaneously. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. Following the leader's command, the group summoned their martial spirits, all of which were beast type. A jackal, a wolf, a tiger, and a leopard. These 4 beastly spirits manifested as ethereal shadows behind the 4 individuals, accompanied by their optimal soul ring configurations, collectively featuring 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. For soul masters? Gu Yechen furrowed her brows, realizing a fierce battle was imminent. Both she and Gu Yechen were merely in their 20s in terms of soul power. With Gu Yechen being a support soul master, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. The leading figure glanced at the petite Gu Yechen and chuckled. Little girl, you appear rather charming. I truly hesitate to end your life. I am one who cherishes beauty. How about you serve us for a while, and then we shall let you go? Gu Yechen retorted coldly. Shameless. Are you from the Huangquan Pavilion? Gu Yechen voiced the doubts that lingered in his heart. Despite his virtuous character, he could not tolerate being bullied repeatedly. I must admit, you possess a modicum of discernment, the leader said, lifting his chin with disdain. To speak frankly, your fate is sealed today. The employer has increased the funding, and our Lord has decreed that your corpse must be returned. If you wish to spare your companions from a similar demise, it would be wise for you to take your own life. Gu Yechen let out a cold laugh. Is that all you can say? You keep insisting that I take matters into my own hands. I recall the last time you made me sever an arm to deal with the 5 ghosts of the underworld. And now you want me to end my own life again. Can we not have something more novel? Humph. The 5 ghosts of the underworld cannot be compared to us. They are merely insignificant minions of the underworld pavilion. We are the true assassins. Always remember this. The more renowned a person is, the less likely they are to be the strongest. While the name of the 5 ghosts of the underworld may resonate more loudly than ours, any one of us here could easily eliminate them. Gu Yechen retorted. Do you not fear the day when death may also come for you? The leader scoffed. Huh? Death? You say? Perhaps you are overthinking. Our completion rate as the 4 demons of Huangquan stands at an impeccable 100%. We are the ones who take lives, not the ones who lose ours. Gu Yechen rolled his eyes in disdain and remarked, is it truly something to be proud of to slay individuals whose spiritual power levels are inferior to yours? Humph. What a silver-tongued rogue. The leader mocked. I hope that on this very day next year, you can still speak to me with such arrogance. Alas, today marks your demise. You may never again savor the splendor of this vibrant world. Do you have any final words before you depart? Gu Yechen, rather than expressing anger, broke into a smile, mimicking the tone and inflection of the leading villain. The 4 demons of the Yellow Springs, is it? If you choose to cower in the dark, fetid gutters, perhaps you might salvage a wretched, foolish life. Alas, today, you have encountered me, and I shall bring an end to your flawless success rate. Save your vanity for the King of Hell, where you may settle your debts and claim your rewards. Beside him, Gu Yechen nearly burst into laughter, finding Gu Yechen's imitation of a villain rather convincing. Though Gu Yechen may appear as a brooding enigma, he possesses a remarkable intellect, exhibiting an infuriating talent that is nothing short of exasperating. Humph. It seems you are courting disaster. The leader, visibly agitated and with a countenance twisted in fury, bellowed, Brothers, eliminate him at once. The 4 individuals, all agile soul masters, moved with remarkable swiftness, while the one wielding the tiger martial spirit was inherently a powerhouse. He had opted for an agile combat style during the evolution of his soul, although he was not the fastest among the quartet. His offensive prowess was undoubtedly the most formidable. Third brother, join me in the assault. The underlying message was clear, given their frequent collaborations. The leader believed that should he and the third brother strike simultaneously, the adversary would meet an inescapable demise. Even if the opponent managed to narrowly evade their attack, he would find no refuge from the encirclement posed by the remaining 2. Gu Yechen turned to Gu Yechen and inquired, Nana, what should we do if others seek to take our lives? Gu Yechen's expression grew serious. After all, she had taken lives in the past. Then, with a smile, she replied, in that case, we must eliminate them, preferably in a most gruesome manner. Gu Yechen nodded and said, let us employ that technique. Although it is my first time using it, I have a premonition that its power will be formidable. Without further verbal exchange, the 2 extended their hands simultaneously, fingers entwined, channeling their mental and spiritual energies into their martial spirits. In that moment, their martial spirits and bodies seemed to merge as one, and the new martial spirit birth from their fusion took on a humanoid form. This was the martial spirit fusion technique known as Enchantress. The Enchantress, the primary controller, reduces the sensory perception, mobility, spiritual power, attack, and defense of all within a certain radius by approximately 50%. It was evident that the controlling abilities granted by Gu Yechen, a control-type spirit master, were complemented by the weakening capability bestowed by Gu Yechen, an auxiliary spirit master. Originally, Gu Yechen's Hellfire Red Lotus could weaken by around 30%, but through their martial spirit fusion technique, this ability was augmented to 50%. At that moment, the 4 spirit masters enveloped in the crimson mist acutely felt their overall attributes diminish by half, implying that their strength was akin to that of mere 20-something level great spirit masters. Chapter 61. slaying the spirit masters the first to sense the anomaly was the leader of the group. The spirit power of the 4 demons of Yellow Springs began to wane, and their mobility became sluggish. Not only were they not able to exert any pressure in terms of levels, but even their inherent advantages as agility-based attackers had vanished. Clearly due to Gu Yechen's auxiliary capabilities, the red mist generated by the Hellfire Red Lotus grew increasingly dense, and the senses of the 4 demons of Yellow Springs began to falter, their hearing weakened, and their vision became increasingly blurred. This is bad. There's danger. The leader thought grimly. How could the assassination dossier from the Yellow Springs Pavilion not mention that this kid possesses such an uncanny martial spirit fusion technique? The Crimson Mist was merely a simulation created by Gu Yechen, far from the true terror of the endless night he experienced each night, where all his senses were obliterated, rendering him incapable of any action. Yet, within this red mist of the martial spirit fusion technique, the 4 demons of Yellow Springs could still communicate with one another and organize their tactics, even though their spirit power levels had dwindled to merely 20-something. Gu Yechen had only 2 companions, while the 4 demons numbered 4. Thus, they could still fight. Third, prioritize eliminating Gu Yechen, the auxiliary spirit master. He is the greatest threat within the martial spirit fusion technique. I will hold off this girl, commanded the leader, the most seasoned assassin of the team, whose extensive experience and sharp intuition had granted the 4 demons of Yellow Springs a perfect mission success rate. Although it appeared that Gu Yechen and Hulaina had fused into one, in truth, Gu Yechen remained concealed within the Crimson Mist. They had merely fused their martial spirits without merging their bodies. The 4 dispersed, with the leader engaging Hulaina while the other 3 sought to locate and eliminate Gu Yechen, as this was their first encounter with such a martial spirit fusion technique. Searching for Gu Yechen within the mist proved to be an exercise in futility. For within the simulated red mist, Gu Yechen was the master. He could appear in any corner of the mist at will, while the 3 struggled to find Gu Yechen. The leader faced Hulaina's assault and began to retreat steadily. Indeed, the martial spirit fusion technique lived up to its reputation as one of the most formidable skills in this world. The previous golden triangle, comprising 2 spirit saints and 1 spirit elder, could contend with titled Douluos. Yet, Gu Yechen and Hulaina were managing to engage a spirit master with ease. However, Hulaina had yet to unleash her full strength, as this was her first collaboration with Gu Yechen using the martial spirit fusion technique, and she needed to familiarize herself with its intricacies. The leader became her practice partner. Despite the diminishing spirit power, they held an advantage that Gu Yechen and Hulaina lacked. The spirit masters possessed 3rd and 4th spirit abilities. If the opposing spirit power level fell below Gu Yechen's, their opponents would be rendered immobile, unable to employ their spirit techniques. Nevertheless, the 4 demons of Yellow Springs boasted higher spirit power levels, allowing them to escape Gu Yechen's constraints, suffering only a 50% reduction in their attributes. The spirit master's purple 1,000-year spirit abilities were formidable. It was evident that they were about to get serious. The leader's 4th purple spirit ring flickered as he shouted, 4th spirit ability, Gale Wolf Strike. This 4th spirit ability stemmed from a wolf-type spirit beast closely related to his martial spirit, granting him an overall attribute enhancement, somewhat akin to the 7-colored diamond transformation of the emotionless sin. With his attributes elevated, he became more agile within the crimson mist created by Gu Yechen. Seeing that his teammates still could not pinpoint Gu Yechen's location, he could no longer contain his frustration. Stop searching. Let us focus on this girl. Everyone, unleash your 4th spirit abilities. Upon hearing their leader's command, the other 3 immediately regrouped, deciding to target the strongest first, Hulaina, since they couldn't locate the weaker Gu Yechen. At this moment, Hulaina appeared even more vigilant. Yet, how could their ability to employ 4th spirit techniques deter her? Just moments ago, she had merely been familiarizing herself with the capabilities of the martial spirit fusion technique. Her true prowess was yet to be revealed. 2nd spirit ability, Celestial Fox Enchantment. Indeed, Hulaina could utilize spirit techniques even within the martial spirit fusion technique, a technique within a technique. The power of Celestial Fox Enchantment surpassed mere fox charm, as it could immobilize its targets for nearly a minute. In a life-and-death battle, a single second could determine victory or defeat. Thus, to be rendered incapable of action for a full minute was a staggering concept. The leader, the first to unleash his 4th spirit ability, felt a sense of foreboding. Close your eyes. Do not look into her eyes. The leader, adept and composed, fared slightly better. But the others were not so fortunate. Heh, so avoiding her gaze will keep you safe? Gu Yechen smiled alluringly, her voice ethereal and melodious, deeply stimulating the hormones of the four men. Though they were seasoned killers, at this moment, they willingly succumbed to the intoxicating allure of Gu Yechen's enchanting presence. Even the formidable leader, while employing his fourth spirit ability, found himself ensnared by her charm. In a dreamlike state, the leader thought, "My queen, we should never offend your beauty and nobility. You, the purest among us, are our most cherished fairy, and we would do anything for you." His eyes glazed over as he beheld Gu Yeche's alluring form, particularly her enticingly slender legs, unable to resist the urge to caress them. The four demons of Yellow Springs were completely entranced. Gu Yechen, breathtakingly beautiful, possessed an exquisite visage, a captivating figure, and an unparalleled grace. A mere glance felt like the fulfillment of a lifetime. Her delicate fingers caressed her cheek before gliding down her soft skin to her collarbone and then further toward her alluring curves. This scene was utterly beguiling. Impossible for any man to resist such seductive flirtation. Gu Yeche's voice, akin to silvery bells, rang out once more. "It is an honor to receive your admiration and praise. Regrettably, you shall soon meet your demise here." The leader, perplexed, inquired, "What does the celestial maiden mean? We do not fully comprehend. Even if it is for the sake of the celestial maiden that we meet our demise, we harbor no regrets." Gu Yechen let out a cold laugh. "The four demons of the Yellow Springs. Have you ever contemplated that you two could meet such an end?" The leader of the group scratched his head, and suddenly, a glimmer of realization crossed his eyes. He seemed to recall who he truly was, the ruthless fiend who slaughters without a second thought. This cannot be. Quickly, everyone awaken. He urged fervently, yet who would heed his nonsensical ramblings? Bowing to the celestial maiden was the foremost priority. Regrettably, this realm was not the reality but rather an illusion conjured by a bewitchment skill. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Gu Yechen's bloodbath had commenced. He was not a brute who thrived on violence, yet he would show no mercy to those who sought his life. Why should he allow others to take his life while denying himself the right to take theirs? It was imperative to instill in the four demons of the Yellow Springs a sense of awareness and understanding, preferably with a slight cost of interest. Such enlightenment would come at the price of life. The third, holding the crescent moon blade with a firm grip, Gu Yechen swung it with great force, causing a head to fall to the ground, rolling away shortly thereafter. Within the realm shrouded in crimson mist, only the leader remained standing, yet he kept his eyes closed. Evidently still entranced in the dream conjured by the enchantment skill, unable to regain his senses. Placing the moon blade against the leader's throat, a gentle tug was all it took to end his life. In his final moments, he merely felt a tickle at his neck before consciousness faded into oblivion. This fusion of martial souls was truly terrifying, one primarily in control, also weaving enchantment, and the other serving as a support while embracing the art of slaughter. The slaughter of four soul sect members was merely the beginning of the duo's demonstration of their formidable martial soul fusion technique. Henceforth, they would need to hone their synergy further. The enchanting skill possessed two conspicuous flaws. The first was that Gu Yechen's simulated range of crimson mist was limited. Should they encounter a speedily flying soul master, this crippling skill, which diminished attributes by half, would not manifest its full potential. The second flaw was that Gu Yeche's enchantment skill could not sway individuals with unwavering will or superior mental fortitude, such as Gu Yechen, rendering her incapable of stripping him of his rationality. Upon returning to their hotel, they first indulged in a hot bath before retreating to their respective rooms for cultivation. As night fell, they emerged. For that evening, a certain affluent individual had invited them to a grand feast. This affluent individual referred to none other than team leader Wang Li, who had won a fortune at the battle arena and felt inclined to treat his companions. However, truth be told, Wang Li was not even as wealthy as the members of the Chaotic Tide team. Gu Yechen alone possessed a wealth of 3,000 gold coins. Yet, Wang Li's generous and straightforward demeanor made him difficult to dislike. His protective nature towards his team was evident, and thus, as long as it was the leader's wish, Kai Xiang and the others would obediently comply. Of course, this was solely in regard to members of the Chaotic Tide team. When it came to others, such as Li Yi, Wang Li held a slight disdain, for he was merely Gu Yechen's servant, and equality was out of the question. Even at the dining table, they could not share the same space. Perhaps having been touched by noble airs, Wang Li did not display friendly disposition towards those of lower status. Upon further inquiry, it became clear that Li Yi was but a half-servant to Gu Yechen, which explained his constant calling of him young master. Given his status as a servant, he had no right to attend the gathering. Thus, Gu Yechen generously bestowed upon Li 100 gold coins to manage his own meal. Li understood that Gu Yechen did not regard him as a true servant. Otherwise, such kindness would not have been bestowed upon him. Nor would Gu Yechen have shared his cultivation experiences and insights so freely. Li felt more like a disciple following Gu Yechen in his training, which, in an intangible way, stirred emotions within him. After conveying several matters to Li, Gu Yechen and Hu Laina made their way to the Bounty restaurant. During their journey, Hu Laina finally voiced her lingering query. Brother, why is it that your soul power level is lower than mine, yet I am unable to enchant you? Gu Yechen gazed at Nana before him, shook his head, and remarked, It is because my willpower is remarkably resolute, and my mental fortitude is equally robust. Every night, Gu Yechen endures a profound mental torment and an intense psychological upheaval, which, imperceptibly, fortifies his mental resilience. Moreover, his indomitable will to defy fate has grown increasingly steadfast. How do you cultivate such strength? Could you impart your wisdom to me? Hu Laina inquired earnestly. Gu Yechen hastily waved his hand, saying, This I cannot teach you. Each person's spiritual power level varies. Mine can barely be considered a talent innate to my martial soul, much like your martial soul's enchanting ability, which I cannot learn either. This ability is indeed inherent to the martial soul. However, it is not a talent but rather a flaw, which Gu Yechen has merely learned to utilize. Humph. I see that you simply do not wish to teach me. Hu Laina immediately felt discontent, resembling a child, contrasting sharply with her previous cold demeanor. Indeed, she has reverted to the carefree little creature she once was. Gently brushing the tips of Hu Laina's hair, Gu Yechen earnestly inquired, Nana, regardless of your status within the martial soul hall, I hope we shall never become adversaries. Gu Laina was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Brother, why do you say such a thing? I will never be your enemy. Trust me. Gu Yechen shook his head and spoke solemnly. There are certain matters beyond your control. If one day the people from the spirit hall come to take my life, what would you do? Yilingling's mother had mentioned that the spirit hall's approach was rather domineering. If they encountered someone with exceptional talent, they would employ every means necessary to recruit them. If the individual refused to join the spirit hall, they would have no choice but to eliminate the threat posed by such a prodigy. That will never happen. I cannot bear to witness my brother being killed. Even if that day comes, I will ensure that my teacher spares you. Huh? Gu Yechen bitterly shook his head. You are you, and your teacher is your teacher. The heavens can be unpredictable. You can never truly take your teacher's place in making the most immediate decisions. You have witnessed the 4 demons of the Yellow Springs today. Had it not been for your presence, I might have already met my demise. What if next time it were the 3 monsters of the Yellow Springs? What then? Thus, my objective is to relentlessly cultivate and grow stronger, to the point where I can protect those I hold dear. Otherwise, I shall never be able to reveal my full potential to the world. And this world includes you from the spirit hall as well. Gu Yechen had no desire to be regarded as a subject of research by the spirit hall. The abilities of the Hell Red Lotus martial soul were indeed numerous. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Laina inquired, Are you truly unwilling to join our spirit hall? If you were to align yourself with us, no force would dare to harm you. Organizations like the Yellow Springs Pavilion, for instance, would be effortlessly subdued by our esteemed teacher dispatching Elder Ghost Chrysanthemum along with 3 teams of silent extinction. Gu Yechen waved his hand and said, It is not as simple as you imagine. In this world, apart from familial bonds, absolute trust is an illusion. When you are of use, others will cherish your abilities. When you are no longer useful, they will discard you like refuse. Do you think that someone of my mere 20s level would attract the attention of the higher-ups in the spirit hall? I am but an auxiliary spirit master. If, in the event of sweeping through the Huangquan Pavilion, a titled Douluo level powerhouse must be sacrificed as payment, I assure you, your teacher would not welcome such a transaction. Once, I harbored a modest wish to join the faction I most admired. However, I soon realized that I lacked even the most fundamental qualifications to gain entry. And it is a most distressing feeling to have fate's throat gripped by another's hand. Thus, I must grow stronger. How strong is strong enough? I do not know. But at the very least, I wish to grasp my own destiny in my hands. That, to me, is true strength. Joining your spirit hall means that if the Pope commands my demise, I would have no choice but to comply. Upon hearing these words, Hu Laina was taken aback. Unable to counter his assertion, she, along with others, lacked the authority to truly govern her own life. Even her current mission was not of her own volition. Her teacher's clandestine plans were being executed with fervor, and as the saintess of the spirit hall, she was expected to contribute. though she was under Wang Li's surveillance. She would always seek opportunities to fulfill her tasks. Yet, she had never contemplated the idea of seizing control over her own fate. Perhaps her teacher, too, was incapable of mastering his destiny, for within the spirit hall resided a significant figure known as Douluo. Perhaps only such a person could genuinely command their own fate and that of others. The rest are merely useful pawns. I have heard that the Grand Offering is not content with the status quo and has vowed to break through to the 100th level, to become a godlike entity. Could Gu Yechen also aspire to become a legendary deity? Achieving godhood at the 100th level is an arduous task. Hulaina's own ambition is merely to reach the 95th level as a super Douluo. She never anticipated Gu Yechen's aspirations to be so grand. Hulaina gazed at Gu Yechen in disbelief. This man instilled fear yet drew her close, evoked joy yet sowed sorrow, made her weep yet filled her with laughter. Gu Yechen, a man destined to become a deity. Chapter 63, The News of Lingling. Hulaina believed that her beauty rivaled that of any other. Yet despite possessing such allure, she could not stir the heart of Gu Yechen, for he had long harbored grand ambitions. Gu Yechen, with a grave expression, continued. You mentioned that your teacher can summon the two elders of the spirit hall, the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo. I presume your mentor is none other than the current high priestess of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong. Although my knowledge is somewhat limited, I am indeed aware of the esteemed titles held within the spirit hall. Indeed, my teacher is Bibi Dong, and I am the holy maiden of the spirit hall. Recognized as part of the illustrious golden generation, my true name is Hulaina. At last, Jiaoying acknowledged her identity. Despite the potential repercussions of such honesty leading to mission failure, she felt compelled to be truthful with Gu Yechen. Hulaina inquired, Gu Yechen, will you divulge my secret? Gu Yechen replied nonchalantly, why would I divulge such information? It serves me no benefit. Furthermore, considering that you have affectionately addressed me as Big Brother for so long, I suppose I could look after you. Really? Hulaina, seemingly transformed, exclaimed with unrestrained joy, you must keep your word. Of course. Gu Yechen gently tapped Hulaina's little head and then retrieved a beautifully crafted hairpin from his soul guide device. Gu Yechen remarked, last time, you assisted me in taking leave, so consider this as a token of my gratitude. I promise to buy you a new hairpin next time. Please refrain from secretly rummaging through my soul guide. This gift was meticulously chosen by Gu Yechen and Li Yi while they were out procuring supplies. Though not particularly extravagant, its exquisite craftsmanship rendered it nearly comparable to the crystal bracelet prepared for Lingling. Subsequently, Gu Yechen adorned Nana's hair with it, enhancing her charm even further. However, Hulaina seemed somewhat discontent. For Gu Yechen, her cuteness was apparent, but did he not recognize her beauty? Just as Hulaina was feeling despondent, Gu Yechen suddenly exclaimed, the Nana who just displayed her allure seems much more mature. Is that your true self after the recovery? Upon hearing his encouraging words, Hulaina immediately perked up and replied, indeed, that is Nana's most authentic form. What do you think? Is Nana beautiful? Ahem. Upon hearing this, Gu Yechen nearly stumbled and fell to the ground, clearing his throat with a forceful cough as he remarked, it is indeed beautiful. No, perhaps it is just acceptable. Girls often relish compliments about their beauty, especially when uttered by those they hold dear, evoking a delightful sensation within. Though Hulaina is slightly older than Gu Yechen, her emotional maturity remains quite youthful, as her experiences have been primarily limited to soul power cultivation and task execution. She has never genuinely confronted the profound emotions she most wishes to avoid, familial love. With her parents deceased and her brother gone, Gu Yechen rekindles within her a sense of warmth reminiscent of kinship. With a sweet smile, Hulaina expressed, thank you, big brother. Let's take it one step at a time. I promise I will not harm you. As she spoke, she intertwined her arm with Gu Yechen's, embodying the closeness of the most intimate siblings. Whether it be the super Douluo or the 100-level ascension to divinity, these concerns are far beyond their current considerations. Such matters are still distant dreams. Talent emerges through generations, each leading figure commanding respect for centuries. Every generation's luminary will dominate the Douluo continent for a long while. When Hulaina's generation of golden elites rises to prominence, it will require at least a century of development. Live in the moment, for today we drink, and tomorrow we may worry, she mused. Since they coexist harmoniously now, why dwell on unpleasant matters? With Hulaina's arm linked with his, Gu Yechen chose silence. Yet he sensed her sincerity. The two continued their journey in quietude, time swiftly passing until they arrived at the renowned Bawang restaurant, celebrated for its unparalleled dining experience. Nana, please release your hand, he gently requested. Gu Yechen urged Hulaina, saying, it would not be good if the teammates saw this. And remember, your name is Jioing, not Hulaina. Oh, Nana obediently nodded, then revealed a carefree smile. At this moment, her identity was that of the adorable Jioing, not the saintess Hulaina of the Spirit Hall. Jioing inquired, brother, is it true that you said Nana is beautiful? I long to show you how I look after I restore my body. I believe all you boys would greatly admire such a figure. Gu Yechen replied with irritation. I was just teasing you. Jioing retorted, humph, I believe you. In an exclusive VIP room at the Bawang restaurant, Wang Li and Kai Xiang had already arrived early, with only Gu Yechen and Jioing missing from the Kuanglan team. At the table, a remarkably beautiful waitress brought over several white jade cups and poured tea for them. Wang Li picked up his teacup, swirled it slightly. Its appearance was rather ordinary. He frowned as he took a sip, finding the taste quite mediocre. May I ask, what kind of tea is this? He inquired. The waitress replied, it's called sueju. Sueju? Isn't that what you can get at a tea house for just 2 copper coins a bowl? How casual. Wang Li turned to Kai Xiang and asked, is this what you call the best in the world? Even the appetizer tea is so poor. How could the subsequent dishes possibly be any better? Wang Li even began to doubt Kai Xiang's palate. Under Wang Li's scrutiny, Kai Xiang awkwardly scratched his head and replied, the taste is acceptable, and besides, it's complimentary. What more do you want from the team leader? Complimentary? That doesn't mean we should be served something subpar. At the very least, they could have brought us a pot of fine Longjing tea. Wang Li expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling that this visit might not be worth it. If it comes to that, even some monkey kuei or Mao Jian would suffice. Sueju tea is simply too low in quality. Kai Xiang explained, team leader, there are only 10 private rooms here, and they only serve in the evenings. It requires queuing to reserve a table every day. If I hadn't tea booked early, we might not have had this grand meal tonight. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Let us just hope the upcoming dishes can surprise us. In the kitchen, dishes were being prepared swiftly, and the anxious diners finally awaited the arrival of Gu Yechen and Jioing. As the door to the private room swung open, Gu Yechen's gaze was immediately drawn not to Wang Li and Kai Xiang, but to the waitress standing nearby. While others might not perceive anything unusual, Gu Yechen recognized that this waitress was a soul master of the Soul King level, possessing 5 soul rings. It was unexpected that a powerful being of such caliber would willingly serve as a waitress. The individuals behind Bawang restaurant must be formidable. However, Gu Yechen felt no need to expose her. If she chose to work there, it was her prerogative. Jioing, kitchen, please take a seat, Wang Li beckoned. The two promptly seated themselves at the adjacent empty spots. Suddenly, Gu Yechen recalled something and asked, team leader, why haven't I seen teacher Qin Ming these past few days? Although he mentioned Qin Ming, his true inquiry was about Ling Ling's whereabouts. You mean Qin Ming? He, along with his royal duel team, was invited to Soa City 3 days ago by some noble families to participate in a gambling duel at the Grand Soul Arena. Wang Li explained enviously. The royal duel team led by Qin Ming has achieved 32 consecutive victories, a feat that our Kuanglan team cannot compare to. It's important to note that gambling duels are not mere friendly competitions. They can lead to fatalities. Those death lists at the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena are primarily due to gambling duels and fatal fights, and the families of the deceased dare not seek accountability. He continued, I truly admire Qin Ming's audacity. He is quite ruthless, a trait I cannot emulate. I certainly cannot allow you to participate in those other 2 forms of soul battles that are not purely competitive. Soa City, the Grand Soul Arena, gambling duels? Gu Yechen furrowed his brow, for the one he cherished most, Ling Ling, was present. Ling Ling's constitution had always been frail, should she sustain any injuries. He could not bear to witness her in peril, even if it was merely during training. Gu Yechen transformed into a fervent protector of his beloved, rising to address Wang Li with earnestness. Team leader, I wish to apply for participation in the soul duel in Soto City. I assure you that within a month, I shall obtain the copper soul badge. Wang Li halted his tea drinking, slowly placing the cup down, and replied in a cold tone, reason. He harbored a profound disdain for disobedient team members. Although he had a soft spot for his prot GS, this was not how he intended to show his support. Chapter 64, The Super Douluo. Gu Yechen replied, because she holds great significance in my life. One must remain true to their original intentions to achieve their ultimate goals. Without her, I would not be where I am today. Therefore, I must seek her out and ensure she is not exposed to any danger. Wang Li had no idea who this she referred to, but he presumed it to be a girl. With a dismissive expression, Wang Li remarked, "Your reasoning is insufficient to sway me. As your team leader, you must heed my directives. Let us remain here in Tiando City to participate in the Iron Soul training. We shall accompany you for a month." Gu Yechen immediately rose from his seat, speaking in a low voice. "If the team leader does not acquiesce to my request, I shall announce my withdrawal from the Quanglan battle team. Young man, do not presume that a modicum of talent grants you the right to overstep. Had it not been for the need to await your attainment of the Copper Doe Soul Badge, would we have lingered here for you?" Although team leader Wang Li appeared affable, his temperament was far from subdued, characterized by a readiness to confront dissent. "Then you are perfectly free to depart. There is no need to wait for me." As for Gu Yechen's rebellious nature, he dared to confront even the Soul Sect. What is rebellion to him? He merely seeks to protect those he holds dear. "Very well, I shall observe what abilities you possess. Might I inquire for some guidance?" Wang Li, filled with ire, felt that his goodwill had been met with ingratitude. Here in Tiando City, team leader Wang Li could offer Gu Yechen some counsel. However, should he venture to Suatua City, he would be unable to continue his guidance, and with the recent formation of a team with Jiuing, if he were to take Jiuing away, would the Royal Reserve team even have a reason to persist? Gu Yechen spoke nonchalantly, "Team leader, it is not that I cannot defeat you, but rather that I prefer not to reveal my trump card." However, Wang Li, ever the skeptic, rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in combat, only to be halted by the beautiful maid beside him. What an imposing presence! Is this the Soul King? Wang Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the maid before him, who had just been serving tea and now appeared transformed into a Soul King. 5 brilliant soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, swirled above the maid's head, pulsating rhythmically toward her feet. With an unexpectedly serious tone, the maid declared, "No personal duels are permitted within the Bawang restaurant. Should you wish to fight, kindly do so outside, and be advised that the gold coins paid will not be refunded." Regaining his composure, team leader Wang Li snorted, "Gu Yechen, consider yourself fortunate today." Gu Yechen shrugged his shoulders and said, "In light of your position as my leader, I shall not hold this against you. Within a month, I will procure a golden Duhan badge for you. Should I fail, I will willingly accept any punishment. However, if I succeed, you shall owe me nothing in return. What do you say? Dare to wager?" Gu Yechen was aware that Wang Li, the team leader, had recently developed a penchant for gambling. Otherwise, he would not have so boldly invited him to a lavish feast. He had his own motives, knowing that this unruly team would ultimately yield him greater benefits. "Gambling, you say? I have a fondness for it," Wang Li replied with a tone of derision. "The Golden Soul Badge? Are you jesting? You, a mere support soul master of only 20 levels, aspire to obtain the Golden Soul Badge? Allow me to be frank. Without the aid of the 9 infants, you wouldn't even be able to secure the Bronze Soul Badge. Hence, there is no need for the team leader to concern himself with that." Gu Yechen maintained his unwavering tone. Although geniuses in this world require esteemed mentors for guidance, Wang Li was not a qualified master. Furthermore, could his counsel ever compare to that of a deity? The flower goddess was his enlightening teacher. While their brief exchange lasted no more than half an hour, and he had yet to behold the true visage of the flower goddess, he had already gained a semblance of direction regarding the path to divinity, even though there were aspects he could not fully comprehend at the time. The astute Gu Yechen was confident that he would encounter those elusive concepts in his future cultivation. For instance, the ethereal Xiankaluo herbs, which possess the ability to confer immunity against toxins, and the advanced celestial herbs that could enhance soul power. He was well acquainted with nearly all celestial grasses related to flowers and herbs. With divine guidance, Gu Yechen nurtured the ambition to attain godhood. Otherwise, aimless cultivation would merely culminate in becoming a titled Douluo, the pinnacle for many geniuses. Cultivation with purpose held the promise of breaking through the 100-level barrier, enabling one to master their own fate. This is why, despite knowing that the Scythe martial soul was far more formidable than the Crimson Lotus martial soul bestowed by the flower goddess, he still chose to exchange for it. The experience of achieving divinity was beyond the grasp of mere titled Douluos. Subsequently, Wang Li added, "However, I have no interest in punishing you. Here rests the deal. If you lose, you must grant me one request, the nature of which I shall reveal only after your defeat." "Agreed." Then, Gu Yechen replied. Sealing their pact, Gu Yechen harbored no intention of clashing with Captain Wang Li. However, he could not allow even the slightest hint of danger to befall Ling Ling. Indeed, the once indifferent Gu Yechen had learned the art of cherishing someone, often lost in contemplation as he gazed at Ling Ling's delicate hairpin. The bittersweet sensation of being both near and distant was profoundly agonizing. After graduation, he vowed to be with her. "Big brother, please don't go," little Jiuying implored, extending a small hand towards Gu Yechen. "Jiuying, let him leave. You mustn't assist him any longer." Captain Wang Li seethed with anger, unable to contain his wrath at Gu Yechen's apparent disregard for his authority. Gu Yechen's expression remained devoid of sorrow or joy. Yet when his gaze fell upon Jiuying, a flicker of compassion emerged. "Nana, do you believe in your brother? I will certainly obtain the Golden Soul Badge. And there is something of utmost importance that I must attend to. Even though the mortality rate in the Great Soul Arena's gambling battles is less than 1%, I cannot allow such odds to manifest. Therefore, I must protect her, as you understand." Jiuying nodded. She is truly fortunate. As night deepened, Gu Yechen chose not to linger in the Bawang restaurant, renowned for its exquisite delicacies claimed to be unparalleled in the entire Seoul city, but instead opted to travel through the night. The wager he had placed with Wang Li regarding the Golden Soul was indeed a considerable gamble, for he was merely a support Soul Master, and there remained a gap between him and the Battle Soul Masters. After renting a swift steed, Gu Yechen hastened through the night towards the direction of Suatua City. Under the moonlight, he arrived at a secluded valley, assuming that few would venture into this desolate place. Thus, Gu Yechen sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting the arrival of the midnight hour. Unbeknownst to him, within this valley, a formidable being was engaged in a peculiar form of cultivation, harnessing the sinister energy of the moonlit night to augment his strength. This method bore resemblance to that of the poisoned Douluo of the present day, however. While the latter focused on toxins, this individual concentrated on the malevolent aura, commonly referred to as death energy. Suddenly, this powerful being erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha. At last, I have broken through to the 95th level and become a super Douluo. From this vantage point over the Douluo continent, how many can claim to be my equal? Below the title Douluo, all are but ants. Furthermore, as a 95th level super Douluo, I dare say that even the Spirit Hall could not fathom the existence of another super Douluo beyond the 7 great sects." Just as this formidable figure contemplated departing, he sensed a unique aura nearby, an inexplicable sensation that felt both familiar and alien, strikingly peculiar. Driven by curiosity, this super Douluo ventured towards the source of the aura. Upon encountering Gu Yechen, he disdainfully shook his head, realizing it was merely a waste of a 20-something level. The super Douluo even deemed that merely raising a hand to eliminate Gu Yechen would tarnish his own dignity. Thus, he scoffed derisively, "Trash ought to remain among the refuse. How laughable it is to come to the mountains for cultivation. Aren't you afraid of being snatched away by wild beasts?" With that, he turned and strode away, leaving Gu Yechen to his own devices. Chapter 65, The Scythe of Death. However, at that moment, Gu Yechen, with his head lowered, suddenly lifted it, as if sensing a pulse of life. His tightly shut eyes burst open, revealing crimson orbs that glimmered with a blood-red light, and the previously vacant gaze transformed into one infused with a flicker of vitality. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Gu Yechen remarked, finally emerged. "It has been quite some time since I last stretched my limbs." As he gazed upon the formidable super Douluo before him, a hint of amusement flickered across his countenance. What a remarkable specimen, a level 95 super Douluo, indeed impressive. Alas, you shall serve as the inaugural offering in my quest to restore my divine status. In a flash, Gu Yechen advanced like a bolt of lightning, trailing a violet arc of thunder, executing 3 rapid displacements until he stood directly before the super Douluo. The latter halted, astonishment etched across his features. What is happening? Why is there not a trace of soul power emanating from him? A sense of unease crept over him, much to his dismay. The super Douluo bellowed, "Who are you? And why do you obstruct my path? Have you grown weary of life?" Gu Yechen's initial impression was that he was in his 20s, without a doubt. However, the current crimson-eyed Gu Yechen exuded an aura that was inexplicably inscrutable. Gu Yechen declared coldly, "I have come to kill you." How infuriating. As a super Douluo, being threatened by a mere boy of merely 20 levels was a severe blow to his pride, causing his features to twist into a ghastly scowl. What a charlatan. The super Douluo thought disdainfully. After all, he was a creator among beings. How could he be so easily intimidated? Subsequently, the super Douluo unleashed his martial spirit, activating his finest soul rings, yellow, purple, black, black, black. Yet, astonishingly, Gu Yechen did not activate any soul rings at all. "I'm sorry, but I shall take your life for now." There is no need for last words. I'm in a hurry, and we all have pressing matters to attend to. So, let it be, come to me. Faced with Gu Yechen's audacity, the super Douluo could not allow himself to appear weak. In a deep voice, he proclaimed, "Arrogance comes at a price. Prepare to feel my realm of death." The super Douluo primarily cultivated the sinister aura of death, and his domain was intimately tied to this theme. From a certain perspective, the power of a domain was even more precious than 100,000-year soul bone. However, Gu Yechen responded with his own domain of death. Death domain versus death domain. Neither side gained any advantage. The super Douluo had expected the two domains to cancel each other out. Yet he was struck by the astonishing realization that he was being controlled by Gu Yechen's domain, while the latter seemed immune to his own. Impossible. The super Douluo muttered frantically, shaking his head. Both domains were of death. There was no reason for the opponent to exceed his own in power. Furthermore, to achieve immunity to a death domain, one must possess an indomitable heart, a belief forged through the crucible of life and death. Having ascended to the rank of super Douluo, he was indeed a remarkable figure of his time, possessing a resolute and powerful spirit. Why then? In the presence of Gu Yechen, did he feel an urge to worship him? His gaze faltered as he suddenly recalled something terrifying. Could it be that Gu Yechen was a deity? For only a god would refrain from exerting soul power, relying instead on divine power. Which could also explain why his death domain had no effect whatsoever. This is utterly impossible. How could a god inhabit an ordinary human? Stop this charade and meet your demise. With a fierce expression, the super Douluo let out a howl towards the heavens, exclaiming, "Seventh soul skill, true form of the undead." Even though his abilities were constrained by the opponent, the true form of his martial spirit could diminish the threat of Gu Yechen's death domain. The super Douluo's martial spirit was that of the undead, a tumultuous blend of countless spirits and dark death energy. Ultimately, this amalgamation took the form of a gigantic skull, albeit not a tangible one, but rather an ethereal entity, impervious to the control of any spirit master. Gu Yechen chuckled lightly, recalling how someone had just referred to him as a worthless being. Let me now demonstrate to you who the true waste is. Prepare yourself to witness the emergence of a peerless martial soul endowed with divine power. His eyes, ablaze with a crimson hue, slowly opened his palm. Suddenly, a small scythe martial soul materialized above his right hand, the very one deemed as a potential less waste. However, this black scythe had undergone a remarkable transformation, its appearance starkly contrasting with its original agricultural form. Instead, it exhibited an eerie blend of crimson and charcoal hues. The handle of the scythe was elongated, resembling an irregular staff, entirely enveloped in a pitch-black shade. The blade of the scythe slightly curved inward, adorned with a gradient of black, gray, and white, accentuating the depth of its edge. Above the curved blade, an unknown crimson totem was etched, emanating a palpable aura of slaughter while simultaneously imparting an air of mystery. Under Gu Yechen's mental command, the scythe began to enlarge, gradually separating from his palm. Ultimately, it was grasped in his hand like a weapon. The scythe was undeniably colossal. The length of its handle surpassed 9 feet, while the blade stretched over 4 feet. Upon the blade, the red totem radiated a gentle luminescence reminiscent of rippling water, with gray light flickering, the sharpness of which conjured a multitude of swirling black whirlwinds around it. One could only imagine the horrific and sanguinary scenes that would unfold on the battlefield should such a lethal weapon be unleashed with a mere sweeping motion. This martial soul was also known as the Scythe of Death, a truly formidable entity capable of vanquishing even gods. Yet, the more powerful the martial soul, the less the heavens wished to witness its emergence, heralding the impending arrival of cataclysmic doom. Had Gu Yechen forcibly awakened it from the outset, he would have met his demise, for no deity would permit the existence of such a martial soul. Clutching the Scythe of Death, replete with an aura of desolation and slaughter, Gu Yechen felt his body tremble involuntarily, overwhelmed by guilt as he wielded the scythe. Meanwhile, the super Douluo had already gathered their soul power, poised to unleash their soul skill. The 9th soul skill, soul-devouring specters. This illusionary skill enveloped its victims in a realm of terror, forcing them to experience being ensnared by diminutive specters, lashed by whips wielded by the undead, and gripped by fear as they traversed the bridge of helplessness. It was a fear-inducing control skill, akin to Hulina's charm, achieving complete mental domination through illusory means. The super Douluo's 7th soul skill was the illusory skull, and the 9th soul skill was the phantoms of small ghosts and the undead. Attack and control. A seamless fusion. Reality intertwining with illusion. However, in the presence of the god of death, did it not seem somewhat ludicrous to speak of the undead and spirits? The ninth soul skill proved ineffective. Gu Yechen raised the scythe of death, gesturing towards the true form of his opponent's martial soul, and then made a powerful slash. In an instant, a dark, inky blade of light was formed, accompanied by a piercing sound of the wind as it rushed towards the illusory skull, as if it sought to collide with the martial soul of the super Douluo. The super Douluo smiled faintly, in the state of his martial soul. He was a transparent phantom, immune to any control or damage. It seemed that the notion of his opponent being a deity was an overestimation. For how could a god be so foolish as to forego divine power in favor of a martial soul to launch an attack? Had the opponent employed a domain or divine power, this super Douluo would indeed have been at a loss. However, to wield a scythe martial soul devoid of any attached spirit rings was utterly foolish. How could one, fully aware of their immunity to all statuses, still desire to kill him? He must be quite detestable. Yet, just as the super Douluo prepared to scoff in derision, he suddenly noticed a detail. The ferocity of his opponent's attack was astonishing. As the scythe swung, the surrounding trees, earth, and even the air began to distort, revealing a unique ability to sever space. The light of the scythe grew larger and its power intensified, ultimately erupting at a certain moment. No, please show mercy. O divine being. The super Douluo finally sensed the presence of danger, yet it was already too late. Some experiences are accumulated through failure, while others are explored through death. The super Douluo was teetering on the brink of death, frantically probing and being crushed repeatedly. A martial soul capable of slaying gods was ruthlessly overpowering him in the face of a mere 7 spirit skill. Chapter 66. Unexpected Windfall the following morning. As the first light of dawn illuminated the sky, Gu Yechen, who had been sleeping outdoors, stirred his fingers and slowly opened his bleary eyes. Lying flat on the ground, he propped himself up and suddenly sat upright. At this moment, his face was filled with confusion, uncertainty, and even a hint of surprise. Had he truly broken through to the 30th level? Gu Yechen felt the transformation within his body. At this moment, he was imbued with an overwhelming strength. Particularly in his right hand, the explosive power seemed capable of obliterating a bull with a single punch. Yet, how did I achieve this breakthrough? Gu Yechen scratched his head, perplexed by the inexplicable circumstances that had led to his astonishing rise of 5 levels overnight. Such a terrifying mode of advancement was utterly unheard of. Yet it had inexplicably befallen him. Moreover, the torment he had endured the previous night had vanished, replaced by a sweet and serene dream. Indeed, this marked the first occasion since acquiring his new martial soul that he had experienced a moment free from the oppressive darkness, devoid of suffering and anguish, while simultaneously enjoying a substantial enhancement in his soul power. To awaken refreshed and rejuvenated, only to find an elevation in soul power, such a privilege felt almost too indulgent. After a considerable time, Gu Yechen finally emerged from his reverie of joy and resolved to depart, for the deep slumber of the previous night had delayed his journey. However, as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings, he was taken aback. Before him lay an extraordinary spectacle, aligning precisely with the human neck position. Both the mountains and trees appeared to be on the same level. From a distance, the scene appeared remarkably flat, as if something had forcefully sheared it. Countless trees stood reduced to mere 6-foot stumps, a peculiar landscape stretching for miles, extending to the distant mountain range. Such a sight was undeniably hard to fathom. Even a multitude of lumberjacks working in unison could not achieve such uniformity. Yet, this was merely one aspect of the phenomenon. At the points where the trees and colossal rocks had been severed, an ominous black aura of death lingered. Gu Yechen recognized this malaise. It was a suffocating energy that extinguished all traces of life. Every night at the stroke of midnight, his senses would fade. Yet it was this very deathly aura that enabled him to discern the presence of any lingering vitality. Should any be detected, he would seek to eradicate it. For life and death could not coexist. 10 miles ahead, all flora had withered away, rendering the landscape desolate and barren, shrouded in a black mist of death. Who could have possibly wrought such devastation? The thought sent chills down his spine. Gu Yechen understood that this was undoubtedly a man-made catastrophe. It could not possibly be a natural disaster. He had personally surveyed the terrain here just last night. The sheer magnitude of destruction could only have been wrought by an extraordinarily powerful individual, likely someone beyond the realm of a tidal Douluo. His fortune seemed remarkably fortuitous, having narrowly escaped calamity. Suddenly, Gu Yechen's gaze sharpened as he noticed a headless corpse lying in the open expanse before him, an unsettling and eerie sight. However, having previously vanquished the 4 demons of the Yellow Springs, he was undeterred by such a macabre figure. He boldly approached and examined the wounds, which were characterized by an unnaturally smooth incision. The cut was remarkably clean, inflicted by an exceedingly sharp weapon. The blood from the neck had erupted violently rather than merely flowing. In an instant, Gu Yechen's attention was drawn to the left arm of the deceased, where a faint glimmer was evident, clearly indicative of an arm soul bone. Moreover, there was not just one. The right arm also exhibited a subtle radiance. It was evident that this individual possessed 2 arm soul bones. Gu Yechen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a rare soul bone in the world. And at this moment, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. However, he was eager to discern the identity of the individual before him. Surely, anyone who possessed a soul bone must be a renowned figure within the Tiando Empire. He pondered what kind of enmity this person had forged. After rummaging for a moment, he discovered 3 soul-guiding artifacts, a crimson jade ring, an emerald-hued treasure pouch, and a jet-black iron tower. All were high-grade soul-guiding devices, each with distinct storage capacities and functionalities. The jade ring served a purely storage purpose, lacking in versatility but excelling in its ample capacity. Most notably, Gu Yechen found within it 3 red gold cards, each valued at 10 million. A total of 30 million gold soul coins lay therein. One could only wonder at the wealth of the previous owner, although regrettably, it seemed he would not have the opportunity to spend it. Additionally, there were several black gold cards valued at 1,010,000, as well as countless purple gold cards worth 1,000 or 100. Preliminary estimates suggested that the jade ring contained a staggering sum of 100 million gold soul coins, an indication that he had stumbled upon a veritable fortune. The wealthy truly lived up to their reputation as formidable figures. Continuing his search within the jade ring, he finally unearthed a token that could verify the owner's identity. Its front bore the image of a skull adorned with a crown, while the reverse side displayed the words Lord of the Underworld. At that moment, Gu Yechen definitively ascertained the identity of this individual. Astonishingly, he was the master of the Underworld Pavilion. This assassination organization, which had become a thorn in the side of the Tiando Empire, was said to be extremely secretive, lacking a fixed base of operations. Tasks were communicated by the underworld emissaries, and even if a new base were dismantled by imperial forces, the organization would swiftly recover. Such a group was virtually impossible to eradicate completely, leading the imperial family to tolerate its existence. Yet, no matter how tightly knit an organization may be, it cannot escape the will of fate. Regardless of one's extraordinary talents or keen intellect, none can evade the machinations of destiny. There will always be a terminator, and no one can contravene the decree of heaven. As he organized his thoughts, Gu Yechen was uncertain of who had slain this man before him. But he sensed an undeniable connection to himself. The assailant, having killed the Lord of the Underworld, yet spared his own life, left no room for reason, unless it were he himself. Gu Yechen dared not dwell on his thoughts, fearing that excessive contemplation might hinder his future cultivation. Without a hint of pretentiousness, he promptly secured the jade ring for safekeeping. Since the Huangguan Pavilion sought to eliminate him, it would be remiss not to retain a semblance of combat capability, especially considering his name was inscribed on a death list. Subsequently, Gu Yechen rummaged through the dark green treasure pouch, which contained various precious herbs, most of which he did not recognize. It seemed he would need to consult an expert for appraisal. As for the final small iron tower, Gu Yechen could not discern its nature. It resembled a soul guide device, yet the internal space remained inaccessible to him, indicating that his mental prowess was insufficient. Regarding this unexpected windfall, Gu Yechen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The resources here were ample enough to sustain him until he achieved the rank of a super Douluo above level 95. It was akin to a gambler striking it rich or winning a lottery, a delightful surprise indeed. However, this unexpected fortune instilled in him a profound sense of unease, a vague premonition of lurking danger. Chapter 67. The emergence of a suspected artifact in Soto City at the Grand Soul Arena. A man with a short hairstyle and a full beard retrieved a team badge from a soul guide device and presented it to the registration staff. The bearded man spoke in a low voice. "We wish to register for today's team battle." The lethargic staff member casually accepted the badge, glanced at it, and immediately her demeanor shifted to one of agitation. "The Shrek 7 monsters?" she exclaimed in astonishment. The bearded man furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there a problem?" The staff member hurriedly explained, "No, not a problem, but your reputation precedes you. Your team has the highest consecutive victories in the history of Soto City. With his hands clasped behind his back and devoid of any emotion, the bearded man replied, "Yes, please expedite the process." The staff member quickly stated, "Please hold on. Our supervisor AO wishes to meet you." With that, she hurried off to inform Supervisor AO, who had previously instructed her to relay news of the Shrek 7 monster's arrival immediately. Shortly thereafter, Supervisor AO sought out the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, the bearded man. "Honored leader, I apologize for the wait." Supervisor AO offered a courteous bow and continued in a conciliatory tone, "I wonder if we might sit down to discuss matters. Rest assured, it will not take up too much of your time." The bearded man coldly retorted, "Are you speaking on behalf of yourself or the Soto Grand Sol Arena?" Supervisor AO clarified, "I am representing the Soto Grand Sol Arena. I would never act outside my professional duties. Please be at ease." Nodding silently, the bearded man followed Supervisor AO into his soundproof VIP room. Once inside, Supervisor AO inquired, "May I ask how I should address you?" The bearded man, calm and composed, replied, "I am almost inclined to forget my own name. Others simply call me Master." "Master? Indeed, it is you." As the supervisor of the Grand Sol Arena, he was privy to various intelligence, albeit often inaccurate. Now, with the confirmation from the man himself, it was indisputable. At this moment, Supervisor AO felt a surge of confidence and calmly stated, "To be frank, 3 days ago, a team of Soul Masters arrived at our Grand Sol Arena, all comprised of Silver Soul Masters. It seems they were invited by several prominent nobles of Soto City to participate in a betting match for 3 consecutive days. These nobles have placed substantial bets on them, amounting to around 100,000 gold soul coins, and they have undoubtedly secured victory in the soul battles. This behavior has inflicted significant losses on our Grand Sol Arena. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in leading the Shrek 7 monsters to participate in tonight's central team battle." "Oh," the master questioned Supervisor AO. "Does this seem to contravene the rules?" He continued, "According to your Grand Sol Arena's regulations, only soul masters above the silver rank may participate in the central arena battles, whereas we, the Shrek 7 monsters, are merely at the iron rank." Supervisor AO waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not be modest. Given the Shrek 7 monsters' undefeated record, obtaining a silver soul badge should be a mere formality. I believe the Shrek 7 monsters are more than capable of contending with this silver soul team." The master replied sternly, "Has the Soto Grand Sol Arena truly no other silver soul teams?" Supervisor AO responded, "Indeed, there are several silver soul teams, but most are composed of soul sects around level 40, which would not comply with the regulations. Among the teams of soul masters in their 30s, the Frenzied Battle team stands out, yet they are merely a copper soul team. Reluctantly, they were dispatched, as you might have guessed, resulting in an inevitable defeat. The losses incurred over the past 3 days have not been excessively severe, but should they continue to win, our Grand Sol Arena may find it intolerable." The master nodded. The Frenzied Battle team has performed remarkably among the Soul Master teams, and it was indeed challenging for the Shrek 7 monsters to secure victory against them, with even some members resorting to the power of soul bones. "Are all members of that team around level 39? Supervisor AO explained. "It is not merely a difference in soul power levels, but an absolute disparity in soul rings. This team hails from the Tiendo Royal Academy, and every member possesses optimal soul ring configurations. Some even wield the continent's top-tier beast martial souls." The master's eyes flickered, seemingly contemplating a decision, yet he still inquired, "What makes you so certain we can triumph over those from the Tiendo Royal Academy, especially considering 3 among the Shrek 7 monsters have yet to reach the Soul Master level?" Supervisor AO reiterated, "Master, you are being overly humble. The Shrek 7 monsters' achievement of 27 consecutive victories is unprecedented in the Soto Grand Sol Arena." The master replied nonchalantly, "If memory serves, participants in the central arena battles are entitled to additional rewards, are they not?" "Indeed, you are correct. Every participant in the central arena battles receives a direct reward of 500 gold soul coins. If you are amenable, our Grand Sol Arena is willing to offer a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins for victory. What say you, Master?" The master nodded. A team with optimal soul ring configurations would undoubtedly serve as the ideal training opponent for the Shrek 7 monsters. Supervisor AO then breathed a sigh of relief. "To ensure victory in tonight's match, I will assist you in canceling the 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 battles. Additionally, here is the relevant information about your opponents for tonight. I hope you will still achieve complete victory." The master accepted the information from Supervisor AO and, upon opening it, His gaze sharpened as he murmured, Tianheng? Captain, Yu Tianheng Martial Spirit, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Level 39 Assault System Spirit Master Vice Captain, Gu Yechen Martial Spirit, Green Phosphor Snake Level 38 Control System Spirit Master Team Member, Shimo Martial Spirit, Black Tortoise Level 38 Defense System Spirit Master Team Member, Shimo Martial Spirit, Black Tortoise Level 37 Defense System Spirit Master Team Member, Yufeng Martial Spirit, Wind Chime Bird Level 36 Agile Attack System, Spirit Master Team Member, Aosluo Martial Spirit, Phantom Leopard Level 36 Agile Attack System Spirit Master Team Member, Yi Lingling Martial Spirit, 9 Heart Begonia Level 35 Support System Spirit Master searching for Lingling. Gu Yechen had long departed from the valley, heading towards Suatua City. Meanwhile, in the valley shrouded in deathly energy, two formidable beings emanated powerful soul fluctuations. Both had white hair, standing resolutely against the wind. The elder leading the duo appeared youthful despite his white hair, while the elder beside him seemed considerably older, bearing the marks of time. The youthful elder gazed into the ominous expanse ahead and spoke solemnly. Second elder, what is your perspective on this? The elder, appearing aged and frail, shook his head. Great elder, I am uncertain about the nature of this power. The great elder, known as Douluo, had been at the pinnacle of the spirit master realm for many years, yet had never encountered the opportunity to ascend to godhood. There are two paths to divinity. One may inherit the legacy of another deity or cultivate one's own path to godhood. Having failed to gain the recognition of the angel god, the prospect of inheriting divinity was lost. Now, he pondered if he could still forge his own path. However, the difficulty of self-cultivation to godhood is immense. Yet, throughout the annals of Douluo continent, there have been those who achieved godhood through their own means, such as the angel god, the Shura god, and the sea god. These were individuals of unparalleled talent. The sea god once conquered the ocean wielding a divine trident. It is said that upon its emergence, all 99 level limit Douluo would sense its presence, for it would signify their opportunity for ascension. Clearly, the situation had drawn the attention of the spirit hall, indicating the potential emergence of a divine artifact. If I am not mistaken, this is a force that straddles the line between soul power and divine power. The soul power serves as a conduit, enhanced by divine power, and the overwhelming might is likely due to the presence of a divine artifact in the hands of the destroyer. Douluo spoke firmly. Issue orders to spare no effort in locating that artifact. I am certain it will aid my ascension to godhood, and the wielder's strength should not exceed level 95. Chapter 68. Uninformed understood. The second elder, a formidable figure within the spirit hall, nodded with assurance. For the future of the spirit hall, I shall dedicate myself to the investigation. It seemed that the great elder's breakthrough is imminent, and when that time comes, the entire world would be within the grasp of the spirit hall. Douluo waved his hand. Do not celebrate prematurely, setting aside the possibility of finding that artifact. The wielder may prove to be a formidable adversary. Moreover, I am not the only limit Douluo in existence. Others may also sense this opportunity for ascension, which could lead to fierce confrontations. Additionally, numerous deities remain within the Douluo continent, and we must search diligently. If we allow others to seize this opportunity, I may have no choice but to consider a sacrifice. When Shwera returns, I will contemplate her acceptance of the angel god's inheritance. Her talent surpasses mine. Perhaps she can gain the angel god's recognition. Sacrifice? The second elder's gaze flickered with reluctance. Is it truly necessary? Douluo dismissed the concern with a wave. It has already come to that. If I cannot find an opportunity for ascension, death will be my only option. As for Bibi Dong, I am aware of her subtle maneuvers. I hope she can achieve her own milestone as well. Among the three of us, her talent is the greatest, so I wish to avoid conflict with her. As long as someone from the spirit hall ascends to godhood, our plans for unifying the continent can be brought to fruition without further subterfuge. In the spirit empire plan, at least one deity's involvement is essential to ensure our prior arrangements succeed. With a force larger than the combined spirit master numbers of the two empires, coupled with the presence of a god, I can rest assured. Even if the Tiando Empire or the Xinglua Empire produces another level 100 deity, we need not worry. This is why, despite having reached level 99, I have yet to take action. The Tiando royal family may have 1,000,000 soldiers, yet the truly effective forces amount to merely 6,000 spirit masters within the Royal Knight Regiment. To eradicate them would be trivial, but caution is prudent. After years of preparation, all was in place. Only a level 100 deity was missing, yet Shwera must bear the burden. The second elder nodded. You speak wisely, great elder. I shall exercise discretion in this matter. Meanwhile, in the Huangquan Pavilion's conference hall in Tiando City, a figure cloaked in a black hooded robe and adorned with a terrifying mask contemplated matters deeply. The identity of this mysterious figure remained obscured, rendering them an enigma. Leaning against the throne, the masked man rhythmically tapped his fingers against the armrest. Before him lay 4 lifeless bodies, the corpses of the 4 demons of Huangquan, stripped even of their lesser soul-guiding artifacts. After a moment of silence, the masked man erupted in anger. A bunch of useless fools, utterly incompetent. While the 5 ghosts of Huangquan may be cowardly due to their limited strength and have received their due punishment, how do you explain the failure of the 4 demons? Ultimately, they surrendered their lives to that Gu Yechen. Are they not supposed to be invincible against Soul Sect level opponents? They could not even handle a 21 level Great Soul Master. This is the so-called invincibility? Upon hearing the Deputy Pavilion Master's reproach, those present fell silent, unable to offer a response. After a deep breath, the masked figure regained composure and stated calmly, 3 strikes and you're out. We at Huangquan Pavilion operate on a pay-for-service basis. A 4th attempt will not be tolerated. With 2 consecutive failures, according to the rules set by the Pavilion Master. If we fail to eliminate Gu Yechen for a 3rd time, this mission will be cancelled. Furthermore, the gold coins paid by young Master Qin Shou will be refunded double according to organizational regulations. Thus, this is our final chance. We must not allow failure again. In order to address this matter more effectively, I would like to hear the perspectives of my fellow emissaries of the Netherworld. Aside from possessing formidable strength, the Vice Master also possesses a modicum of personnel management skills. Within the Netherworld Pavilion, there are, apart from the Master and Vice Master, 7 emissaries. Each of these emissaries commands a contingent of hired assassins akin to the 4 demons of the Netherworld or the 5 ghosts of the Netherworld. To be candid, the entire Netherworld Pavilion is comprised of merely 9 individuals, the Master, the Vice Master, and the 7 emissaries. As for the others, they are essentially hired hands and do not constitute official members of the organization. Therefore, even if the 5 ghosts of the Netherworld were captured, they would certainly not divulge the location of our headquarters. The 7 emissaries kept their heads bowed, having once been comrades who could trust one another with their lives. Now, with one of their own failing twice, the others felt a shared sense of humiliation. The 1st and 2nd assassination attempts on the target did not warrant the Vice Master's attention, yet the final attempt necessitated his involvement. When the Vice Master sought the opinions of the 7 emissaries, they merely exchanged glances, aware that he had already formulated his own plan. Their input was merely a formality. Since the Vice Master was concerned about his reputation, they could not afford to contradict him, so they agreed to play along. Finally, the emissary clad in a crimson cloak spoke first. Vice Master, allow me to personally deal with Gu Yechen. We cannot let this young man tarnish the reputation that the Netherworld Pavilion has cultivated over the centuries. The masked Vice Master replied coldly, Crimson Saint Emissary. Are you jesting with me? All 7 of you have attained the strength of Soul Saints, and you, in particular, are a Soul Douluo level expert. Do you not feel any shame in attempting to hunt down a Soul Master of merely level 20? I find myself blushing for you. The Crimson Saint Emissary awkwardly swallowed. Realizing that the first to speak often became the scapegoat for criticism, the Vice Master then turned to the others and asked, Do any of you have differing opinions? Internally, the 7 emissaries were overwhelmed with a cacophony of thoughts, knowing that any dissent would likely be disregarded. The Vice Master nodded, since there are no other opinions or perspectives. I shall share my own thoughts. The failure of this mission can be attributed to 2 key points. First, your intelligence was erroneous. Gu Yechen is not merely a level 21 Soul Master. Furthermore, his martial spirit is certainly not some trivial support-type flower. From the wounds inflicted on the 4 demons of the Netherworld, it appears to be the result of an exceptionally sharp, blade-like martial spirit. Second, are the personnel you arranged all fools? Why do you insist on brazenly attempting to assassinate him, particularly when he is accompanied by allies? Where does this misplaced confidence stem from? As the most professional assassination organization, the ability to conceal oneself is the most fundamental quality of an assassin. Your complete success rate has evidently led you to forget the art of stealth. I would argue that Gu Yechen resembles an assassin far more than the 4 demons of the Netherworld. You possess no knowledge of his martial spirit, his level, or his capabilities. If the 4 demons of the Netherworld had mastered the art of concealment, and Gu Yechen had been without any allies at the time, I believe this task would have been completed long ago. Thus, I have decided that you 7 shall no longer oversee this matter. I will make alternative arrangements. The 7 emissaries exchanged bitter smiles, realizing that the vice master intended to handle the situation personally. Indeed, if the first 2 assassination attempts had failed, the third attempt would escalate into a merit-based mission. Completing the third assassination would yield rewards bestowed by the master of the Netherworld Pavilion, which could be in the form of gold coins, rare medicinal herbs, or even the chance to request the master's personal assistance in hunting soul beasts over 50,000 years old once a certain merit threshold was reached. Merit equates to gold coins, as well as rare herbs. After all, the master of the Netherworld Pavilion is opulently wealthy. His riches comparable to those of a small principality within the Tiando Empire. Naturally, the allure of gold coins is not particularly compelling for the vice master and the 7 emissaries. However, the critical aspect is that gold coins can be used to purchase soul bones. Every time the auction house acquires soul bones, even those of merely a millennium in age, it generates considerable buzz, with the final bidding prices often astonishing. Without several 100,000 gold coins, one would hesitate to bid on the most coveted soul bones. The vice master has amassed a modest treasury, possessing only 3 soul bones, each around 30,000 years old. He is aware that the master of the Netherworld Pavilion possesses 2 armed soul bones nearing 100,000 years in age, although they have not yet reached that milestone. Their attributes and accompanying skills are undoubtedly superior to those of a 30,000-year-old bone. In truth, the master's wealth could easily allow for the assembly of a complete set of soul bones. However, he generally dismisses anything below 80,000 years of age. Therefore, he certainly would not squander a slot in his body to absorb a soul bone of lesser age. Soul bones exceeding 80,000 years are exceedingly rare. Even when someone manages to slay a soul beast and acquire a soul bone, few are willing to part with it for sale. Of the 2 soul bones held by the master, one was obtained from a soul beast he personally hunted, yielding a 90,000-year-old soul bone, while the other was acquired through murder and theft. As for the emissaries of the Netherworld, their situation is rather dire. Each possesses only 1 soul bone of approximately 10,000 years in age. Within the Netherworld Pavilion, everyone aspires to fill all 6 slots in their bodies with soul bones. Yet this requires a substantial amount of merit, or in other words, a considerable sum of gold coins. This explains why the Netherworld Pavilion boasts a kill rate of 100%, as long as the target can afford the price. Anyone below the rank of title Douluo can be hunted. Of course, Gu Yechen, as a soul master, is not particularly valuable, with a mere price tag of a few thousand gold coins. However, Gu Yechen is an exception. He is the only individual whose strength lies beneath the rank of soul saint yet can still be marked as a target for a merit mission. Typically, merit missions are carried out by the vice master or the 7 emissaries themselves. They all contemplated presenting their achievements before the master. Yet since the vice master had just remarked that preying on someone of such low strength as Gu Yechen would be a loss of face, it was clear that he would not undertake the task personally. It seemed he intended to dispatch one of his assassins instead. Observing the expressions of the 7 emissaries, the vice master remarked with a smile, "There is no need for you to be disheartened. The next merit mission will be entrusted to you." He then inquired, "By the way, have there been any updates from the master?" Among the 7 emissaries, the Crimson Saint emissary was the most powerful, having reached the level of Soul Douluo, and he was also the leader among them. The Crimson Saint emissary respectfully replied, "Vice Master, there has been no communication from the master." The vice master sighed and said, "The master departed from the Netherworld Pavilion 3 years ago. Before he left, he mentioned his intention to pursue the realm beyond title Douluo, entrusting all matters of the pavilion to my management. I wonder how his endeavors are faring? If the master truly achieves the level of 95, the strength of our Netherworld Pavilion would rival that of the 7 great sects of the present day. Despite our limited numbers, each of us is an elite among elites. If we were to have just one more Super Douluo in our ranks, we would no longer need to hide in the shadows. In fact, we could consider elevating the Yellow Spring Pavilion to a position of prominence among the top powers." Vice Pavilion Master, "Do not fret," the red-clad saint confidently asserted. "The Pavilion Master is a genius I greatly admire. He will surely break through. Do not fret." "How could I not?" the Vice Pavilion Master replied, concerned. "It has been 3 years since the Pavilion Master has allocated cultivation resources to us. We have merely survived by accepting casual contracts. A killer organization reduced to taking odd jobs, even brawls or limb-breaking tasks. How pitiful." Clearing his throat, the Vice Pavilion Master continued, "It is time to distribute the monthly wages. Regarding the funding issue, I cannot bear the burden alone. You all must devise your own solutions for the wages of the assassins under your command. Understood. The 7 envoys complied without question. Indeed, most assassins are reckless, valuing money over their lives. Few, like the Yellow Spring 5 ghosts, harbor such fears. They boast of their prowess, claiming to be individuals who have licked blood from the edge of a blade for years. However, true desperados do not boast of their achievements. They care only for wealth. If the Yellow Spring Pavilion ceases to provide their wages, they would not hesitate to dismantle the organization itself. Yet, as long as they receive their fixed monthly payments, even if pushed away, they would refuse to depart, willingly accepting punishment for mistakes or incomplete tasks. Desperados wield formidable lethality. Others may hesitate to fight to the death, yet they dare to do so, rendering the Yellow Spring organization a force to be reckoned with. Even the 7 great sects would not dare provoke us lightly, for cutting down the weeds without uprooting them allows them to regrow. Among the 7 great sects, there are still many of lower strength. Should the Yellow Spring Pavilion seek revenge, it would result in sleepless nights of turmoil. The Tiendo Empire once sent forces to eradicate a branch of the Yellow Spring Pavilion, capturing numerous desperados, yet they could extract no information regarding the main headquarters. In the end, they suffered the loss of 300 members of the Royal Knight Order. It is worth noting that the Tiendo Empire has a limited number of soul masters, and losing over 300 in one fell swoop, only to gain a mere branch of the Yellow Spring Pavilion and a handful of inconsequential figures, was a heavy price to pay. Indeed, the Yellow Spring organization holds grudges fiercely, and Gu Yechen has long been marked for death. Now, they await the opportunity to eliminate him completely. After the meeting of the Yellow Spring Pavilion concluded, the members dispersed, with plans to take serious action. The Vice Pavilion Master would dispatch his most capable subordinates. True desperados, 3 exceptionally ruthless masters responsible for the annihilation of the Tiendo Empire's 300 cavalry. Unbeknownst to Gu Yechen, who was now in the Soto Great Soul Arena. He stepped into the arena, greeted by a colossal stone tablet etched with a multitude of names. Gu Yechen understood that these names belonged to the deceased who had participated in gambling and mortal combat within the Grand Soul Arena. In the realm of gambling battles, the killing of one's opponent was strictly prohibited. However, in gambling and deadly duels, it was permissible. Gu Yechen was resolute in ensuring that Yi Lingling, who partook in the gambling battles, would not find her name etched upon that stone tablet, even if the likelihood was less than 1 in 10,000. It was utterly unacceptable. His Lingling was irreplaceable, the one he cherished most dearly. Chapter 70. Flander in the eyes of money with a swift change of gaze. Gu Yechen averted his eyes from the death monument and proceeded directly towards the hall. Upon inquiring with the staff, he learned that the royal battle team was not present in the lounge and would only make their appearance later that evening. Thus, he resolved to register for a one-on-one soul duel, having made a wager with Captain Wang Li to return with a golden soul badge. At the registration desk, adhering to the customary procedure, he paid the registration fee of 10 gold soul coins. In the arena's competitions, should one emerge victorious, the 10 gold coins would be refunded, and achieving consecutive victories would yield additional gold rewards. Consequently, the majority of participants sought to secure these rewards, while only a select few aimed to acquire combat experience. Subsequently, the staff conducted a soul power assessment, for the regulations stipulated that combatants could not have significantly disparate soul power levels. In the past, when Gu Yechen placed his hand upon the crystal testing sphere, it would yield no response. However, since obtaining his second soul ring, he could now simulate his soul power level. As a result, the testing sphere would illuminate, perfectly mirroring the true essence of his power. The staff assessed his soul power level to be at 21, though in truth, he had already reached level 30, merely lacking the 3rd soul ring. At the 30-level tier, Gu Yechen, as a support-type soul master, could not guarantee an unblemished victory record. Yet, at the 20-level tier, he held absolute confidence. After the personnel conducted a draw for match arrangements, Gu Yechen arrived at the competition platform, where a referee clad in a tailcoat awaited him at the center. It was evident that he had presided over the previous soul duel as well. Clearing his throat, the host proclaimed, "We shall now commence the 13th duel of the 12th Soul Arena. Let our contestants make their grand entrance. The Soul Master Xiaoyu, wielding the weapon Spirit Moonblade, and the Soul Master Xiao Qinyu, possessing the beast Spirit Little Wolf Dog." Notably, Xiao Qinyu had recently resolved to strive for excellence after his defeat to a young girl with the Jade Rabbit Spirit, and he had since achieved an impressive 4 consecutive victories. In contrast, this contestant, Xiaoyu, seemed to have only participated in one 2-on-2 duel. making this his first foray into one-on-one combat. It appeared that Xiao Qinyu's accomplishments had instilled a degree of intimidation in Xiaoyu. However, one must not judge solely by appearances. Some newcomers could be formidable dark horses, akin to Tang San from the Shrek 7 monsters. The audience eagerly anticipated whether Xiao Qinyu could secure a 5-match winning streak to gain additional points and gold rewards, or if the contestant Xiaoyu would stage a comeback. The host glanced at the time and announced, due to the high volume of wagers placed in the previous match, our betting staff is currently reconciling the gold bets from the last round. Thus, the match will be delayed by 10 minutes. Those who have yet to place a bet may consider leaving their seats to wager on either of these two contestants at the betting table. Xiao Qinyu's odds stand at 4-1, while Xiaoyu's are 1-4. I personally recommend betting on Xiaoyu for a guaranteed profit after all. Fortune favors the bold. Upon hearing this, a voice from the audience erupted in exasperation. I can't believe you. You old rascal. Last time, your words led me to drain my hidden savings. Another voice, belonging to a lean man, chimed in enviously. Brother, you must be under the thumb of your wife. What? Do you find me unsatisfactory? The stout man retorted, his ample frame a testament to his wife's culinary skills, much to the envy of others. No, not at all. The lean man quickly waved his hands, explaining, Brother, I am merely envious. Though you lost your hidden savings, you gained a wife. We, however, have lost even our marital funds. At this, the stout man grinned mysteriously and proposed, Would you care to join me in pursuing a great fortune? A great fortune? Pray tell, what insight do you have, Brother Zhao Ritian? The lean man asked timidly. Zhao Ritian replied, Here, let me lend you some of my hidden funds. This time, we shall do the opposite of what the host suggests. Betting on Xiao Qinyu is surely a safe choice. Nodding in agreement, the lean man exclaimed, Excellent idea. He quickly mortgaged his property deed and borrowed some money from Zhao Ritian, hastening to place his bet on Xiao Qinyu. For this was an opportunity for him to strike it rich. At the betting table, just as the previous match's accounts were settled, it was time for wagers on this upcoming duel. Shortly after the two men placed their bets on Xiao Qinyu, two more figures appeared, also wagering on him. One was the master, renowned for his theoretical prowess, and the other was Flander, the head of Shrek Academy. Flander bore a sly and cunning visage, characterized by a long, hooked nose, pronounced cheekbones, and a flat face, complemented by a stiff, square black glasses, truly the epitome of shrewdness. Observing Flander placing 1,000 gold soul coins on the bet, the master admonished, Director Flander, must you always be so fixated on gold? If you lose, I wonder what you shall do? Flander retorted, Master, are you not overstepping your bounds? In the past, you would have called me Big Brother Flander. Moreover, what soul master does not covet gold? The master explained, in the past. It is best left unmentioned. The Golden Triangle is merely a hollow title. I am simply cautioning you, lest you end up lamenting your losses and blaming me for not stopping you. Fear not, Flander chuckled. That individual named Xiaoyu possesses merely level 21 soul power. How could he possibly contend with the 27-level Xiao Qinyu? Furthermore, you have often proclaimed, there are no worthless martial spirits, only worthless soul masters. Although Xiao Qinyu may not qualify for Shrek Academy, he has received your guidance. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to lose. The master rolled his eyes and snapped. My guidance of Xiao Qinyu was merely a gesture of gratitude towards the Lord of Nodding City for his years of special care. You are aware of how challenging my circumstances were during my years at Nodding Academy. Thankfully, with the support of the Academy's director, I became acquainted with the Lord of Nodding City, which provided me a far more favorable environment for my research on martial spirits. Flander nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, although the master hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, his family had not afforded him any privileges. Rather, it was the likes of the Lord of Nodding and the Dean of Nodding who had extended their assistance. Thus, it was only natural for the master to guide Xiao Qinyu, even though he had yet to qualify for membership in Shrek Academy. The master continued, Moreover, Xiao Qinyu is not my direct disciple, so I cannot guarantee his ultimate victory. Flander reassured him, Do not worry. If he loses, it will not reflect poorly on you. Besides, we Shrek 7 monsters have another match tonight, and we shall reclaim our glory then. The master shook his head in resignation, realizing he was entirely caught up in the thrill of competition. After all, this was his one true passion, and he could not dampen his enthusiasm. Chapter 71. The master's astonishment. Before long, the betting on the duel platform came to an end. And as the referee announced the commencement of the match between Xiaoyu and Xiao Qinyu, both parties unleashed their martial souls. Xiaoyu was the first to summon his Crescent Blade martial soul, which, it should be noted, was a fabricated one, due to Gu Yechen registering under a false name. The onlookers believed him to be Xiaoyu. While mimicking the crescent blade martial soul, Xiaoyu also replicated 2 rings of yellow soul rings. Although these soul rings lacked any soul skills, their presence ensured that his hell red lotus martial soul remained undetected. Xiao Qinyu's martial soul took the form of a wolf, but his sister, Xiao Wu, affectionately referred to him as Little Wolf Dog, a nickname reminiscent of the term fallen flowers and withered willows. A cerulean glow emanated from Xiao Qinyu's body, causing his muscles to swell, while his eyes shone with an eerie green light. His palms and nails transformed into claw-like appendages, accompanied by the spectral image of a wolf behind him. Under the Master's meticulous guidance, he had not pursued the path of a sensitive attack-type battle spirit master. Instead, he ventured down the path of a powerful attack-type master. The master had informed him that aside from possessing exceptional control-type martial souls, powerful attack-type masters are the strongest in one-on-one combat. When equipped with suitable soul rings, they can overwhelm other classifications with ease. The Haotian Hammer, the 7 Killing Sword, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. These 3 top sects rely on powerful attack-type spirit masters for their esteemed positions. However, Xiao Qinyu's first soul ring was somewhat mediocre. Merely a white 10-year soul ring. As the son of the Lord of Nodding, he had opportunities to absorb yellow soul rings, but certain rings could repel his martial soul, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Thus, for safety's sake, he opted for the lesser 10-year soul ring. This illustrates why those with optimal soul ring configurations are so rare. Safety is always paramount. In the past, spirit masters with plant martial souls would never dare to absorb rings from animal spirit beasts. Yet, with the guidance of a renowned mentor or family, the outcome would differ significantly. The master advised him that his second soul ring originated from a plant spirit beast. Indeed, animal martial souls can absorb plant spirit beasts. This plant soul ring, over 500 years old and nearing the absorption limit, was incomparable to the initial white 10-year ring. It was thanks to this formidable second soul ring that he achieved a 4-match winning streak in the 20-level spirit battles. With the first soul ring's skill rendered nearly useless, he was left to rely on the second soul ring's technique. However, he still needed to gauge Xiaoyu's physical prowess to estimate the potential damage his second soul skill could inflict. A miscalculation could lead to an unfortunate outcome, or even result in his opponent's demise, which would be undesirable. Seizing the initiative, Xiao Qinyu sprang into action, taking an agile leap towards Xiaoyu. When he was approximately 7 meters away, he suddenly bent his knees and propelled himself into the air, his sharp wolf claw descending swiftly, in response to Xiao Qinyu's assault. Xiaoyu smiled knowingly. He understood that his opponent sought a test of physical strength. Similarly, Gu Yechen was eager to witness the clash between a weapon martial soul and an animal martial soul. Below the duel platform, young Master Zhao Ritian was already displaying a victorious grin, having witnessed Xiao Qinyu's previous match. This confrontation was undoubtedly a prelude to the release of his most formidable second soul skill. With a resounding clang, the crisp yet muffled sound of weaponry colliding echoed throughout the arena, resonating like the tolling of a grand bell. Xiao Qinyu's upper body swayed, and a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stagger backward, while Xiaoyu remained utterly unfazed. In truth, Xiaoyu merely raised the crescent blade to meet Xiao Qinyu's wolf claw, and thereafter took no further action. It is often said that a sheep enters the jaws of a tiger, but this was the first instance he had seen someone utilize their bare hands to cleave through such a sharp blade. Soon after, a faint line of blood appeared on Xiao Qinyu's wolf-like claws. The act of catching a white blade with bare hands was indeed an extraordinary feat, yet the cost would undoubtedly be steep. In the presence of his martial soul, Xiao Qinyu's defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. Typically, clashes between martial souls do not yield such results, unless the opponent possesses a top-tier martial soul of the continent. Otherwise, such outcomes are unlikely. At this moment, having merely brushed against Xiaoyu's crescent blade, Xiao Qinyu's hand was immediately lacerated, blood oozing from his palm and beginning to drip down. What transpired? Could it be his martial soul? Gritting his teeth, Xiao Qinyu stifled the pain in his hand, grappling with existential doubts. That fellow Tang San could indeed catch a white blade with his bare hands. Why could he not? Was there some secret technique the master had yet to impart to him? Unbeknownst to Xiao Qinyu, Tang San's ability was known as the Xinyu hand, a power not of this world. Thus the master had not withheld any skills from him. Frustrated, Xiao Qinyu resolved to unleash his signature move, the skill of his second soul ring. His gaze sharpened. He stood firm, slowly closing his eyes, and raised his hand, declaring, "Wolf smoke rises." As the second yellow soul ring of Xiao Qinyu flickered, his seemingly robust physique began to tremble violently. Subsequently, a yellow mist, resembling fog, emanated from his body. This yellow mist not only contained potent toxins but also possessed additional hypnotic control effects. The source of Xiao Qinyu's century-old soul ring was a bamboo peach soul beast. Indeed, it was a plant soul beast, and moreover, a toxic one. The bamboo peach soul beast is entirely venomous, harboring multiple toxins that fall under the category of mixed poisons. Among these, one particular toxin known as cardiac glycosides can cause the heart to cease beating instantaneously. While the other toxins may not be lethal, they induce slight paralysis and a hypnotic effect. Even after the soul beast's demise, its toxicity can linger for over a century. Its venom is even stronger than that of the mandala snake. Furthermore, the medical standards of this Douluo world have yet to discover any method of counteracting it. Only the soul master who wields such toxins can personally neutralize them. Xiao Qinyu relied on this potent poison to compensate for the disadvantage of his first soul ring being merely a 10-year ring. Consequently, he achieved an impressive 4 consecutive victories in the battle arena, establishing himself as a formidable assault-type soul master. This success is largely attributed to the master's efforts, as the master's assertion regarding the competitive nature of the top 10 martial souls has gradually been validated by the world. The yellow toxic smoke surged towards Xiaoyu, who did not make any significant movements in response, merely covering his face with his hands to avoid inhaling the noxious fumes. Meanwhile, Gu Yechen pondered whether to reveal his hell-red lotus martial soul. Should he refrain from utilizing even his soul ring abilities? The previously anxious Xiao Qinyu suddenly beamed with joy, as all his earlier hypotheses and speculations dissipated. Witnessing Xiaoyu's disheveled state, Xiao Qinyu laughed heartily, declaring with pride, "To challenge me while being distracted, this battle is undoubtedly yours to lose." However, at that moment, the master furrowed his brow in concern, having noticed something peculiar about Xiaoyu's martial soul. Despite Xiao Qinyu deploying his second soul skill, Xiaoyu had yet to unleash his own. Surely his reaction speed was not so sluggish. Yet, during their recent physical confrontation, Xiaoyu had demonstrated considerable strength. Was it possible that he was unable to use his soul skills? The only explanation now was that his 2 soul rings were entirely unusable, hence his current predicament. The master's gaze sharpened as a realization struck him, his lips twitching as he incredulously remarked, "Xiaoyu's martial soul is not a powerful assault type, but rather an auxiliary one." Chapter 72, The Blade of Inquiry. When did auxiliary martial souls become viable for combat? Flander adjusted his glasses, casting a puzzled look at the master. The master's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he spoke solemnly. It is commonly believed that auxiliary soul masters lack offensive capabilities, and even an auxiliary soul master at the title Douluo level cannot hope to defeat a soul sage. However, I hold a differing opinion. I believe every martial soul possesses its own uniqueness. Take Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul as an example. Although it is merely the most ordinary of plants, it consumes an exceptionally low amount of soul power, even less than that required by food-type soul masters when wielding their martial souls. Based on this singular advantage, I suggested Tang San pursue a control-type path. Had he originally chosen the auxiliary path, his blue-silver grass would not only have healing capabilities, but also a modicum of control and attack prowess, embodying the dual nature of auxiliary and offensive abilities. Xiaoyu's martial soul appears to be a natural hybrid of both auxiliary and offensive types, not requiring a deliberate decision on its developmental trajectory. If I am not mistaken, his martial soul should possess 2 abilities, one auxiliary and the other offensive, allowing him to function as a powerful assault-type soul master. Yet, I remain in the dark regarding the true nature of his martial soul. After dedicating several decades to martial soul research, I have never encountered such a situation. I have investigated nearly 1,000 auxiliary soul masters, and only 3 possessed offensive capabilities, all of whom are the aforementioned hybrid types. Their offensive capabilities were singular and derived solely from their soul rings, while Xiaoyu's offensive capability stems from his martial soul itself. Once the battle concludes, we must seek him out for an in-depth discussion. Perhaps we can uncover some clues that might suggest a future where auxiliary soul masters possess the ability for self-defense. Flander scratched his head, awkwardly commenting, "Xiao Gang, I truly wish I could crack open your head to see how it's structured. I can't discern anything." The master patiently elaborated, "Did you notice a detail? When a martial soul is released, it emits a distinctive glow unique to that soul. However, Xiaoyu's Moonblade martial soul lacks such luminescence. It resembles a mere weapon. Moreover, I suspect that the two circles of soul rings surrounding Xiaoyu's body are not rotating but remain utterly still, indicating that his two yellow soul rings are entirely non-functional. Flander retorted impatiently, there are always exceptions. This doesn't necessarily signify anything, and it's only your speculation. Speculation? The master chuckled softly. Had Xiaoyu not gained an advantage during the physical confrontation with Xiaoqinyu, I might still be uncertain about it being an auxiliary martial soul. But now, I am convinced it is a remarkably powerful auxiliary soul with the ability to weaken. An auxiliary soul capable of weakening? This was the first time Flander had heard such a concept. If the inherent trait of a martial soul is to weaken, would that not stand in stark contrast to the enhancing nature of the 7 treasure glazed tile? The master continued, the concept of auxiliary soul masters is nebulous. They can encompass healing types, food types, enhancement types, and even weakening types. Just now, Xiaoqinyu suffered a significant setback in physical prowess because his defense was covertly diminished by a percentage. And it was done so silently. Did you think Xiaoyu merely raised his moon blade without any further action? Absolutely not. He must have discreetly projected his soul power. And objectively speaking, Xiaoqinyu has unwittingly entered the domain Xiaoyu released. A domain? Flander exclaimed incredulously, his eyes widening. Are you suggesting this kid possesses domain power? The master nodded. Indeed. I believe Xiaoqinyu's toxic wolf smoke has been substantially weakened. Watch closely. This battle is surely his to lose. As for Xiaoyu's other offensive capability, I am still uncertain what it is. Mimicry may achieve offensive results, but I cannot yet confirm it. Once the match concludes, we must inquire further. What? Xiaoqinyu is bound to lose. Does that mean my wager of 1,000 golden soul coins is down the drain? Flander grumbled. What on earth is this kid? How can he possess domain powers that diminish his opponent's strength alongside other unknown offensive techniques? This is utterly outrageous. Flander, a soul sage of over 70 levels, could hardly fathom the extraordinary power wielded by this young lad of merely 20 levels, who astonishingly possessed a domain. It was indeed monstrous, prompting Flander to contemplate the idea of recruiting him into the Shrek Academy. On the soul arena, Xiaoqinyu's gaze was fixated intently on Xiaoyu. Muttering to himself, what is happening? Master once said that no one below the 30th level of soul power could withstand my toxic smoke for even a minute. Yet here we are, nearly 3 minutes in, and he remains standing. Even if Xiaoyu is holding his breath, the toxin should still permeate through his skin. Xiaoqinyu was perplexed. Logically, Xiaoyu should be pleading for aid at this moment, yet he neither retaliated nor cried out for help. What could possibly be occurring? Initially, he had felt somewhat reckless against his opponent's soul skills after suffering a setback in their spirit clash, but now, despite the absence of concern, an inexplicable fear began to creep in. Suddenly, Xiaoyu lowered his hand from his nose and began to stride toward Xiaoqinyu. His Scarlet Lotus domain was fully established, and Xiaoqinyu's smoke toxicity had significantly diminished. Indeed, after careful consideration, Gu Yechen had resorted to utilizing the secret technique of his Scarlet Lotus martial spirit. The master was truly worthy of the title, as he had guided a disciple capable of compelling Gu Yechen to unveil his hidden prowess, which was a source of pride. Although Gu Yechen did not directly reveal his Hell Scarlet Lotus martial spirit, the mastery of its essence was unmistakably displayed. Some martial spirit essences can create their own domains, while others cannot. Certainly, Gu Yechen's martial spirit essence had formed the rudiments of the Scarlet Lotus domain, albeit still lacking in strength. However, it was more than sufficient to overpower Xiaoqinyu, who was 3 levels below him in soul power. As Xiaoqinyu beheld the blade resting upon Xiaoyu's shoulder, he involuntarily swallowed hard. The intensity of Xiaoyu's gaze was terrifying, reminiscent of a ruthless demon who could kill without a second thought, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. With his second soul skill proving ineffective, he pondered surrendering to avoid further humiliation. Stop, I concede, Xiaoqinyu declared. Having exhausted his options, with another white 10-year soul ring insufficient to pose a challenge. Halting his advance, Xiaoyu raised the moon blade high, as if to proclaim to the heavens that he, Gu Yechen, was not to be regarded as a failure. Even if you took away my original martial spirit, I can still rise through the strength of my other martial spirits. The flower goddess had once said that the more powerful the martial spirit, the less the heavens wish to see its emergence. A martial spirit capable of slaying gods, what divine being would welcome its existence? It was either to be deemed a failure at awakening or to perish upon its awakening, aligning with the cycle of heavenly justice. Yet Gu Yechen was not one to submit to fate. Even having lost his most formidable martial spirit, He was determined to carve out his own path. Was it merely because his martial spirit was too powerful that the heavens sought to suppress its emergence, relegating it to oblivion? Gu Yechen would not accept such a fate. He raised his blade to the sky, questioning, "What can the heavens do to me? If I cultivate my strength, I shall surely challenge the heavenly way." Chapter 73. Research subject as anticipated, Gu Yechen emerged victorious, leaving those who had wagered on Xiaoqinyu in a state of despair. One gambler, having staked his house deed, glared furiously at Zhao Ritian, cursing him under his breath. Zhao Ritian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't blame me. I lost too. All my savings from the past 2 months have vanished. If you want to reclaim your losses, you must confront that Xieyu." The gaunt man could only lament his misfortune for placing a misguided bet. Who could he blame? Yet his expression resembled that of someone who had just consumed a dead fly. In the backstage resting area of the Soul Arena, the Master and Flander had successfully located Gu Yechen following the conclusion of the match. Gu Yechen squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the two individuals before him. Uncertain if they were affiliated with the Yellow Spring Pavilion, he inquired with curiosity, "Who are you? What brings you to me?" The Master patiently elucidated. "It is as follows. We are both from Shrek Academy. Within our institution, there is a student from the Food Support Department named Oscar. I aspire for him to possess the ability for self-defense in the future. Hence, I wish to conduct a simple Soul Master investigation. And your insights may prove invaluable to me." The Master is indeed a person who humbly seeks knowledge for the sake of his students, despite his theories nearing invincibility. They remain mere conjectures until validated. Furthermore, his direct disciple is a dual soul wielder, and eventually, he will need to consult the current Pope, Bibidon, for her expertise, as she is the most immediate practitioner. Likewise, Gu Yechen is a practitioner of the utmost directness. I am not interested. Gu Yechen shook his head, reluctant to divulge too much information regarding the investigation of martial souls. Please wait a moment. As Gu Yechen prepared to leave, the Master waved his hand at Flinder, who, in a huff, produced a pouch containing 100 gold soul coins. For inquiries regarding others, a single silver coin would suffice. However, given the peculiar nature of this individual's martial soul, 100 gold soul coins were warranted. Yet, Flinder felt a pang of regret, for aside from his small grocery store, his total assets barely exceeded 3,000 gold soul coins. Parting with this sum would indeed be a heavy toll on him. Observing Flinder clutching the bulging purse, Gu Yechen hesitated momentarily. To be honest, he was not in dire need of money at that moment. But his reluctance stemmed from the fact that the other party was a soul sage. Gu Yechen was not foolish, should he continue to refuse. The other party would undoubtedly resort to alternative means to entangle him. Gu Yechen did not take the gold soul coins. Instead, he calmly stated, "Inquire. And if I deem your question appropriate, I shall respond. However, should it pertain to personal matters, I reserve the right to remain silent." Upon witnessing Gu Yechen's lack of interest in the 100 gold soul coins, Dean Flander was overjoyed, breaking into a hearty laugh as he exclaimed, "Ha! I told you. He is not someone who is swayed by mere money." The Master, undeterred by Flander's exuberance, earnestly inquired, "What is your martial spirit?" Gu Yechen waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I refuse to answer that question. Please pose another." The Master furrowed his brows in contemplation and then inquired, "Can you tell me if your domain power is innate to your martial soul or cultivated through practice? If it is the latter, what methodology do you employ?" "Apologies. Please ask a different question. This is my trump card. If a soul master reveals their trump card, they are perilously close to demise." The Master's expression displayed a palpable sense of anxiety as he pressed further. "What abilities do your first and second soul ring techniques possess? What are their specific capabilities? And from which soul beasts do these rings originate? Do not be hasty in your refusal. I observed your previous match, firstly. I discern that you are not a powerful offensive battle soul master, and secondly, I recognize you as a support-type soul master. Your martial soul must possess some form of debilitating capability, correct?" At this, Gu Yechen was taken aback, astonished that the opponent could deduce something he had sought to conceal from merely one match. Truly remarkable. "Master, this fellow is evidently toying with us. No wonder he is indifferent to the allure of gold soul coins. With this question, he will certainly decline to respond once more." However, Gu Yechen's subsequent words left Flinder feeling utterly embarrassed, a blatant act of self-contradiction. This question was one Gu Yechen could tolerate. He nodded and replied, "My first soul ring possesses a weakening ability, approximately reducing effectiveness by 30%. As for its origin, I am uncertain." Gu Yechen was aware of the origin of his first soul ring, which appeared to be inherently bestowed by the Hellfire Lotus martial spirit. Thus, He was uncertain about the specific soul beast from which it derived. Subsequently, Gu Yechen continued, "The function of my second soul ring is mimicry. You must have guessed that the moon blade is not my martial spirit, and as for the soul beast it originates from, I am also unaware of its name." After a lengthy discourse, it seemed he had conveyed little of substance. Fran, feeling exasperated, shrugged his shoulders. Realizing that not knowing the source of the soul ring rendered the conversation rather futile. Meanwhile, the master gestured for Fran to refrain from pressing further, calmly stating, "I appreciate your response. Although you did not directly address the question I most wished to ask, I have nonetheless arrived at a conclusion regarding another matter. It is that an auxiliary soul master must hunt soul beasts possessing mimicry or mirroring abilities to attain offensive power. Am I mistaken?" No, Gu Yechen nodded in agreement. The reason Gu Yechen responded to the master's question was due to the influence of a particular theory proposed by the master, that plant martial souls can absorb the spirit rings of animal spirit beasts. This theory has indeed been documented in literature. Earlier, he was perplexed about how the other party discovered his secret, but when Flander addressed him as master, Gu Yechen suddenly realized that it was the renowned master. It was understandable that he could spot the flaw. "Flander, let us depart." The master gestured towards Flander. Aware that Gu Yechen was highly cautious, inquiring further about his martial soul would yield no results. Is this really how we leave? Flander felt somewhat discontented, wishing to recruit Gu Yechen into Shrek Academy. However, the master was well aware of Flander's intentions and shook his head lightly, saying, "Do not entertain such thoughts. He must belong to a distinguished academy. To nurture such an exceptional student undoubtedly indicates the presence of a reputable institution, and perhaps even a mentor whose theories rival my own. In this vast world, there are many gifted individuals. It is not solely the master who studies martial soul theory, and the theories of others are equally commendable." Time passed swiftly, and soon the sky grew dim. The group of 8 departed from the hotel, heading toward the Great Soul Arena. This team was the elite squad from the Tiando Royal Academy, led by teacher Qin Ming, also known as the Royal Battle Team, a cadre of seed competitors. As they journeyed, Yu Feng, a member whose martial soul was the Windbird, questioned, "What kind of opponents do you think we will face at the arena tonight?" Any opponent is inconsequential. They are bound to lose against us," boasted a man with the ghost leopard martial soul. Yu Feng nodded in agreement but turned to Yi Lingling, saying, "Lingling, if any of us get injured, you must prioritize treating me first." The Shimo brothers, Stone and Ink, interjected indignantly, "Why should Lingling treat you first when she is our group darling? If we are all hurt, shouldn't she treat everyone equally?" "Well, it's simply because I'm a bit more handsome," Yu Feng replied, somewhat narcissistically. He believed that with his charm, no woman could resist his allure, and he foolishly assumed Lingling was enamored with him. Enough of this nonsense. After winning for 3 consecutive days, I have a premonition that tonight's opponents will not be simple, teacher Qin Ming remarked, glancing back at the students with a mixture of fondness and exasperation. He admired their martial soul talents but was frustrated by their arrogance. Aside from the reticent Lingling, the others seemed overly proud. It appeared they would never mature without a few humbling experiences. Suddenly, Qin Ming recalled something and turned to Yu Feng and the Shimo brothers, saying, "Lingling already has a boyfriend, so please refrain from teasing her." "What? The group darling has a boyfriend?" Yu Feng shook his head in disbelief, pressing Lingling to clarify. "Lingling, tell me this isn't true." Lingling lowered her head, remaining silent. Yu Feng's domineering nature made him anxious that she might attract trouble with Gu Yechen, which was why she had previously claimed Gu Yechen was merely a distant relative, an indirect means of protecting him. Qin Ming halted his steps and said to Yi Lingling, "Admitting you have a boyfriend is not a problem. It will deter others from pursuing you." He understood that Lingling was usually quiet and burdened with her thoughts, often distracted during training. Once she let go of her worries, she might focus better in the future. Upon hearing teacher Qin Ming's words, Lingling finally lifted her head and acknowledged, "Yes, I do have a boyfriend. So, Yu Feng, please do not overthink it. I truly appreciate your care lately." How infuriating. Yu Feng's expression shifted ominously as realization dawned on him. No wonder Lingling, who was usually indifferent, was unresponsive to his charms. The last gift he had given her was turned down. She had likely hidden a pretty boy from him. Yu Feng's resolve hardened. He would eventually make Lingling's boyfriend aware of the disparity between them. "Even though I find it difficult to accept this reality, I shall congratulate you, Lingling. It appears I have no competition with your boyfriend," Yu Feng said, feigning a cheerful demeanor. Lingling furrowed her brows and asked, "You're not upset, are you? I believe you will encounter someone even better in the future. Rest assured, I, Yu Feng, have never been short of admirers. Why would I be upset? Congratulations are in order." Although Yu Feng's words were light-hearted, a shadow lurked in his eyes, revealing a more ruthless side beneath his jovial exterior. The Shimo brothers exchanged glances. Having initially thought Yu Feng would be their main rival, only to discover the true competitor was someone else entirely. Shimo curiously inquired, Lingling, is your boyfriend handsome? What noble family does he belong to? Surely, someone who can win your affection must possess formidable abilities. Lingling affirmed, my boyfriend is indeed handsome. But his charm extends beyond mere appearance. His unparalleled demeanor makes him increasingly attractive. For some reason, being with him evokes emotions and thoughts within me, as if I owe him a debt from a past life. When I see him smile, I smile. When he is sorrowful, I too feel his sadness. As for his background and strength, he does not hail from a prominent family or noble lineage, so those aspects are quite ordinary. I can share no more than this. I hope you understand my need for discretion. Yu Feng inquired solemnly, what is his name? Lingling replied, Gu Yechen, with teacher Qin Ming's assurance. Lingling felt compelled to dispel any lingering thoughts from others. Surely Yu Feng would not seek trouble with Gu Yechen, especially since he had just claimed he was never short of girlfriends. This should suffice to ensure peace. Gu Yechen, is it? Very well. The wind quietly etched this name into memory. Along the journey, inquiries regarding Yi Lingling's privacy were not in short supply, and gossip surrounding Yu Tianheng also surfaced. Tianheng, I have heard that you are the most formidable heir of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Does this not imply that you are destined to become the future patriarch of the family? A subtle smile graced Tianheng's lips. His innate talent was sufficient to feed his pride, and his silence served as an affirmation. Gue Bao, with envy, remarked, in terms of identity and status, Tianheng is indeed the noblest among us present. Casting a glance at Duguian, Gue Bao jested, it seems our Yun has found a splendid abode. Duguian smiled brightly. She was exceedingly content with her partner. Thus far, among her peers, none could rival Tianheng's extraordinary talent. However, she playfully retorted, do not call me Yun Yun. Who is your Yun Yun? I am your vice captain. Should you dare be impudent again, be wary that I shall summon Captain Yu Tianheng to deal with you. Osro quickly waved his hand. No. There is no need for the captain to intervene. Your phosphorus snake venom alone is enough to incapacitate me. Among those present, how many can endure such poison? Beside them, Sure Mo concurred. Duguian is indeed fortunate to be associated with a prominent family. Sure Mo nodded in agreement. Since Lingling has found a partner, I too wish to embrace a life of ease. If I were to encounter a daughter of a great sect, such as from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, that would also be delightful. Do not spout nonsense. Yun Yun's background is commendable as well. Her grandfather is none other than the renowned poison Douluo, Diggybo, who serves under the Prince of Snow Star, holding a status far superior to that of a duke conferred by the Empire. Nearby, the wind interjected. After all, you are noble scions. Why speak of living off others? If one must eat, let it be of steel, preferably the kind that could shatter teeth. The wind's remark was a veiled jab at Gu Yechen, who, lacking noble birth, had no right to court Lingling, a beauty of such caliber. A mere cold dish would suffice. To aspire for a life of ease is quite audacious. The brothers Sure Mo and Sure Mei shrugged in resignation. While it is said that a person is iron and food is steel, one need not indulge in steel cuisine. We shall abstain from this dog food. The sky had darkened completely, and the Imperial fighting team led by Qin Ming had arrived at the Grand Soul Arena. The group of 8 first sought out the noble families who had summoned them, securing a handsome commission along with detailed information about their opponents. Each member received a copy of this information. Upon entering the 3rd VIP room, the group reclined on genuine leather sofas before perusing the competitors' profiles. The Shrek 7 Monsters team. Iron Fighting Soul Badge. Origin unknown. Names undisclosed. All members identified by titles. Since the commencement of the tournament, they have achieved an unblemished record of 27 consecutive victories. Advantages. All possess optimal soul ring configurations. Note, the thousand-hand Shura requires special attention. According to intelligence, there may be soul bones in play. Captain, Evil Eye White Tiger. Martial Soul, White Tiger, level, 38 Assault Type Soul Master. Vice Captain, Thousand-hand Shura, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, level, 32 Control Type Soul Master. Team Member, Softbone Charming Rabbit. Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, level, 31 Assault Type Soul Master. Team Member, Sausage Specialty, Martial Soul, Sausage, level, 31 Support Type Weapon Soul Master. Team Member, Evil Fire Phoenix. Martial Soul, Evil Phoenix, level, 28 Assault Type Soul Master. Team Member, Nether Spirit Cat, Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat, level 28 Agility type Soul Master. Team member, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile. Martial Soul, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Tower, level 27 Support type Weapon Soul Master. Upon reviewing the opponent's profiles, Gu Yechen could not suppress a chuckle. Captain, is this truly the profile of tonight's adversaries? How is it that 3 of them have yet to attain Soul Ancestor status? Are you certain we have the correct information? The Wind nodded in agreement. Has the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City truly run out of capable Silver Fighting Soul teams? What does it mean to send an Iron Fighting Soul team against us? Chapter 75. Mutual Analysis. Qin Ming, the team leader, spoke gravely. The information is accurate. Please observe the note above. 27 consecutive victories. Though they currently bear the Iron Fighting Soul badge, the Grand Soul Arena has preemptively granted them the qualification for the Silver Fighting Soul badge. Moreover, this Blue Silvergrass Soul Master requires particular caution. The Soul Bone is secondary. The crucial factor lies in this individual's exceptional control abilities. Blue Silvergrass? Humph. Gu Yechen scoffed. No matter how powerful the Blue Silvergrass Martial Soul may be, it remains a worthless martial soul. What is there to be wary of? Is he any more formidable than our Tianheng? Do not underestimate your opponents. Qin Ming pointed at the name of Thousand Hand Shura, stating, the Shrek 7 Monsters team once triumphed over the Mad Battle team, primarily due to this individual. The Mad Battle team? The one that can contend evenly with us through sheer ferocity? The Wind expressed incredulously. Without Lingling's support and their reckless, head-on tactics, we might have faced a harrowing struggle. Indeed, with Lingling's comprehensive healing skills backing them, they can charge forward without fear. Even in the face of the Mad Battle team's frenzied state, they remain undeterred. Should they sustain injuries, they merely recover afterward. How did they manage such feats? Everyone was astonished. The Mad Battle team's frenzied state rivaled that of a soul sect. And while the side effects were significant, it was undeniably a formidable team. Given a bit more time, attaining the Silver Fighting Soul status would be inevitable. Qin Ming reminded, in terms of individual prowess, aside from their captain and vice-captain, the other members do not stand out significantly. However, in terms of team synergy, you are still far from their level as their leader is that master. Furthermore, pay attention to their 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Soul Master. If possible, prioritize eliminating her. One more thing. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, you must not maim your opponents. This is my requirement of you, especially you, Yun. If they fall victim to your poison, once they concede or the battle concludes, you must immediately provide them with an antidote. As for the reason, I will explain after the battle concludes. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door, followed by a service personnel announcing, Esteemed Captain, someone is seeking you outside. You all stay here and await the impending battle. I shall step out for a moment. Qin Ming turned to leave, as he had some necessary social engagements with the noble families of Soto City. Yet, upon reaching the door, he was taken aback to find not the noble families, but Gu Yechen instead. Ah, it is you. What brings you here? Qin Ming recognized Gu Yechen as Yi Lingling's young man. Gu Yechen spoke earnestly. Teacher Qin, I am profoundly grateful for your past kindness. The dark iron arm guards you bestowed upon me have proven immensely beneficial. Indeed, no one dares to trouble me at school any longer. However, the gambling duels at the Great Soul Arena are exceedingly perilous, often resulting in either death or injury. I cannot bear the thought of Lingling being harmed in any way. Teacher Qin, might I beseech you to refrain from participating in such dangerous wagers in the future? Gu Yechen conversed with Captain Qin Ming in a tone imbued with both pleading and negotiation. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively, stating, that is not feasible. We have already reached an agreement with the noble families of Soto City, and as per our arrangement, we must secure 10 victories before departing. This is only our 4th match. Observing Gu Yechen's anxious expression, Qin Ming smiled and added, I understand that you are Lingling's boyfriend and that your concern for her is entirely justifiable. However, you must remember this. No soul master can enjoy perpetual tranquility. It is through fervent combat that they must forge their path. If they do not face danger now, how will they cope when confronted with similar crises in the future? Thus, a sense of urgency is the finest training for honing a soul master's reflexes and mental fortitude. Moreover, every soul master must eventually acquire their soul rings, which entails facing life and death challenges while hunting ferocious soul beasts. Have you forgotten how I once explained this to you? Lingling possesses extraordinary talent, and I believe you wish to witness her at her most brilliant. In just 1 year, the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent will take place. And I must ensure that my team members mature swiftly. Otherwise, they will be unable to bring honor to the royal family of the Tiando Empire. Therefore, I cannot acquiesce to your request. You have your aspirations, and I have my responsibilities. Very well, Gu Yechen nodded, aware that he was merely a student without any significant standing. It was already a privilege to engage in civil discourse with them. Qinming said sternly, "All right. You should return now. Although I am uncertain as to why you are here, I must inform you that the Royal Combat Team's group battle is about to commence. During the competition, I do not wish for Lingling to be influenced by you. If she becomes distracted and sustains an injury, it would be quite unfortunate. You are aware that Lingling's constitution is somewhat fragile, and any injury would necessitate a lengthy recovery period." Gu Yechen remained silent for a moment, nodding slightly, his lonely silhouette exuding an air of desolation. He had come in search of Lingling, yet he did not wish to disrupt her performance. Thus, purchasing a ticket for her team battle might be the greatest support he could offer. In the Central Duhan Arena's VIP lounge, the Shrek 7 monsters, led by Tang San, were diligently analyzing the data on their opponents for the evening to devise a flawless strategy. The master relayed his conversation with Supervisor Ao to the Shrek 7 monsters and Flinder without alteration. Initially, Flinder had assumed that the subsidy for tonight's team battle would be merely 500 gold soul coins per person, but he was taken aback to learn of an additional victory reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. Naturally, if they were to lose, that reward would vanish. Flinder frowned slightly, saying, "I say, Xiao Gang, you shouldn't have agreed so easily to Supervisor Ao. If we had negotiated further, we could have secured more than 10,000 gold soul coins. The Grand Duhan Arena might offer even greater rewards." The master replied calmly, 10,000 gold soul coins is already a significant amount. Furthermore, I have analyzed that our Shrek 7 monsters have less than a 30% chance of winning. Whether we can achieve ultimate victory remains uncertain. For them, this is an exceptionally arduous battle, and the key to victory lies with Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Qing. Then the master turned to Tang San, saying, "Although I do not permit you to use those special hidden weapons, you may still employ the 8 spider lances." Tang San, the master's prized disciple, endowed with exceptional talent and dual martial souls, had developed a unique set of concealed weapons that were nearly impossible to defend against. This individual was the same blacksmith whom Gu Yechen had encountered at the blacksmith shop in Notting City. Qian Shuazhura Tang San. Upon hearing the master's instructions, Tang San nodded, indicating that he would forego the use of hidden weapons. In a wager, there are no distinctions between life and death. It is solely a matter of seizing the opponent's life. He intended to use his own crafted hidden weapons to demonstrate what true cruelty entailed. When he first enrolled at Notting Academy, he had encountered an insolent doorman, and had it not been for the master's intervention, that individual would have likely become a corpse. As the soul of the Shrek 7 monsters, he naturally needed to study their opponents meticulously and devise countermeasures. However, he still needed to consult the master. "Master, I have heard of the captain's Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul. It is a hereditary martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, renowned as one of the most formidable beast martial souls, possessing tremendous offensive capabilities. However, what abilities does the Vice Captain Dugwian's Emerald Phosphor Snake martial soul possess? Since it is a control type, how does she exert control?" Chapter 76. The cutest bunny is poison. The master's lips twitched slightly. Poison can serve as a powerful offensive tool. As well as a means of control, it primarily depends on the user's capabilities. The master then turned to Flinder, stating, "In today's continent, who else has made a name for themselves with the Emerald Phosphor Snake martial soul, aside from that one? Are you referring to the Emerald Phosphor Douluo Dugubo?" Flinder's eyes widened, as if he had come to a realization. Dugwian? Dugubo? They could very well be related. Beside him, Daimubai added, "I know of this. The Emerald Phosphor Douluo is also known as the Poison Douluo, infamous for being the most troublesome poison master." "Indeed, that is the one," the master nodded. "And since Dugwian bears the surname Dug, I believe you can infer their relationship. Therefore, your opponents this time are quite formidable. We can win." Tang San, seated on the sofa, suddenly stood up and stated earnestly, "If the opponent relies solely on snake venom for control, then I can completely counter it. As long as I neutralize the snake venom, their team will effectively be one control-type soul master short. If we cannot secure victory under such circumstances, then we, the Shrek 7 monsters, are unworthy of our title. Do not underestimate them." Although the master was aware that Tang San's hidden weapons were coated with lethal poison and that he was a master of toxins, the Emerald Phosphor Snake venom was no ordinary poison. Even Oscar's detoxifying sausage would be rendered powerless against it. How could Tang San counter it? The master continued. "In addition to their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, an emerald phosphor snake soul master. We must also pay extra attention to the two soul masters with the Xuanwu turtle martial soul. The Xuanwu turtle was once a martial soul that could rival the blue lightning tyrant dragon. However, their clan has since fallen into decline, leading the world to forget their once formidable legacy. At that moment, a beautiful girl with the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul raised her hand, saying, "Master, may I offer an additional suggestion?" The master glanced at the charming girl before him, named Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the current head of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, and once the most audacious little witch. "Rongrong, feel free to speak." With the master's permission, Ning Rongrong continued, "In the battle, our primary target should be the 9-heart begonia soul master." "Oh, why is that?" The master appeared puzzled. Having studied martial souls for decades, he had yet to encounter the 9-heart begonia martial soul directly, but he could anticipate that it possessed only healing capabilities. Although a 9-heart begonia soul master could restore their teammates, it posed no substantial threat to their own side, especially since Oscar, a dual-purpose recovery soul master, was also among the Shrek 7 monsters. Ning Rongrong's expression grew serious as she recalled her father's conversation with Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa. "I am aware of this 9-heart begonia martial soul. It has emerged only in recent decades and is said to be a singular lineage, possessing only one ability, area-wide healing. Moreover, the extent of healing is controlled by the soul master's intent. The more soul rings they possess, the stronger the healing, allowing severely injured individuals to recover up to 90% of their condition almost instantly." Instant recovery? The master was indeed unfamiliar with this martial soul. Realizing it had only recently appeared and was a singular lineage, he could not possibly be well-versed in every martial soul. "My father once mentioned that as long as a 9-heart begonia soul master is present, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the opponent to perish. If the 9-heart begonia soul master belongs to a significant family, they could even usurp the 7 treasures glazed tile's position as the strongest support." If the 9 treasures had still existed, Ning Rongrong did not continue. But it was evident she acknowledged that the 7 treasures glazed tile could not rival the 9-heart begonia. Perhaps the 9 treasures glazed tile could surpass this exceptional martial soul. The master's brow furrowed briefly before he waved his hand dismissively. If the opposing team also possessed an enhancement-type support, he could not guarantee that unforeseen events would not occur. However, if the support was solely healing-oriented, he was certain that the remaining 10%, which could not be restored, would be internal injuries, indicating that this martial soul indeed had its vulnerabilities. Remember, only by unifying your strengths can you bridge the gap in levels. The master's expression was grave as he declared, "Tang San, you will be in charge of devising the strategy for this match." Nodding, Tang San realized that since his teacher entrusted him with command, there must be unspoken concerns, particularly regarding the blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master, which had cast a shadow over his expression. "Third brother, what are your thoughts?" The individual in question is named Ma Hongjun, also known as the Evil Fire Phoenix. His martial spirit is inherently imbued with malevolent flames, categorizing it as a mutated spirit. When these flames manifest, he must retreat to a place akin to a brothel to contain them. After being bested by a soul master named Douluo in such an establishment, Tang San and Xiao Wu aided him in regaining his dignity, leading to his unwavering loyalty towards Tang San. Using the chessboard beside them as an analogy, Tang San lifted the strongest piece and said, "Our levels may not match those of our adversaries. Thus, we must refrain from direct confrontation and instead employ strategy. The crux of victory hinges upon the captain of the Imperial fighting team, Yu Qianheng, whose strength is formidable, boasting a soul power level of 39, surpassing even that of Dai. Should we succeed in shattering this sharp spear, the balance of victory will inevitably tilt in our favor. Given that their lineage stems from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he will undoubtedly possess his own pride. We shall exploit their most treasured asset and utterly dismantle it." However, Ning Rongrong shook her head, expressing a differing opinion. "But what shall we do about the 9-heart sea buttercup soul master? If we do not neutralize her, we will never be able to completely vanquish their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon soul master. Indeed, without addressing their auxiliary soul master, we cannot hope to break this most formidable spear." Tang San waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Since we all recognize the necessity of prioritizing the auxiliary soul master, our opponents will surely anticipate our intentions. They will allocate personnel to safeguard her. Thus, we shall turn the tables by targeting their offensive soul master while they are preoccupied with her protection. As for her subsequent healing, worry not. I have made other arrangements." "All right." Rongrong nodded obediently. Beside them, Oscar reassured, "Rongrong, We should have faith in Xiao San. Are you not confident in his tactical prowess? Here. Have a sausage to calm your nerves. Oscar rubbed his hands together and recited a rather dubious incantation. I possess a magnificent sausage. Observing the bright red super recovery sausage, Rongrong found herself unable to eat. Uncle Sausage, please refrain from being so lewd. Outside of battle, we can refuse your sausage. How distasteful. Xiao jested, seemingly enjoying teasing Oscar. Oscar, of course, dared not retort directly. Previously, when the bear-like Zhao Wujia bullied Xiao Wu, Tang San had been ready to confront Zhao with great fervor. Oscar even suspected that Tang San's most potent weapon was not his hidden weapons, but rather Xiao Wu. If she were harmed, his power would increase exponentially. That was his ace in the hole. However, upon noticing Ma Hongjun snickering nearby, Oscar suddenly devised a clever strategy to counter Xiao Wu. Fatty. If we win the match, how should we celebrate? A feast, of course. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. Great. I adore feasting. What shall we eat? Who's treating? Oscar chuckled. How about we indulge in braised rabbit heads? The flavor is exquisite, and I shall treat. Oscar knew very well that Xiao Wu despised when others consumed rabbit heads in her presence, as her favorite foods were radishes and greens. She never touched meat. Oscar even speculated that Xiao Wu might be a rabbit transformed. White rabbits. They are so adorable. Upon hearing the proposed dish, Xiao Wu's eyes turned misty, and she became visibly upset. It was unexpected that this extremely domineering leader harbored such a vulnerability. Xiao Ao, from now on, do not mention rabbit heads in front of Xiao Wu. And you, fatty, if you must eat, do so discreetly. Do not let Xiao Wu see. Tang San intended his suggestion to be kind, but Xiao Wu only grew more despondent, questioning what it meant to eat discreetly. Thus, Tang San quickly shifted the topic, extending his palm downward and declaring, we must win this time, let us give it our all. The others, seeing this, also extended their palms, joining together in solidarity, affirming their invincibility. However, when Dai Mubai's palm touched Zhu Zhuqing's soft hand, he was met with a fierce glare that deterred him from getting any closer. What a fierce tigress! Dai Mubai thought helplessly, as this woman had a complicated history with him. Flender interjected, all right, time is of the essence, little monsters. Head to the warm-up area and await your turn. You must secure victory. The Academy's funding relies on your success. Understood. The group nodded in unison. Chapter 77. As an observer as for everything occurring in the VIP room, Gu Yechen was blissfully unaware. He had simply come to purchase tickets for the Central Grand Seoul Arena. Generally, a single gold coin could buy tickets for several matches. But Gu Yechen opted for a ticket to just one team battle, making it relatively inexpensive. The architecture of the Central Grand Seoul Arena resembled a bird's nest, with the battle platform boasting a diameter of over 70 meters and a spectator capacity of approximately 30,000. At this moment, the audience area was nearly filled to capacity, with resplendent golden lights shimmering above the battle platform. Subsequently, a beam of light descended from the heavens, and the referee appeared on stage as if performing magic. This evening's referee was a sweet-looking woman, elegantly dressed in a long gown, her ample bosom and slender waist captivating the audience, with some having specifically come to see her. She gracefully floated above the ground, her white wings fluttering gently, suggesting that her martial spirit was likely a white dove. Then, the host, holding a microphone, spoke with clarity. It is my honor to once again greet all esteemed guests. This Silver Soul battle will be entirely under my supervision. I am your host, Douluo, and I hope all distinguished guests will witness a spectacular contest this evening. Now, please direct your attention to the screen for the contestants' information. Douluo skillfully interpreted the details displayed on the screen. Both teams appeared equally matched in potential for victory. The Shrek 7 monsters had advanced to Silver Soul battles within a month, remaining undefeated, while the Imperial Fighting Team also demonstrated remarkable prowess with a distinct level advantage. Following Dodo's commentary, the competitors from both sides entered the arena through their respective entrances. The Imperial Fighting Team donned varied attire, yet their appearances were strikingly handsome and beautiful. Ling Ling, go for it, Gu Yechen whispered, unable to restrain himself from murmuring as he gazed at the nearly perfect figure of Ling Ling. Conversely, the Shrek 7 monsters wore matching attire, their green masks completely obscuring their faces, symbolizing their unique taste. Shrek, let us go. In the stands, spectators waved glowing sticks to cheer for the Shrek team. For the odds were heavily in their favor. Should they triumph, those cheering would also reap rewards. At present, Gu Yechen was merely an ordinary audience member, and the distinction between his position on the soul fighting stage and that of the crowd below was stark. This afternoon, when he faced off against Xiao Qinyu, he found himself in a state of semi-consciousness, unaware of Xiaoqinyu's hidden cards and not particularly inclined to probe for them. He simply awaited the opponent's assault. After all, when faced with the tide, one must build a dam. When soldiers arrive, one must prepare for battle, without concern for the advantages of the first move or the perils of the second. A seemingly simple action observed by the audience may have been meticulously analyzed by those on stage. Indeed, the one embroiled in the situation may be bewildered, while the onlooker sees clearly. As the host announced the commencement of the soul fight, both teams simultaneously activated their martial spirits. It appeared that the captains of both teams were eager for a direct confrontation, as if a clash between men was an indispensable prelude to resolution. At this moment, Gu Yechen, as an observer, could discern the intentions of both sides. The royal fighting team aimed to swiftly eliminate the blue-silver grass soul master of their opponents, while the Shrek 7 monsters sought to neutralize their captain, Yu Tianheng. Suddenly, Gu Yechen's gaze sharpened. For the blue-silver grass soul master in the center evoked a sense of familiarity within him, as if he had encountered him before. It was him. Gu Yechen recollected the blacksmith apprentice he had encountered several months prior at the entrance of the forge in Nottingham. At that moment, he had already sensed the boy's extraordinary nature, though he could not quite articulate the source of his distinction. However, now, with his mental fortitude significantly enhanced, Gu Yechen could discern the boy's secret through the lens of his Scarlet Lotus martial soul. He was a dual martial soul bearer. To be candid, Gu Yechen himself was also a dual martial soul wielder. Yet, ever since the scythe martial soul was absorbed by the flower goddess, it had become utterly unusable. He could no longer summon the scythe, and the faint remnant of its shadow merely served to preserve his life. For a human's martial soul cannot be entirely severed from their being. Nevertheless, the integrity of his martial soul had diminished to less than 1/10,000th of its original state, with the remaining fragments wholly exchanged with the flower goddess. Although the hellish Scarlet Lotus martial soul was undeniably powerful and even capable of manifesting the forms of other martial souls, it was still not his own, rendering it less intuitive to wield than the scythe. Gu Yechen opened his empty palm, which once cradled a scythe, now occupied by a crimson lotus blossoming in the center. Gu Yechen shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. There exists no elixir of regret in this world, having chosen to exchange with the flower god. He resolved to uphold his convictions and steadfastly pursue the path of a soul master. Even without a twin martial soul, one could still ascend to greatness on this continent. With a subtle shift in intention, Gu Yechen quietly unleashed the power of his Crimson Lotus martial soul, dispersing it throughout every corner of the Grand Soul Arena. Although the weakening ability of this hellish Crimson Lotus martial soul was not particularly formidable, merely around 30%, it excelled in its capacity for discreet release, undetectable even by titled Douluos. As his mental prowess intensified, the extent of his influence expanded correspondingly, and now, encompassing the entirety of the central Grand Soul Arena was effortlessly within reach. Gu Yechen emanated the soul force of the hellish Crimson Lotus with two intentions. Firstly, to safeguard Lingling, as a 30% reduction would suffice for her to equate to a defensive soul master. Secondly, to discern the true nature of the thousand-handed Azura's martial soul. How could a twin martial soul wielder only reveal the blue silvergrass? What, pray tell, is the other? With a mere thought, Gu Yechen began to emulate the opponent's martial spirit, and at last, in a moment of transformation, a crimson lotus morphed into a pitch-black hammer. This formidable hammer felt exceedingly heavy in his grasp. Had it not been for the utilization of his ability to weaken, he might have found it unmanageable. Such a domineering martial spirit. Gazing upon the imposing black iron hammer, Gu Yechen experienced an unsettling sense of inadequacy. In the depths of his intuition, he sensed that this hammer was of the same caliber as his own hellish red lotus martial spirit. However, as his martial spirit was of a supportive nature, directly contending with this hammer would prove disadvantageous. Even though he had conjured such a hammer, its power was diminished to a mere 90% of the original. Gu Yechen found himself somewhat perplexed. Given the formidable nature of his opponent's hammer martial spirit, he wondered why it lacked any attached soul rings. Was it perhaps a strategy to ultimately possess soul rings of 10,000 years? If that were the case, when both reached the pinnacle of title Douluo, his physical prowess would undoubtedly pale in comparison. After all, his adversary boasted 18 soul rings to augment his attributes, while he himself had merely 9, placing him at a disadvantage against an equal-level opponent. Suddenly, the clash of battle erupted, shattering Gu Yechen's train of thought. He was compelled to extinguish his hammer and refocus his attention on the soul-fighting platform. As the resonant roar of dragons and tigers filled the air, the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit collided with the white tiger martial spirit. Both sides required morale, the fiercer the captain, the more overwhelming the momentum for their team. Unfortunately, the captain known as the evil-eyed white tiger appeared to have suffered a significant setback, being forced back several paces after a single exchange. Seeing this, Yu Tianheng was elated, eager to press the advantage. However, to his dismay, he fell into a trap mere steps into his advance, finding himself surrounded. What a masterful tactic! Gu Yechen observed that the reason the Shrek 7 monsters could encircle Yu Tianheng was entirely due to the control prowess of that blue-silver grass soul master. He entwined the blue-silver grass around his teammates' waists, manipulating it with an ease akin to that of an arm. Chapter 78. It is a joy to see you. How on earth did he achieve this? Gu Yechen was once again astonished by this fellow. It seemed that this lad harbored other hidden talents. Gu Yechen's conjecture was not incorrect. The power utilized by Qianshou Xiaoluo did not originate from this world, but rather from the Tang sect's ultimate techniques of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Furthermore, the opponent possessed the skills of ghostly shadow and mysterious disguise, as well as the purple extreme demon eye for protection. Additionally, one must not overlook the lethal weapons he crafted. Quite intriguing. A faint smile graced Gu Yechen's lips. Among his peers, the individual who could astonish him twice was indeed the first of their kind. On the battle arena, Yu Tianheng found himself besieged by the entirety of the Shrek 7 monsters, and in an instant, he was consumed by a furious embarrassment. His first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, was unleashed ruthlessly upon their captain. Confident in his ability to vanquish the malevolent-eyed white tiger, Yu Tianheng believed that his first soul skill would double his offensive power. Even encircled by his foes, he remained unperturbed, for the royal fighting team had Yu Lingling, a restoration-type auxiliary soul master, at their side. Thus, it could be said without hesitation that he was the one encircling the Shrek 7 monsters, with a promising chance to annihilate them. With a thunderous shout, he proclaimed, Wrath of Thunder. This formidable skill was Yu Tianheng's third soul skill of a millennium, capable of affecting all opponents within its range with a tyrannical lightning strike that also induced paralysis. However, his well-laid plans appeared to be unraveling, as the opposing soul master wielding the 7 treasures glazed tile unexpectedly amplified their captain, the malevolent-eyed white tiger, with a dual enhancement of 30% in strength and speed. This 38th level beast now rivaled a 40th level soul master, and his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, could further augment all attributes, resulting in an explosive surge of power. Fatty, Phoenix Fireline. Now, upon hearing Tang Xin's command, Ma Hongjun immediately unleashed flames imbued with attachment capabilities, swiftly creating a fiery path directed towards Yu Lingling. They were compelled to abandon their pursuit and protect the auxiliary soul master. This diversion granted the Shrek 7 monsters ample time to overwhelm their captain. Danger loomed. Gu Yechen perceived that the fire emitted by the corpulent figure was particularly peculiar and insidious. While Lingling lacked the means to defend herself and could only rely on her teammates for protection. However, the very person tasked with safeguarding her was Yu Feng, who, at that moment, did not step forward, as he believed that providing assistance in times of abundance was less meaningful than offering help in times of need. He resolved to act only when her life was in imminent peril, convinced that such a display would compel her to fall madly in love with him. Moreover, was she not already in a relationship? When crisis struck, where was her so-called boyfriend? The fiery onslaught, imbued with the ferocity of a fierce wind, bore down upon Yu Lingling, compelling her to summon all her spiritual energy to form a rudimentary shield. Yu Feng chuckled lightly, Lingling, it is futile. You will ultimately be rescued by me, so do not struggle. Yet, as Yu Feng indulged in his wild fantasies, the corpulent figure's phoenix flames abruptly halted, resembling a feeble insect, unable to advance even a fraction. It was evident that Gu Yechen had intervened, his power diminishing the impact of the flames by a substantial 30%. The Hell Red Lotus and the 7 treasure glazed tile provided assistance in markedly different ways. Although both offered around a 30% enhancement or reduction, the Hell Red Lotus delivered an all-encompassing reduction of martial spirit, while the 7 treasure glazed tile merely enhanced the soul rings unilaterally, creating a significant disparity. What was happening? Yu Feng was perplexed as to how the imminent threat of fire had suddenly dissipated, its potency diminished to a length shorter than Oscar's sausages. Suddenly, soothing words reached Lingling's ears, spoken by Gu Yechen. Lingling, do not be afraid. I will always be by your side to protect you. Although she could not see Gu Yechen, the familiarity of his voice brought an instant smile to Lingling's face, filling her with joy. Concerned, she inquired, Yechen, where are you? Gu Yechen replied, I watched your competition from the audience. By the way, that dress you wore today is rather short. I'm not fond of it. It seems I must buy you a long gown next time. TSK. Yulingling retorted with annoyance. How can you say that? The glass dress you gifted me last time was a fake. It tore just from a little movement during training. And I felt too embarrassed to wear it in front of my teammates. Below the stage, Gu Yechen scratched his head, feeling awkward as he said. It was because I lacked funds back then. How could 20 silver coins possibly purchase a genuine glass dress? Now, your future husband is quite wealthy. Once your competition concludes, I shall take you to experience the true venues frequented by the nobility. Lingling chuckled. I knew you were the best. However, do try to save a bit. Given your rank as a Grand Soul Master, the Spirit Hall only provides a stipend of 10 gold coins per month, which is rather meager. Yulingling had thought that Gu Yechen had managed to increase his monthly allowance from 1 gold soul coin to 10. Why must you always buy the finest things? Only to leave yourself with hardly enough for meals? What I need to see. Just being with you is enough. Gu Yechen was deeply moved, yet he cautioned. You must not participate in such perilous competitions again, even if you are representing the honor and facade of the Heavenly Do Empire. Do you comprehend the feelings that engulfed me upon seeing the names inscribed on the monument of the Soul Arena? Aha! Lingling felt a warmth in her heart. This taciturn fellow had finally begun to show concern for others. All right, I shall heed your words, but at least let us wait until this agreement concludes. We still have several gambling battles to partake in, and the breach of contract penalty amounts to a staggering 100,000 gold soul coins, which our Imperial fighting team cannot afford at present. Yulingling replied with a cheerful smile, rest assured, although these gambling battles are fraught with danger, the rewards are equally substantial. Once I accumulate 10,000 gold soul coins, I shall present them all to you, ensuring that you shall never go hungry again. Gu Yechen shook his head, refraining from further speech. He sensed that Lingling held genuine feelings for him, and it was indeed his privilege to be liked by such a sincere girl who bore no psychological defenses against him. Suddenly, Lingling cautioned, let's not discuss this now. I am still in the competition. You must refrain from using your special ability casually. If others discover it, our team will be branded as cheaters. And you must not assist me. Yulingling was aware of the peculiarities of Gu Yechen's martial soul and its unique capabilities, which came with significant drawbacks. When he suffered during his nocturnal transformation last time, she had been aware of it, but chose to feign ignorance upon witnessing his disheveled state after the incident. Since his martial soul was a gift from the flower goddess, it surely held great potential. It was merely that Gu Yechen had yet to fully develop it. Therefore, Yulingling wished to shield him from any troubles, even hesitating to mention her boyfriend in front of Yufeng. Upon hearing Lingling's directive, Gu Yechen withdrew the intangible soul power that he had dispersed throughout the soul arena. At that moment, although Ma Hongjuan's fiery attack had not been effective, it had nonetheless created a barrier of flames, preventing the opposing team members from providing support. Under the cover of the firewall, the members of the Imperial battle team could not discern Yu Tianheng's condition. Unsurprisingly, when they finally beheld the scene, the captain of the Imperial battle team, Yu Tianheng, was severely wounded and had suffered a broken arm from the onslaught of the Shrek 7 monsters. The sight of the gravely injured Yu Tianheng only served to infuriate his girlfriend, Gu Yechen. How dare you? I will kill you all. At this moment, Gu Yechen had completely forgotten the pre-battle strategy laid out by their captain, Qin Ming. Look, this is Gu Yechen's ultimate skill, the phosphor snake venom. In previous bouts, there have been contestants who succumbed to this poison and perished before they could be cured. Douluo's eyes widened as she exclaimed, is there going to be another death in this match? If they concede, they might save their lives, but would the Shrek 7 monsters easily admit defeat? Chapter 79. Who has intruded? Not good. Yin, stop. Qin Ming, observing from a high vantage point in the arena, was filled with alarm. If Gu Yechen were to kill a member of the Shrek 7 monsters, he would become a pariah in Shrek Academy. Having once studied at Shrek himself, he felt a sense of kinship with the younger students. How could he bear to let his Imperial battle team harm them? However, at that moment, Gu Yechen was oblivious to her captain's cries. As long as she unleashed the phosphor snake venom, combined with her specially developed soul technique, she could instantly vaporize the poison and envelop a designated area with it. This phosphor snake venom was extraordinarily toxic. Those below level 40 had little chance of resisting such venom. Once the poisonous mist touched an opponent's body, it would cause them to disintegrate into pus within moments. The purple toxin rapidly spread, yet Tang San, the thousand-hand Azura, wore a faint smile, exuding an air of disdain. It is merely a trivial phosphor snake venom. Watch how I counter your poison. He then produced a potent liquor infused with realgar, igniting it with Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire, and subsequently spreading it with Dai Mubai's white tiger's radiant wave. In an instant, The purple mist transformed into an intangible vapor, promptly vanishing without a trace. How was this possible? Gu Yechen shook her head in disbelief. How could her tried and true ultimate skill be so easily countered? Your poison is nothing more than a trivial technique. Tang San, as an outer disciple of the Tang sect, although he had stealthily learned a few things, was well aware of the potency of Tang sect's poisons. And thus, he boldly proclaimed his confidence. This cannot be real. Douluo, the announcer, was equally astonished, rendered speechless. A toxin capable of turning someone into pus in an instant had been thwarted. This contestant, the thousand-hand Azura, was truly remarkable, deserving of his title as the vice-captain of the Shrek 7 monsters. This unexpected turn of events caught not only Douluo and Qin Ming off guard, but even Master and Flinder had not anticipated such a clever countermeasure. If Gu Yechen were to face Gu Yechen, although he would not disintegrate, he would undoubtedly endure a considerable ordeal. At this moment, the morale of the Imperial battle team waned significantly. Their captain was severely injured, and their vice-captain's control had been rendered ineffective. How could they possibly continue fighting? Is a minor setback enough to instill fear in you all? Suddenly, Yilingling stepped forward, addressing the entire team in a solemn tone. She aimed not only to prove her abilities to the Imperial battle team, but also to showcase her most radiant self to Gu Yechen. Even if the vice-captain's poisonous mist was dispelled, did that render their previous training futile? Nine-hearted begonia? The master's eyes narrowed slightly. This soul master had slipped his mind. He was unfamiliar with this martial soul, but he had heard from Ning Rongrong that it was quite formidable, undoubtedly possessing a robust aspect. On the high platform, Qin Ming observed Yilingling quietly. All this while, she had maintained a demeanor of coldness and solitude, seemingly struggling to integrate with the team. Yet, in reality, she cared deeply for the safety of her companions. Even with Yu Tianning injured, as long as she was present, it would remain challenging for the opponents to eliminate him entirely. It was her presence that emboldened the Imperial battle team, despite sustaining internal injuries. Her ability to heal external wounds would allow their team members to maintain around 90% of their combat effectiveness. In other words, as long as her soul power was not depleted, her infinite healing ability could prevent her allies from dying. This time, it was quite rare for her to proactively encourage morale and advocate for continued combat. Yilingling gracefully waved her hand, and a mass of nine-hearted begonia, formed from her soul power, merged with Yu Tianheng's body. Tianheng felt his external wounds heal completely. Lingling is right. What are we waiting for? Everyone attack. The two sides confronted each other once more. The true team battle had only just begun. Yu Tianheng clashed fists with Dai Mubai again. Aware that his soul power could not be replenished, he refrained from using soul techniques, merely biding his time for an opportunity. Meanwhile, the ghost leopard Osro and the netherworld black cat Zhu Zhuqing began to compete in speed. Whoever was swifter would have the potential to inflict damage upon the other. Yufeng, too, found himself compelled to act. Seeing his teammates' fervor, he had to show a fraction of his true prowess, regretting the missed opportunity to heroically save the day earlier. Glancing at the rotund figure of Ma Hongjun, Yufeng seethed with anger, thinking, this detestable fellow must have spent too much time in the brothel. His Phoenix Fire's range is far too short. Third soul skill, winds rise and clouds gather. Yufeng's martial soul was the windbird, allowing him to harness the wind to launch attacks. As the windbird emitted its piercing cry, feathers formed from his soul power began to rain down like a barrage of arrows. This guy must have taken the wrong medicine. His attack angles are exquisitely devious, and his strikes are excessively vicious. Ma Hongjun, seeing no way to evade, could only frown and prepare to counter. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. However, Ma Hongjun was at a distinct disadvantage, lacking a full 8 levels of soul power compared to his opponent, and thus he was naturally no match for Yufeng. Fortunately, he had Oscar providing support behind him. Oscar's restorative sausages had a modicum of effectiveness, not only healing injuries but also augmenting soul power slightly. Ma Hongjun released his first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline, under a 30% enhancement from his second soul skill, Flame Phoenix, resulting in a power that was incomparable. At that moment, Yufeng furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why his opponent's first soul skill could contend with his third soul skill. Where had the previous feebleness vanished to? This was, quite simply, illogical. After a brief stalemate, Yufeng ultimately succumbed. For Ma Hongjun's strength was amplified not only by his own soul rings, but also by an additional 30% from the 7 treasures glazed tower. At this juncture, the might of the Phoenix Fireline was akin to that of a 4th soul ring skill of 5,000 years. Haha. Upon witnessing the Phoenix Fireline defeat Yufeng, Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged knowing glances before bursting into raucous laughter. Meanwhile, the situation of the soft-boned rabbit appeared dire. She lay severely injured and unconscious, having been battered by the brothers of the graphite stone. Tang San, cradling Xiaowu, seemed utterly enraged, his 8 spider lances instinctively extending, resembling a humanoid spider from a distance. It was a soul bone. The moment Tang San unleashed the 8 spider spear, Gu Yechen immediately recognized it as a soul bone. Had he not absorbed the torso soul bone, he would have been oblivious to its nature. Now, however, he identified it at a glance. Yet, this soul bone did not appear to be a torso soul bone. Could it be the external soul bone mentioned by Shui Binger? External soul bones do not belong to any of the 6 designated positions within the human body, but are exceptionally rare, only manifesting during the absorption of soul rings and cannot exist independently in the external world, nor can they be passed down as a legacy. Xiaowu. Upon seeing Xiaowu injured, the expressions of the Shrek 7 devils unified in an unusual manner. They were determined to make their opponents understand the consequences of harming Xiaowu. In addition to Tang San's 8 spider lances, the Shrek 7 devils possessed a secret weapon that even Dean Flander was unaware of, known only to Master. This was the spirit fusion technique, Netherworld White Tiger. Daimu Bai solemnly urged Zhu Zhiqing, utilize that move to reclaim some retribution for Xiaowu. Understood. Zhu Zhiqing promptly nodded. Unsurprisingly, with the incorporation of the spirit fusion technique, the royal fighting team was swiftly vanquished. Furthermore, Tang San, summoning the external soul bone, employed the exquisite footwork of Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to directly pierce the Graphite brothers with his 8 spider lances, then circled around to the rear of the royal fighting team, restraining Gu Yechen and forcing the team captain, Yu Tianheng, to concede. Immediately tend to my teammates, or else. Tang San pressed the sharp tip of his 8 spider lances against the delicate neck of Lingling, as though any closer would spell her doom. The 8 spider lances originated from the face-eating demon spider, whose venom was incomparable to ordinary phosphorescent snake poison, rivaling even the most potent of snake venoms. Aside from Lingling, nearly all members of the royal fighting team had been afflicted by the toxin of the 8 spider lances. Although Tang San had subdued everyone present with his strength, he had also incurred Gu Yecheng's ire, for his Lingling had been threatened. Tang San was willing to do anything to protect Xiaowu, and likewise, Gu Yechen was prepared to stir trouble for the sake of his beloved. As for the audacity to do so, fear had never been a word in his lexicon. Meanwhile, in the security room backstage, Supervisor Ao spoke in a low voice. Have we determined who intruded upon the arena and triggered the soul power alarm? Several Soul King level experts simultaneously shook their heads, affirming, during the match, no one entered the arena, and we have no idea why the alarm sounded without cause. It makes no sense. Supervisor Ao pondered, as only external soul power could trigger the alarm, which was connected to the protective barrier for the audience. Indeed, it was Gu Yecheng's doing. His soul power could penetrate the barrier and enter the arena. Chapter 80. Unforgettable. At this moment, the team battle had concluded, resulting in a victory for the Shrek 7 devils. Back in the resting room, the royal fighting team appeared listless, as though the loss had dealt a significant blow to their morale. I apologize, Captain. Yu Tianheng felt ashamed of his arrogance. Had it not been for his reckless solo charge, the royal fighting team would not have faced such disgrace. No, it was the opponent's treachery, orchestrating a plan that scattered our forces, preventing us from even realizing half of our training potential. Osro objected. No, strategy is a part of strength. A loss is a loss, with no excuses. And due to my impulsiveness, I neglected our pre-battle strategy. Had we prioritized eliminating the 7 treasures glazed Tower Soul Master? Even if they employed that Netherworld White Tiger technique, we could have withstood it. Qin Ming shook his head, solemnly declaring, the fault does not lie solely with you. Aside from minor flaws in your coordination, the opponent's strength is formidable. Take that 1,000-hand Azure Soul Bone as an example. Who among you could counteract its poison? Had he not retreated in time, even a moment's hesitation could have endangered your lives. If I am not mistaken, that is an external soul bone, far more precious than one of the 6 main soul bones. Though it does not directly confer soul skills, its indirect effects render you unable to resist. Damn it. That kid relied solely on external forces. If it were a genuine fight, we would have no reason to fear him, the Graphite brothers fumed, slamming their fists on the table, recalling how they had been restrained by the opponent's external soul bone. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. External power is still a part of the Soul Master's strength. He possesses not only the soul bone but also his exquisite footwork that does not even require the use of soul power. Who among you can achieve that? At this moment, the room fell silent, unable to refute his statement. giving you Tianhing's status and position. It was only a matter of time before he possessed a 10,000-year soul bone. Yet the means by which he executed that non-soul power ghost shadow misty step left them perplexed. Could it be a self-created soul skill? Well, perhaps this defeat is not entirely a bad thing. Your battles have been exceedingly smooth thus far, and this setback should serve as a valuable lesson. Qin Ming offered words of consolation, encouraging them to learn and grow from failure. By the way, you are free to arrange your evening as you wish. I have some acquaintances to meet. Flander, being the former mentor of Captain Qin Ming, was naturally someone he intended to visit. Just then, a man wearing sunglasses and appearing quite rotund entered the VIP room. He scanned his surroundings before casually remarking, "You have all disappointed me." This portly gentleman in sunglasses was the noble from Suatua City who had invited the royal fighting team to participate in the wager. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming bowed apologetically, saying, "I deeply regret that our team has lost, resulting in your lordship losing gold soul coins. We will make amends in our future matches." No more. The Earl, adorned with sunglasses, first stroked the ends of his mustache, then solemnly declared, "Someone has covered your breach of contract fee. You need not participate in the duel any longer. Furthermore, here is a reward of 80,000 gold coins for you to divide amongst yourselves." "I must take my leave now." Qin Ming furrowed his brow, pondering who could be so generous as to pay the breach fee. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss. For 100,000 gold soul coins was not a sum that could be casually offered. Nevertheless, this turn of events was fortuitous for Qin Ming, as his training for the Imperial battle team had achieved its intended outcomes. The only impediment to returning to the academy had been the ongoing duel. But now that it had concluded, he could finally fulfill the task assigned by the 3 committee members of the academy. Upon receiving the 8 black gold cards, each valued at 10,000 gold soul coins, Qin Ming divided them equally, granting each member their due reward. Yilingling gazed at her card with a smile, for she intended to gift it to her beloved Yechen. Though her family was not in want of wealth, this was her first earnings through her own efforts. And naturally, she wished to present it to the person she cherished most. Yilingling had contemplated purchasing herself a beautiful outfit. Yet she recognized that clothes paled in significance compared to Yechen. Knowing he was at the Great Soul Arena, and with Qin Ming's permission to arrange their evening freely, she felt compelled to seek him out. "Lingling, let us go out and celebrate tonight," Yufeng suggested. "We should revel in our newfound wealth. It is only fitting for nobles to enjoy themselves. Otherwise, how do we differ from the lowly commoners?" "No, I have other matters to attend to," Yilingling replied, shaking her head, softly muttering to herself. Only after Qin Ming departed did she stealthily slip out of the VIP room. The remaining companions exchanged glances, bemused by Lingling's apparent lack of team spirit. How would they achieve harmony in their future endeavors? Perhaps she truly had pressing matters to address. Oslo, adjusting his tousled hair with a flamboyant flair, remarked, "Let her be. Come, let us indulge." "Indulge? We cannot ignore our injuries. No celebrations tonight," Yufeng retorted, clearly irritated. Jealousy simmering within him, as he suspected Yilingling was off to meet her boyfriend. "Curse that wretched fellow," he muttered angrily. He had long harbored feelings for Yilingling, considering her his own, and could not abide by another's claim. Unbeknownst to him, he was the one who was superfluous. As Yilingling exited the VIP room, she encountered Gu Yechen at the corridor's bend. They both exchanged gentle smiles, and this time, Yilingling could no longer contain herself. She dashed towards him. Gu Yechen opened his arms to embrace her as she leapt into him. Lingling's figure was delightful, and the embrace felt incredibly comforting. Gu Yechen lightly pressed his forehead against hers, while Lingling's cheeks flushed crimson. "What brings you to Soto City?" she inquired, still wrapped in his arms. "Shouldn't you be studying at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy? How is it that you have this freedom?" Gu Yechen gently brushed Lingling's nose and remarked, "Is it not all for you?" Gu Yechen revealed his entry into the Royal Reserve team and the wager he made with Captain Wang Li. "Do you think of me every day?" Yilingling asked sweetly, her delicate hands entwining around Gu Yechen's neck. "Of course, if I didn't think of you, why would I come looking for you?" Gu Yechen replied, slightly exasperated. "Hiki." Yilingling smiled charmingly and kissed the corner of Gu Yechen's mouth, playfully adding, "A reward for you." Gu Yechen, in a state of exasperation, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, followed by a roll of his eyes as he jested. "Isn't this reward rather meager? It should at least amount to this." Observing Gu Yechen's vow-like gesture, Yilingling chuckled. "No, if I give you too much, I'm afraid you might become arrogant. I must diligently adhere to the wisdom entrusted to me by my aunt. Only in this way can we remain together forever." Gu Yechen's brows furrowed in frustration. Indeed, his mother was assisting her in dealing with him. He had suspected as much previously when his mother had reprimanded him. It was, after all, her doing. Gu Yechen feigned anger and exclaimed, "Are you concealing something from me? What did you say about Anne earlier? It seems there is some secret." Flustered, Lingling resembled a startled rabbit, hastily shaking her head and insisting, No, I am not hiding anything from you. I simply misspoke earlier. There is nothing." Ready to showcase her acting skills, she thought. Who was afraid of whom? Gu Yechen maintained an expression of anger. However, when Lingling's soft, cherry-like lips pressed fully against his mind went blank, rendering him incapable of continuing the act. Surely, this gesture was a sufficient reward. At that moment, Lingling's cheeks flushed crimson. Her inherent shyness made such boldness a true testament to her deep affection for Gu Yechen. Gu Yechen gently touched the corner of his mouth. Momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he chuckled, "You actually stuck out your tongue. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Yi Lingling felt utterly embarrassed and instantly erupted in frustration, attempting to explain, "Forget about that kiss just now. Yes, just forget it. But it cannot be forgotten." Gu Yechen placed his hand over his heart and replied solemnly, "Because it resides here." It was then that Yi Lingling realized he was not repulsed by her. He was merely jesting. Chapter 81. The Soto auction house. Observing Yi Lingling's cheeks flush even deeper, Gu Yechen knew he could no longer tease her, lest she wished to vanish into the ground. Gu Yechen gazed quietly at Yi Lingling, whose large and captivating eyes, complemented by her adorable Ijiosao, seemed to embody a radiant essence capable of dispelling all malevolence, akin to a brilliant sun. Yi Lingling had once remarked that Gu Yechen was the most resplendent star in her night sky. In turn, Gu Yechen had expressed that Yi Lingling was the last glimmer of dawn in his darkness. Lingling's long eyelashes appeared to have been bestowed upon her to safeguard her enchanting, luminous gaze. Gu Yechen's fate unknowingly began to resemble that of those delicate eyelashes, for he too was destined to protect such a pair of exquisite eyes. "Come, let me take you to see the world." Gu Yechen took the delicate, jade-like hand of Yi Lingling and led her toward the most bustling street in Suatua City, where stood an opulent edifice. "Wait a moment, I have something for you," Lingling said, handing over the recently acquired black gold card, valued at 10,000 gold soul coins. Gazing at the card in his hand, Gu Yechen found himself in a blend of amusement and exasperation. After all, his wealth had now reached a staggering 100 million gold soul coins, making him extraordinarily affluent, though not quite rivaling the heavenly empire. It was equivalent to the fortune of a small principality, including the penalties he had already settled. Nonetheless, he graciously accepted the card, resolving to bestow upon her a more extravagant gift later. Before long, the pair arrived at the most vibrant avenue of Suatua City. There, they beheld a semicircular structure, which, from the outside, resembled an inverted bowl resting upon the ground. Observing the peculiar architecture, Yi Lingling inquired, "Is this where you brought me to see the auction house?" "Never mind, the items inside are far too expensive. We should leave." Lingling was well aware that the entire Ballot Kingdom housed only 2 auction houses, although they paled in comparison to the prestigious Tiando auction house in Tiando City. The requirement of possessing an asset certificate worth 10,000 gold coins was remarkably stringent. Without it, entry was utterly unattainable. Qin Ming had once wished to bring the Imperial Battle Team members into the Tiando auction house, but apart from Tian Heng and Gu Yechen, the rest were virtually disqualified due to their status as students, who rarely had such disposable wealth. Gu Yechen was undoubtedly aware that Yi Lingling had never set foot in such an auction house. "Let us proceed inside and take a look." Gu Yechen grasped the somewhat chilly hand of Yi Lingling, initially furrowing his brow before unceremoniously placing it into his own pocket. Yi Lingling, in turn, felt a flicker of warmth, her other hand gently entwining around Gu Yechen's wrist, her head slightly tilting towards his shoulder. "Be frugal, after all. This is the hard-earned wealth of your future wife," she conveyed through a gentle squeeze on his wrist, implying that it was acceptable to explore, but not to squander all 10,000 gold soul coins. Feeling a sharp twinge in his wrist, Gu Yechen could not help but grimace, remarking, "So, my Lingling has a tendency towards violence, I see. I shall endeavor to spend less." The pair approached the entrance of the auction house, only to be halted by a tall female attendant. The attendant stepped forward and inquired, "Excuse me, are you two intending to enter the auction house? Do you possess the necessary bidding qualifications? If not, entry is prohibited." Gu Yechen and Yi Lingling appear to be quite youthful, despite their opulent attire, which suggests they may hail from noble lineage. It is unlikely that they possess substantial wealth to engage in the bidding without the guidance of their elders. Gu Yechen presented a black gold card with a value of 10,000 to the maid, stating, "Take us there immediately." The transaction was straightforward, efficient, and devoid of unnecessary chatter. The moment the other party spoke, Gu Yechen anticipated their intentions. Under the maid's guidance, he completed the necessary qualification certification and secured 2 seats at the auction house, specifically seats number 13 and 14. Merely acquiring these prime front row seats required an additional expenditure of 20 gold soul coins, a sum that represented 2 decades of sustenance for an ordinary citizen. This was Gu Yechen's inaugural experience of such extravagant spending. Furthermore, there were exclusive private boxes valued at over 100 gold soul coins, equipped with a high-end soul guiding device and accessible through a few buttons for participation in the bidding process. The individuals within those chambers were the true millionaires. However, Gu Yechen was not lacking in financial resources. He preferred the vibrant atmosphere of the auction house, as it allowed him to fully immerse himself in the ambience of the event. Perhaps in the future, he would opt for a private box. According to the maid, tonight's auction was the grandest of all. As the first half had concluded, they would need to wait a moment for the second half to commence. The items in the latter segment were extravagantly priced, with the minimum bidding starting at 1,000 gold soul coins. Finally, the maid presented them with 2 masks, citing customer safety as the reason, given past incidents of murder and robbery. After handing the more delicately crafted mask to Lingling, Gu Yechen remarked, "If you see something you fancy, just let me know. I shall procure it for you." Lingling rolled her eyes and retorted, "Oh, your money is still mine, isn't it? If I find something I like, of course, I expect you to buy it for me." Gu Yechen chuckled softly, shaking his head without offering further explanation. However, his hand remained firmly clasped around Lingling's, unwilling to let go for even a moment, fearing that once he did, he might never reclaim her. Subsequently, Gu Yechen inquired with a maid about the rules and regulations of the auction house, particularly regarding the fees associated with post-bidding procedures. After approximately 20 minutes, the second half of the auction officially commenced. On the elevated stage, a woman clad in a red cheongsam, her curves accentuating her sultry figure, gracefully swayed forward. She was undoubtedly the host of this grand auction. Her beauty was exquisite, rivaling that of Lingling. However, in terms of allure, Lingling could not quite compare. The attendees, captivated, gaped in awe. The sleeveless cheongsam, with its plunging neckline, revealed skin as smooth as cream, the deep valleys and ample curves intertwining in a captivating display of sensuality. Neither fully exposed nor entirely concealed, embodying a beauty that teetered on the edge of temptation. Even someone as composed as Gu Yechen could not help but steal a glance. After all, he was a man of normal inclinations and could not evade the allure of the mundane. Though the woman appeared to be in her 20s, her enchanting beauty and beguiling charm were strikingly evident, as if she had been meticulously crafted for this very moment. "No peeking," Lingling exclaimed, covering Gu Yechen's eyes with her hands, concerned he might succumb to temptation. "Enough of this." Gu Yechen turned his head to her, saying, "Lingling, do you still not trust me? I am not captivated by her figure. Rather, I ponder why such a beauty seems to lack something. As if a piece of her soul is missing." "Humph, I believe you are merely seeking excuses," Lingling pouted, playfully punching Gu Yechen's chest in dissatisfaction. "You simply disdain my figure for not being as sizzling. Otherwise, why would your gaze differ between me and her?" Gu Yechen hastily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, perplexed as to why he could not articulate his thoughts. The two were fundamentally dissimilar. One was merely a tool for amusement, while the other was a cherished treasure, a goddess. A tool for leisure could be used indiscriminately, whereas a goddess's treasure deserved reverence. Chapter 82. The contest for the auction item. At that moment, the enchanting host spoke up. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Suatua auction house, where you shall encounter an array of peculiar items. Allow me to reveal that among our auction lots today is a millennium-old soul bone." Upon hearing the term soul bone, the crowd below ignited with fervor. Whether it was a millennium or 10,000 years old, it was undoubtedly a rare and precious item. The beautiful host continued, "The auction will proceed in ascending order of value. If any of our distinguished guests find their funds limited, I suggest considering the earlier items. Now, without further ado, let us present our first auction item." As the host's voice crescendoed, a tall maid swiftly approached, cradling a white silver platter that bore a circular, emerald bracelet, seemingly a soul guide device. The red-clad host gently accepted the bracelet, offering a sweet smile before introducing it. "I trust you have surmised that this bracelet is indeed a soul guide device, for it could not possibly be featured in the latter half of our auction otherwise. However, What many do not know is that the technology for soul guide devices has been lost for many years. Most of what we use today is inherited from our ancestors. Yet there are always eccentric individuals who delight in studying antiques and conducting various experiments. This soul guide device is not an ancient relic. Rather, it is a modern replica. What? A replica? It must be of inferior quality. The bidders on stage shook their heads in disapproval. Patience, please. The host interjected. Allow me to finish. Although this soul guide device possesses only basic storage capabilities, its functionality can rival that of advanced devices. Besides its storage function, it also accelerates the recovery of bodily functions. For instance, if an individual suffers internal injuries with a recovery period of 2 days, possessing this item would reduce that time by half, bringing it down to just 1 day. This is the remarkable nature of this object. The crowd below suddenly became intrigued. If a mere replica could be so formidable, one could only wonder about the prowess of the genuine article. Noticing the growing interest, the host breathed a sigh of relief. This auction item had previously failed to sell twice at a starting price of 3,000 gold soul coins. Thus, it was imperative to lower the threshold this time in hopes of finally selling it. The red-clad host smiled slightly. This soul guide device is called the Bracelet of Life, which enhances vitality and expedites bodily recovery. Remember, life is far more precious than gold. Originally priced above 5,000 gold coins, we will start the bidding at just 1,000 gold soul coins. Such a price is a worthy investment. Let the competition begin. As the host's words concluded, many soul masters began to contemplate. It was well known that external injuries could be healed by support-type soul masters, yet the vexatious internal injuries required considerable time to recuperate. With this soul guide device, one could achieve remarkable results during the healing process. Bidders began to voice their offers. I bid 1,200. I bid 1,300. Damn it, I bid 1,500. Curse it, I bid 2,000 gold soul coins. Let us see who dares to compete with me. The impoverished should kindly step aside. As the final price settled at 2,000 gold soul coins, the red-clad host felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This amount had not even reached the previous starting price. Was it truly necessary to sell this item at such a discount? Ling Ling, do you desire that item? Gu Yechen gazed at Ling Ling, whose eyes were fixated intently on the object. He inquired about her thoughts. Ling Ling obediently nodded. My constitution is quite frail. That soul-guiding device would greatly aid in my recovery after injury. Yechen, would you be so kind as to purchase it for me? Oh, you little fool. Gu Yechen playfully flicked Ling Ling's forehead with his middle finger and remarked, if you do not bestow the black gold card upon me, you could very well purchase it yourself. Hee. Ling Ling nestled against Gu Yechen's shoulder like a little kitten, then tugged at his clothing. 3,000 gold soul coins. Gu Yechen gently brushed against Ling Ling's silky hair, then promptly raised the bid by 1,000, announcing a price of 3,000 gold soul coins. Gu Yechen's intervention immediately caught the host's attention, as his bid was just barely in line with her expectations. However, the host remained unsatisfied and continued. It appears that the esteemed guest number 13 is intent on acquiring this auction item. Might I inquire if guest number 438 intends to withdraw from this bidding war? After a brief pause, the guest who had previously bid 2,000 soul coins spoke again. As I frequently frequent the Grand Soul Arena, this item holds great significance for me. I kindly request that you refrain from contesting it. Without so much as a flutter of his eyelids, Gu Yechen remained unfazed, responding with bids of 3,000. Then 4,000. Damn it, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Just because you sit in the front row, do you think you're so impressive? I simply prefer to maintain a low profile. Do you dare to believe that revealing my true worth would frighten you? Guest number 438 was seething with rage. Rising abruptly from his seat, Gu Yechen, with a sense of helplessness, spread his hands, acknowledging the vastness of the world, where all manner of individuals exist. I shall offer 5,000. Let us see if you still wish to contest. 6,000 gold soul coins. Gu Yechen remained unfazed, while Ling Ling beside him urged him to reconsider, expressing her reluctance. The price had escalated to an outrageous level, rendering it unnecessary to expend such funds out of mere stubbornness. Nevertheless, Gu Yechen waved his hand dismissively. It was of no consequence. Since Ling Ling desired it, he would procure it regardless of the cost, especially since he was not financially constrained. As tensions escalated between the parties, the host became slightly exhilarated, recognizing that the bid had surged by 3,000 gold soul coins, indicating that this item could fetch an astonishing price. Yet, he felt the need to embellish the situation further. It appears that our esteemed guest number 438 has run out of funds. 6,000 gold soul coins would indeed deter most bidders. 6,000 gold soul coins. Once. Is there a higher bid? 6,000 gold soul coins, twice. 6,000 gold soul coins, thrice. Observing the host preparing to finalize the transaction, the guest numbered 438 could no longer contain himself. Wait a moment. I shall bid 10,000 gold soul coins. Upon uttering these words, he cast a glance in Gu Yechen's direction. Though masked, the youth's attire suggested a certain immaturity, and his physique appeared rather slender, indicating he could not be over 20 years of age. How much wealth could he possibly possess? Competing with a pauper, are we? Indeed, Gu Yechen refrained from further bidding, primarily due to Ling Ling's adamant refusal to allow him to pursue the item. She feared he might offend someone, and the object in question was not essential, merely a luxury. Reluctantly, Gu Yechen conceded this round of contention. The guest numbered 438 smirked, clearly pleased. It seemed his assumption was correct. For the other had flinched at the prospect of bidding 10,000 gold soul coins. The host, beaming with delight, gracefully raised her hand. And as the gavel came down to confirm the sale, the guest's brow suddenly furrowed. Why does it feel as though something is amiss? How could an item worth a mere 1,000 gold soul coins fetch a price of 10,000? Was I too hasty in my judgment? Curse that wretched individual. How dare he deceive me? Once this auction concludes, I shall ensure he understands my prowess. Having failed to acquire the bracelet, Gu Yechen gently caressed Ling Ling's cheek, expressing his displeasure. You are as kind-hearted as ever. Your aversion to provoking others does not guarantee that they will not seek to provoke you. I have a premonition that your kindness, rather than being beneficial, renders us vulnerable to being targeted. To speak frankly, we will undoubtedly attract his attention. And I have discerned that his strength is likely at the Soul King level. What shall we do? Ling Ling's face was etched with concern. Gu Yechen comforted her, saying, There is no need for fear. Once the auction concludes, I shall devise a way to divert his attention, allowing you the opportunity to depart from this place. I have a means of escape. Until now, it had always been Ling Ling safeguarding Gu Yechen, but this time, the roles were reversed, with Gu Yechen standing as her protector. He intended to reclaim every ounce of retribution from those who had ever bullied Ling Ling, including Tang San, who had threatened her with the 8 spider lances. Gu Yechen's gaze turned icy as he silently vowed, If I were to evade you, you would still come seeking trouble. I shall make you aware of what true cruelty entails. You have only yourself to blame for your foolishness. Chapter 83. Must secure following the auction of the life bracelet. A succession of other soul-guided devices took the stage. These artifacts were far superior to the mundane trinkets found in common shops. Each was a pinnacle of craftsmanship, with some unable to store physical objects but possessing remarkable abilities nonetheless. However, their auction prices paled in comparison to that of the first showcased item. These artifacts were akin to tasteless delicacies, regrettable to discard yet utterly useless in life and death combat, serving merely as trifles for leisure. Thus, Gu Yechen paid little heed, choosing instead to close his eyes and rest, awaiting a more suitable item before placing a bid. This time, he resolved not to be overly modest. Nonetheless, as antiquities, these soul-guided devices attracted the interest of affluent collectors who relished in slowly appreciating the wisdom of their predecessors. Gu Yechen, however, found no allure in such relics and began to doze off, for he was to confront the relentless torment of the endless night ahead. What's wrong? Are you drowsy? Ling Ling noticed Gu Yechen had fallen into a light slumber. He was aware of the sounds around him yet unable to awaken. Indeed, he was exhausted from a day spent hastily traveling to Suatua City, participating in a soul combat match, acquiring tickets for Ling Ling's competition, and finally, introducing his girlfriend to the world. He was truly fatigued. Ling Ling observed Gu Yechen's body sway slightly. Rather than disturb him, she extended her slender arm to serve as a barrier, ensuring his safety. Time trickled by, and the auction items were sold one after another. However, when the host in crimson attire began to introduce a soul bone with great care, Yi Ling Ling's composure faltered. Although she hailed from nobility, it was her first encounter with a soul bone, an exceedingly rare treasure. Yechen, wake up. It's a soul bone. Gu Yechen opened his drowsy eyes and gazed towards the host in red, remarking nonchalantly, It's merely a soul bone of 3,000 years. Why the fuss? Humph. Yi Ling pouted. What do you mean, merely a 3,000-year soul bone? This is the penultimate item up for auction, undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Moreover, the auction is about to conclude. We are here to witness the spectacle, not to doze off. Ling Ling rubbed her somewhat sore and fatigued arms, her expression turning irritable. All right, I shall rise. Gu Yechen quickly gathered his thoughts and began to scrutinize the Millennium Soul Bone atop the high platform. The soul bone appeared rather dull and lacked integrity. Its quality could only be described as abysmal, which explained why someone was willing to put it up for sale. Gu Yechen possesses 3 ancient soul bones, with the torso bone having an age of approximately 30,000 years, while the other 2 arm bones are nearly 100,000 years old, boasting a perfect completeness. He intends to retain the soul bone from his right arm and gift the other to his beloved Lingling. At this moment, the host is passionately elaborating on the functions of a millennium soul bone. The possession of a soul bone by Gu Yechen does not imply that others can attain the same. In their seats, the audience's gazes have turned ravenous. Fearful of missing any detail, the enchanting host, with a melodious voice, announces that the soul bone originates from an eagle-shaped soul beast, with an additional skill known as eagle eye tracking. Although it is merely a passive skill, it can be paired with any soul technique. This soul bone once belonged to a previous master, but upon their passing, it was auctioned by their family. The red-clad host gestures towards the soul bone in her hand and surveys the audience, asking, "Does anyone know which part this soul bone represents?" A voice from the crowd interjects, "Miss Red Dust, please dispense with the pleasantries and quote a price so we can assess our financial capacity to compete." The alluring woman, known as Red Dust, is familiar to frequent auction attendees. With a charming smile, she gently states, "As this is a head soul bone, it is exceptionally rare. The starting bid is 200,000 gold soul coins. Wealthy patrons might consider raising it to 300,000 coins to spare our esteemed guests from unnecessary repetition." Indeed, once an auction item is elevated to a higher tier, it typically becomes a contest among affluent bidders, relegating smaller families to mere spectators. 300,000. As expected, a bidder from seat 1 has made a move. He had refrained from purchasing anything prior, having awaited this soul bone, which was advertised in the days leading up to the auction. Although he has no hope of acquiring the final, grand item, he still hopes to secure this penultimate auction piece, for a soul bone, regardless of its age, is a rare find. 310,000. The individual in seat 2, unwilling to concede, also has his sights set on this soul bone. While the eagle eye tracking skill may not be overwhelmingly powerful, its ability to synergize with any soul ring technique is indeed formidable. The combined prowess of a soul bone technique and a soul ring technique can elevate the original soul ring skill to a higher echelon. 500,000. After a brief respite, Gu Yechen finally made his move. This soul bone may not have been suitable for him and Lingling, yet it was remarkably well suited for Li Yi. Given that Li Yi was genuinely devoted to Gu Yechen, it was only natural that Gu Yechen would not treat him unjustly. "Yechen, have you lost your mind?" Yi Lingling exclaimed, her eyes wide as she patted Gu Yechen's chest. "Where on earth do we have that kind of money? I merely wanted you to take a look at the soul bone, not to purchase it. If we recklessly call out a bid and then lack the funds to follow through, we could find ourselves in quite a predicament with the auction house." My apologies. He misspoke just now." Yi Lingling immediately stood up and bowed, expressing her sincere contrition. The red-clad host choked back a laugh, responding irritably, "VIP number 13. Please refrain from making random bids." Seeing Yi Lingling's actions, Gu Yechen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he needed to be forthright about his wealth. "Lingling, I wasn't making a random bid. Let me confide in you a secret. Consider it my revelation. I am quite affluent, possessing a fortune of 100 million. Upon hearing Gu Yechen's claim, Yi Lingling wore an expression of disbelief. "How could that be? You're pulling my leg, aren't you?" In response, Gu Yechen retrieved a crimson jade ring from his possession and placed it in the palm of Lingling's hand, uttering in a low voice, "Take a look for yourself. Am I deceiving you?" Upon examination, Yi Lingling was taken aback. The ring was filled to the brim with gold cards and included a 10 million value red gold card. This can't be real," she stammered. "Where did all this come from?" Gu Yechen replied, "I found it." Yi Lingling shook her head, still feeling that it was implausible. How could one stumble upon such a treasure? It was akin to discovering the wealth of an entire nation. Very well. Gu Yechen had no choice but to share his speculations with Yi Lingling. "What? You mean he has already departed from the palace constructed by his esteemed mother and even gifted you a remarkable present, which is now concealed in your possession?" Yi Lingling gazed at Gu Yechen in disbelief, instinctively retreating a step. "Shoo." Gu Yechen made a shushing gesture. "Apart from that formidable presence, who could so effortlessly eliminate the lord of the underworld?" Yi Lingling nodded slightly, seemingly deep in contemplation. What would she do if, one day, Gu Yechen's mind were to be ensnared by that entity? At this moment, the competition for the first and second seats had escalated to a staggering 400,000, with both sides reaching their limits. 500,000. Gu Yechen resolutely quoted the same price, determined to present Li Yi with a grand gift. one that would eternally engrave his gratitude and memory. Only Li possessed the ability to assist him in evading complete control by that formidable entity. This gift must be secured. The host, with an expression of disdain, remarked, I have already stated that prices should not be called out indiscriminately. Do you wish for the lady beside you to apologize on your behalf once more? However, Yi Lingling remained motionless, tacitly acquiescing to Gu Yechen's actions. In the end, Gu Yechen acquired the coveted eagle-eye tracking soul bone for the staggering price of 500,000 gold soul coins, which incited a furious reaction from the individuals seated in positions 1 and 2. They had engaged in a protracted bidding war at over 300,000, only to be ruthlessly outbid by Gu Yechen, leaving them with no choice but to relinquish their pursuit of the auction item, hoping that next time they might acquire a soul bone for a mere 300,000, enabling their families to maintain some semblance of legacy. At this point, Gu Yechen, seated at position 13, had become the target of everyone's ire, especially from the individual in position 438, whose incredulous exclamation, "Wow, he is so wealthy," starkly contrasted his earlier arrogance. Now that the soul bone has found its rightful owner, let us unveil the final piece de resistance of our auction. The host in red declared with a smile. Following this, the golden drapes and light blue curtains at the back of the auction stage were suddenly drawn aside. 9 stunningly beautiful maidens gracefully stepped forward, adorned with cat ear headbands, shoulder-bearing gauzy dresses, black thigh-high stockings, and cradling jade porcelain vases, exuding an irresistible allure. Their movements were remarkably synchronized, though their expressions were somewhat stiff, as if molded from the same cast. The host took one of the jade vases and introduced it. This is the Xian Shui Dan, a masterpiece crafted by a master alchemist residing in the loft. With this statement, the host glanced toward the VIP area above, where the truly affluent patrons resided, most of whom preferred tranquility and routinely reserved the loft, as one would feel embarrassed to enter without possessing assets of at least 10 million gold soul coins. The host continued, as we all know, soul masters can enhance their soul power not only through cultivation but also by utilizing rare medicinal herbs. However, what many may not realize is that there exists a third method for soul power enhancement. What could it be? Indeed, it is the small pill I hold in my hand. To be candid, like all of you, I was unaware of such an ingenious means of enhancement until today. And I have now witnessed the marvels of our world. According to the enigmatic master alchemist, whose name remains undisclosed, the Xian Shui Dan is concocted by extracting the lifeblood of water-type soul beasts and combining it with various spiritual herbs, successfully converting the essence of the soul beast into a form most suitable for humans. This capability is truly astounding. The alchemist also mentioned that it takes the lifeblood of 10,000-year-old soul beasts to produce just a single drop of usable soul blood. In other words, this single pill is equivalent to 10,000-year-old soul beasts, along with other precious materials. Moreover, the Xian Shui Dan not only elevates soul power but also possesses the ability to enhance one's physical constitution, allowing for a slight improvement in cultivation talent. Furthermore, the increase in soul power is inversely proportional to innate talent. The lower the talent, the greater the potential enhancement. Although the reasoning behind this remains unclear, I suspect it is due to the prolonged suppression of potential, leading to a rebound effect, allowing all previously diminished soul power to be replenished instantaneously. Each vial contains 2 Xian Shui Dan, with a total of 9 vials, amounting to 18 pills. While these pills are indeed desirable, I must advise against excessive consumption, as even restorative medicines can turn toxic. I strongly recommend that each person take only 1 pill, while the rest may be kept as treasured possessions or gifted, ensuring they are not monopolized. Such pills are particularly suitable for nurturing the younger generation within family sections. Suddenly, an individual from the first position inquired, Miss Hongchun, you have yet to specify how much soul power this will enhance. If my talent is exceptional and I gain no levels after consumption, would this not render the item useless to us? Why should I squander my money? Indeed, please provide us with a clear assurance regarding the level of enhancement, so we may deliberate accordingly, chimed in another from the second VIP seat. He too was puzzled as to why this item had assumed the role of the finale, given that the head soul bone was initially advertised as the main attraction, only to be supplanted by this item. The host in red chuckled, dear esteemed guests, do not be hasty. I have already mentioned that the Xian Shui Dan not only enhances soul power, but also elevates innate talent. The enhancement of soul power is secondary. The key lies in the activation of innate potential. Consider this, an innate 9th level soul power can be raised to 9th level and a half talent. Even if there is no increase in soul power, from a long-term perspective, one still gains considerable advantages, as the cultivation speed also improves. The individual in the first position nodded in understanding, realizing that the Xian Shui Dan was indeed more suited for nurturing the younger generation, as older individuals often face greater challenges in cultivation. At that moment, a deep voice from another private room in the loft announced, "Miss Hongchen, do not tell me that these 18 Xian Shui Dan are the grand finale. If so, they truly pale in comparison to the previous soul bone auction item." The speaker was none other than Yu Luomian, a prominent figure on the continent. Indeed, while items that can enhance talent are precious, some high-grade herbs can also achieve similar results, such as the 9th-grade purple ginseng. The highest auction price for a 9th-grade purple ginseng is merely 20,000 gold soul coins. Thus, these 18 pills would barely fetch 300,000 at most. For a finale, one would expect the price to be around 1 million gold soul coins. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family indeed possesses sharp insight. Immediately discerning the underlying intricacies, the host remarked with a hint of resignation. Hongchen clarified, "Indeed, the Xian Shui Dan is not the main event of this auction. The 18 pills are merely a bonus. The true highlight consists of the 9 maidens holding the pills, each valued at 100,000 gold soul coins, totaling 900,000 gold soul coins. Is that satisfactory, Lord Yu Luomian?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Although there have been instances of auctioning maidens and slaves, this was the first occurrence of 9 maidens being auctioned simultaneously. Despite their exquisite beauty and alluring figures, one might wonder if 100,000 gold soul coins is excessive. Yu Luomian replied gravely, "Miss Hongchen, while 9 maidens may be valued at 900,000, is that not a bit steep, even with the complimentary Xian Shui Dawn?" Hongchen smiled, "Lord Yu Luomian, you err in your assessment. They are not ordinary maidens but maidens with soul power, endowed with unwavering loyalty. Objectively speaking, each one is a soul master of the soul respect rank, and they are all under the age of 22, with above-average talent. 9 soul respects, with proper cultivation, have a promising future, potentially reaching the levels of soul emperor or even soul saint. Thus, what everyone has purchased is not merely a maid, but a future soul sage of exceptional talent, a value worthy of 900,000 gold soul coins." Upon hearing this, the crowd was rendered speechless. Indeed, 9 future soul sages are worth such a price, especially with the added bonus of the Xian Shui Dan. In the loft, a young girl gently inquired, "Master, why did the auction house only grant us 18,000 gold soul coins, yet the price skyrocketed to 900,000 for a few maids?" The elder waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Linger, you are still young and do not grasp the nuances of human affairs. This is known as packaging. And good packaging naturally commands a premium price. Do not worry. With the 18,000 gold soul coins, I have already gathered enough for 1 million. Your first soul bone is secured. I will certainly ensure that you acquire the finale at the Tiando auction house." Seated in position 13, Gu Yechen first scrutinized the 9 maids and then nodded silently. Ling Ling, as an auxiliary soul master, would be in danger without protection. Hence, it would be prudent to acquire this finale. Even in his absence, someone would safeguard her well-being. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Yi Lingling, filled with jealousy, thought to herself. She was discontent with so many beauties around Gu Yechen, fearing that one day he might no longer favor her. Gu Yechen waved his hand and earnestly said, "I wish for you to experience the sensation of being the young mistress ahead of time. Moreover, did you not hear the host mention that they are all soul lords? They are destined to become formidable soul emperors in the future." Chapter 85, At a Loss Chun. If one day I were to say that I no longer harbor feelings for you, would you still treat me with such kindness? Ling Ling has long been puzzled by a lingering enigma. Had she not assisted Gu Yechen in awakening his soul power, would they still share such a bond? "Do not speak such foolishness." Gu Yechen gently caressed Ling Ling's cheek and remarked, "There are no what-ifs. Some matters exist without reason. If loving someone necessitates justification, then I can only blame myself for being captivated by your beauty. My kindness towards you is not solely born from gratitude. Rather, it is rooted in my unknowing descent into your exquisite allure. To put it simply, I am like most ordinary individuals, ensnared by this enchantment. And I yearn to possess and safeguard this elegance." Yi Lingling silently nodded, refraining from further words, merely entwining her arm with Gu Yechen's. She deeply wished to graduate soon and marry Yechen. At the auction, apart from Gu Yechen's interest, the jade crown was also coveted by the figure in the loft. Not to mention the 9 maids, each endowed with remarkable talents, their stunning beauty and enchanting figures promised even greater rewards if successfully trained. 950,000. The jade crown hailed from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and was a prominent elder within that lineage. Its rank was a staggering Sol Douluo, being an 83rd level. 8-ringed Sol Douluo. While it may not possess assets in the millions, a mere few 100,000 gold soul coins could still be readily presented. Upon hearing the jade crown raise the bid by 50,000 gold soul coins, the host beamed with delight, indicating that this final piece would likely belong to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. After all, in terms of both financial and combat prowess, the individual in the loft was undeniably formidable. 1 million gold soul coins. Gu Yechen raised the placard at his seat and spoke in a deep voice. The host in red looked at him in disbelief. Had he not already purchased a soul bone? Was he now attempting to contend for the grand finale? How much wealth did he possess? During the earlier transaction of the soul bone, a mishap had occurred, as Gu Yechen's asset verification stated only 10,000 gold soul coins. Yet he had bid on an item worth 500,000. It was only after he presented a black gold card valued at 500,000 for authentication that his earlier purchase was acknowledged. Did he possess another black gold card worth 1 million? On the upper floor, Douluo narrowed his eyes, gently setting down his exquisite wine, and gazed down at Gu Yechen with an air of condescension, stating bluntly, 1,100,000. The sensation of being looked down upon was unpleasant, as it made one feel like a mere ant, easily crushed by others, forced to gaze up at their lofty heights, instilling a sense of vulnerability. However, Gu Yechen was oblivious to fear. He replied calmly, 1,200,000. At this moment, even the formidable Douluo could not maintain his composure. Although his asset verification amounted to several million, that represented the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, while his personal wealth would not exceed 3 million gold soul coins. The high price of 1,100,000 was already a severe sacrifice, especially now that competition had arisen. Douluo rose, opened the window of the private box, and called down to Gu Yechen, young man, I advise you, some things are best left untouched without sufficient strength. Otherwise, you may not live to enjoy the spoils. 1,300,000. Apologies, but I bid 1,500,000. Gu Yechen paid little heed to the matter. Yet internally he bristled with indignation. Have I provoked you merely by purchasing an item? If you possess the means, speak with your wealth. I loathe those who resort to threats in their discourse. Young man, to which family do you belong? Dare you reveal your name? Upon witnessing Gu Yechen's audacity, Douluo could hardly fathom why he would disregard the esteemed reputation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Was he courting death, intent on hastening his own demise? Gu Yechen spoke coolly, since you are a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, it is reasonable to assume that your family would refrain from actions that could tarnish its reputation. Therefore, what difference does it make whether I disclose my name? He scoffed at the smooth-talking individual before him. Douluo waved his sleeve, letting out a cold snort as he replied, Indeed. Our family would never engage in actions that would jeopardize our standing. However, given your apparent confidence, it is likely that you harbor no fear of me. I am rather curious about which prominent figure you are among the 7 great sects. When you next pay a visit, I would be pleased to exchange insights. Now, do tell, are you bold enough to reveal your family and name? Gu Yechen spoke coolly, expressing, what is there to fear? It is merely a matter of reporting as you requested. Would it not be rather undignified? Nevertheless, I shall kindly inform you that my name is Gu Yechen, hailing from the Gu family. If you contemplate any actions against me, you would do well to consider the implications carefully. Yechen, do not stir trouble, Lingling implored, tugging at Gu Yechen's sleeve, urging him to remain composed. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family was not one to be trifled with lightly. However, upon hearing this, Douluo was thoroughly incensed. You audacious lad, we shall see about that. The Gu family, you say? I hope that such a clan is not merely a figment of your imagination. Beyond the 7 major sects, there existed numerous other families, such as Shui Bingos Tianshui clan, yet Douluo had never heard of the Gu family, suspecting it might be some insignificant lineage. Yet, observing Gu Yechen's extravagant demeanor, it was evident that a small family could not possess such wealth. The likelihood of his fabrication loomed larger. The mystery of how such a young individual could amass such fortune remained unsolved. As the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense, the host displayed no overt concern. She had witnessed such scenes far too often and had grown somewhat desensitized. Provided that no scuffles broke out within the auction hall, they were free to contend as they pleased. Once outside, they could act as they wished, even to the extent of taking each other's lives. For prior to entering the auction hall, they had all donned masks, and those with specific needs could procure full-body protective garments. The fate of the red-clad host was only marginally better than that of the maidens. She too lacked freedom and ideals, often compelled to act against her will, uttering words devoid of sincerity. Escaping the grasp of fate proved exceedingly challenging. She yearned to encounter the legendary hero she had envisioned countless times, who would rescue her from her tribulations. With a wry smile, the host remarked, "It appears our esteemed Douluo has once again relinquished his bid for the finale. I recall the last time he withdrew was due to the elder of the seven treasures Liuli's sect." Gu Yechen curled his lips, silently cursing. This woman thrives on chaos. However, Douluo did not erupt in anger this time. Instead, he displayed an unexpected calmness and remarked coolly, "Hongchen, there is no need to provoke me further. I shall not place another bid. 1,500,000 could procure a millennium soul bone. I shall forego these 9 beauties." Realizing that the tactic of provocation had failed, the auctioneer Hongchen helplessly shook his head and once again raised the auction hammer to finalize the owner. With the conclusion of the final item, the grand auction event was officially brought to a successful close. After navigating through the intricate procedures, Gu Yechen settled the necessary fees and collected his acquired items one by one, while the soul bones and elixirs could be conveniently stored in a soul-guiding apparatus. The 9 beautiful maidens were an entirely different matter, far too conspicuous. "Greetings to the master." The 9 stunning maidens bowed slightly, simultaneously casting a captivating glance at Gu Yechen. Who could withstand such allure? Beside them, Yilingling rolled her eyes. It seemed these maidens understood little beyond cultivating soul power, let alone serving her as the young mistress. For their sole expertise lay in attending to men. Ahem. Gu Yechen cleared his throat and waved his hand, stating, "She is your true master, from now on. Whatever she commands, you shall obey. Follow her, do you understand? I am not your master." Upon hearing this, the 9 maidens exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed as to what they had done wrong and why their master wished to dismiss them. In their subconscious minds, the one who purchased them was their rightful master. Could it be that their master found them lacking in beauty? The 9 maidens stood frozen, rendered somewhat at a loss. Moreover, the trainers at the auction house had instilled in them a specific mindset. Whoever could gain the master's favor was deemed the best, which had led them to perceive winning the master's affection as their lifelong pursuit and honor. This was absolute loyalty. However, such a training method was excessively cruel, treating human beings as mere animals. This harsh approach was prevalent in auction houses elsewhere, as apart from the affluent soul masters, the majority of the common folk lived in dire poverty. Some children in slums, unable to afford food and clothing, willingly sold themselves. At least, the auction house provided sufficient sustenance. Everything was for survival. Moreover, to possess 9 maidens of such exceptional talent was a rarity, indicating that they belonged to the most gifted individuals from impoverished backgrounds. Thankfully, they had been sold before the age of 6. Otherwise, Gu Yechen might not have acquired them. Given their talents, upon awakening their soul power, had they chosen to join the spirit hall, they would undoubtedly become renowned figures in the future. Observing the 9 maidens' confused expressions, Gu Yechen found himself momentarily stunned. He was still too young. It seemed he had not fully considered the implications when purchasing them. They did not heed Ling Ling's words, but instead listened solely to their current master, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. However, this situation was indeed somewhat awkward. Yet, Gu Yechen devised a clever solution and stated with a serious tone, "Will each of you ladies abide by the commands issued by your master? Please do not speak simultaneously. I am a bit confused." "You answer." He casually pointed to one of the maidens. The maiden, adorned with a striking beauty mark at the corner of her eye, stepped forward. She gazed at Gu Yechen's distinct facial features for a moment before responding, "Of course, we are obedient. Please feel free to issue your commands, my master." "What is your name?" Gu Yechen inquired. "Since we are to coexist in the future, it is only fitting that I know your name." "I cannot recall it." The maid replied, "You may call me number 15, as my aptitude is ranked 15th among all the maidens in the auction house." She shook her head, lamenting that very few could remember their names. Having been sold at such a tender age, they were typically identified by their numbers instead. Gu Yechen furrowed his brows slightly, then cast his gaze towards the most exquisite maid in the center and inquired, "What is your name? Do not tell me you have forgotten it as well." "In response to your inquiry, my name is Yunin," the maid replied respectfully. This maid's beauty surpassed that of Ling Ling, and she could easily stand shoulder to shoulder with Hulaina. However, Gu Yechen's affections were not determined by mere aesthetics. He followed the call of his heart. Among the 9 enchanting maidens, Yin's allure was unmatched. Merely gazing upon her stirred an almost uncontrollable desire. and one could only imagine the effect she would have if she were to employ her charms further. Yunin. A lovely name indeed. Gu Yechen nodded slightly, then inquired. What is your rank among all the maidens in terms of talent? First place. Is there anything you wish to command, master? Yin Yin's smile appeared rather forced and insincere. Gu Yechen inquired, are you in pain? Why suffer when you could simply smile? Yunin maintained her rigid smile. Did you flirt with me just now because of affection for me, or merely an attachment to the term master? I have always loved my master, for I am programmed to do so. Striving to fulfill the master's desires is our privilege. The master's commands are absolute. Yunin still wore her seemingly adorable facade. Yet a closer inspection reveals a complete absence of emotional expression. Neither sorrow nor joy. How splendid. Gu Yechen nodded and said, from now on, I shall ensure that all of you experience genuine emotions. Gu Yechen commanded in a tone of authority, as your master. I order you to ensure the safe departure of my wife from this place. Her words shall be regarded as my own. For did you not assert that the master's commands are absolute? The 9 maidens, prone to overthinking, found clarity in Gu Yechen's explanation. They realized that obeying Yi Lingling did not constitute a betrayal of their master. Rather, it was an allowance sanctioned by him, especially since she was the master's wife. Subsequently, Gu Yechen turned to a maid with a tear mole beside her eye and remarked, the name 15 is rather simplistic. Observing your tear-streaked beauty and sweet voice, henceforth, you shall be called Yuin. Yuin, such a lovely name. Thank you, master, for bestowing it upon me. Yuin, to Gu Yechen's surprise, knelt on one knee in excitement, revealing that her reaction was imbued with genuine emotion. He had never imagined that a mere name could elicit such joy. It left him pondering whether their innocence was a result of their simplicity or a consequence of the burdens they had previously endured. Gu Yechen gazed at Yi Lingling and remarked, I entrust them to you. I suspect they lack even the most rudimentary survival skills. From now on, you shall oversee their sustenance, while they shall ensure your safety. Furthermore, my talented Lingling, I hope they can at least master one of the arts, be it music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. I trust you will offer them ample guidance. How dare you, Yechen? You make it sound so easy to acquire them. Yet you simply cast them upon me. What about my own cultivation? Yi Lingling huffed, pouting her lips in discontent. Gu Yechen smiled and said, what you are nurturing is not merely those 9 individuals, but rather the cornerstone of our future family. The notion of their future family stirred a flicker of warmth within Yi Lingling. Although it may not seem significant, the idea resonated pleasantly, especially considering her own family. The Yi clan was hardly noteworthy. After handing Yi Lingling 5 bottles of mystic water pills, Gu Yechen continued, each of you should take one. This should compensate for the time you have lost. Indeed, the elixir capable of enhancing one's cultivation aptitude could make up for a reduction in daily practice time through an accelerated training pace. I must take my leave now. Do you remember what I just told you? Gu Yechen inquired. Of course, I remember. No matter what happens, Yechen will always love Lingling, Yi Lingling replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. Gu Yechen gently caressed Lingling's hair and said, be good. There are a few bothersome tales that I need to attend to. Once they follow me away, you must promptly take them and leave, arranging accommodations for them. Additionally, you need to meet with teacher Qin Ming as soon as possible. Tears fell from Yi Lingling's eyes as she spoke tenderly. Is becoming stronger truly that important? Could you not strive for strength for my sake? It is simply too perilous. Gu Yechen shook his head, saying, if I choose to retreat, we will have no future at all. Furthermore, we should try to meet less often. I do not wish to drag you into my troubles, nor do I want you to face any danger. Qin, will you return safely? Gu Yechen nodded vigorously. After bidding farewell to Yi Lingling, he hastily departed from the auction house, rushing towards a secluded area. As Gu Yechen anticipated, he had already become a target, being followed by more than one group. In a corner of the auction house, 3 figures clad in black robes and wide-brimmed hats observed him. They too had attended the auction, but they knew how to conceal themselves. Remaining still was one thing, but once they moved, it had to be decisive, as the first strike must also be the final strike. Boss, what about that woman? One of them inquired. Ignore her. Our primary objective is to eliminate Gu Yechen. This time, he must be dealt with thoroughly. Otherwise, we shall not be known as the 3 demons of Huangquan. Indeed, but that lad seems to possess considerable wealth. Could he be a scion of a prominent family? The red-haired leader shook his head, replying, uncertain. It appears that the deputy lord's intelligence was not sufficiently precise. Just as the trio was about to set off, they discovered another group. The red-haired man raised his arm to block the yellow-haired and green-haired individuals, saying, it seems that aside from us, the three demons of Huangquan. This lad has offended other parties as well. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let us play the role of the oriole and allow that soul king to probe Gu Yechen's secrets. The mysterious demise of the four fiends of Huangquan was indeed too peculiar. It could not merely be attributed to negligence, indicating that this young man possessed genuine prowess. They resolved to act with caution. Chapter 87. The mantis stalks the cicada. Upon hearing their leader's words, the other two nodded in agreement. The three demons of Huangquan must thoroughly understand their opponent before making a move, for the consequence of their action would be the immediate summons to the underworld. As an oriole, they would quietly follow the mantis, unaware of the extraordinary capabilities that this mantis might wield. "Damn it, this lad is quite slippery," muttered a rugged man in a gray robe, pursing his lips as he glanced in the direction of Gu Yechen's departure. "If we do not utilize soul power, he may indeed slip away. Master, what should we do? Should we employ our martial souls? Directly pursuing him seems futile." The anxious expression of a young man in blue signaled his impatience. The speaker, a prominent disciple of the Xiansword sect, had attained the rank of soul master, while the gray-robed man was the current sect master, possessing the strength of a soul king. Their sect had been recently established and lacked a formal location, primarily due to insufficient fame and funding, resulting in a shortage of personnel. "Do not rush, there are too many eyes here. There is no need to reveal our martial souls so blatantly. I wish to see what tricks he can conjure." The sect master gestured dismissively. "What he can achieve, can you not? Now run." Thus, the two members of the Xiansword sect refrained from using soul power, opting instead to follow at a brisk pace. Once they found themselves in a less populated area, Gu Yechen finally halted, turning his gaze to the side and remarking, "You indeed followed me. Haha, it seems you anticipated my arrival. Are you prepared to give up your flight and accept your fate?" The gray-robed man replied with a smile. Gu Yechen turned around with a smile and said, No, I refuse to accept fate. I merely wish for you to perceive the treachery of this world." "The treachery of the world? What do you mean?" The figure in the gray robe felt an involuntary twitch across his face, as if he were being lectured by this young man. "Nothing of great significance. Since you have chosen to follow me, I presume, if I am not mistaken, that you intend to seize my possessions. To speak candidly, I too have set my sights on your belongings. The bracelet of life does not rightfully belong to you." Gu Yechen's only regret at the auction was his inability to acquire the bracelet that Ling Ling cherished most. It was not due to a lack of financial capability, but rather a deliberate choice on his part. Since someone was willing to foot the bill for him, why not take advantage of it? "How laughable it is to think that you have lured me here with the intent to eliminate me. Your arrogance is indeed excessive." The figure in the gray robe sensed that Gu Yechen was merely a master of the second ring soul, which is why he approached without a hint of caution. The threat posed by Gu was negligible. Even his most formidable disciple could effortlessly deal with him. The audacity to attempt a counterattack was utterly ridiculous. The leader of the Xinjian sect scoffed, "If you wish to kill me, you must demonstrate some genuine skill. Oh, and by the way, I am equally interested in your wealth. My sect is currently undergoing expansion, and I would gladly accept your resources." "Then do give it a try. Do not say I did not warn you. If you choose to flee now, I might just let you go," Gu Yechen jested. Infuriating. How incredibly arrogant. The leader of the Xinjian sect spat disdainfully. "I have never encountered someone as audacious as you in my lifetime." Well, today you have the privilege of meeting me. Come, hasten to kill me," Gu Yechen remarked, nonchalantly sitting on the ground without any semblance of preparing for battle. In light of this peculiar behavior, the leader of the Xinjian sect hesitated to advance. After all, he was no novice. Some individuals enjoy masquerading as fools to catch their foes off guard. Yet, one must wonder whether Gu truly had hidden cards or was merely feigning calmness to intimidate him. It seemed a test was in order. The leader of the Xinjian sect nudged the young disciple in green beside him and commanded in a low voice, "Kill him. If you succeed, you shall be the first elder of the Xinjian sect." "Yes, sect leader." The young disciple, as the prominent first disciple of the Xinjian sect, possessed formidable strength, wielding the azure blade soul at the level of a 39-rank soul master and a silver combat soul. Naturally, such an exceptional disciple was required to represent the sect as its figurehead. At this moment, he activated 3 optimal soul rings, channeling his soul power throughout his body. He summoned his azure blade, and, rather than hastily employing powerful soul techniques, aimed his sword fiercely at Gu Yechen, unleashing a piercing sound of slicing air. The young disciple propelled himself like lightning toward Gu Yechen, targeting the vital area of his heart. As Gu Yechen sensed the imminent threat approaching him, he maintained an air of tranquility. However, at that moment, he subtly released both his spiritual and soul powers. Just as the energy gathered by the azure sword was about to reach his heart, a peculiar scene unfolded. The tip of the sword was unable to advance even a millimeter further. Was that a soul power barrier? The master of the Xianjian sect discerned the situation. For this soul power barrier was indeed his second soul skill, a technique he had mastered himself, which struck him as quite curious. Naturally, since Gu Yechen had emulated the abilities of the Xianjian sect master, he was effectively a diminished version of him. Qingfeng switched to a fist for the assault, he commanded. The soul power barrier, originating from a spirit-type soul beast, was least threatened by soul power energy attacks. Thus, physical strikes would yield more effectiveness. If soul power attacks could be likened to energy assaults, then ordinary attacks could be compared to physical ones. With the possession of this soul skill, Gu Yechen was well aware of its strengths and weaknesses. The soul power barrier was impervious to soul attacks, but vulnerable to physical impacts. Under the master's guidance, Qingfeng sheathed his sword and delivered a heavy blow to Gu Yechen's face. However, Qingfeng's cessation of soul power manipulation did not imply that Gu Yechen would remain passive. He extended his hand, infused with supplementary soul power, to meet the forceful punch, gradually rising to his feet. He smiled at the master of the Xianjian sect, saying, "To attempt to take my life with just the two of you is insufficient. I shall graciously accept my fate." A soul master refraining from utilizing soul power revealed a critical flaw. Without the protection of soul power, their physical attributes would be severely lacking. Moreover, Gu Yechen had already expanded his Scarlet Lotus martial soul, within which all offensive and defensive attributes were subjected to a reduction. Furthermore, let us not forget that aside from the profound essence of his martial soul, which could achieve percentage-based diminishment, his first soul skill, Scarlet Lotus diminishment, could further amplify this effect. Under the dual effect of diminishment, it was comparable to the weakening capability of the martial soul fusion technique, charming enchantment. When charming enchantment was employed, Pollyanna took the lead, and Gu Yechen's Scarlet Lotus martial soul's diminishment ability could not be fully realized. Executing it alone allowed for better control of the rhythm, albeit with slightly less functionality than when combined with charming enchantment. At this moment, Qingfeng's defense resembled mere paper, while Gu Yechen swiftly transitioned, switching his soul power barrier to his second soul skill, Scarlet Lotus Transformation. The Scarlet Lotus Transformation had proven to be an infallible killing technique for him, a move capable of conquering all. However, this time, it would not morph into the Moonblade martial soul, but instead into the Haotian hammer, a martial soul far more formidable than the Moonblade. If the Moonblade was noted for its sharpness, then this martial soul was undeniably characterized by its overwhelming might. With a surge of dark energy emanating from his right hand, Gu Yechen conjured a formidable black hammer that exuded an air of dominance. The hammer swelled rapidly in size, becoming increasingly cumbersome to hold. With a fierce roar, Gu Yechen lifted the heavy weapon and swung it down towards Qingfeng, who, seizing the opportunity during Gu Yechen's skill transition, landed a powerful punch squarely on Gu Yechen's cheek. Both combatants endured a significant blow. However, while a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Gu Yechen's mouth, Qingfeng met his demise, his defenses utterly shattered. Despite this, he foolishly attempted to engage further, a reckless act that sealed his fate. Observing Qingfeng's lifeless body, the leader of the Xianjian sect narrowed his eyes and spoke in a grave tone. "Mighty Heotianzong, renowned for its war soul hammer, are you one of their kin? What is this? Are you afraid?" Gu Yechen wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Although Qingfeng possessed little in terms of defense, his soul power surpassed Gu Yechen's by 9 levels, resulting in a still formidable attack even when diminished. However, exchanging a minor injury for the life of an opponent was a transaction not to be regretted. The master of the Xianjian sect spoke grimly. "If allowed a few more years to mature, I might indeed come to fear you. Yet, as you stand now, your capabilities are merely on par with those of the Soul sect. Having slain a member of my Xianjian sect, you must face your demise today." Chapter 88. The Yellow Sparrow Lurks Behind. "Oh, is that so?" Gu Yechen slowly retracted the Haotian hammer in his hand, for he would not employ the same tactic a second time, especially since the Haotian hammer bore no soul ring. However, Gu Yechen harbored no fear of the master of the Xinjiang sect. Otherwise, he would not display such composure. His sole concern lay with another group of individuals. The insignificant Soul King before him was hardly a cause for alarm. What an ignorant fool! Upon witnessing Gu Yechen's fearless demeanor, a cold smile crept across the master of the Xinjiang sect's face, as if he were observing a naive calf unafraid of tigers. He had confirmed one thing. Gu Yechen was not merely a companion to swine, and was certainly not prey for a tiger. The trump card of Gu Yechen has essentially been deciphered by the master of the Xinjiang sect. It is merely a matter of range reduction and that imposing Haotian hammer. Were Gu Yechen's true strength to reach the soul sect level, coupled with his ability to weaken, he would pose a modicum of threat. Yet, his opponent is merely a battle soul master, a description that can be aptly summarized as easily vanquished. Although the death of his foremost disciple was a grievous loss, it stemmed from his own carelessness, as the disciple perished without even releasing his soul skills. Indeed, this was a miscalculation on the part of the Xinjiang sect master. Next, it is your turn. Are you prepared? Gu Yechen trod upon the lifeless body of Qing Feng. He had no desire to harm every living being. Yet, these lives insisted on recklessly testing him in his presence, compelling him to act lest he be remiss in his response. Humph, such boastfulness is bound to lead to folly. While the Xinjiang sect master harbored little sentiment for Qing Feng, the fact remained that he was the foremost disciple. To have his corpse trampled upon signified an affront to the Xinjiang sect, an insult that could not be overlooked. Prepare to meet your demise. With a swift movement, the Xinjiang sect master unleashed a torrent of soul power, a palpable aura of pressure characteristic of a soul king enveloping the area. In an instant, a jet-black longsword materialized in his grasp. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. The 5 soul rings danced rhythmically around the Xinjiang sect master. Suddenly, his third purple soul ring began to flicker, and he bellowed. Third soul skill, sword points to all directions. In the blink of an eye, his sword spirit split into 2, then 4, and finally 8 identical longswords coalesced. Go! The Xinjiang sect master brought his fingers together and gently pointed at Gu Yechen, sending the 8 flying swords hurtling towards him with remarkable speed. Remarkably, he did not even employ his first soul skill, directly opting for his third. It appears that I still pose a considerable threat in his eyes. Gu Yechen possessed few cards of his own and could only continue to emulate the abilities of the Xinjiang sect master. Gu Yechen possesses a soul power of level 30, which implies that he can emulate the skills of the first 3 soul rings of his opponent. This ability transcends mere soul ring skills and delves into the realm of martial soul profundities, as the flower goddess has proclaimed this to be an imperial-level martial soul, a title not easily bestowed without merit. The second soul skill of the Xinjiang sect master, the soul power barrier, remains within Gu Yechen's capacity for imitation. The sound of 8 flying swords resonated as they collided with the semicircular soul power barrier, producing a clear metallic clang. What a clever lad! Utilizing my soul skill against me demonstrates a certain finesse. If I am not mistaken, this is not merely a soul skill, but rather a technique of mental prowess. Indeed, the soul ring skills of the Scarlet Lotus martial soul are limited to 2, Scarlet Lotus Weakening and Scarlet Lotus Illusion. Yet, the mastery of the Scarlet Lotus martial soul encompasses a form of mental energy that boasts 4 distinct functions: diffusion, imitation, transfer, and red mist. Diffusion is an imperceptible technique of mental energy, released without any forewarning, serving as the nascent form of the Scarlet Lotus domain. When Gu Yechen attended the match between the Royal Combat Team and the Shrek 7 monsters, he had previously employed a technique that caused all surveillance and defensive measures within the Great Spirit Arena to collapse. Mimicry, this ability, predicated on dissemination, allows one to replicate all non-weapon spirit abilities of an opponent who shares the same upper limit of rank. Transfer, this capability enables one to bestow their abilities upon another, albeit at the cost of enduring the recipient's shortcomings. During a prior assessment at the Royal Academy, Gu Yechen exchanged powers with Jiao, resulting in Jiao growing stronger while he himself became crippled. Crimson Mist, this can be described as a concentrated form of dispersive ability, condensing intangible soul power spanning several dozen kilometers into a tangible force of over 20 meters. Not merely tangible. It also possesses hue. The red mist is most effectively utilized during the fusion technique with Hulaiina's martial spirit. Even a titled Douluo would be unable to perceive the events occurring within the crimson fog, and Gu Yechen can manifest in any corner enveloped by it. Moreover, the extent of this crimson mist corresponds precisely with the range of life energy he can sense during the nightly outbursts of his martial spirit's deficiencies. The master of the Xianjian sect noted that Gu Yechen's soul rings did not flicker, yet he possessed soul skills, indicating a domain related to mental prowess. Gu Yechen spoke in a deep voice. What of my mental strength? As long as I can transform this mental energy into my soul skills and soul power. When it comes to a clash of soul strength, I may not necessarily be at a disadvantage. The master of the Xianjian sect nodded, not in haste to strike. Instead, he summoned another blood-red giant sword from the soul-guiding device, planting it firmly into the ground. As the blood-red giant sword pierced the earth, Gu Yechen's realm of the Scarlet Lotus trembled involuntarily, as if it were being restrained. The originally debilitating effect seemed to be entirely ineffective against him. What could this mean? Was it merely an illusion? Gu Yechen furrowed his brow. His Scarlet Lotus domain could diminish even the powers of a tidal Douluo, so why had it suddenly failed? Could it be due to that blood-red great sword? How surprising indeed. Observing Gu Yechen's astonished expression, the master of the Xianjian sect chuckled softly. Your abilities truly astonish me. As a mere great spirit master, you not only possess the strength of a domain but also the capacity for spiritual imitation. However, I regret to inform you that my sword is the nemesis of all spiritual powers, and your martial soul's essence will likely be rendered ineffective. Although I cannot ascertain whether you are a disciple of the Haotian sect, as long as I handle matters discreetly, no one will ever know. What does it matter if you are from the Haotian sect? A person on the brink of death, do they leave behind any final words? Gu Yechen felt that his mental prowess was being constrained, rendering the essence of his martial soul futile. With a furrowed brow, he curiously inquired, "What is that massive red sword?" The master of the Xianjian sect gazed at the colossal red sword embedded in the ground and replied nonchalantly, "Very well. I shall divulge this information. After all, you are on the brink of meeting the King of Hell. This is the domain War Celestial Sword, one of the 10 supreme soul-guiding artifacts, and it is also the treasured possession of my Xianjian sect. You should be aware that its former master was once a deity. Thanks to the remnants of divine consciousness contained within this sword, your so-called domain suppression has no effect on me whatsoever. Are you not feeling your domain powers gradually dissipating? Do you sense your mental faculties being sealed? If so, then you are indeed correct. Objectively speaking, the value of this soul-guiding artifact surpasses that of 100,000 years' worth of soul bones. Fortunately for you, your strength is not formidable, otherwise, you might have truly turned the tables on me this time. Speaking of which, I do find myself reminiscing about other supreme soul-guiding artifacts. I wonder who currently possesses the South Sea's vast universe shield. Supreme soul-guiding artifacts? Divine great soul-guiding artifacts? Gu Yechen's eyes narrowed slightly. What lay before him transcended even the most sophisticated soul-guiding devices, for it was an artifact of divine origin, often referred to as a divine relic. The flower god had once mentioned possessing a divine object known as the Soul Grant Seal, which, upon the payment of a certain price, could bestow upon others a floral martial soul. However, it was imperative that the recipient's martial soul quality did not exceed a certain threshold, with the king level serving as the upper limit. Should it surpass this, entering the realm of the emperor or monarch, one would be subjected to the same harrowing torment of endless night as Gu Yechen, leading to the complete madness of those with wavering resolve. The blood-red giant sword's power astonishingly rivaled that of the flower god's soul grant seal, yet with his mental faculties sealed. It appeared he could only resort to his soul power. However, with his soul power merely at the 30th level, how could he contend against a soul king of over 50 levels? At this moment, Gu Yechen truly sensed the peril posed by his adversary, yet he remained undaunted. For he called out into the darkness, "Friend of the night, do not delay any longer and reveal yourself." Gu Yechen turned his gaze towards a dark corner and exclaimed, "Cease your concealment. Do you not desire the divine-level soul-guiding device? What? Are there others hidden here?" At this moment, the master of the Xianjian sect could no longer maintain his composure. Although his soul power surpassed that of Gu Yechen, his spiritual acuity did not match, rendering him oblivious to the presence of others. How infuriating. Chapter 89. The Tiger Drives the Wolf. You cannot deceive me. Boy, how could anyone else possibly be here? The master of the Xianjian sect was skeptical of this assertion, suspecting it might be a ruse to instill fear and create an opportunity for escape. Absolutely not. Yet, indeed, in the direction Gu Yechen had indicated, there were individuals present, and their strength surpassed that of Soul Kings. Gu Yechen did not intend to flee. Rather, he sought to employ the strategy of using a tiger to eliminate a wolf. First dealing with the leader of the Xianjian sect before devising another plan to confront this formidable adversary. "Brother, has this fellow already detected our presence?" inquired the green-haired man. The red-haired man waved his hand dismissively. "That is impossible. With the item bestowed upon us by the vice sect leader, even if we were to shout and make a commotion, he would be incapable of hearing or perceiving us. What then could be the explanation?" He distinctly glanced in our direction just moments ago, the yellow-haired man expressed, equally perplexed. Indeed, the trio utilized an artifact known as the Ha-Hai Chin-Kuan shield. Although it was merely a replica crafted by the Lord of the Yellow Springs, it proved immensely effective in concealing their own presence. Serving as a dual-purpose treasure for elite assassins engaged in both assassination and evasion. The red-haired man's lips began to twitch involuntarily, and after a brief pause, he remarked, "There is only one other possibility. Someone else is behind us." "What? Could that individual possess greater strength than us, rendering us unable to detect their presence? But how did this young man manage to notice?" At this moment, the three infamous demons of the Yellow Springs found themselves at a loss for words in expressing their astonishment. Had it not been for the protective artifact bestowed by the vice sect leader, they too would have been exposed. Indeed, their speculation proved accurate. There was indeed another presence behind them, and that individual was none other than Douluo, an elder of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. With his hands clasped behind his back, he lightly tapped his toes, appearing within the line of sight of Gu Yechen and the leader of the Xinjian sect. Douluo first examined the blood-red giant sword embedded in the ground, then turned his gaze toward Gu Yechen, inquiring, "How did you discover my presence?" Gu Yechen innocently shrugged his shoulders and asked, "If I told you it was merely a conjecture based on intuition, would you believe me?" As Gu Yechen's martial soul expanded, he could indeed sense the positions of others. However, if the opponent's mental strength was evidently superior to his own, vulnerabilities would still manifest, rendering him incapable of detecting their presence. Nevertheless, Gu Yechen possessed an alternative ability, which could be better described as a sixth sense. He sensed that something was amiss in that particular place, indicating the presence of another. This extraordinary capability stemmed from his collaborative training with Li, where each night, his five senses would fade into oblivion, compelling him to rely solely on his sixth and seventh senses to navigate his surroundings. Gradually, the sixth sense became an innate ability for him, while the seventh sense would occasionally manifest only in the depths of the night. Speculation, is it? Indeed. It is reasonable to harbor some wariness when I so ostentatiously inquired about your family at the auction house. Douluo then merely regarded Gu Yechen as an uncommonly fortunate cat chancing upon a dead rat. He then raised his head with an air of arrogance and remarked nonchalantly, "It seems I have accompanied the right person this time." Originally, he had intended to ascertain what confidence this young man possessed to dare contest with him for the finale. He wondered if there was a special background or hidden treasure involved. To his surprise, besides Gu Yechen's wealth, he discovered even more remarkable treasures. Douluo slowly approached the blood-red giant sword, a treasure unworthy of a mere soul king. Only he, Douluo, was deserving of such an artifact. "What do you intend to do?" Upon witnessing Douluo's intent to seize his ancestral heirloom, the Soul King instantly became resolute. "The supreme treasure of the Xinjian sect cannot be taken by you." However, a mere glance from Douluo sent the Soul King hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Gu Yechen understood that the gaze was an impact skill associated with the soul bone. Douluo drew the colossal sword, scrutinizing it closely, and nodded silently. Indeed, it was one of the top 10 soul-guiding artifacts, the Domain War Celestial Sword. The ancient texts recorded that each of these 10 supreme, soul-guiding artifacts possessed a unique ability. This crimson-heavy sword, known as the Domain War Celestial Sword, was designed for combat, with the innate capacity to seal another's spiritual power, thereby indirectly rendering the adversary's domain strength ineffective. Subsequently, Douluo turned his attention to the disheveled master of the Xinjian sect and inquired in a low voice, "Did I just hear you mention that the Xinjian sect is the illustrious first sect of the continent from 10,000 years ago? Indeed, if you are wise, you should promptly return our Xinjian sect's treasured possession." The master of the Xinjian sect, undaunted, dared to negotiate with the soul Douluo. Has the once-renowned Xinjian sect truly fallen to such a state? As a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Douluo was well-versed in the historical accounts documented in ancient scriptures. The Xinjian sect had once produced a prodigious talent, whose combat style was remarkably simple. No one of the same rank could withstand 3 of his moves. It was precisely because he ascended to the status of a battle god that the Xianjian sect earned its title as the foremost sect on the Douluo continent. Every 10,000 years, the dynamics of the continent shift, be it royal successions or sect rankings. Nothing remains eternally fixed. Once the central pillar is lost, decline is an inevitable outcome. Presently, even the now renowned first sect, the Haotian sect, is experiencing its own decline. Among the 7 great sects, aside from Haotian, both the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect harbor ambitions to claim the title of the foremost sect. As the prestige of being the supreme sect is a matter of clan honor. Gazing at the blood-red heavy sword in his grasp, Luomian nodded. Should it be entrusted to the current clan leader, it would likely enhance his power further. Such a divine soul-guiding artifact is not meant for the likes of an ordinary soul king. Luomian declared solemnly, I concede that the Xianjian sect was once a respected sect. However, you are unworthy of possessing such a treasure. If my memory serves me correctly, this is a relic left behind by the battle god of the Xianjian sect, who devoted his life to the study of combat, with no wife or children. Only a single servant. You are not a descendant of the battle god, but of his servant. With such meager talent, you lack the qualifications to possess this treasure. Such valuable items should be placed in deserving hands. I, from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, shall take it. You may as well take your own life. I will grant you a complete corpse, so do not force my hand. Upon witnessing Luomian's audacity, the master of the Xianjian sect bellowed fiercely, Ah! The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Even if I am a descendant of a servant, this is still the possession of our Xianjian sect. By what right do you come to seize it? By what right? Truly foolish. Luomian then turned to Gu Yechen and said, Boy, you are far wiser than he. Come, tell him by what right I am entitled to claim this. Gu Yechen scoffed, master of the Xianjian sect. It seems you have become quite senile. You believe it acceptable to seize my possessions while forbidding others from claiming yours? What kind of logic is that? You are utterly lacking in self-awareness. One must always pay for their actions. If you lack strength, refrain from such tyrannical behavior. Luomian smiled gently. Did you hear that? In this world where the strong prevail, if you possess no power, do not entertain thoughts of usurping another's belongings. For not only will you end up with nothing, but you might also lose your treasures, or even your life. The master of the Xianjian sect glared at Gu Yechen, his teeth clenched in fury. This insufferable man dared to attempt to use him as a pawn for his own ends. He had already caused the death of Qing Feng, and now sought to eliminate him as well while allowing his sect's treasure to be taken by others. Such a transgression was unforgivable. With a surge of determination, the master of the Xianjian sect suddenly adopted a tone of respect towards Luomian, stating, My lord has commanded that I take my own life and surrender the treasured artifact. I have no objections. However, I have one request, and I implore you to grant it, lest I die with regret. Luomian replied coolly, Speak, what is your request? Although my Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is known for its dominance, we have always valued righteousness. Since I have accepted your gift, I shall grant your request if it lies within my capabilities. The master of the Xianjian sect fixed his gaze firmly on Gu Yechen, Master Luomian. Please take my vengeance upon him. Chapter 90. Ruler of the night Luomian smiled faintly, turning to Gu Yechen, and inquired, He has requested that I take your life. Do you have anything to say in response? Gu Yechen silently cursed under his breath. The master of the Xianjian sect, even on the brink of death, sought to drag him down with him. Truly a ruthless individual. Nevertheless, Gu Yechen harbored no fear of the looming Douluo crown. What he required at this moment was merely to bide his time. Once the hour of Z arrived, he would become the sovereign of this night. Should his adversary dare to make a move against him, he would ensure that they regretted their actions profoundly. Gu Yechen feigned an overwhelming fear of his adversary, taking a step back as his body trembled slightly. Lord Luomian is indeed a person of great renown. I trust you would not truly take my life for my insolence. Should you grant me clemency, I am willing to relinquish all my possessions to you. As he spoke, Gu Yechen retrieved a red gold card valued at 10 million from his soul guide device, holding it aloft. Upon witnessing such wealth from his opponent, the elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family lost his composure. Although their family's fortune exceeded 100 million, Luomian possessed only a few million, a sum insufficient even to purchase a decent soul bone. Fortunately for Luomian, he had fortuitously acquired a soul bone of 30,000 years when he obtained his soul ring. Luomian extended his hand, yearningly declaring, If you hand it over to me, I shall allow you to leave at once. Lord Yuluamian, you cannot act thus, the master of the Xianjian sect interjected, seeing Yuluamian's inclination to spare Gu Yechen, and he was driven to desperation. Annoying flies, so verbose, Yuluamian retorted, unleashing the power of his head-soul bone, delivering a piercing gaze that directly pierced the heart of the Xianjian sect master. Had the Xianjian sect master employed his soul power for protection, he might have survived, merely being knocked back. However, he had resigned himself to his fate, withdrawing his soul power entirely in preparation for self-destruction, only to be taken aback by his opponent's sudden reversal. At this moment, the Xianjian sect master could scarcely utter a word, blood frothing from his mouth as he pointed a trembling finger at Yulumian before collapsing, his life force rapidly dissipating. Seeing that the Xianjian sect master was nearly at death's door, Yulumian finally commanded, "Quickly, hand over that red gold card, and I assure you, you shall depart from here unscathed." Gu Yechen shook his head and replied, "I do not trust you. I need a little more time before I can hand over this golden red card to you in its entirety." Yuluamian, somewhat irked, responded, "If I truly intended to kill you, no matter how long you waited, you would still meet your demise at my hands. Why waste our time? Stay there and do not approach." Upon encountering Yuluamian, Gu Yechen's initial trepidation abruptly transformed into an icy demeanor. His fingers gripped the crimson gold card with fervor, as if ready to shatter the card, valued at 10 million, should the other dare to advance a single step. Yuluamian, thoroughly intimidated by Gu Yechen, was compelled to halt his forward motion, exclaiming urgently, "Very well, I shall not approach. Please, do not act foolishly. This 10 million gold soul coins represent decades of our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family's hard-earned assets. It must not be destroyed." Indeed, aside from the head of the Xianjian sect, Yuluamian had also set his sights on Gu Yechen's wealth. Gu Yechen pondered that even if he were to surrender the red gold card to Yuluamian, it was uncertain whether he would be spared. However, since Gu Yechen had bid farewell to Yi Lingling, stating that he intended to resolve the bothersome aftermath, it was clear that as long as the remnants remained eradicated, concerns would perpetually linger. Gu Yechen continued to gaze in the direction he had just glimpsed and said, "Lord Yuluamian, are you aware that we have drawn someone's attention?" "Drawn someone's attention? What do you mean?" Yuluamian inquired, perplexed. His strength had already reached the soul Douluo level, and for someone to observe him without detection, they would have to possess the prowess of a titled Douluo. Gu Yechen pointed towards the direction where the 3 demon emperors of the Yellow Springs resided, proclaiming loudly, "In that direction, 3 life forces still linger. Ever since I departed from the auction house, they have been tailing me, so they cannot possibly be beasts or soul beasts, but rather 3 individuals." "3 individuals?" Yuluamian, initially puzzled, glanced toward that direction and then back at Gu Yechen. If he were deceiving him, instilling doubt, it would hardly be a clever ruse. Yet, if what he said bore truth, then it was evident that his realization was no mere coincidence, but rather a remarkable ability, one that even he himself could not replicate. Noticing Yuluamian lost in thought, Gu Yechen smiled and suggested, "How about we make a wager? If no one is there, I shall immediately surrender the red gold card. If there are indeed people there, you shall deal with them for me. Rest assured, they are not titled Douluo." A flicker of unease danced in Yuluamian's eyes. This young man was so certain that there were individuals in that direction, even knowing their strength. If this were true, he could not be allowed to remain. He was a source of great unease. However, it was prudent to first ascertain the veracity of this claim. Yuluamian summoned his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus soul and unleashed its profound essence, hovering gracefully in midair with a mere touch of his toes. He then bellowed downwards, "Whoever dares to hide in this place, come forth at once. I have ways of uncovering your presence." Upon witnessing Yuluamian's fury, the 3 demon emperors of the Yellow Springs displayed signs of panic. Should this soul Douluo intervene, they would stand no chance. "What should we do, big brother?" Within their imitation of the vast sea's protective barrier, the 3 wore grave expressions. Since commencing their assassination mission, it was the first time their whereabouts had been discovered. A true assassin that fails to conceal their presence or is uncovered significantly diminishes their effectiveness. "Stay calm. He still does not know our exact location. He might merely be trying to intimidate us, so let us not fall for his trickery," the red-haired man reassured his comrades. After all, the 3 demon emperors of the Yellow Springs had once decimated a cavalry regiment of over 300 from the Tiando Empire, demonstrating their cleverness. Seeing Yuluamian's futile threats, Gu Yechen urged, Perhaps Lord Yu should employ a soul skill in that direction. It might yield some results. Yu glanced at Gu Yechen, astonished that he was being commanded by this youth. Nevertheless, he thought it harmless to try a soul skill, especially if it could lead to fortune. Curse this boy, he muttered. The three demon emperors of the Yellow Springs could no longer maintain their composure. Their imitation barrier only served to conceal their soul power and aura, lacking any real defensive capabilities. Any attack would surely expose them. Second soul skill, Thunderous Fury. Yu finally unleashed his attack. The Thunderous Fury skill not only augmented the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus's offensive power, but also unleashed a collective lightning strike within a certain radius. While the area of effect was not overwhelmingly strong, it was sufficient to unmask the three demon emperors of the Yellow Springs. Quickly, second brother, third brother, we must leave. The red-haired man exclaimed, stepping forward to activate his soul and employ a protective soul skill to counter the impending group attack of Thunderous Fury. However, the disparity in strength was monumental. One was a soul Douluo, while the others were merely soul emperors, leading to a swift and devastating defeat. Big brother, are you all right? The yellow-haired and green-haired men cried out as they saw their elder brother struck by the paralysis effect of the lightning, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably. Run. Report this incident to the vice leader. Gu Yechen is not someone we can provoke. Wherever he goes, assistance follows. We cannot kill him. I will hold Yu back. You must flee quickly. If you do not leave now, none of you will escape. Chapter 91. Understanding the situation, hehe. Yu chuckled lightly. Leave? Where do you think you can escape to? Do you truly believe you can evade me? The paralysis effect of the Thunderous Fury skill was an area-wide attack. As it enveloped the three demon emperors of the Yellow Springs, Yu discerned their strength. Merely a trio of soul emperors, foolishly attempting to contend with the soul Douluo. Sixth soul skill, Dragon S Roar. With the illumination of his sixth soul ring, a dragon-shaped illusion manifested. This magnificent green dragon, vibrant and lifelike, soared gracefully as if riding the clouds. The dragon exhibited numerous characteristics: an alligator's head, lizard's limbs, eagle's claws, serpent's tail, deer's antlers, fish scales, whiskers at its mouth corners, and a pearl beneath its chin. Though it was not of the same lineage as the blue